Ah, what is this? Jiang Mian stared at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, he quickly remembered he was in the dormitory, and no matter how unbelievable it was, he hurriedly covered his mouth, suppressing the scream that wanted to escape. From the bathroom mirror, he clearly saw that he had completely changed, not becoming uglier or more handsome, but directly turning into a girl. A girl with long hair and almond-shaped eyes. He could feel the heaviness on his chest, and dared not check what was below. Although he had been teased for looking like a girl since childhood, most of it was harmless praise. Moreover, he lived freely and casually, not caring about being called girlish because the girls around him were more envious and jealous of him. As a boy, having fair skin and such beautiful delicate features was already too much, leaving no room for other girls. So even after entering university, Jiang Mian had never been in a relationship. Though his face was pretty, he was not tall, and those girls only wanted to be his sisters or besties. Because of his face, he had long been accustomed to these things. Though he grew up among boys, most of his friends were girls. He would play with Barbie dolls and jump rope with them, and they would discuss which boys in class were handsome and which romance novels were good. Over time, he even began to imagine what his life would be like if he were actually a girl. And today that fantasy came true. But what it brought to his life was mostly shock. Anyone who woke up one morning and suddenly found themselves turned into a girl would be terrified. And what's worse, he was currently in the bathroom of the boys' dormitory. If he walked out of the dormitory looking like this, he would definitely end up on the school's confession wall and forums, within half a day becoming known to the entire school. A perverted girl walking out of the boys' dormitory. No way. Jiang Mian was now anxiously at a loss. His roommate Feng Jun, woken up by the need to urinate, got out of bed and knocked on the bathroom door. Anyone in there? Yes. Jiang Mian, racking his brain for a solution, was startled by the knock and instinctively replied. But the voice was soft and gentle, startling even himself as soon as it came out. What the heck? Feng Jun outside paused. Jiang Mian. It's me, Jiang Mian said with an awkward expression, praying that the other wouldn't notice anything unusual. Then he deliberately deepened his voice. I have a bit of diarrhea. Go borrow the bathroom next door. Diarrhea early in the morning. Feng Jun teased. You got your period? Go to hell. After teasing him, Feng Jun remembered his own bursting bladder and rushed to the next door to borrow the bathroom. As he left, he muttered to himself, Jiang Mian's voice sounded just like a girl's. Almost gave me a hard-on this early. At this moment, Jiang Mian still dared not go out. He pressed his ear tightly against the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside. Their dormitory had 4 beds. The studious Chun Yu had gone to the library at dawn, and the rich second generation, He Yu Bai, had gone out the night before to party with a friend back from abroad and hadn't returned. As for him and Feng Jun, the 2 free spirits, they naturally did what they wanted. Today was Saturday, no classes all day. Feng Jun, a single dog, had stayed up late gaming with girls, so he would probably sleep in today. He had originally planned to attend the drama club activity, but given the current situation it seemed unlikely. As Jiang Mian guessed, after relieving himself next door, Feng Jun immediately returned to the dorm, quickly climbed into bed, and fell asleep. Jiang Mian quietly opened the bathroom door. Feng Jun was fast asleep, his breathing steady. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Feng Jun's bed had a curtain which would block any view even if the other were sleeping with his eyes open. Jiang Mian dared not waste any more time. He moved quickly yet quietly to his wardrobe, searching for clothes, fearing that Chun Yu or He Yu Bai might suddenly return. Luckily, it was already autumn. Worried about a cold snap, he had organized his fall and winter clothes a few days ago. Jiang Mian pulled out a loose hoodie and a pair of jeans. He put on the hood to cover his long hair, but the fabric of the men's hoodie was too rough. Even though he had chosen a loose fit, wearing it without any undergarments made his chest itch and ache. A girl's body was too delicate to endure such torture. Jiang Mian was at his wit's end. If he were to stay like this forever and never change back, would he have to learn how to choose a bra size? Help. But no matter how uncomfortable, he had to escape the boys' dormitory first. Grabbing his phone, pulling his hood low, and putting on a mask, Jiang Mian dashed down the stairs like the wind. Standing outside the dorm building, he nearly burst into tears, feeling so intuitively for the first time. The air outside was so free and comfortable. But the consequence of running was that his chest itched and ached even more. Damn. It seemed he had to buy a bra for sure. Fortunately, their school was situated within a university town where everything for entertainment, dining, and large supermarkets was readily available. Jiang Mian quickly found a lingerie store using the navigation on his phone. In the past, he had always found the 2 pieces of fabric dangling on his chest to be awkward and uncomfortable. Didn't they cause discomfort? Now that he had become a girl, he could not only sympathize, but also experience it firsthand. He finally realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. Jiang Mian genuinely wanted to kneel before the lingerie store and repent for having spoken too loudly before. When he entered the store, the sales assistant quickly approached. Miss, what would you like to buy? Jiang Mian was shocked. Wait, he had almost wrapped himself up like a mummy, so how could she recognize him at a glance? But then he suddenly felt relieved. After all, when he had followed the trend and sported a wolf-cut hairstyle to look cool and edgy, he had still been called Miss by many. It was because of his face. He couldn't blame himself for that. Was this the trouble of being too beautiful? Lingerie, Jiang Mian uttered dryly. He had never imagined that after being teased since childhood for looking like a girl, he would one day at the age of 19 actually stand in a lingerie store and tell the sales assistant he wanted to buy lingerie. Such an absurdly surreal scene. Oh heavens. If this is a dream, let me wake up quickly. Unaware of the turmoil inside her mind, the sales assistant simply asked according to procedure, "What style do you like? Tell me your size, and I'll find it for you." No, Jiang Mian waved his hand repeatedly. "I'll do it myself." The sales assistant, a married woman in her 30s, could tell at a glance that Jiang Mian's mummy-like outfit meant she wouldn't earn much commission, so she let her be. But before leaving, she couldn't help muttering, "What's wrong with today's young people? All grown up, and still acting socially anxious, too embarrassed to ask." A socially anxious girl had come to the store before. The sales assistant had assumed that since the girl was so shy, she would buy whatever she recommended. But who would have thought that after chattering away, piling up piles of lingerie, socks, and underwear until her mouth was dry, the girl acted as if she hadn't heard a word, completely ignoring her, remaining silent throughout. When it came time to pay, she simply picked up one bra, efficiently scanned it, paid, and left without looking back. It was a complete waste of effort. With the pressure of the sales assistant gone, Jiang Mian finally could breathe easy. His eyes swept over the bras and panties on the racks. Despite having many female friends, this was his first time in such a store. The dazzling array of styles astounded him. Leopard print, lace ruffled, three-piece sets. He had indeed seen too little of the world. He touched his chest through his clothes, measuring the size with his hands. It seemed quite large, maybe C or D. But he had no idea exactly what size he needed. After all, this thing had to be worn on the body. Too small would be constricting, too large a waste of money. Back at the counter, the rejected sales assistant, watching the monitor, noticed Jiang Mian's actions and clicked her tongue. This little girl probably doesn't even know her own size, does she? These young people really don't take care of their bodies. But even so, she didn't bother to help. Why waste energy on a lost cause? Outside the lingerie store, school beauty Lu Yitong walked with her friend Xinjia. Xinjia looked dejected. This morning was so unlucky. Not only did I not get to drink my soy milk, but I spilled it all over my clothes. Lu Yitong comforted her. Be grateful. At least the soy milk had cooled down, or you'd be in the hospital right now instead of coming to a lingerie store to buy a change. Xinjia's roommates had all left early, and now the dormitory door was locked. She didn't have a key, so she couldn't go in to change. "You usually drink milk for breakfast. Why did you suddenly switch to soy milk today?" Lu Yitong asked. "Drinking too much milk gives me pimples. See, my face is breaking out." Xinjia pointed at her face. "Plus, I heard soy milk can help increase breast size, so I wanted to try it." But the damn cup leaked from the bottom shortly after she held it, dripping a few drops at first without her noticing. Then the bottom gave way, and the entire cup of soy milk spilled all over her clothes. What's worse, most of it landed right on her chest, soaking her bra entirely. She had no choice but to come to the lingerie store to buy a new one. Lu Yitong glanced at her chest. "Flat as a board indeed, you need more supplementation." Seeing this, Xinjia mimicked a delicate gesture, curving her fingers like a flower, and spoke in a sugary voice. Who would have thought that the seemingly pure school beauty Lu Yitong is actually a pervert who likes to look at girls' chests? TSK. Get lost, Lu Yitong said with pretend disgust. She just wanted to be close to cute girls, and only those who were pretty and had a great figure. The two walked into the store together. After being blown by the wind, the soy milk on Xinjia's clothes had almost dried, leaving a sticky feeling that made her very uncomfortable. She told the sales assistant her desired size and style, then quickly borrowed the restroom to wash up. Bored, Lu Yitong wandered around the store, and soon spotted Jiang Mian, who was still struggling with which bra to buy. From the back, with his men's hoodie and jeans, and a cap, she mistook him for a shy boy who had come to buy underwear. Until she moved to the other side, and Jiang Mian happened to turn around. Lu Yitong looked up and froze instantly. Even though Jiang Mian was wrapped up tightly, wearing a hat and a mask, her eyes, moist and soft like those of an innocent fawn, were unmistakable, lively and endearing. A few unruly strands of long hair escaped from under the hood of her sweatshirt. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was definitely a girl. Soon Lu Yitong noticed that those clear big eyes held a hint of helplessness and vulnerability. Her first thought was that this girl was in trouble. The greatest weapon in the world is a girl's innocent, moist eyes. Whoever sees them will be captivated, instinctively wanting to draw closer. And Lu Yitong's second thought was that she must help her. As for her third reaction, she absolutely had to get close to her. "Hello, classmate." Lu Yitong approached Jiang Mian from behind, her voice soft as she spoke. The sudden words startled Jiang Mian so much that he nearly dropped the bra in his hands like a hot potato. When he turned around and saw that it was none other than the school bell, Lu Yitong, the bra finally slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Damn, how could the school bell be here? As for why he recognized her at a single glance, he had Feng Jun to thank for that. Back when their freshman year began, the department heartthrobs and beauties, along with the school's most handsome and beautiful, had all been voted on in the forum. And that idiot Feng Jun, a toad lusting after swan meat, spent all day in the dorm, holding her photo, muttering Lu Yitong this and Lu Yitong that. He even compared her picture with Jiang Mian, sighing, as if in regret, little lamb, if only you were a girl. With a face as pretty as yours, even if you gave me 10 Lu Yitong's ID, still choose to pursue you. Jiang Mian simply snorted, then you definitely have no chance. Pulling his thoughts back, while Jiang Mian was still dazed, Lu Yitong had already bent down to pick up the fallen bra. This was utterly embarrassing, sneaking around in a lingerie store only to run into the school bell. Could there be anything more awkward than this? But judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had come specifically for him. Jiang Mian could only reply, hello classmate Lu. Lu Yitong raised an eyebrow. How do you know my surname is Lu? I not only know your surname, but I also know you're the school belle. Lu Yitong smiled gracefully. That's just the school crowd fooling around. She was well aware of being voted the school belle. After all, what girl doesn't enjoy being praised for her beauty? It seems you're troubled by something. Can I help? Lu Yitong inquired. Jiang Mian, who had been feeling frustrated and helpless, now looked as if he had seen an angel. Really? Lu Yitong smiled softly, of course. But no sooner had his joy risen than he lowered his head the next moment. But how could he possibly say such a thing? Seeing him hang his head, Lu Yitong asked again, is it inconvenient to talk about? It's not inconvenient. It's just too embarrassing to say. Jiang Mian muttered under his breath, but since the store had no other customers, even his quietest words were audible to Lu Yitong, standing before him. We're both girls, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just, is it your time of the month? Did you forget to bring a No. Then what is it? Afraid she might say something even more outrageous, Jiang Mian quickly interrupted in a low voice, I came to buy a bra, but I don't know my size, so. His voice trailed off into silence. At that moment he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Jiang Mian's adorable and flustered demeanor instantly amused Lu Yitong. But seeing his cheeks grow even redder with shame, she quickly stifled her laughter. It's okay, not having experience picking out lingerie is nothing. I can help. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Not at all, it's just a small favor. We can't tell just by looking, Lu Yitong suggested. Let's go to the fitting room. Alright. Inside the fitting room, after Lu Yitong locked the door, the already cramped space felt even more confined. Jiang Mian whispered, what should I do next? Take off your clothes. Huh. Jiang Mian's face filled with panic as he covered his chest with both hands, staring at Lu Yitong with a strange expression. It was as if the words female pervert were written all over her face. Lu Yitong chuckled, do I have X-ray vision? How can I tell your size with clothes on? Without knowing your size, how can I help you pick the right bra? Oh right, that makes sense. Jiang Mian looked apologetic, his cheeks, which had just begun to cool from the blush, flushing even deeper. He took off his hoodie and his ink-black hair cascaded down. Jiang Mian casually tousled it, and every movement left Lu Yitong utterly mesmerized. She was going braless. How bold. Not only that, but this female classmate was stunningly beautiful. A blend of cuteness and allure with a wild, captivating charm. Oh my. Today was definitely her lucky day. Coming back to her senses, Lu Yitong also blushed and cleared her throat. I still don't know your name. Name? Jiang Mian almost blurted it out, but caught himself just in time. In the same school, the chances of having the same name were slim. His name was a ticking time bomb. What if she remembered today's incident at the lingerie store and on a whim asked someone about him? After all, she was the school belle. If she asked for help, countless boys would rush to assist. It was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. And then social death. He would be a complete social outcast at school. No way, no how. Thinking this, Jiang Mian replied, my surname is Jiang. I'm from the neighboring art academy, not your school. This statement was full of holes. He had just recognized Lu Yitong as the school belle, yet now claimed they weren't from the same school. It was practically a case of protesting too much. But at that moment, Lu Yitong's mind was racing with thoughts no less frantic than Jiang Mian's, so she didn't notice the inconsistency. Gazing at Jiang Mian's figure, Lu Yitong exclaimed, classmate Jiang, you have an amazing body. I couldn't tell when you were wearing the hoodie, but now I see it. You've got curves in all the right places. Such a beautiful girl. If she were from their school, she might have to surrender her title as school belle. But hearing that she wasn't from her school, Lu Yitong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Moreover, she had only revealed her surname, not her full name, and claimed to be from the neighboring school. It was probably because she was so beautiful that she was often harassed. Having such a sense of caution for some reason brought a measure of relief to Lu Yitong. Just the surname was fine, and she could always go to the neighboring academy in a few days when she had time to look for classmate Jiang and invite her out shopping and having fun. Not only had the school belle seen him half-naked, but she had also sincerely complimented him. Jiang Mian was incredibly embarrassed and could only mumble a thank you. After a visual assessment and a few manual comparisons, Lu Yitong roughly figured out the size. In the narrow room, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Do you remember the size you wore before? No, Jiang Mian said sheepishly. I didn't expect to develop further. He had never worn a bra before, but the development part wasn't a lie. Before it had been flat, it had just grown overnight. Wait a moment, Lu Yitong said, then pushed open the fitting room door to pick out a bra for her. Waiting in the changing room with his upper body bare, Jiang Mian felt a chill and couldn't help rubbing his arms. Then he accidentally touched the thing on his chest. How to describe it? The texture was quite soft. But he couldn't muster any joy from this kind of blessing. Not only had he become a eunuch, but he had also grown something that shouldn't be there. Heaven was this mocking him? Louis Tong soon returned. Knowing the changing room was cramped and fearing Jiang Mian wouldn't have enough space to change, she simply didn't go back in. Instead, she slipped a few selected bras through the gap in the door. Try these on, and see which one feels comfortable. Jiang Mian took the bras, and said thank you. In truth, for someone who had never worn a bra before, none felt comfortable, but Louis Tong was waiting outside for his answer. So not to let her kindness go to waste, Jiang Mian seriously tested them. A few minutes later, he handed the bra back out. The pink one feels more comfortable. Louis Tong glanced at the tag on the back of the pink bra. Just as she had expected. 36D. When Jiang Mian came out of the changing room in his hoodie, Louis Tong had already picked out several bras for him. He picked them up and saw lace floral trim, solid colors, and even a three-point style. Wait, why was there a three-point style? Jiang Mian was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. The next second, Louis Tong snatched the three-point one away, hid it behind her back, and coughed. Sorry, I couldn't help picking that one. My apologies, just pretend you saw nothing. What? School beauty, do you even know what you're saying? Jiang Mian's shock was beyond words, but seeing Louis Tong's serious expression, he wondered if he had misunderstood. The bra styles were similar. Jiang Mian picked a few with nice patterns, and went to the counter to pay. Seeing a few hundred yuan deducted from his balance, Jiang Mian clicked his tongue. Indeed, women's money was so easy to make. Despite the complaint, after paying, he tore off the tags, and changed into one in the changing room. It felt awkward, but it was better than the chafing pain on his chest. With the bra issue resolved, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving with a black bag, he thanked Louis Tong. Without the school bow tie's help, he would have been stuck standing helplessly in the store. Louis Tong smiled, and said it was nothing. After they parted, Xinjia also came out of the changing room dressed. Where did you go? I couldn't find you. Helping someone. Seeing Louis Tong's grin, Xinjia raised an eyebrow. Why does helping someone make you smile so lewdly? If you can't speak, well, shut up. Louis Tong cupped her face. What lewd? Learn your words. This is pure happiness. Fine, pure happiness. Xinjia brushed it off, thinking her friend looked a bit dim-witted. While paying at the counter, Xinjia casually asked, so who did you help? A very pretty girl. From our school. From the school next door. Oh. Xinjia lost interest in the topic, and prepared to leave after paying. Just then Louis Tong suddenly slapped her forehead in regret. I'm so stupid. I should have just asked for her WeChat. Why go all the way to the other school to inquire? What if the girl was low-key, and kept to herself? She'd be searching forever. Watching Louis Tong's self-flagellation, Xinjia confirmed her earlier thought her school beauty friend really wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Mian wandered aimlessly down the street, bag in hand. His mind seemed to split into two little figures locked in conflict. Little figure A said, hurry to the mall and buy some women's clothes. What if you're stuck like this? Will you wear men's clothes forever? Little figure B retorted, don't listen to his nonsense. What if you change back? Wouldn't the money for clothes be wasted? And where would you hide women's clothes? Wouldn't your roommate get the wrong idea? Little figure A snorted, so what if they see? If they see you like this now, wouldn't that be even more troublesome and misunderstanding? Jiang Mian unconsciously reached the bus stop. Forget it, ill, just buy a few outfits. Then little figure B was kicked away by little figure A. Little figure B deceased. While waiting for the bus, Jiang Mian couldn't resist searching on Baidu. Woke up and suddenly turned into a girl. What to do? The online replies were all over the place. Netizen A, you must still be dreaming. Go back to sleep. Netizen B, what to do? Mix it with scrambled eggs. Netizen C, choose between pleasing yourself or letting your bros have fun. Netizen D, go live stream and trick the top donor into gifting you 100 million. Netizen E, forget it. Jiang Mian put down his phone and gave up. He sat in the passenger seat of his good buddy Yang He's car. The hangover from last night still gave him a headache, but he had to head to another party. Leaning back, he rubbed his temples and idly watched the scenery outside. Passing a bus stop, he glimpsed a figure and murmured, Jiang Mian. What? Yang He focused on the road ahead, glancing sideways. Nothing. He looked away. Saw someone who looked like my roommate. Probably a mistake. Your roommate. Male or female? Screw off. He laughed. Definitely male. Do you think we're as open as abroad with co-ed dorms? No. Yang He said solemnly. I'm a gentleman. What's wrong with co-ed dorms? I'm very virtuous. He patted his chest confidently. Cut the crap and drive. Yes, sir. Master, he has spoken, I obey. They joked a bit. Jiang Mian, waiting for the bus, sneezed. Was someone thinking of him? The morning sunlight bathed him in a warm, gentle glow. The bus lurched and stopped, and Jiang Mian got off at the square, where shops sold everything. He browsed a few women's clothing stores, each time being flattered by sweet-talking salesgirls who then pushed their products. This overwhelming enthusiasm was not something Jiang Mian could fend off with a few refusals. Even his thick skin couldn't handle it, and he resignedly bought a few pieces. Though in a girl's body, the awkwardness in his heart was hard to shake off. Walking down the street in women's clothes drawing many glances, Jiang Mian felt even more peculiar. Mainly it was too embarrassing. Jiang Mian felt for the first time that time could pass so slowly. She couldn't return to her dormitory, so she had to kill time in a coffee shop. Playing games, she was constantly targeted by the matchmaking system, losing 9 out of 10 matches. Scrolling through videos, she was brainwashed by live streaming sellers, almost falling into the trap of impulsive shopping again. She turned to finish reading the comics and novels she had been hoarding for 2 months. Yet when she glanced at the time, only half a day had passed. She was so sleepy that she yawned only to realize her phone battery was almost dead, so she went to rent a power bank. And so she waited and waited until the flowers were about to wither. During this time, the young man at the coffee shop counter, blushing, brought her a small black forest cake, claiming this is a special gift from the store's promotion. She also turned down several guys who came to chat her up, exuding an aura of complete disinterest, a don't bother me vibe. But Jiang Mian forgot that coffee only perks you up, it doesn't fill your stomach. After feeling painfully hungry for the 3rd time, she decided to go eat first. As she was about to leave, the young man at the counter, who had been psyching himself up, finally mustered the courage to walk up to her. He asked, shy and bashful, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Being a man herself, Jiang Mian knew exactly what he was thinking. She replied with a deadpan face, no. Flustered by the rejection, he asked why. Jiang Mian retorted, "Then why do you want to add me on WeChat?" "To be friends with you." "What kind of friends?" "Just someone to chat with when I'm bored. When I'm bored, I prefer to sleep. I can sing or tell stories to lull you to sleep. Then I have many friends like you on WeChat." With a hurt expression, he said, "I thought you would agree since you didn't refuse the cake I gave you, and that cake money was deducted from my salary." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. As expected in this world, rain doesn't fall forever, but some men's heads are forever falling. She had previously found it strange when the girls around her complained indignantly, but now that she experienced it herself, she was utterly disgusted. A tiny piece of cake to buy a chance, and when rejected, he unashamedly started to put a price tag on it. Jiang Mian didn't want to waste time with him. She walked straight to the counter, scanned the payment code, and asked, "How much is that cake?" 25. Hearing the price, she almost laughed in anger. So she was just a sucker, a small piece of cake used as a pickup tool by this disgusting guy. If it worked, it would have pleased him. If not, he would turn around and demand money from her. When water is too clear, there are no fish. When a person is too shameless, they are invincible. What a loud abacus. The beads of his abacus nearly flew into her face. Jiang Mian took it as a lesson bought with money and didn't bother arguing about the price anymore. She simply paid and left. Seeing this, he said awkwardly, "You're single anyway, what's the harm in making a friend? It won't cost you a piece of flesh." Jiang Mian had intended to let it go, but with his argumentative attitude, if she backed down, wouldn't she look like a pushover? After thinking it over, she opened Hiyubai's moments. In her heart, she kept apologizing, "Brother, don't blame me. Now I'm in trouble, and I can only rely on you to save face." Pointing at Hiyubai's selfies and the photos of his luxury cars at home, Jiang Mian told him word by word, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend, and he's a rich 2nd generation. You know, Hiyubai came from a wealthy family, well-raised since childhood, with handsome features and a tall, straight figure. Coupled with his temperament, he was the ideal, perfect boyfriend. He could easily outshine this pathetic scumbag." Despite being slapped in the face so loudly, the scumbag still stubbornly insisted. As Jiang Mian turned to leave, he muttered sarcastically behind her back, "What boyfriend? Obviously a lie. If he were really your boyfriend, would he stand you up and leave you waiting in a coffee shop for half a day?" The absent boyfriend, in Jiang Mian's words, made him think she was just showing off to save face. Bah! Such a flashy, shameless woman, he didn't fancy her at all. But in his heart, he was furious. If he were rich, he would have thrown wads of cash in her face. But Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She couldn't stop rolling her eyes inwardly. Of course, being stood up was normal. If Hiyubai had actually shown up, that would have been a disaster. But he didn't know that what happened today would later, as if by fate, come true. Since carrying things was inconvenient after entering the mall, Jiang Mian stuffed everything into a locker. There were many couples walking together, heads close, shoulders touching. Perhaps because she had become a girl watching them, she felt a pang of envy and couldn't help but fantasize, what if she had a boyfriend? Oh, no, absolutely not. Was she even turning into a girl mentally? Jiang Mian quickly shook her head desperately, trying to rid her mind of these dangerous thoughts right away. What boyfriend? That was impossible. Never in this lifetime. After a day and a night of partying, Hiyubai bid farewell to his friends and prepared to return to school. Yang He, smoking a cigarette, teased him, "Young master, he drives luxury cars everywhere, but can't even afford to rent a place outside. That dormitory is so small, can you even stretch your legs?" Hiyubai gave him a rude gesture. "I may be wild, but I'm not as delicate as you. Go to hell." Yang He blew out a puff of smoke. "I'm thinking of keeping a mistress in a golden house." "Then keep your mistress as well. If the fire ever breaks out, be careful they don't team up and beat you up. Don't curse me." "Speaking of which, Yang," he said, "next time we hang out, bring your girlfriend along." Hiyubai ignored him, gave another rude gesture as he walked away, and set him off. "Let's hang out again when you're free." He had never thought about renting an apartment outside. Although everyone knew his family was wealthy, he usually kept a low profile at school. As for those who always assumed rich second-generation kids were flashy, they must have been brainwashed by reading too many web novels. When he got back to the dorm, Feng Jun was playing games with a girl. Chunyu was watching online courses, but Jiang Mian's seat was empty. Hyubai casually asked, "Where's Jiang Mian?" "Don't know. She went out early this morning and hasn't come back yet," Feng Jun replied, pulling off his headphones. "Don't go and wait for me to start the team fight." Hyubai raised an eyebrow. So the person he saw at the bus stop today must have been Jiang Mian. That was strange. He hadn't heard of any plans she had today. Could she be secretly dating? Oh, look at the little lamb. Could she be the first in their dorm to find a partner? As time grew later, and the sky darkened further, Jiang Mian finally chose to compromise. It seemed he was destined to spend the night outdoors. Cinderella's magic vanished at midnight, but the dormitory curfew closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't afford to wait. The shopping mall had already closed, and Jiang Mian, laden with bags, wandered aimlessly through the streets once more. He consoled himself thinking that perhaps after a good night's sleep this strange transformation would disappear and he would return to his original self. Then as he searched on the navigation app for a hotel to stay in that night, a voice echoed in his mind, "The gender swap transformation test is successful. Henceforth you may freely switch genders. If you wish to transform, simply say the word transform out loud." After the strange voice faded away for a long while, Jiang Mian finally snapped back to reality. This damn thing was a system. So it was all this thing's fault. He was furious. He had been frightened all day, thinking he would never change back. His poor heart. It had nearly collapsed. Becoming a woman wasn't scary. What was terrifying was the trouble that followed. A painless gender swap was like living medical research material. If discovered, he would definitely be treated like a lab rat. Was this broken system like a starfish? How could it be so good at hiding? The trouble finally resolved. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. He found a public restroom, and taking advantage of the dim lighting at night, slipped inside. Then he tentatively spoke transform. Instantly his jet-black flowing hair shortened, the fullness on his chest vanished, and his brother reappeared. He was back. Jiang Mian felt like crying. He had finally returned to normal. This joy came from the depths of his heart. If not for fear of sparking urban legends about haunted restrooms, he would have covered his mouth and wept. He wanted to test the system's other functions, but no matter how he called out, the panel and space that should have appeared in his mind remained absent. After multiple attempts, he discovered this system was utterly useless. Aside from the gender swap ability, it served no other purpose. It was a complete waste of his expressions. No wonder it had stayed hidden all day. Even if it malfunctioned, he probably wouldn't know. Damn it. After transforming back into a male, Jiang Mian quickly changed out of the women's clothes and back into his own. Free from the constraints of the bra, he found walking and running much more comfortable. But when he checked the time, it was over. If he didn't hurry back, he'd be locked out of the dorm again. When the dormitory aunt was in a good mood, she might come to open the door, but if not, she could lecture him for half an hour through the door. Jiang Mian didn't dare delay and hailed a taxi to rush back. Just as the campus gatekeeper was about to close the gate, he sprinted through, relieved to see he still had 5 minutes left. Jogging all the way, Jiang Mian soon arrived at the dormitory building, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure. It was Hyubai. The latter was smoking and scrolling through videos with his head down. Jiang Mian walked over with his bags and asked, "Who are you waiting for? The curfew is almost here, aren't you going back?" Hyubai looked up at the sound, stubbed out his cigarette, locked his phone, and slipped it into his pants pocket. A series of smooth, fluid motions. Jiang Mian cursed inwardly, "Damn it, he's handsome again." "Waiting for you." Hyubai glanced at the bags in his hands. "Finished your date with your rich girlfriend. Bought so much stuff." "Come on, what rich girlfriend? Am I worthy?" Jiang Mian explained, "I bought all this for myself." "So you got rejected, got upset, and went on a spending spree." Hyubai raised an eyebrow. "My mom does the same when she's sad." "Oh really?" Jiang Mian said with a forced smile. "Then be a good son and help your mom carry these things." He was fed up with lugging these clothes around today. Hyubai found it amusing inwardly, but on the surface he maintained the composed demeanor of a cool guy. After taking the bags from Jiang Mian, his steps became lighter. He himself didn't know why he had come downstairs. It felt like an instinctive reaction from his body. Since hearing that Jiang Mian had gone out early in the morning, he had been frequently checking the time, waiting since after dinner, but Jiang Mian still hadn't returned. As the night grew later, he even speculated whether Jiang Mian planned to spend the night with his girlfriend. But for some reason the thought of him dating a girl made him feel uneasy. He even maliciously imagined that Jiang Mian's frail frame might be worn out. Yet he still came downstairs to wait, feeling irritated himself. Jiang Mian, come to think of it, was indeed good-looking. If he were a girl, he'd surely be pretty. But that didn't mean he would turn gay for a handsome guy, did it? The thought made him even more agitated, feeling like a fool for waiting downstairs. Yet when he heard Jiang Mian jokingly deny having a girlfriend, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He then teased Jiang Mian, "All 4 of us in the dorm are single dogs. No one gets to break up first, and if anyone does, it should be me." "Yes, yes," Jiang Mian replied. After a day of anxiety, Jiang Mian felt utterly exhausted and couldn't be bothered to argue. Handsome, he with your outstanding family background and dashing looks, if you don't find a partner before us, heaven must be blind. Now relaxed drowsiness crept in, and he covered his mouth to yawn. When he looked up again, he saw Hyubai staring straight at him with an unsettling gaze. He grew alert, wondering if the other had noticed something. But he hadn't said the word transform earlier, had he? The curfew had passed, and the dormitory aunt had already closed the door and gone to rest. Only a single lamp illuminated the first-floor hall. Hyubai remained silent, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Jiang Mian swallowed his saliva and broke the silence. Don't be mad, I wasn't being sarcastic. That was from the heart, really. Look at how handsome you are. It would be a waste of your face if you don't find someone soon. Before he could finish, Hyubai spoke. Jiang Mian, if you were a girl, you could be my partner. He never expected this young master to make such a unique confession in such an eerie atmosphere. Almost scared to death by the sudden statement, Jiang Mian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wait for your next life. Watching the other's angry retreating figure, Hyubai clicked his tongue, so heartless. But the next life is really too far away. Hyubai followed with the bags, noticing the black bag's tie was loose. In the dim hallway light, he couldn't see what was exposed. He only caught a glimpse of something pink. A grown man liking pink things. It was a shame Jiang Mian wasn't a girl. After a week had passed, Jiang Mian thought that this transformation was merely an accident and that he would never use the gender swap system again. But contrary to his expectations, all past experiences had proven that one should never set a flag, or else they would be slapped in the face. Just as he decided to forget about the system, the gears of fate began to turn silently. Hyubai's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he felt an immediate reluctance to answer. The ringtone persisted, and even Feng Jun, who was playing games, couldn't help but lean over to see. Brother, which little girl is calling you? Not a girl, it's a guy. Hyubai turned off the screen and tossed the phone aside. To be precise, it was Yang He. A guy. Wow, Feng Jun teased. As expected of my brother, you're truly irresistible to both genders. Get lost, Hyubai laughed and scolded. It's a close buddy of mine just back from abroad. Oh, I see. Distracted by the conversation, his hero was ambushed by the opponent and instantly killed. The screen going dark. Feng Jun felt a bit annoyed. Indeed, one cannot multitask. Fortunately, the girl he was playing with in this round had a good temperament and kept following him with her support role, not complaining even when he died. Previously, Hyubai had mentioned this foreign buddy to them. How to put it? Different people, different fates. Some were born into wealthy families, so they went abroad early to gild themselves. If not for passing the college entrance exam, they probably wouldn't have visited many other cities. Hyubai intended to pretend he hadn't received the call, but the other party evidently anticipated this move. The phone on the table fell silent for only a moment before ringing again. After ignoring it several times, he persistently called. Finally, on the sixth attempt, Hyubai's patience ran out. He answered the call with a cold tone. What is it? Oh, what's wrong with Master He? Not happy. Who made you angry? You? Me, eh? He clicked his tongue. Don't falsely accuse me. I called you several times, and you wouldn't pick up. Are you deliberately pretending to ignore me? You know it in your heart. Damn, Hyubai said flatly. What's the matter? If nothing, I'm hanging up. Wait. He hurriedly said. It's about what I mentioned last time. The day after tomorrow, I've invited a few brothers. We'll meet at the usual place. You must come. We'll see. He added. Remember to bring your girlfriend along. Then the call was ruthlessly ended by Hyubai. Tisk, so heartless. He muttered as he looked at the hung-up phone. But this guy Hyubai probably doesn't have a girlfriend, right? If he did, knowing his personality, he would have brought her out to show off long ago. Staring at the WeChat interface on his phone, he shook his head helplessly. Xiao Ye, your brother Yang has gone all out to help you, even selling out my own brother. You'd better step up when the time comes. With Hyubai's call ended, the dormitory atmosphere instantly became somber. Even Feng Jun, who usually loved chatting up girls while gaming, sensed something was off, and simply shut up focusing on the game. He repeatedly insisted that he bring his girlfriend. Was it really just to see her? Hyubai felt uneasy, sensing something odd about this gathering. Jiang Mian came out of the bathroom after showering, drying his wet hair with an absorbent towel. The warmth of his body collided with the cold air outside, bringing an incomparable refreshment. He couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. Indeed, being a boy was better. Bathing was quick and convenient. Unlike girls who had to put in a lot of effort just to wash their hair. Jiang Mian keenly noticed the tense atmosphere and asked while drying his hair, why is everyone so quiet? Feng Jun was frantically signaling him with his eyes, while Hyubai directly turned to stare at him. In an instant, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine. Alright, he shouldn't have said anything. Then he pretended to ignore Hyubai's gaze and sat back in his seat. Coincidentally, his and Hyubai's beds were directly opposite each other. Even sitting back in the chair, Jiang Mian could clearly feel the persistent gaze of Hyubai on his back. After enduring for a while, he finally turned around and asked, unable to bear it any longer, Boss, do you need something? Boss, was the nickname they had given Hyubai. Nothing. Hyubai withdrew his gaze, his tone flat. Damn. Seeing the other's hesitant expression, Jiang Mian felt as if he were the villain. After another moment of silence, Hyubai suddenly spoke. I have to go to a friend's gathering the day after tomorrow. As if hearing some gossip, even Chunyu, who was diligently studying, couldn't help but look over. But this time all my brothers said to bring their girlfriends, so. Hyubai didn't finish. However, Jiang Mian and the others understood. Hyubai didn't have a girlfriend. In the stereotypical impression of others, a rich second-generation guy would be a playboy indulging in debauchery and womanizing. But only their dormitory knew that Hyubai was actually a man of good upbringing and refinement. He was easy to get along with, and would help out without hesitation when his friends were in trouble. Feng Jun spoke. With your conditions, brother, finding a girlfriend is a piece of cake, isn't it? Hyubai smiled helplessly. It's not like picking vegetables at a market. I can't just rashly find a girlfriend just for a gathering, can I? Damn, what kind of pure love warrior statement was that? One must be cautious. Hyubai was worried about being entangled, and it would be too irresponsible for the girl. What about this? Feng Jun turned and pointed at Jiang Mian. Let little sheep cross-dress and pretend to be your girlfriend. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Mian threw the towel at him. Get lost. I refused. He was like a cat with its fur standing on and jumping up in agitation. It wasn't for any other reason, it was because when he heard Feng Jun's suggestion of pretending to be a girlfriend, his mind had actually considered using the gender swap system to help Hyubai. But soon he crushed that idea in its cradle. Turning into a girl was something that happened either 0 times or countless times. He absolutely couldn't break the precept and set this precedent lightly. Hyubai deliberately looked dejected. Little sheep, are you rejecting me? I'm a real man. Jiang Mian argued. What cross-dressing? No cross-dressing. Never ever cross-dressing. Feng Jun picked up the towel. A real man uses a pink one. That was bought by my mom. At the gate of the Academy of Fine Arts, Jiang Mian, who had transformed once again, couldn't help but press his forehead. Why did it have to come to this? It was all because he was too soft-hearted. After hearing about Hyubai's plan to attend the gathering that day, he had indeed considered transforming to help. But due to his inner hesitation, he quickly dismissed the idea. However, Hyubai remained sullen in the dormitory, making Jiang Mian wonder if this gathering meant a lot to him. Yet Feng Jun told him it's not about whether the gathering is important or not. It's a huge issue concerning a man's dignity. Dignity. Could you eat it or spend it like money? Jiang Mian curled his lips, indicating he didn't understand. Feng Jun, driven by a sense of loyalty to his good roommate, declared that he would take Hyubai to a mixer. But Hyubai refused, saying that when it came to love, he valued chemistry. There was no need to put on a show for the sake of saving face at a gathering. After saying this, Hyubai stretched and leaned back in his chair, speaking with a resigned tone. If I don't have a girlfriend, so be it. At worst, I'll just endure their mockery. But Yang, that bastard, would definitely mock him even more fiercely, maybe even tease him about being a virgin or something. It seemed his dignity was bound to be lost at this gathering. Overhearing this, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rising in his heart. Could it really be that serious? Then came Hyubai's faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Instantly the fruit salad in front of him lost its appeal. After a full day of Hyubai's lingering gloom, Jiang Mian finally couldn't take it anymore. He made up his mind. Wasn't it just a gathering to save face? For the sake of his good buddy, his roommate, his brother's dignity, he was all in. After deciding to transform and help, an inexplicable sense of taking a bullet for a brother flooded his heart. But he still needed a plausible excuse. You said you have a cousin at the nearby Academy of Fine Arts. Hyubai raised an eyebrow. Having found a reason, Jiang Mian spoke without a blush. I told her about your gathering, and she said she could pretend to be your girlfriend. Though it was all fabricated, his eyes were earnest. Hyubai asked, your cousin is that easy to talk to? After all, the idea of someone pretending to be a date was absurd enough. For someone to agree with no strings attached seemed even more ridiculous. Indeed, was suspicion a common flaw among the rich? Fortunately, Jiang Mian had anticipated Hyubai's reaction. He explained, of course it's not for free. My cousin's family is strict and they control her allowance, so she's looking for ways to make some extra cash. Seeing Hyubai's expression soften, Jiang Mian pressed on, besides, she's very professional. Money for services, no strings attached. She won't cling to you, so don't worry. Feng Jun chimed in eagerly, is your cousin pretty? Jiang Mian nodded earnestly. She's not just pretty, she's stunning. Feng Jun was intrigued. Our dear, he is a pure love warrior. He needs chemistry for romance. Head looked down on such dirty money transactions. So Feng Jun grinned, little lamb, why don't you introduce your cousin to me instead? Does she play games? I'm a national level jungler. They'll carry her to victory in no time. Jiang Mian wanted to refuse, but my cousin is older than you. Feng Jun shamelessly replied, no problem. An older woman is like a treasure. It's a perfect match. Jiang Mian. He hadn't even said she was 3 years older. What was going on? He was supposed to solve Hyubai's problem, but Feng Jun had somehow wormed his way in. Pretending to ignore Feng Jun's hopeful gaze, Jiang Mian turned to Hyubai. If you're not interested, I'll tell my cousin to forget it. Feng Jun immediately waved and shouted, I'm interested. I'm interested. Jiang Mian wanted to kick him out. This had nothing to do with him, so why was he so eager? I didn't say I'm not interested. Hyubai pushed Feng Jun's hand away, but does your cousin really trust your word? Of course Jiang Mian patted his chest. Her dearest and most beloved cousin. After all, the cousin he was talking about was himself. Loving life and himself, wasn't that the dearest and most beloved? Oh, then why have I never heard you mention this, cousin? That's because. Indeed, one lie required 1,000 more to cover it up. Jiang Mian stumbled, drawing circles in his mind. He had underestimated Hyubai's suspicious nature. He never expected such detailed questions. Because our families live far apart. After college we each have our own social circles, so we didn't want to disturb each other. It just so happened that I heard she was doing part-time jobs to earn pocket money, so I casually asked her. Yes, that's right. Believing he had successfully covered his lie, Jiang Mian was unaware that Hyubai had already sensed a flaw. If they were the dearest and most beloved cousins, even living far apart, their bond wouldn't fade just because they started college. Moreover, the nearby Academy of Fine Arts was only a few kilometers away from their school. Yet none of the dorm mates had ever heard Jiang Mian mention visiting his cousin. Hyubai narrowed his eyes, slightly pondering privately. Jiang Mian was simple-minded. Whatever was on his mind showed on his face. Right now he wore the look of a naive, clueless college student. Hyubai couldn't imagine what Jiang Mian would deceive him about. Could he really conjure up a fake girlfriend? The more Hyubai thought, the more curious and amused he became. In the brief silence, Jiang Mian felt a chill under Hyubai's gaze. He couldn't help but wonder, had he been found out? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whether Jiang Mian's words were true or false, Hyubai was a little intrigued. How much will it cost? Send me your cousin's WeChat, I'll add her and chat. Jiang Mian suddenly realized why he felt something was missing. After all his calculations, he had forgotten this one detail. He hadn't registered a new WeChat account. But he forced himself to stay calm. The fee is 3,000. I just messaged my cousin, but she hasn't replied yet. I'll send you her WeChat once I've talked to her. Hyubai nodded fine. When he turned to leave, his steps were noticeably lighter. Feng Jun immediately sidled up again. Hey little lamb, could you send me your cousin's WeChat too? Jiang Mian smiled sweetly and refused. No, I can't. I'll kneel and beg you. Please take pity on me. I've been single for years and still haven't found anyone. I'm so miserable. Having anticipated Feng Jun's dramatics, Jiang Mian dodged sideways just as he lunged forward and bolted out of the dormitory. The urgent matter now was to register a new WeChat account. After leaving the dormitory, Jiang Mian registered a new WeChat account to pretend to be the cousin he mentioned. Heaven knows he felt like a thief stealthily committing mischief. Having learned from Hyubai's suspicious nature, he had grown wiser this time, setting his moments to show only the last 3 days and carefully preparing his profile picture and signature. Staring at his phone, he suddenly realized a fatal flaw. He didn't have a spare phone. If he transformed and then appeared before Hyubai holding his original phone, the scene would undoubtedly be bizarre beyond belief. But his living expenses were limited. Buying a new phone would mean surviving on wind and water for the rest of the month. Oh, how annoying. If only he hadn't opened his big mouth to offer help. It was all because his heart was too soft. Too soft. But words once spoken could not be taken back. Jiang Mian stood dejectedly by the street, then looked up to see a phone case shop not far away. That's it. If he couldn't buy a new phone, he would take a different path. Get a new phone case and pretend it was a new phone. No time to waste. Jiang Mian dashed into the phone shop and began browsing on his own. Nowadays college students shopped online exclusively, making offline stores a tough business. So when the phone case shop owner saw Jiang Mian enter his store, he nearly wept with joy. This was the first customer in 3 days. So he eagerly accompanied him. Upon learning Jiang Mian's phone model, he enthusiastically recommended many stylish cases. But Jiang Mian didn't fancy any of them, growing inwardly frustrated. What girl would like a mecha phone case? Either Transformers or plain matte leather. Seeing Jiang Mian's disinterest, the owner feared this sale would fall through. But the next moment Jiang Mian found his ideal case. Sailor Moon's Usagi Tsukino. This was it. When the owner saw Jiang Mian at the counter, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Did handsome boys nowadays have such unique taste in phone cases? Jiang Mian tore open the packaging and immediately put on the new case. Time was tight. Ordering online was out of the question, so this would have to do. Finally, he double-checked everything. Phone case okay. New WeChat account okay. Profile picture, signature, and moments also okay. Fortunately, his phone had a dual system. As long as the unlock passwords differed, he could switch between them. After switching to the other system and changing the wallpaper, everything was pink and girly, brimming with a maiden's heart. The phone of his cousin was born. Without delay, Jiang Mian sent Hyubai a message. I've shared your WeChat with my cousin. I shall add you soon. Hyubai replied with an OK emoji. Then Jiang Mian switched systems and logged into WeChat. This new account had only his main account as a friend. From the chat history with his main account, he added Hyubai's shared WeChat. To be fair, whenever Hyubai wanted to reply, he did so instantly. Seconds after the request, Hyubai approved the friend request. Then, like a straight-laced man, he sent 2 words, hello. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and replied in a soft tone, hello there. Hyubai's status showed typing. Then Hyubai. I am. Crap. Damn. He had forgotten to give his new identity a name. Jiang Mian froze for several seconds, scouring his mind for all possible names, then typed back in Jiang Wan. Phew, that was close. Jiang Mian patted his chest to calm down, nearly stumbling over names again. Meanwhile, He Yubai looked at the name sent and felt a flicker of doubt. Jiang Mian. Jiang Wan. Why did it feel strangely familiar? Noticing He Yubai typing the idle, Feng Jun immediately leaned over. Who are you chatting with, President He? He Yubai didn't look up. Jiang Mian's cousin. Well, really? What are you talking about? Let me see. Feng Jun said, shamelessly crowding in. That heartless little lamb. Why did he only help He Yubai? They were all brothers in the same dorm, and he didn't have a girlfriend either. With such a pretty cousin, why didn't he introduce her to him first? How unfair. He wasn't that far behind He Yubai. His family was just poorer than He Yubai's. He was a bit uglier and a bit shorter. So what difference did that make? Forget it, let's just look at the chat history. The more he thought, the more disheartened he became. Since nothing scandalous was being discussed, He Yubai was open and saw no need to hide, letting him look. So her name is Jiang Wan, Feng Jun said dreamily. Just hearing that name, I can tell she must be a gentle beauty from a watery region. He was envious. He was jealous. But he couldn't hate her. He Yubai ignored Feng Jun's melancholy and typed another message. Jiang Mian probably told you about the party and pretending to be my girlfriend. No problem, boss. Rest assured, as long as the money's right, you'll be satisfied. So confident. This made He Yubai look forward to it. He immediately transferred 3,000 yuan. Hey, race the advance payment. If you do well, the bonus will double. Long live the boss. Wait, master, you just transferred the money like that? Feng Jun was stunned. Aren't you afraid she'll stand you up? He originally wanted to say scammer, but since she was Jiang Mian's cousin, he held back. After all, this cousin was only known through Jiang Mian's words. Who knew what kind of person she really was? What if she took the money and ran, or made an excuse midway and bailed? Then the whole dorm with Jiang Mian living there would be awkward. He Yubai turned off his phone and put it in his pocket, patting Feng Jun's shoulder meaningfully. Classmate Feng Jun, you can't destroy something just because you can't have it right. Feng Jun. Damn, what did he take him for? Would he be that kind of person? He Yubai's home and school were in the same city, so he decided to go home first. On the day of the party, he would drive the Ferrari his father gave him when he turned 18. Also, he needed to spruce himself up properly. Indeed, when it came to face-saving matters, boys might say they didn't care, but deep down they were all secretly competing. Watching He Yubai leave with a smile, Feng Jun felt like a puffed-up pufferfish. You guys are too cruel. You're all abandoning me, leaving me alone as a single dog. How am I supposed to live? He turned to look at Chinyu. Chinyu, at least you're still in this dorm. But before he could finish, he saw Chinyu putting his laptop into his backpack. Then this bookworm who only cared about studying had learned something from someone, and smiled as he said, sorry, I'm leaving you too. The library is calling me. Heavens. Feng Jun immediately looked up and shouted, why don't you just take me away? On the other side, Jiang Mian looked at the 3,000 yuan transferred, without a word, his heart soaring with joy. Truly worthy of master, he's such a generous move. The speed of that no-nonsense transfer. He almost fell in love with him. On the day of the party, he would definitely perform well. Guaranteed satisfaction. The scene shifted, returning to the present. Since the gathering was scheduled for the evening, Jiang Mian didn't leave the dormitory until dusk, finding a spot to transform and change her attire. She now stood not far from the entrance of the art academy. When sending her location to He Yubai, she deliberately chose a conspicuous milk tea shop as a landmark. Yet, Jiang Mian failed to realize that after transforming, she herself became the most dazzling and eye-catching presence on the street. Her outfit today was simple, a black fitted long dress inside with a round neckline and a cinched waist design that accentuated her fair complexion and highlighted her hourglass figure with its alluring curves. The autumn weather was capricious, so Jiang Mian had also put on a white fluffy coat which, like the dress, was a long style. As for makeup, she didn't pay much attention. In truth, ever since her first transformation startled her, she had observed herself in the mirror. Her transformed appearance, even without makeup, was absolutely stunning. With supple, delicate skin, a high and perky nose, slightly elongated lashes that seemed to create their own eyeliner effect, and eyebrows and eyes that could be both enchanting and innocently adorable. The only makeup she applied today was a swipe of lipstick, Armani's tomato shade, which had no other merit but to make her complexion look strikingly fair. Adding to this was a tiny red mole at the lower end of her left eye's tail. Paired with her features, even a faint smile would be enough to blaze with seductive fire. Jiang Mian was utterly unaware that she was currently committing a crime with her beauty, and there were always those who fancied such thorny roses. While she waited, students from the art academy streamed in and out. Her presence alone garnered a 200% head-turn rate. A male student with a girlfriend, having stolen a glance at her, immediately had his ear twisted by his companion. Is she pretty? I saw your eyes nearly popping out. The boy vehemently denied it. Not pretty, not pretty. If she's not pretty, why do you keep turning back? Do you think I'm stupid? Even Jiang Mian, who was usually indifferent, couldn't help but chuckle at such a conversation. But as a result of her smile, many young men who saw her seemed to lose their souls. The next moment, someone forgot to watch where they were going and walked straight into a lamppost. They were dumbstruck by her looks and nearly knocked their heads silly. The appointed time was 6 o'clock, and as it approached, Hyubai still hadn't arrived. Jiang Mian was about to send a message to check when she saw two male students approaching, clearly heading her way. He couldn't help but complain inwardly that after turning into a girl, such instances of being hit on were inevitable. Looking up, the two young men stopped right in front of him, their faces wearing what they thought were charming smiles. Jiang Mian spoke indifferently. "Is there something you need?" The two didn't mind Jiang Mian's cold tone at all. Instead, they found a beautiful girl with attitude more interesting to conquer. Lu Wen and Wu Yuan were from the Art Academy's broadcasting department, having won over many young fans online with their voices alone. Even though their appearance was mediocre, they had grown overconfident because of this. Especially just now as they exited the school gate, they spotted Jiang Mian from afar. They immediately conferred among themselves, deciding to make a joint move, and whoever succeeded would claim her. Driven by their secret rivalry, they wouldn't be driven away by Jiang Mian's cold demeanor. Lu Wen asked with a smile, "Miss, are you waiting for someone?" Jiang Mian replied in a frosty tone, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Yet Lu Wen felt he must be a masochist at heart. Jiang Mian's haughty attitude only made him more obsessed, and his gaze at her grew fervent. Wu Yuan sneered inwardly at his companion's state. The girl wasn't even won over, and he was already getting worked up. Truly a useless piece of mud. But that was fine, as since this guy was useless, it left an opportunity for him. Wu Yuan pretended to be friendly. "Hello, we're students from the Art Academy's broadcasting department. Would like to be friends with you. Would you honor us by having a meal together?" Jiang Mian was amused by this proposal. Last time she met a creep, and now she was dealing with conceited fools. Coming on so strong with such blatant intent, these two scoundrels were self-indulgent and assumed others were just as casual. Seeing Jiang Mian suddenly laugh, they were baffled. Had they said something funny? "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but you two are just too ridiculous," Jiang Mian said, wiping away tears of laughter. "Why would I want to be friends with you? And why would I eat with you? Was the cost of hitting on someone these days so low? Just blurting it out. Or did they think that girls would obediently nod just because they asked?" Even after being mocked by Jiang Mian, the two didn't back down. Instead, Wu Yuan climbed the ladder. "If dinner's off, we can always go for a late-night snack." A late-night snack was even better. Afterwards, they could get into some other entertainment, and then, hee. They had rosy visions in their minds, their greed intensifying as they gazed at Jiang Mian's beautiful face, each plotting to be the first to score. Jiang Mian saw the blatant lecherousness in their eyes. As a man himself, even if he guessed with his toes, he knew what dirty thoughts were running through their minds, and it disgusted him to no end. "Sorry, I'm busy," Jiang Mian made an excuse to refuse. "I'm waiting for my boyfriend, he'll be here soon." But the two still refused to leave. They had heard such excuses countless times when hitting on girls, and had often exposed them as lies. To them, a woman as proud as Jiang Mian only made them more eager to conquer. Moreover, they were curious to see what kind of boyfriend such a haughty woman would choose. Though Wu Yuan appeared gentle and refined on the surface, he was growing irritated after being repeatedly snubbed by Jiang Mian. He even harbored malicious thoughts. What crap about waiting for a boyfriend? Dressed so seductively, she was obviously waiting for her sugar daddy to go sell herself. The two clung to her like stubborn plasters, unwilling to leave, as if determined to see for themselves what kind of man this so-called boyfriend was. Jiang Mian silently prayed, "Hyubai, you better come through. Don't embarrass your dad." He had considered scaring off these two conceited fools. All he had to do was utter the word transform, and he could instantly turn back into a boy. At that moment, the sight of him cross-dressing would be truly horrifying. Hopefully it would scare these two bastards so badly they'd lose their nerve right then and there. Let's see if they dare harass girls like this again. But that was merely Jiang Mian's fleeting thought. Actually doing it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Scaring those two bastards into impotence was trivial, but his own public humiliation would be a catastrophe. Fortunately, not long after, a black Ferrari pulled up by the roadside. Hyubai pushed open the driver's door and stepped out, his face full of apology. "Sorry, I didn't expect traffic on the way from my home to school." Jiang Mian almost burst into laughter right there. Master, he was truly a godsend. Not only did he arrive in a luxury car, but his hair was meticulously styled, accentuating his chiseled features and handsome visage. Indeed, a man's looks are 80% dependent on his hairstyle. Seeing this, Wu Yuan and Lu Wen were instantly dumbfounded. They had indeed speculated that the boyfriend Jiang Mian mentioned was fake. Even if he were real, given her arrogant demeanor, she was clearly a gold digger. The man she found would surely be a pot-bellied, moderately successful middle-aged man. But they were utterly wrong. This guy was so young. And he could afford a luxury car. Having been out drinking and clubbing last night, they had only just woken up and left the dorm to grab a meal, their hair a mess and clothes haphazardly thrown on. Their haggard appearance compared to the meticulously groomed Hyubai made them feel even more inferior, like clowns. Jiang Mian's heart soared with joy, feeling the sweet satisfaction of slapping those conceited men in the face. At that moment, she didn't mind Hyubai's lateness, and even the anger from being harassed earlier dissipated like smoke. Master, he was so supportive as she had to make the most of this opportunity. She immediately called out affectionately, "Darling, you're finally here." Then happily running over, she threw her arms around Hyubai and whispered in his ear, "Senior, he helped me out. These two have been bothering me." Caught off guard by the embrace, Hyubai felt the soft, fragrant body in his arms, and his mind went blank with a loud thud. He had heard of love and romance, but when the warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, he couldn't help his ears turning red. Jiang Mian's mind was entirely occupied with how to teach those two conceited men a lesson, so she didn't notice Hyubai's innocent reaction. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Hyubai's wandering thoughts instantly cooled down. Men are possessive by nature. Even though his relationship with Jiang Wan was merely a monetary transaction of pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, upon hearing that someone had improper thoughts about what was his, Hyubai's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze at the two was icy. Something wrong. Just two simple words, yet they carried suppressed coldness and fury. Jiang Mian pressed against Hyubai's chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat steady and strong. Hearing such a tone from Hyubai, she had to admit shamelessly that he was incredibly cool. Damn it. He was so attractive again. Although Hyubai was well-mannered, that didn't mean he had no temper. His upbringing allowed him, even when angry, to inspire awe through mere coldness of expression and tone, making him intimidating. Despite being the same age, Wu Yuan and Lu Wen were clearly intimidated. Aura like that was undeniable. After seeing Jiang Wan into the passenger seat, Hyubai coldly warned the two, "Stay away from my girlfriend." Wu Yuan and Lu Wen could only nod, dumbly unsure why they were so easily cowed. But after Hyubai drove off in the Ferrari, they began to act tough again. So what if he drives a luxury car? What the fuck is there to show off? That bitch thinks she found a rich boyfriend. Oh, wait till he dumps her after playing around. I wouldn't touch such a cheap whore, even if she begged. Me neither. Look at how slutty she was throwing herself at him. It's fucking disgusting. If Jiang Mian were still here, she would have given them 4 words: impotent rage. In the car, recalling the submissive, cowering looks of those two conceited men, Jiang Mian's heart was brimming with joy. The smile on her face was impossible to hide, and it infected Hyubai, who was driving, laughing so happily. Of course, Jiang Wan looked at Hyubai with admiration. "My dear boyfriend, your performance just now was absolutely perfect." A single sentence made Hyubai's ears turn red again. Ahem. Boyfriend. Those 3 words seemed to have a bewitching power. Jiang Wan's beauty surpassed Hyubai's imagination. Though he never judged by appearance, the love of beauty was universal. Bringing such a beautiful girlfriend out would make any man feel proud, wouldn't it? But as soon as he remembered that they were merely pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, Hyubai's intoxicated mind quickly sobered. A trace of disappointment surged in his heart. Hearing Hyubai's cough, Jiang Mian thought she had scared him with her bluntness. She quickly explained, Sorry, I speak without thinking. Don't worry. I have no intention of flirting with you. I'm very professional. I'll fulfill my role as a fake girlfriend." Hyubai. The disappointment in his heart seemed to grow. Yet he couldn't help secretly thinking that being flirted with felt rather nice. He turned his head and saw Jiang Wan's phone on her lap, so he started a conversation. "You really like Sailor Moon." "What? Your phone case," Hyubai said, looking straight ahead and nodding toward it. "Sailor Moon from Sailor Moon. You like her?" Because Jiang Wan's WeChat avatar was also Sailor Moon, he had asked casually. Jiang Mian was shocked. Was Hyubai so secretly suave? He even knew the characters from Sailor Moon. Tisk, never judge a book by its cover. Jiang Mian had never watched the anime. She had only chosen Sailor Moon wallpapers, avatars, and phone cases to tackle this transformation mission, making it quick and easy to build her persona. Now that she was asked, she had to grit her teeth and reply. "Yeah, I really like watching Sailor Moon. Don't you think Sailor Moon is beautiful?" While waiting for the red light, Hyubai secretly glanced at Jiang Wan. She was looking down, fiddling with her phone. The warm yellow sunlight streamed in through the car window, enveloping her entirely. Her fair skin was impossibly soft, and her hair cascaded down like seaweed, breathtakingly beautiful. Yes, very beautiful. His words carried a double meaning. But Jiang Mian didn't catch it. The Ferrari drove quickly. When they arrived at the gathering spot, Hyubai intended to show gentlemanly manners by opening the door for Jiang Wan. But by the time he got out and went around, she had already pushed the door open and stepped out with her long, elegant legs. A slight disappointment touched his heart. But it didn't matter much. Before entering the restaurant, Hyubai suddenly said to Jiang Wan, "Don't you think we should practice first?" Jiang Mian was puzzled. Practice what? Practice? Hyubai's voice was low, the intimate gestures between lovers. "So how should I practice? I mean, can I put my arm around your waist?" Hyubai looked a bit nervous. As a man of excellent upbringing, he felt that saying such a thing might seem abrupt to her. "Of course I'm here to pretend to be your girlfriend," Jiang Mian blinked. "It would be weird if you didn't hold my waist when we go in. Lovers are naturally intimate." But Hyubai's behavior was like that of an innocent young man. Jiang Mian found it amusing. Seeing him cautious, wanting to reach out to hold her waist, but afraid of using the wrong force, he was caught in a dilemma. She simply grabbed Hyubai's arm and pressed it against her lower back. "Like this, understand? Be natural. Don't be so stiff as if I'm going to do something to you. Besides, she wasn't made of paper. Why be so cautious?" Hiyubai's face flushed slightly. I'm not that stiff. But his bulging muscles betrayed him, his posture was truly rigid. Jiang Mian was still wearing the wool coat, so even if he touched her his palm only felt the fuzzy texture, nothing of the softness of skin contact. Still saying you're not stiff? Look at your bulging muscles, you could probably kill me with one punch. Jiang Mian couldn't help poking his bicep firm and bulging. Indeed, rich people spent time improving themselves. Hiyubai's physique must be very good, right? She wondered if he had abs. Wait, what was she thinking? He was a man, why was she interested in his abs? Ridiculous. What a strange thought. Hiyubai was speechless. I have a good temper, I won't hit people. Especially not women. After a few practice runs, Hiyubai's posture finally relaxed. And Jiang Mian understood the saying, why do women love bad boys? If all men were such innocent boys needing a girl to guide every move, patience would have worn thin long ago. Men are natural hunters and dominators, but Hiyubai was clearly still a rookie. After seeing this young master's shy side, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Recalling the romance manga she had read where the heroine usually teased the hero like this, she deliberately faced Hiyubai. As he looked puzzled, she reached out and placed her hands on his shoulders as if actively hugging his neck. Then her red lips parted. At today's gathering, what kind of girlfriend do you want me to pretend to be? Lively and cute? Or like this? Jiang Mian gave him a wink. Seductive and charming. As soon as she finished, she saw Hiyubai's face visibly redden. Oh, mister. He was so easy to tease. After teasing him, Jiang Mian intended to quit while she was ahead. But the consequence of not taking responsibility was backlash. Just as she withdrew her hands and prepared to step back, the man suddenly reached out, grabbed her waist, and pulled her back toward him. Warm breath sprayed on her face, the aggressive masculine aura enveloping her. Seeing Hiyubai's restrained expression, Jiang Mian's mind went blank. No way. She hadn't actually aroused him, had she? Seeing Hiyubai's expression as if he wanted to devour her, Jiang Mian immediately begged for mercy. I'm sorry. Hiyubai, I was wrong. When she sensed trouble, she surrendered quickly. She felt she must have been too cocky. Now that she had become a girl, she dared to provoke a man and could easily be devoured without a trace. The Jiang Mian who had just teased him was like a cunning fox. Now her timid demeanor was like a scared rabbit. No wonder they say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Her mood changes faster than turning a page. Hiyubai felt he must be bewitched. How could a woman he just met ignite such fire in him? Strangely, from Jiang Mian he seemed to see a familiar shadow. Jiang Mian didn't dare move, waiting for Hiyubai's passion to subside. But the next moment he buried his head in her shoulder. Jiang Mian was confused. What was happening? At this moment, Hiyubai's nose was filled with Jiang Mian's unique scent, stirring several greedy thoughts in his heart. He wanted to hold her, wanted to kiss her, and wanted to hold her like this, never letting go. But she wasn't his real girlfriend, so he could only hold back with all his might. When Hiyubai looked up again, his voice was slightly hoarse. Don't imitate any persona. Just be yourself. Jiang Mian nodded repeatedly. Got it. Also, moi. No more teasing, or else. Hiyubai raised an eyebrow. He'll kiss you. I promise to keep my mouth shut. Jiang Mian immediately mimed zipping her lips. Seeing this, Hiyubai's mood inexplicably improved. Let's go. Well, head inside. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. A breeze had sprung up, and the cold wind made Jiang Mian tighten her white wool coat. Be careful not to catch a cold. Hiyubai started to take off his coat to put it on Jiang Mian, but she refused. It's fine. Let's just go inside quickly. The temperature difference between day and night was large, and he had indeed dressed lightly for style. Hiyubai moved his hand from her waist to grip her arm, trying to warm her by rubbing. Just bear with it a little longer. I'll be better once we're in the restaurant. The first 3 words had a suggestive tone, and Jiang Mian almost lost her composure. When they entered the magnificent restaurant, the warm air instantly dispelled the cold. The restaurant's design was personalized with no private rooms, only booth-style seating. As a mid to high-end establishment offering both Chinese and Western cuisine, it usually attracted many young customers. Yang He had chosen a seat with a wide view and soon spotted Hiyubai entering. Jiang Mian, being petite, was blocked by Hiyubai and went unnoticed. Hiyubai remembered Yang He, saying his seat was easily visible. As he turned, he saw Yang He waving at him from not far away. Then he held Jiang Mian and walked over. Hiyubai knew Yang He liked to make things lively, and he had guessed which friends would come. But he never expected Su Ranyue to be there. So when Hiyubai appeared with Jiang Mian in his arms, Yang He was stunned, and Su Ranyue's face turned pale instantly. The other friends Yang He had invited to support him were all wearing expressions of eager spectators. Yang He's expression froze. Old He, who is this? Hiyubai gave him a cold glance, and then announced, let me introduce everyone, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian also smiled and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Hiyubai's girlfriend. Nice to meet you all. Her demeanor was graceful and poised. Standing together, they truly looked like a perfect couple. Upon hearing their words, Su Ranyue's face turned even paler and uglier. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Was this girl feeling unwell? Why was her complexion so bad? Yang He initially suggested that Hyubai bring a girlfriend to the gathering merely as a jest. Based on his years of acquaintance with Hyubai, he knew that if his good friend had a love interest, he would never conceal it from them. Yet who could have anticipated that Hyubai not only had a girlfriend, but would actually bring her along? The others who had come to partake in the excitement were equally astounded. When they saw Su Ranyue appear summoned by Yang He under the pretext of a surprise, they inwardly understood his scheme. But now Hyubai had arrived, albeit with his girlfriend in tow. This caught everyone off guard. Yang He's dumbfounded expression and Su Ranyue's sour face made the scene all the more intriguing. Far from a surprise, it was a veritable ambush of romantic rivalry. Yang He had banked on Hyubai's character, knowing that even if this gathering risked his dignity, he would still show up. Thus he had chosen the seating arrangement perfectly, leaving only one empty seat, reserved for Hyubai. And that seat was strategically placed right beside Su Ranyue. Seeing this, Hyubai immediately furrowed his brow. The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Shun Hao, the eldest among them, quickly stepped in with a conciliatory smile. Let's have the server add another seat. Look at the mess Yang the dog made. Can't even count how many are coming. Yang He's face flushed with embarrassment. He had calculated everything perfectly, but plans changed unexpectedly, leading to this debacle. Now he had offended both parties. Since he had organized the gathering, he could only make the best of it. It was my oversight. I'll have the server add a seat right away. No need. Let's relocate. Hyubai's expression was icy. Jiang Mian, sitting close to him, could clearly sense the anger simmering within. Hyubai was indeed furious. Not at Yang He's deception, nor at Su Ranyue's sudden reappearance after her departure. Rather, he was angered by the placating gesture of adding a seat. Who would it be for? Him? Or Jiang Mian? It made Hyubai feel that the person he brought was not being respected. Everyone present knew that Hyubai was usually good-natured and rarely angered. But at this moment, those who noticed his expression understood this young master. He was truly enraged. Shen Hao once again mediated. Right, let's move. With so many of us, why cram into this small space? Don't be such a cheapskate, Yang the dog. Let's move. Yang He felt his head spinning. He was the ultimate scapegoat, pleasing neither side. He quickly called the server, explaining that their group was too large, and requested a bigger booth. The request was easily accommodated, and the server soon led them to a new booth. After all, the restaurant was upscale, catering mostly to the affluent, though it wasn't always fully booked. The entire group was well aware of the history between Hyubai and Su Ranyue. In short, he had once harbored feelings for her, confessing at the graduation party after the college entrance exams, but she had rejected him and gone abroad to study. The Su family was no less prestigious than the He family, all of them belonged to the same social circle. Back then, Su Ranyue's mother and Hyubai's mother were close friends, even discussing an arranged marriage for their children. Fate played its hand. They grew up knowing of their connection and were even classmates. Su Ranyue had always borne the title of Hyubai's fiancée, which she deeply resented, determined to sever that bond. Despite Hyubai's care for her, as instructed by his mother, she remained ungrateful. The teasing from classmates made her feel humiliated and ashamed. Moreover, Hyubai excelled both in family background and academics. This title not only burdened her with pressure, but also led to mockery, branding her as his liability. A girl's heart, sensitive and fragile, rejected his charity and resolved to prove herself. Thus, at the graduation party, she ruthlessly turned down his confession, packed her bags, and left to study abroad. But life overseas was far from simple. Driven by pent-up frustration, she became impatient and made more mistakes, turning her life into chaos. Even her friends said she was too hard on herself. Did others' opinions truly matter so much? Indeed, did they? In a foreign land, Su Ranyue would ask herself this every sleepless night, gazing at the moon as round as it was back home. As she stared, she couldn't help but think of Hyubai. Memories flashed like a lantern, show a youthful face, afternoons drenched in sweat, a silhouette stretched by the setting sun. It dawned on her that she had fallen for him long ago, far earlier than she realized. The title wasn't laughable, it was her pride that hindered her. She couldn't lower her head, refused to admit it. Her drive to excel was merely an effort to become worthy of him. Now awakened, she rushed back home, hoping to reclaim the love she had discarded. But fate loved to toy with people. The young man who once had eyes only for her now held another's hand. When Su Ranyue approached Yang, he thought a reunion would be a perfect ending and schemed to orchestrate this. On one side was his good buddy, on the other a close female friend. Since their love had once been so intense, rekindling it seemed possible. With their families being old friends, it would be a match made in heaven. But cleverness backfired. He had shot himself in the foot. The seat originally arranged for Hyubai was next to Su Ranyue. A few drinks, nostalgic chatter, and the right atmosphere might have reignited their romance. Yet an unexpected obstacle emerged. Now, after receding, the arrangement was disrupted. Jiang Mian sat beside Hyubai, while across from them were Yang He and Su Ranyue. What infuriated Su Ranyue most was that from the moment Hyubai entered, aside from a flicker of surprise at seeing her, he hadn't even glanced her way. Hyubai then softly asked Jiang Mian, "Are you hungry? Shall we order now?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Mian nodded eagerly. She dared not speak rashly, but her stomach was truly growling. Moreover, she found the woman across from her quite intimidating. Could it be that their lateness had made everyone wait so long they were starving? The glare from those eyes, good heavens. She couldn't handle it. So hungry. She just wanted to eat quickly. But under that piercing stare, she was terrified. Jiang Mian discreetly tugged at Hyubai's sleeve and whispered, "Can we order extra dishes?" Hyubai chuckled softly, that hungry. The gloom in his heart instantly dissipated. He thought fortunately Jiang Wan knew nothing of these old tales. Jiang Mian. Huh, what's so funny? She was only worried that if they ordered too little she might end up fighting that woman over food. During the meal Jiang Mian felt somewhat hot. The temperature inside the room was too high and the wool coat she was wearing made her perspire. Seeing her put down her chopsticks, Hyubai asked, "What's wrong?" "It's so hot." As she spoke she took off her wool coat, revealing her fair jade-like arms. The hair at the nape of her neck was damp with sweat. Jiang Mian picked up a tissue to wipe herself. Because the black dress had a round neckline, the curves of her chest were faintly visible with her movements. Hyubai felt a twinge of displeasure. He picked up his own thin jacket and offered it to her. "We're mine. Be careful not to catch a cold." "No need. I'm going to the restroom." Hyubai instinctively asked, "Want me to come with you?" Jiang Mian smiled. "Darling, that's the ladies' room. How would you get in? You might get yelled at as a pervert." Hyubai relented. With an apologetic nod to the others, Jiang Mian rose and left. Su Ranyue watched, seething with jealousy at their flirtatious exchange. As Jiang Mian departed, many eyes followed her. Only when that enchanting figure in black and white disappeared around the corner did everyone look away. Hyubai asked, "Is she beautiful?" Among the group, Lin Zhou, somewhat mesmerized, replied, "Blankly beautiful." Then he felt a chill. Looking up, he saw Hyubai staring at him with a gaze that was both icy and intimidating. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife. "No. I mean, your girlfriend is very pretty." "Thank you." Lin Zhou was deeply embarrassed. Since he said thank you, why did he keep glaring at him? Hyubai regretted coming today, knowing it would be like this. If he had known, he would have taken Jiang Wan somewhere else to have fun. He pondered whether to go to the cinema or the amusement park for the Ferris wheel. If they passed a flower shop, he would gladly buy Jiang Wan a bouquet of roses. "Old He, where did you find your girlfriend?" Shen Hao couldn't help asking. Her looks and figure were simply exquisite. "At the art academy," Hyubai said, picking up his glass of water. "What, none of you have girlfriends? Are all the girls at the art academy that beautiful?" Shen Hao, slightly tipsy, said with embarrassment, "I'd like to find one, but if you could ask your girlfriend to introduce someone, that would be great." "Is that so?" Hyubai looked at Yang He. "Wasn't today's gathering supposed to be about bringing your girlfriends? How come I'm the only one who did, and you're all still single?" Yang He, suddenly singled out, could only smile awkwardly. "Come on, it's been ages since we all met. Let's drink, let's drink." "We just met a few days ago." Hyubai refused, not touching his glass. "Sorry, I have to drive later. You can get a designated driver. I'm not comfortable leaving a strange man alone in the car with my girlfriend while I'm drunk." This refusal was utterly decisive. Everyone present knew that Yang He had thoroughly offended him today. A perfectly good gathering had turned sour, and everyone had lost their enthusiasm. Even Shen Hao felt Yang He had acted improperly. Even if he wanted to rekindle things between Hyubai and Su Ranyue, he should have first found out if Hyubai was seeing someone. And as for Su Ranyue, she had left without a backward glance, and now she suddenly wanted to come back. Did she really think Old He was a worthless cabbage no one wanted? She had looked down on him before, and now she had no chance to pursue him. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Su Ranyue couldn't stand it anymore. Her former friends now looked at her with reproach because of a woman who had suddenly appeared. "Sorry, I'm going to the restroom too." Su Ranyue muttered and hurriedly left the table. She was determined to see for herself what kind of vixen this woman was. The ladies' room was usually where girls touched up their makeup and tidied their appearance. But Jiang Mian genuinely needed to relieve herself. The drinks at this upscale restaurant were so delicious that she had gotten carried away. After relieving herself comfortably, she went to wash her hands. Her reflection in the mirror was as beautiful as ever, except that her lipstick was a bit smeared from eating. As she was touching up her lipstick, another person entered. It was the woman who had been glaring at her from across the table. From her observations, Jiang Mian felt this woman seemed to harbor a lot of hostility toward her. Was it jealousy of her beauty? Oh well, just kidding. Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of girls crying, but she dreaded them making a scene. Seeing the other woman approach, she quickly put away her lipstick, gave a slight nod as a greeting, and prepared to leave. But as they passed each other, Su Ranyue sneered, "Flirtatious." In the echoey restroom, the words were neither too loud nor too soft, but clear enough for Jiang Mian to hear. Flirtatious. Was she talking about her? She hadn't flirted with her boyfriend. How was she being flirtatious? Jiang Mian thought the woman must be crazy and decided to ignore her. She continued toward the door, but Su Ranyue spoke again. "Hyubai did this on purpose, didn't he? He found a woman to put on a show of affection right in front of me." Jiang Mian was certain she was definitely crazy. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Let me tell you the truth, Hyubai used to love me," Su Ranyue sneered. "Our families are old friends. My mother and aunt he arranged a child betrothal for us long ago. You're nothing but a third party who has come between us. An unloved third party. Jiang Mian was stunned. She had come here for a part-time gig to earn some money, and she ended up hearing such a huge piece of gossip about Hyubai. It was a shame the timing was off, though otherwise she would have loved to pry for more details from this woman. But in her current role as Hyubai's girlfriend, the other woman clearly saw her as a rival. What a mess. That Hyubai was a real heartbreaker. She thought back to the manga and novels she had read. How did the strong female leads usually deal with villainous supporting characters like this? Oh, that's right. Jiang Mian flipped her hair and raised an eyebrow. So what? Su Ranyue frowned. So what if he used to like you? So what if you had a child betrothal? If what you say is true, then why am I the one by his side now? Su Ranyue gritted her teeth. You're just my substitute. So what if Hyubai didn't love her anymore? As long as she drove away this brainless bimbo, she could win him back. Su Ranyue refused to believe that the affection Hyubai once showed her was all an act, or that he felt no nostalgia for their past. Jiang Mian was amused. She had barely said a few words, and this woman was already crumbling as if Jiang Mian were the villain bullying her. Sister, you've got it all wrong, Jiang Mian said with a radiant smile. The one who isn't loved is you. From start to finish, Hyubai's eyes were only on me. He never once glanced your way. Su Ranyue was trembling with rage. She had managed to deceive herself until now, but this woman had just ripped away that last shred of illusion. It was true, Hyubai didn't love her anymore. His gaze would never follow her again. Before leaving, Jiang Mian turned back. Oh, and don't take me for a naive fool. Spare me the cliché drama. Trying to sabotage someone's relationship with tricks will only bring you bad karma. Take care of yourself, sister. With that, she strode off triumphantly, as if she had just won a great victory. For money, she solved problems. She hoped he would double her bonus this time. Hee. Jiang Mian thought the other party would know when to stop, but she never expected Su Ranyue to chase after her again. Stop right there. What else? As she turned around, Su Ranyue, who had pursued her, reached out to slap her across the face. This was going too far. Jiang Mian's eyes turned cold. She was easygoing, but that didn't mean she had no temper. This woman kept coming after her time and again. Even Uncle could endure it, but Aunt could not. If she still harbored feelings for Hyubai, she should go tell him instead of hiding like a coward and taking it out on her. This woman really thought she could treat her like a pushover. Don't forget, even a cornered rabbit will bite. She was about to grab the hand swinging toward her, but someone was faster. What do you think you're doing? That voice was so familiar. Jiang Mian turned her head, and her eyes widened instantly. Wasn't that the campus beauty Lu Yitong? What was she doing here? But the other woman was now glaring at Su Ranyue. There are surveillance cameras here. Assault with intent to injure. I can call the police right now. Let go. Su Ranyue's face was extremely ugly. She had only wanted to teach this wretched woman a lesson. But the words, assault with intent to injure, brought her a shred of reason. Then you'd better behave. If you dare lay a hand again, I'll find the manager of this restaurant and hand over the surveillance footage to the police. After saying that, Lu Yitong shook off her hand. Then, not worried about angering Su Ranyue, she deliberately pulled out a tissue to wipe her right hand in front of her, as if she had touched something dirty. The humiliation of this scene infuriated Su Ranyue even more. But no matter how angry she was, she couldn't act out anymore. She had lost her head, just now behaving like a shrew, which was a disgrace to her upbringing. Lu Yitong turned to check on Jiang Mian. Jiang, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Jiang Mian smiled at her. Thank you for your help, Lu. In truth, if the other hadn't reminded her about the cameras, she would have grabbed Su Ranyue's hand and slapped her several times. That was close. She almost ended up meeting the police herself. Lu Yitong's heart was pounding. Jiang Mian looked so beautiful today, especially when she smiled. Oh, she was dying. Suppressing the urge to have a nosebleed, Lu Yitong asked, our department's student council is having a dinner here. What about you, Jiang? Jiang Mian glanced at Su Ranyue, who was being ignored by the two of them, and smirked. My boyfriend brought me here for a gathering. Huh? Yeah. Lu Yitong's eyes widened in shock. You have a boyfriend? Jiang Mian smiled and nodded. It was just fake, though. Lu Yitong could clearly feel her heart shattering. But that was fine. She had to see for herself what kind of person he was. What if he was a scumbag? She couldn't let Jiang Mian be deceived. The two walked away arm in arm, leaving Su Ranyue standing there alone, fuming and healing her wounded pride. Hyubai had been keeping an eye on the time. Almost half an hour had passed, and Jiang Wan still hadn't returned. And Su Ranyue hadn't come back either. He had a bad feeling. Although he could roughly guess the purpose of Su Ranyue's appearance today, she wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for Jiang Wan, would she? But the longer he sat in his seat, the more uneasy he grew. He was about to get up and go to the restroom. He looked up and saw Jiang Wan returning arm in arm with someone who seemed to be the campus belle. Lu something. What Hyubai could see, the others could too. Shunhao even rubbed his eyes. Am I drunk? I'm actually seeing such a pleasing sight. Two beautiful women arm in arm were walking toward their booth. Lu Yitong quietly asked Jiang Mian, which one is your boyfriend? This whole group of men was too dangerous for Jiang Mian to be left alone here. Seeing Hyubai stand up, Jiang Mian smiled and walked over to him, introducing him to Lu Yitong. Lu, this is my boyfriend He Yubai. Yubai, this is my friend Lu Yitong. He Yubai nodded politely and extended his hand. Hello. But Lu Yitong didn't move. Instead, she looked him up and down before shaking her head with a click of her tongue. Your girlfriend was being bullied over there, and here you are enjoying your food and drink. How comfortable. Then she advised Jiang Mian. Jiang, a man like this is unreliable. You should break up with him. Jiang Mian was speechless. They were only pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. There was no breakup to speak of. Once they stepped out of this restaurant, they would go their separate ways. He Yubai frowned at this, but instead of arguing with Lu Yitong, he turned to Jiang Mian. Who bullied you? His gaze was incredibly serious. Damn, this He Yubai was so handsome again. But Jiang Mian wasn't one to be taken advantage of. She wouldn't swallow her grievances like the saintly heroines in cheesy melodramas. Seeing Su Ranyue return behind them, she pointed at the woman and said, that lady said the one you love is her, and the one you're engaged to is her. I'm just a third party intruding on your relationship. Her substitute. Jiang Mian had a smile on her face, but inside she was cursing. How did this happen? She was a man, yet she was being mocked as a vixen and a homewrecker. Before He Yubai could speak, Lu Yitong exploded. Jiang, if a man can't even handle his own relationship issues and is still tangled with his ex, why keep him around for the new year? She was about to pull Jiang Mian away, but He Yubai didn't let go. Don't leave. Jiang Mian was caught between them, utterly confused. She was the one being insulted and provoked, yet He Yubai looked so hurt. Lu Yitong leaned in and whispered in Jiang Mian's ear, Jiang, don't be soft-hearted. Feeling sorry for a man will only bring you misfortune for life. In truth, Jiang Mian was also angry inside. She should never have agreed to get involved in this mess. Now she was being called a vixen and a third party. But she couldn't be soft-hearted either. It was just that He Yubai's grip was so strong like iron chains, and she couldn't pull her hand free. The more she struggled, the tighter he held. It hurts. Jiang Mian wanted to strangle herself. Why did her voice have to come out so whiny and coquettish? Hey, yeah. It was all because of the transformation. When Jiang Mian cried out in pain, Lu Yitong's heart ached too. Let go. Didn't you hear her say it hurts? He Yubai had indeed heard, and he quickly loosened his grip. Sorry, let me rub it for you. And he did exactly that. He Yubai lowered his eyes, his expression serious, as he gently massaged Jiang Mian's reddened wrist. So this was how soft a girl's skin could be. He couldn't help but think. But to Lu Yitong, this scene took on a completely different meaning. That wasn't just rubbing her hand. It was clearly an excuse to cop a feel. He looked like a gentleman, but his mind was full of tricks. In Lu Yitong's eyes, He Yubai was nothing but a filthy pig ready to ruin her precious cabbage. He Yubai was unaware of Lu Yitong's thoughts, and even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. If he could truly win over a gem like Jiang Mian, he wouldn't mind being called a stinking pig. Noticing a gaze upon him, Jiang Mian looked up and met He Yubai's eyes directly. A hint of pleading colored his expression. Please don't leave, okay? Good heavens. It was he, the young master, emitting rays of pitifulness. This was the first time she had witnessed such a sight since knowing him. Jiang Mian's heart was never truly hard, treating everyone the same. Yet she wasn't fooled by He Yubai's pitiful facade. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Su Ranyue. The implication was clear: she could stay, but that trouble over there needed to be addressed. He Yubai understood instantly, and couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her forehead. I'm sorry, I'll handle it. Jiang Mian was bewildered. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. First the hands, now the lips. What's next? No way. Jiang Mian quickly purged the indecent thoughts that had suddenly invaded her mind. Good thing she slammed on the brakes in time, or she might have raced down the highway of no return. Lu Yitong watched, utterly stunned. This stinking pig. Not only had he defiled her precious cabbage, but had also dared to kiss it. She was itching to grab a butcher's knife and slaughter this wretched pig. Even He Yubai, after the kiss, abruptly realized how presumptuous his action had been. But what was done was done. Explaining now would only seem forced. So he decided to let it slide. Turning to Su Ranyue, his face cold and tone icy, he said, I admit that due to our family's relationship, I confused admiration during my youth, but it wasn't much. And at the graduation party, didn't you already reject my confession? So He Yubai enunciated each word. Su Ranyue, what was between us ended when you went abroad. He looked at everyone present and spoke earnestly. Let me reiterate, my girlfriend is not a substitute for anyone. Impossible. Su Ranyue's eyes were filled with disbelief. If you didn't like me, why did you take care of me in school, eh? He Yubai replied flatly. That was because Aunt Su told me you had poor grades and a strong sense of pride, asking me to help you academically. Jiang Mian swore she couldn't help it. Today's good karma was lost to laughter. He, the young master, with such a straightforward, manly remark, are you courting death? Just look at Su Ranyue's expression of existential doubt. Killing the spirit and breaking the heart. Nothing less. It's getting late, we're heading back. With that, He Yubai grabbed Jiang Mian's coat from her seat, took her hand, and led her away under everyone's gaze. The sheer volume of information from that scene had left Lu Yitong slow to react. By the time she looked again, they were long gone. How infuriating. That stinking pig had not only defiled her precious cabbage, but also spirited it away. To make matters worse, she had forgotten to add Jiang on WeChat again. On the way back, the car's heater made Jiang Mian drowsy. Just as she was about to doze off against the seat, Hyubai suddenly spoke. I'm sorry about today. I didn't expect Su Ranyue to come. The prospect of gossip instantly jolted Jiang Mian awake. Since you say you didn't like her that much, why did you confess back then? That question. Hyubai thought for a moment. It was probably an illusion born from following Aunt Zu's instructions to take care of her. An illusion, Yes, the illusion that I had fallen for her, Hyubai said. Plus, with the arranged marriage, many classmates knew. At the graduation party, everyone was drunk and egged me on to confess. Back then I genuinely believed that feeling was love. Then Su Ranyue rejected me, and after she went abroad I thought I was heartbroken. I wallowed for a while, but later I slowly realized it was all a fantasy I had created. Jiang Mian wished she had chips, cola, and sunflower seeds to snack on while chatting. So now you figured out your feelings for Su Ranyue. There was never anything between us. It was youthful ignorance. Looking back, my care for her was no different from how I'd treat a younger sister. Tisk, what a classic player line. Can't have her, so she's just a sister. The next second, Hyubai pulled the car over. Turning to her with a roguish grin, he asked, So are you jealous? What? Why would she be jealous? She was just stating the facts. Before getting to know Hyubai deeply, she thought he was truly aloof. But after just half a day with him, she had witnessed multiple facets of the young master's childishness. And wasn't he supposed to be a future CEO, inheriting the family business? Why was he suddenly speaking so greasily? She wanted to get out of the car right now. Jiang Mian raised 3 fingers. I swear, I'm not jealous at all. Why would I be? She wasn't worthy. Please keep your rich folks' love entanglements away from her. She just wanted to earn some part-time money. Why? Hyubai's face instantly fell into a look of deep hurt. Arg, that was too unfair. Jiang Mian was helpless against such adorable contrasts, but Hyubai kept doing it. Her poor little heart. She couldn't take it anymore. Ignoring Hyubai's expression, Jiang Mian coughed and said sternly, Because we're just pretending to be a couple. Our identities don't match, and I have no grounds to be jealous. Understand? The atmosphere in the car felt strange, so she used this lively tone to ease the tension. Got it. I'll take you back first. Something in her words must have struck a nerve, because in an instant Hyubai's expression turned cold again. When they reached the art academy, Jiang Mian got out, and Hyubai rolled down the window to ask, Jiang Wan, what are your requirements for a boyfriend? That was a completely moot question. Saying she had none would be too fake. Besides, some people claim to have no requirements while secretly having a long list. But seeing Hyubai's serious expression, Jiang Mian felt she had to respond. Tall and handsome. I fit that. Rich and polite. I fit that too. Can cook and do housework. I can learn. Jiang Mian was bewildered. So you, the young master, were just messing with her? Hyubai asked. Anything else? Jiang Mian huffed. No. That's all I can think of for now. Her requirements weren't high, which meant he still had a chance. For some reason his spirits lifted again. But he also feared someone might beat him to it. Perhaps he should sign up for a cooking class. The wind outside was strong, and worried Jiang Wan might catch a chill. Despite his reluctance, he had to say goodbye. I'm off. Go back to your dorm. Bye. Bye. Watching him drive away, Jiang Mian nearly jumped for joy. Hooray. Today's mission was finally accomplished. But this wind was freezing. She had better change back quickly and head to the dorm. Her phone vibrated with a message. She opened it to find 3 WeChat texts from Hyubai. I want to apologize again for today. Compensation transfer, 10000 yuan. Good night. Darn it. Head charmed her again. Though she wanted to refuse, Jiang Mian shamelessly clicked accept. Once more she succumbed to the allure of the young master's superpower. Money. President, how was the date? Did you have a good time? As soon as Hyubai returned to the dormitory, Feng Jun immediately sidled up to him. Not bad, quite enjoyable. He had initially planned to reply with it was okay, but upon seeing the resentful look in the other's eyes, he changed his words on the spot. He had originally intended to take Jiang Wan for a stroll elsewhere after the gathering ended. However, after that unpleasant incident, all he wanted was to quickly escort her away. Once they left, he directly sent her back home. All his carefully laid plans were completely disrupted, leaving Hyubai feeling rather disgruntled, so he sought a way to vent his frustration. It just so happened that Feng Jun came barging in. Of course you had a blast cruising around in a luxury car with a beautiful woman by your side, Feng Jun lamented bitterly. Poor me, the girl I invited to rank up together totally stood me up. Seeing the melancholy etched on Feng Jun's face, Hyubai sensed something unusual from his expression. Why did she stand you up? She said her boyfriend was visiting her from another city today, so she didn't have time to play games with me. Feng Jun's face crumpled in despair. How could she be so heartless? She clearly had a boyfriend, yet she strung me along for so long. Chun Yu, shifting his gaze from the online lecture on his computer, remarked to Feng Jun in a languid tone, Is there a possibility that she never intended to hide it from you in the first place? The one who was truly deluded was obviously you, the pathetic simp. Chun Yu's devastating remark was the final straw that broke Feng Jun's spirit. Oh heavens! Feng Jun wailed, looking up to the sky. How can you be so cruel, tormenting an innocent young man like me? Knock knock. Innocent young man, may we conduct the dormitory inspection now? The dormitory supervisor standing at the door wore a look of utter exasperation. Please come in. Seeing an outsider present, Feng Jun instantly snapped back to normal. It's a 4-person dorm, right? The person pointed at Jiang Mian's bed. Where is this one? He went to buy a late-night snack. Feng Jun hastily made an excuse. The other frowned. Then have you all fill out the registration form. When he gets back, tell him to come to dorm 208 on the 2nd floor to see me and get the absent from inspection record cleared. Feng Jun gave an okay gesture. After the dormitory supervisor left, He Yubai asked, Jiang Mian still isn't back? Nope. But you two really are in sync. Either both of you are here in the dorm, or neither of you are. Feng Jun pulled out his phone, ready to find a new girl to rank up with, and said with a casual smile, if Little Lamb were a girl, I'd suspect you two were sneaking off on secret dates behind our backs. But though the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. He Yubai was also filled with suspicion. One was Jiang Mian, the other was Jiang Wan. Although they shared the same surname as cousins. Yet his time with Jiang Wan today kept giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That feeling was as if he were with my minions. In back. He Yubai, still deep in thought, was abruptly jolted by the voice. Yes, that feeling was exactly like being with Jiang Mian. Feng Jun clicked his tongue. See, I told you so. Told me what? Jiang Mian asked curiously. I said you and President here either both in the dorm or both out. Little Lamb, you have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, Feng Jun said, rolling a notebook into a microphone and thrusting it toward Jiang Mian. Spill it. Are you and President he sneaking off on secret dates behind Chinyu and me? Date your big head. Jiang Mian felt a pang of embarrassment, as if his secret had been exposed. He snatched the notebook from Feng Jun and whacked him on the head with it. Ouched. It didn't really hurt, but Feng Jun still feigned injury. Why so fierce? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head and you're just throwing a tantrum? Jiang Mian snorted. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fortunately, Feng Jun's attention was entirely focused on scouting pretty girls, so he didn't put his sharp mind to proper use. Otherwise, the secret of Jiang Mian's transformation would most likely have been discovered by him first. Chinyu, who was nearby, reminded him at the right moment, Jiang Mian, did you see the message I sent you? Yeah, I saw it, Jiang Mian thanked him. Luckily, I ran into the dormitory supervisor on my way back, and my name's already been cleared. To secure his scholarship, Chinyu couldn't afford any issues with the dormitory evaluation. Good to hear. Satisfied with the answer, Chinyu put his earphones back on and continued watching the online lecture. Feng Jun scrolled through gaming forums, but couldn't find any girls to rank up with. Boredom soon got the better of him. Little Lamb, what did you do today? Huh. President, he went out to date your cousin. What about you? Were you on a date too? Our club had a dinner gathering. A dinner gathering? Feng Jun eyed him suspiciously. Then why are your lips so red? Like you're wearing lipstick? Did you kiss someone? You're the one who kissed someone. Jiang Mian's voice suddenly shot up. The moment he heard the word kiss, the image of He Yubai pressing a kiss to his forehead instantly flashed before his eyes. Oh, forget it, just forget it. Feng Jun, on the other hand, wore a mournful expression. I wish I could kiss a pretty girl, but no one's willing. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. It's a good thing we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, a pervert like you would already be locked up for harassment and disturbing public order. Noticing He Yubai's gaze fixed on his lips, as well, Jiang Mian nonchalantly grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth. It's not lipstick, and I didn't kiss anyone. We had hot pot at the gathering. The spicy broth was so intense that my lips got all red from it. Damn it. If only he had wiped off the lipstick after transforming. What a shame. Feng Jun shook his head regretfully. I can't pry into President He's romantic encounters. I was hoping to pick up some tips from you, but it turns out you've got nothing either. Jiang Mian was so exasperated he wanted to kick him out of the dorm. Go to hell. Jiang Mian. Huh. It was He Yubai calling him. Does your cousin have any requirements for a boyfriend? The moment he heard that question, Jiang Mian became instantly alert. What does He Yubai mean by that? Judging by the look in his eyes, was he suspicious? Trying to fish for information? I don't know. My cousin. She seems to prioritize her career over relationships. Jiang Mian played dumb. Is that so? He Yubai mused. I asked her too, but she said she doesn't care about external conditions. Only about the feeling. Doesn't care about external conditions. That's perfect. Feng Jun immediately volunteered himself. Little Lamb, President, he and your cousin are ancient history now. So take a look at me. Ugly rejected. Jiang Mian didn't even spare him a glance. Where am I ugly? Feng Jun retorted. When I carry those girls through ranked games, they all say Brother Feng is so handsome. Sometimes a well-intentioned lie can make you lose your way, Jiang Mian said, patting his shoulder. But you still need some self-awareness. He Yubai frowned. Who said we're ancient history? Feng Jun. Then what's your intention, sir? I'm trying to pursue her. Jiang Mian, well, this is. There's really no need for that. Sometimes being able to transform is just so helpless. Jiang Mian swore once more that he would never transform again. He had not experienced the sweet romance of a girl. Instead, the constant dread of being exposed in embarrassing situations haunted his mind. Even when he logged into Jiang Wan's WeChat account, he could still see the occasional messages He Yubai sent. If that gathering made you unhappy, could I invite you to dinner again? Good morning. Are you there? Classmate Jiang. If I'm bothering you, I apologize. Who would have thought that the aloof He Yubai, when pursuing someone, would be so childish and talkative? But Jiang Mian did not feel the thrill of glimpsing He Yubai's unknown side. On the contrary, he was even more afraid of exposing his true identity. He Yubai had sent messages to Jiang Wan for several days, but received no reply, as if they had vanished into thin air. Could it be that Su Ranyu's harsh words in the restroom that day had been too harsh? Had Jiang Wan not shown it outwardly, but was actually deeply hurt? He wanted to make amends, but Jiang Wan wouldn't even reply, leaving him powerless. Moreover, Jiang Mian had been acting strangely these past few days, as if deliberately avoiding him. He wanted to contact the guy to reach Jiang Wan, but neither of them could be found. The art academy was vast, so finding them was no easy task. If only he could have some of Yang He's romantic experience, he wouldn't be so troubled trying to guess a girl's mind. Yang He. The mere thought of that guy made He Yubai rub his temples. Since this whole mess started because of him, he should pay a small price. He then called Yang He's father. Uncle Yang is Yang He's good brother. I feel I must tell you something. Yang He hasn't been studying hard abroad. I heard he rented an apartment and has been bringing different women back for fun. After hanging up, He Yubai checked Yang He's moments. The guy had just been boasting about his dad buying him a new car, but now he posted, "Damn. Some bastard told my dad about me renting an apartment and chasing girls abroad. Now my credit card is suspended and I've been kicked out. Anyone willing to take me in?" This result was within He Yubai's expectations. Stab your brother in the back for a woman. After doing this, He Yubai inexplicably looked forward to meeting Jiang Wan again just to tell her about it. Yang He had shot himself in the foot. Would Jiang Wan feel better, less angry if she knew? The phone on the table suddenly rang. He thought it was Jiang Wan replying and quickly grabbed it. But the more excited he was, the more disappointed he felt when he saw the message. It was from a freshman in the organization department, Wu Feng. "Senior, are you free the day after tomorrow?" Since it wasn't the person he liked, He Yubai replied indifferently, "What's up?" "Wu Feng, it's like this. To promote friendly exchanges with other colleges in our university town, the school leaders want the student council to organize a basketball game with the sports academy. We're looking for participants." He Yubai refused bluntly, "I'm busy." "Don't be like that, senior. You haven't even heard me out. We can negotiate." He Yubai really was busy. He thought Jiang Wan might be ignoring him because she saw him as a man of empty words. To sincerely apologize, he had to face her in person. So he decided to go to the art academy these days to find her. He asked Wu Feng, "Do you know anyone at the art academy?" No. Then there's nothing to discuss." Wu Feng wanted to kneel. Could this senior's train of thought be any more erratic? He couldn't keep up. He was just a messenger, and this was way too hard. He didn't understand. Wasn't it just organizing a basketball game? Couldn't they just pick players from the academy's basketball team? But the department heads rejected it outright, only saying, "The essence of this game isn't just playing basketball." Indeed, it wasn't just basketball. If it were only to appease the school leaders, the student council could just go through the motions. But this time the leaders demanded they do their best, as the event would be filmed for promotional videos. That changed things. Do their best meant no carelessness. Filmed meant a grand spectacle which required atmosphere and energy on the court. Who creates the atmosphere? The more girls, the better. So they chose the neighboring art academy, which was sure to have plenty of girls. How to attract them? By selecting the right participants. The student council's criterion for this basketball game was simple: handsome guys. Finding handsome guys wasn't hard, but finding handsome guys who could actually play basketball was. After reviewing a list of candidates, they found He Yubai fit the bill: good family, good looks, good skills. He was the one. But how to persuade this young master? The student council president assigned the task to the organization department head, who passed it to a member, Wu Feng. Poor Wu Feng had no idea of the scheming behind this game. Suddenly burdened with such a heavy responsibility, he had to steel himself. When He Yubai refused without even a chance to negotiate, Wu Feng panicked. This was his first task. If he failed, he might not even become a deputy department head, let alone compete for the top position. Hearing the words Art Academy, Wu Feng had a sudden inspiration. "Senior, would you reconsider? The basketball court will be set up at the Art Academy." Art Academy. Seeing those words, He Yubai quickly thought it over. If the game was at the Art Academy, wouldn't that attract Jiang Wan too? Given her personality, she'd probably be interested in such things. If he could lure her out, he would see her and apologize. Then everything might fall into place, and he wouldn't have to search like a headless fly. The idea was settled. He Yubai immediately replied, "Okay, I'm in." So readily. Wu Feng's eyes widened in shock when he saw the agreement. He had thought He Yubai was ignoring him after reading the message and was about to plead further. He never expected such a quick agreement. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. He finally believed in those motivational quotes when faced with difficulties persist a little longer. Little did he know that the aloof senior he had a crush on someone at the art academy. Even heroes have a weakness for beauties. Wu Feng, having obtained He Yubai's consent, expressed his gratitude repeatedly before heading off to report the good news to his department head. After all, the student council had unanimously deemed He Yubai a tough nut to crack. Thus Wu Feng had only been tasked with doing his best, not necessarily succeeding. With the deadline for the roster looming, organization minister Zhao Xingyan found himself increasingly vexed. He suddenly realized that delegating this task to a subordinate had been a foolish decision. It seemed he ought to start considering alternative candidates. Just as Zhao Xingyan was pondering whom else to approach, Wu Feng sent him a message. He Yubai had agreed to participate in the basketball game. Who? He Yubai. This time it was Zhao Xingyan's turn to be dumbfounded. That young master, he had actually agreed. What was going on? Pressed by Zhao Xingyan for an explanation, Wu Feng had no idea how to articulate it, and simply forwarded the chat log. After reading it, Zhao Xingyan reached a conclusion not unlike Wu Feng's. Indeed, no matter how aloof a handsome man might be, he would still bow his head for the girl he liked. He Yubai's agreement to join the basketball game put the student council at ease. At least for now, it seemed they could deliver a satisfactory response to the school administration's assigned task. But as for the quality of that response, it would depend on the game's outcome. Friendship first, competition second was nothing but hollow pleasantries. Who would willingly settle for second place when they could be first? How would the business school save face otherwise? Once the person capable of energizing the crowd was secured, they had to think about other skilled candidates. Of course, appearance still couldn't be too lacking. But such matters were no longer He Yubai's concern. At that moment, after agreeing with Wu Feng, he turned around and sent a message to Jiang Mian. The day after tomorrow, the basketball game between our college and the sports college will be held at your art college. I will also be participating. Will you come to watch? After sending the message, He Yubai waited and waited. He counted the seconds, finding time passing excruciatingly slowly, yet Jiang Mian still hadn't replied. He even wondered if time was moving too slowly for her to have seen it. Time, oh right. If ID known ID be resented, I shouldn't have been created in the first place. But fortunately, He Yubai was already getting used to it. This agonizing and disheartening wait for a reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, was out shopping with campus beauty Lu Yitang. Jiang Mian's heart was practically in shambles. Rewind 2 days. There was no denying that this girl was truly impressive. Though she was the belle of the business school, she had infiltrated the confession wall of the neighboring art college and posted a missing person notice. And because of her reputation as a campus beauty, she had even garnered promises of help from suitors at the art college. Jiang Mian had only discovered this while browsing the college forum. The post's title was blunt and straightforward, announcing that campus beauty Lu Yitang was looking for someone at the neighboring art college, and that someone was a girl. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. Could she be looking for him? When he clicked on the post, he nearly blacked out. Indeed, she was looking for him. Lu Yitang's missing person notice on the confession wall was equally direct. I request the almighty confession wall to help me find someone. She's a girl surnamed Jiang, about 168 centimeters tall, with a great figure, and very beautiful. Remember, very beautiful. If you have any leads, you can message the confession wall for my WeChat ID. The comments below were a string of suitors. Whoa. The neighboring campus beauty appears on our confession wall for real. I know the operator behind the confession wall well. I'm going to ask for the WeChat ID right now. Can't catch our own goddess, but the neighboring one is practically handing out opportunities. Why not take it? I'm from the student council. Finding someone is a piece of cake. Wait for me, campus beauty Lu. So the campus beauty also likes pretty girls, and I like pretty girls too. That means I like both the campus beauty and the pretty girl she likes. Did the person above watch too many movies? How can you still be daydreaming in broad daylight? Jiang Mian had initially planned to pretend he hadn't seen it. But 2 days later, he received another message from He Yubai on the Jiang Mian account. A basketball game. The venue. At the art college. And asking if he would go. Good heavens. These two were coming at the same time. And as if that weren't bad enough, he learned from Feng Jun that Lu Yitang, his goddess, would be watching the basketball game at the art college that day. Jiang Mian had an absurd thought. He felt that both of them had ulterior motives. He Yubai joined the basketball game to see Jiang Mian, while Lu Yitang came to watch to see Jiang Mian too. He was about to faint. He had wanted to keep his disguise and avoid transforming again. But events seemed to be spiraling beyond his control. If the two of them couldn't find him and tried to check the art college's admissions office, they would be astonished to discover that there was no one named Jiang Mian in the entire college. Even if there were a girl with the same name, her appearance wouldn't match. Then young master, he would realize he had been deceived. He would come back to confront Jiang Mian, demanding to know where Jiang Mian had gone, why he had fabricated a non-existent cousin, and why he had lied. Whether Jiang Mian would go insane remained to be seen, but based on his understanding of He Yubai, the other would definitely lose his mind upon learning the truth. The world was vast, yet it seemed there would soon be no place for Jiang Mian to hide. Boo-hoo. Life was hard, and Jiang Mian sighed. He seemed to recall a classic quote from some great figure. Cross-dressing it's either 0 times or infinite times. And what's more outrageous was that after he contacted the confession wall of the neighboring art college, he found that the guy claiming to be from the student council had already obtained the entire student roster and was now filtering for girls surnamed Jiang. What the heck? Bro, even a production team's donkey wouldn't work this fast. For the sake of future peace, Jiang Mian quickly sorted out his thoughts. First, he had to transform meet Lu Yitong and persuade her to delete the missing person notice from the confession wall. Then he would find a chance to meet Hiyubai, clear things up, and make him stop pining after him. After that, he would vanish without a trace, hiding his merit and fame. Yet fantasy was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Jiang Mian knew that girls could be formidable shoppers, but she never imagined they could be this formidable. To prevent that male student from actually filtering out a girl surnamed Jiang Mian quickly contacted the confession wall of the art college, directly stating that she was the person Lu Yitong was looking for. For her I search in the crowd 1,000 times, and suddenly turning back, I find her in the lamplight's dim glow. Not a chance. He had practically walked right into the trap himself. After sending the WeChat ID of Jiang Wan, Lu Yitong quickly applied to add her as a friend. Are you Jiang? It's me. Really? I don't believe you. If you truly are Jiang, please provide proof, otherwise he'll treat you as a scammer and block you directly. Oh wow. The campus belle had quite a strong sense of caution. Oh no. What on earth am I praising right now? It was far more important to quickly prove his identity. In the dormitory, now only he remained. Feng Jun had gone to an elective class, Chun Yu was studiously hitting the library, and Hiyubai had been called away for intensive basketball training. Truly a blessing from heaven. Without delay, Jiang Mian quickly muttered transform. Although he had tested it several times before seeing himself turn into a girl, still felt utterly disorienting. Indeed, his heart remained that of a true man. Jiang Mian twisted the faucet in the bathroom, haphazardly splashed some water onto his face and hair, pretending he had just taken a shower. Then he took a photo and sent it to Lu Yitong, explaining, Lu, I'm not a scammer. I truly am the Jiang you're looking for. On the other side, Lu Yitong picked up her phone and opened the photo. In the picture, the girl had delicate features, gentle and charming, with long hair, cascading like spilled black ink. The undried water droplets on her face made her appear like a lotus emerging from water. With just one glance, Lu Yitong could confirm that the other person was indeed the Jiang she was looking for. Those familiar features were instantly recognizable. She looked again. Oh, she was done for. How could Jiang be so beautiful? She would keep this photo safe. From now on, whenever she had time, she would take it out and kiss it. Alright, now that Jiang had taken the initiative to contact her, she could set the photo aside for now. After all, Jiang was far more important. On the other side, Jiang Mian waited anxiously, especially when Lu Yitong didn't reply for a long time, fearing she hadn't seen the message. Just as he was about to ask again, Lu Yitong finally responded. You really are Jiang? Yes, I truly am. Help. As the saying goes, when two fellow villagers meet, tears stream down their faces. Yet he felt the chat record with the campus belle was like a couple of fools. After a few more exchanges, Lu Yitong said apologetically, Jiang, I'm really sorry. Oh, I forgot to add your WeChat twice before, so I had to post on your school's confession wall. You're not angry, are you? Not angry, but now that we've added each other, can you delete that post? You're right, I'll message the confession wall right now and ask them to take it down. Hearing the affirmative answer, Jiang Mian was overjoyed, his heart blooming with happiness. But Lu Yitong thought that Jiang disliked being in the spotlight and her action had somewhat invaded her privacy. She felt sorry, but then reconsidered. It was a good thing, now she could claim the low-key Jiang all to herself. However, she quickly remembered that Jiang had a boyfriend. Another arrow struck her chest. Lu Yitong kept her word, and the confession wall acted swiftly. By the time Jiang Mian checked again, the post had already been deleted. The heavy stone in his heart could finally be set down. Shortly after the post was deleted, the male student, who claimed to be from the student union, finally completed the list. There were over 20 girls surnamed Jiang in the entire school, and the one Lu Yitong was looking for was said to be very beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. But that posed a problem, since it was the art college. The photos in the system were all artistic beauty-filtered portraits. In his eyes, the level of beauty or ugliness among these girls looked the same. He truly couldn't distinguish which girl Lu Yitong was looking for. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, since he couldn't decide why not just ask the person directly. He could also use the opportunity to get Lu Yitong's WeChat. Just thinking about being able to chat with the campus belle from the neighboring business school made him feel like he would laugh in his dreams. Having decided to go ahead, he quickly found the confession wall, only to discover the post was gone. After asking privately, he was told that Lu Yitong had already found the girl. What the hell? How could he have been one step too late? Meanwhile, Lu Yitong, while chatting with Jiang Mian, desperately tried to hypnotize herself into forgetting that Jiang had a boyfriend. Upon learning that the girl's name was Jiang Wan, Lu Yitong started a topic. Then he'll call you Wan from now on. Wan, do you have any plans for later? Plans? All these days he had been deliberately avoiding Hiyubai, not even daring to return to the dormitory. Now that the young master he was finally not in the dorm, he just wanted to go to bed and sleep. The weather outside was gloomy, but not rainy, and the wind was comfortable. This kind of weather was far more pleasant than scorching heat or bitter cold. Moreover, it was perfect for sleeping. But Jiang Mian didn't dare tell the truth. He feared that if he said he was resting in the dorm, Lu Yitong would invite him to hang out. So he made up an excuse to brush her off, and end the conversation. I just took a shower and dried my hair. I don't have enough clothes for the season change. I'm about to go shopping with a friend for some clothes. He thought this would be foolproof. But who could have expected Lu Yitong to immediately exclaim happily, "You're going shopping? Great. I need to buy clothes for the season change too. We can go together." Jiang Mian froze upon seeing the message. Damn. After all his calculations, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. He should have just told the truth and said he wanted to sleep in the dorm. Time rewinds to the present. Lu Yitong picked up a dress from the rack, held it against herself, and asked Jiang Mian, beside her, "Wan, what do you think of this dress?" Jiang Mian forced a smile and replied, "It's very nice. The color suits you." "Really? I feel like something's missing." Lu Yitong's perfectionism kicked in. Whenever she was in front of someone she liked, she had to achieve perfection in everything. "By the way, why hasn't your friend arrived yet?" "She had something urgent come up, but she just texted me saying she can't make it." Oh, how he wished this imaginary friend would come and take him away. He had already accompanied Lu Yitong shopping for almost 5 hours. His legs were about to give out. Heavens, were all girls this relentless when shopping? Though they had come to buy clothes together, Lu Yitong was clearly more enthusiastic about picking outfits for her. "Wan, this dress matches you perfectly. Go try it on." Gazing at the dress that would perfectly accentuate her cleavage, Jiang Mian inwardly longed to refuse. The weather's getting cooler now. Isn't it inappropriate to wear such a revealing dress? Lu Yitong hummed, "Wan, you just don't get it. It's precisely because the season is changing that these summer dresses are on sale. Look at this style. It won't be out of fashion even next year." Jiang Mian teased, "I didn't know you were so good at saving money." No, Lu Yitong wagged her right index finger. This is clearly being a good homemaker. She wouldn't admit it outright, but she just wanted to see how stunning Wan would look in that dress. Those smooth long legs. That curvaceous figure. Hee. Was that a bit perverted? Lu Yitong snapped back to reality, relieved she hadn't been drooling. Under the others' eager gaze, Jiang Mian reluctantly took the dress. "Fine, I'll try it on. But if it doesn't look good, I'm not buying it." No matter how it looked, she would just insist it was ugly and avoid the purchase. Yes, Jiang Mian still hadn't given up. Accompanying Lu Yitong shopping was part of her plan. She would use her Jiang Wan identity to tie up loose ends and gradually fade out of these people's lives. Even if they realized later, what could they do? Jiang Wan had indeed existed, just disappeared afterward. With memories of their time together, no matter how much they missed her, they could only cherish her in their hearts. She swore again she would never transform again. When she emerged from the fitting room, the warm air conditioning blew over her. With so little fabric on this dress, the exposed skin felt itchy. Jiang Mian hunched slightly, recalling her resolve not to buy it, and deliberately pretended to dislike it. "Does it look good?" "I think it's just average. Too little fabric, not warm enough." "He'll pass." "No way." Lu Yitong quickly stopped her. "This is a summer dress, so of course it has less fabric. Who wears a warm dress in summer? You die of heat. Besides, how is this dress ugly? Stand up straight." As she spoke, she patted Jiang Mian's back. For a moment, Jiang Mian wondered if Lu Yitong had been possessed by her mother. The tone was so similar. The hand fell on her back, and at those words, Jiang Mian instinctively straightened up. She had noticed from the start how sexy this dress was, which was why she had tried to slouch. Now she was forced to stand tall. Her already impressive cleavage became even more prominent when she straightened her back. Lu Yitong looked on with envy. Tisk tsk. 36D truly lived up to its reputation. It was so embarrassing. Jiang Mian wished she could dig a hole and hide. Because just moments ago, when she abruptly straightened her back, she could clearly feel the 2 massive mounds on her chest sway. Every time she experienced such distinctly feminine physical traits, she felt her masculine worldview being shattered. Even without seeing it directly, she could vividly sense it in her mind. Before, when scrolling through short videos and stumbling upon provocative clips, she would react like any other guy. But now, transformed into a girl making such alluring moves, left her heart as still as water. Mainly because a certain part was gone. There was no way to react. Damn it. But just because she had no reaction didn't mean others wouldn't. Although this was a women's clothing store, there were plenty of boyfriends accompanying their girlfriends. Jiang Mian's sudden soft and coquettish cry not only startled herself, but also drew the attention of every guy in the store. Holy crap. This wave. No, wait. Those were huge, round and fair. And those long legs, pale and slender sigh. Every guy present wore a stunned expression, their jaws dropping. What kind of lucky day was this? Going out and seeing such a sight. At home watching streams, the female streamers were charming too. But bra cups could be padded and faces could be beautified with filters. The top donors threw money at tech and gimmicks, but they only watched for entertainment. But seeing something online was completely different from witnessing it in person. 2 beauties standing together, each with a face prettier than the last, bodies more sizzling than the other. Damn, no amount of money could buy this scene. Today's trip was totally worth it. They even had material for their dreams tonight. Many guys stared blankly, their intentions obvious. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, triggering the sixth sense of many girls. They had been happily chatting with their boyfriends while picking clothes. But after talking to themselves for a while, they got no response. The girls turned back to their boyfriends in displeasure, only to find them all staring in unison at a certain spot. When they followed their gazes, their faces instantly darkened. Everyone loves beauty. That couldn't be helped. But to have a girlfriend and still stare at another girl, that was unbearable. Suppressing their anger, they asked, "Honey, does this dress look good on me?" Yes, it looks great. It makes you look slim and complements your skin. Perfect for you." The guy being questioned was still staring at Jiang Mian. The compliments tumbled out without a thought. After all, having been with his girlfriend for a while, he often angered her with his straightforward, clueless personality. At first he was baffled and helpless, but over time he had learned some tricks. Whenever his girlfriend asked a question, no matter what, he had to agree she was right. No matter how it looked, he had to say she was beautiful. In short, pamper and praise her. Girls had soft ears and loved sweet talk. So when he heard his girlfriend's question, he complimented her without hesitation. As long as he could flatter, he could let her deal with the choice paralysis herself. Thinking he had escaped unscathed, he suddenly sensed an ominous, killing intent beside him. Oh no. Sure enough, the next second his girlfriend grabbed his ear. "You didn't even look at me, and you know the dress looks good. That it suits me. Makes me look slim. Did you grow a third eye on the back of your head, like Yang Jian?" The guy weakly retorted, "Yang Jian's third eye is on his forehead." "Girlfriend." Then she exploded, "Was I asking you where Yang Jian's third eye is?" This argument sparked similar conflicts among other couples. "Is that girl pretty?" No, you're the prettiest, my dear." "Then why are you nosebleeding?" "It's the store's heater. It's too hot. I'm a bit overheated." "Don't blame the heater for your own nature. You're not overheated, you're just driven by lust." The once peaceful atmosphere suddenly erupted into chaos. The store owner was busy mediating. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you must argue, please don't tear my clothes in anger." Jiang Mian felt even more mortified and just wanted to drag Lu Yitong out quickly. But before leaving, Lu Yitong stubbornly paid for the clothes. Wanwan looked too beautiful in these outfits. Not a single piece could be left behind. "Take them all." Emerging from the women's clothing store, Jiang Mian's face was still etched with embarrassment. Though she was reluctant to admit her own presumptuousness, she couldn't help but feel that after her transformation, she had somehow stumbled into the role of a heartthrob, drawing the attention of other men wherever she went. This left her utterly mortified. Yet Lu Yitong beside her was brimming with happiness. Today she had not only gone shopping with Jiang Wan, but was now arm in arm with her. So this was the joy of paying for the one you adored. She wished she had browsed longer and bought dozens more outfits for Wanwan. Since starting university, Jiang Mian rarely exerted herself so much except during the annual physical fitness test. After hours of shopping with Lu Yitong, her legs felt like they were about to give out and her stomach was growling with hunger. "Classmate Lu, shall we go for dinner?" "Why are you still calling me classmate Lu?" Lu Yitong pouted. "Look, we're good sisters now. You call me Wanwan, and he'll call you Tang Tang." Calling her classmate Lu was far too distant. "All right then," Jiang Mian relented. "Tang Tang, let's go for dinner." "Are you hungry?" "Mum." Jiang Mian looked helpless. She didn't want to come across as a foodie in front of the campus belle, but her traitorous stomach wouldn't cooperate. A soft whimper escaped her. Uffed. Lu Yitong couldn't help it, and covered her mouth with a giggle. How could Wanwan be so adorable? Jiang Mian was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Nothing, Lu Yitong said, wiping tears from the corner of her eyes. Sorry, I just couldn't help it." To outsiders, Wanwan seemed like an unattainable flower, a dazzling, yet thorny rose to be admired from afar. But once you got close, you discover that the ethereal Wanwan didn't subsist on petals and dew alone. She too blushed at awkward moments and craved food when hungry, just like anyone else. Oh, this heart-stirring contrast of cuteness. Lu Yitong felt as though she was dying over and over again. Because of her playful antics, they once again drew the gazes of many. Jiang Mian was deeply embarrassed and couldn't resist reaching out to tickle her. "If it's nothing, then why are you laughing?" "It's just, Wanwan, you're too cute." "Ha ha." Lu Yitong laughed and dodged the dignified belle of the business school, completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor. Seeing her not watching where she was going, Jiang Mian feared she might twist her ankle from laughing too hard and hurried to steady her. But Lu Yitong mistook it for another tickle attack and spun around to flee. "Oh dear. No more laughing, no more. Don't tickle me. I won't play anymore, haha." Though she claimed she'd stopped laughing, Lu Yitong seemed stuck in a loop, running and cackling all the while. Jiang Mian was caught between laughter and tears, but seeing her run off, she worried she might trip and gave chase. "Don't run. I won't tickle you. Slow down. Watch your step, don't fall." Two radiant figures chased and frolicked down the street, their laughter echoing and drawing sidelong glances from passers-by. "If I could ever have two girls chasing me like that, my life would be complete." Keep dreaming in your sleep. Maybe in your next life, if you're born a rich second generation, that wish might come true. Holy crap. Seeing beauties playing around at this hour. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Damn. I said pinch not crush me like that, you unfilial brat. I should've. Oh. TSK tisk, the world's gone to the dogs. What's wrong with girls these days ignoring a handsome guy like me? Clearly they have no taste. Holy crap. Did he just say that? Brothers. Let's get him. When they finally tired of running, Lu Yitong stopped. No more, I'm out of breath. Though being chased by Wan was blissful, she'd never run this much, even in an 800-meter race. Today's exercise quota was not just met but exceeded. Jiang Mian was equally exhausted. Her already aching legs now felt numb. Strangely, her hunger had subsided, probably because the running had jostled her stomach. Just then the aroma of delicious food wafted over, captivating them both. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. After catching her breath, Lu Yitong straightened up and spoke to Jiang Mian. Finally time to eat. Jiang Mian quickly flashed an okay gesture. The source of the savory scent was a ramen shop. The moment they stepped inside, the warmth from the indoors coupled with their recent exertion made their minds feel a bit drowsy. But the room was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of food, rousing the cravings in their bellies. Jiang Mian could only think of enjoying a bowl of warming ramen and then sleeping soundly. What a delight. What a sensation. It was utterly blissful. The shop was quite busy, but after they ordered, the staff quickly brought over their bowls of ramen. Jiang Mian had chosen the char siu ramen, and the shop was generous, loading it with 3 large slices of roasted pork without skimping. Lu Yitong preferred a sweet and sour flavor, so she ordered the tomato brisket ramen, which came with several hearty chunks of beef. The enticing aroma made Jiang Mian swallow hard. As the noodles slid down her throat, they warmed her body, and her empty stomach was graced with the gift of food. She let out a contented sigh, feeling fully revived. This ramen is amazing. Mine is too. The brisket is so tender and soaked in broth. I've got to bookmark this place. I'm coming back. Jiang Mian excitedly pulled out her phone to note the address. She found it strange herself. Before university, she loved buying all sorts of clothes to dress up, strutting around campus like a peacock, not to please anyone, but simply for her own satisfaction. But after starting university, Jiang Mian changed. She no longer obsessed over outfits and instead developed a passion for food. Most of her expenses now went toward eating, and even when scrolling through videos, she preferred watching people cook. Seeing them enjoy their meal, the staff smiled warmly. Thank you both for liking our ramen. Since our shop is near the Sports Institute, the owner makes sure to provide generous portions and careful preparation for all students, whether they're from the institute or not. Jiang Mian gave a thumbs up as she ate. She loved this kind of fair-minded owner. Back in the school cafeteria, the serving Annie would give him a tiny portion of rice because he looked thin. When he asked for more, she rolled her eyes and said, "Skinny as you are, you still want to eat so much." That had infuriated Jiang Mian so much he nearly threw the tray in her face. But now he had finally found a shop he adored. Jiang Mian decided she would eat ramen here every day for the next month. Just then the shop door opened again, and a group of boys walked in. Despite the cold weather, they wore athletic shorts and thin jackets. The night wind was biting and fierce, and Jiang Mian felt a chill just looking at them. But when she caught sight of the basketballs in their hands, her concern vanished. With their vibrant energy, it was obvious they were Sports Institute students. These young lads were like walking little furnaces, so there was no need for her to worry. These boys had clearly just finished playing basketball, as Jiang Mian could glimpse sweat stains still clinging to their hair, traces visible even after being dried by the wind. The first boy had an excellent physique. His thin jacket couldn't conceal his broad shoulders, and the hard lines of his muscles showed he was a regular athlete. He also stood taller than the others. Jiang Mian stole a few glances and silently made her assessment. Good build, handsome face, though his skin was a bit dark. As a student in the sports academy training under the sun and wind every day, his complexion couldn't possibly be fair. Just as she stole another glance, her eyes unexpectedly collided with his. The boy's brows and eyes were sharp, and when expressionless, he carried a wild wolf-like intensity. Jiang Mian was startled and quickly averted her gaze. In that instant, she felt like a rabbit suddenly locked in the sights of a wild wolf. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Even in her wildest fantasies, she shouldn't imagine herself as a rabbit. But that boy's gaze just now was so fierce. Were all sports academy boys this wild? Forget it, she should just focus on eating. Wasn't the ramen fragrant? Wasn't the char siu delicious? With such wonderful food before her, she had been distracted by sneaking glances at other boys, truly unworthy of this bowl of savory ramen. After Zhou Ziyu and the basketball team members sat down, he casually glanced at Jiang Mian's back. Jiang Mian, who had been intently slurping her noodles, immediately felt a strong gaze fixed on her back. That feeling of being a rabbit stalked by a wolf returned. Though she suspected who it was, she didn't want to turn around. Better to cut off any ill-fated connections early. After the boys passed by, Lu Yitong wrinkled her nose and with a hint of disdain pulled out perfume from her bag and sprayed it around. Can't they shower after playing ball? The stench of sweat is ruining my appetite. Seeing Lu Yitong spray perfume where they had passed, Zhou Ziyu frowned slightly and sniffed himself. So that girl had been sneaking glances at him because he smelled strongly of sweat. Unfortunately, he couldn't smell anything himself, so he had to ask his buddy beside him, "Quick, smell me. Does my sweat stink badly?" The other looked incredulous and disgusted. "Josiu, what's wrong with you? What do you take me for? A guy who likes men? I've got a girlfriend, no interest in fencing with dudes." Just as he was about to retort angrily, he saw the girl who had sprayed perfume covering her mouth, with laughter whispering something to the girl across from her. Then the girl who had been sneaking glances at him turned her head to look at him again. Somehow the crude words almost on his lips were choked back, and he couldn't help but straighten his posture. After she looked away, Josiu finally relaxed his tense nerves and let out a slow breath. Once he came to his senses, he was utterly baffled. Why had he suddenly become so affected just now? There seemed to be an indescribable, inexplicable feeling in his heart, making his whole being itch with curiosity. Though he didn't understand why, he did grasp one thing: he didn't want to show a bad side in front of that girl. Jiang Mian had turned around, because Lu Yitong, covering her mouth with a giggle, told her, "That boy over there is a bit silly. When he saw me pulling out perfume to spray, he thought it was his own body odor, and kept lifting his hands to smell himself." But when she turned, there was no clumsy scene of him lifting his hands to smell himself at all. Having been stirred by Lu Yitong's words, she felt like a pervert for being interested in such a sight. Now turning around and meeting his eyes again, it felt like being caught red-handed doing something wrong. Fortunately, her long hair, which fell loose when she turned, hid her embarrassment, preventing her from being exposed. The boys' ramen was soon served, and they ate and chatted noisily. Lu Yitong had originally thought that in such an environment, sitting with Jiang Mian eating ramen and chatting would be a perfect scene. But with the boys' appearance, that beautiful fantasy was shattered. Now she just wanted to finish quickly and drag Jiang Mian away. The chatter from the other side continued. "My girlfriend will come to cheer me on at the basketball game." "Stop bragging, the game is at the art academy, so there'll be plenty of beauties. I wonder if there'll be cheerleaders during halftime." "No, women in heart, the sword draws divine power. Women don't matter." "Bullshit. Women matter a lot. You two stop arguing. Let's crush the business school team first, then talk about whether women matter." Business school's campus bell. Lu Yitong. Jiang Mian, disguised as an art academy student, but actually from business school. What the hell? People from business school were right here. Couldn't they be more tactful? "Brojo, what do you think?" Josiu suddenly called out, glanced nonchalantly at Jiang Mian's seat. In the past, he would have arrogantly declared that they would thoroughly thrash the business school team. But now he simply said, "Just eat quickly and perform well when the time comes." This drew disgusted looks from the other boys. "Here we go again, Brojo, either playing aloof or acting coy. Brojo, what's up with you? Getting weak so fast. Can't even speak properly." No man allows himself to be called weak, especially with pretty girls around. Josiu suppressed his anger and glared at the buddy who had called him weak, feeling brave. "Want to join me for 2 extra hours of training after we eat? The wind outside at night could freeze a person to death. 2 extra hours of training. Even Superman couldn't handle that." No, Brojo, I was wrong." The boy quickly apologized. "I've got a loose tongue. I have a date with my girlfriend tonight, so 2 extra hours are definitely out." "Damn it. You bastards are always talking about girlfriends. What's so great about having a girlfriend? We agreed to stay single together, and then you guys went and found girlfriends. So tacky. Don't you agree, Brojo?" "Brojo." Josiu snapped back after being called a few times, rubbing his chin awkwardly. "Actually, having a girlfriend isn't so bad." At this, the brothers who had sworn to stay single were dumbfounded. "Damn. Brojo, have you lost your mind? Didn't you used to despise having a girlfriend? We promised to stay single forever. And now you've defected like these traitors?" Jiang Mian found the once delicious ramen increasingly tasteless. The boys' noisy chatter continued, and the gaze on her back grew more intense, making her restless. After quickly finishing her bowl, she grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth and said to Lu Yitong, "It's getting late, we should head back." Jiang Mian's words echoed Lu Yitong's own thoughts. Their perfect dinner for 2 had been ruined by these stinky boys. Before leaving, after paying, Lu Yitong shot an angry glare at the group of boys. Josiu, who had been watching Jiang Mian's movements, was baffled when they left, and he was glared at for no reason. Why did they suddenly leave while eating? What had he done wrong? Though puzzled, he figured their noisy group must have annoyed them. He had finally met a girl he was interested in and planned to strike up a conversation after eating. But she was driven away by the commotion. Josiu was furious and his face turned cold, still got energy for trash talk. Then we'll add 3 more hours of training after eating. With that single sentence, everyone immediately shut up. Damn, why did Brojo look so terrifying? Was he on his period? After parting ways with Lu Yitong, Jiang Mian returned to the dormitory after transforming. Upon pushing open the door, his eyes were dazzled by a set of chiseled six-pack abs. It was a splendid scene of a handsome man emerging from a bath. Though he professed to be a macho man, Jiang Mian shamefully couldn't resist stealing several glances at those abdominal muscles. The sound of the door opening startled the occupant inside. When Feng Jun looked over, he saw Jiang Mian with a guilty expression, as if he wanted to look, but dared not. He immediately chuckled and teased, "Little lamb, we're all men here. If you want to look, just do it openly. President, he has such a great body, why sneak peeks?" Afraid president he won't let you. Jiang Mian was bewildered. It wasn't like that at all. He simply admired Hyubai's physique and couldn't resist a few covert glances, feeling envious of such a fit form. Yet from Feng Jun's words it sounded as if he were some perverted voyeur. Just as Feng Jun finished speaking, Hyubai's head emerged from his collar, his gaze meeting Jiang Mian's directly. Back. Yim back. Jiang Mian dared not meet his eyes, lowering his head as he passed by Hyubai and sat down in his own chair. Having just showered, Hyubai hadn't yet dried his hair. Though no droplets hung from his strands, they were still damp and clinging. Usually Hyubai's hair was styled upright, complementing his sharp features. Handsome and cool, making others hesitant to approach or meet his gaze. But now with his hair hanging down, he appeared exceptionally puppy-like. His features softened under the influence of this hairstyle. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Mian gazed at Hyubai's boyish, innocent look. His wet hair resembled that of a loyal dog at home, which, unable to wait for its late returning owner, had taken the initiative to bathe itself. The posture seemed to boast of his cleverness and capability, yet his eyes held boundless grievance. Though he suppressed his temper, he was still upset that his owner had returned so late. Jiang Mian didn't know what had come over him. In that instant his heart felt as if struck by something suddenly racing. His face flushed bright red and his mind became dizzy and dazed. So he quickly lowered his head, afraid that Hyubai might notice anything unusual. How could he harbor such stirring feelings for a good brother in the dorm? It was utterly outrageous. At that moment, two little figures inside his heart emerged. Little figure A, what's there to fear? Isn't Hyubai still pining after your transformed self, Jiang Wan? Since that's the case, you're even so, why torment yourself mentally? Little figure B, that's not right. Mian Mian is a true man, the transformation is only because of the system. And the identity Jiang Wan is temporary. Since you've decided to keep your secret, you must not form attachments lest you invite unnecessary trouble. Little figure A retorted, damn it, are you deliberately opposing me? Little figure B rolled its eyes, don't flatter yourself. I'm doing this for Mian's sake. Touching his slightly burning cheek, Jiang Mian felt the chill from outside dissipate completely. After a long while he murmured to himself, right, better not invite unnecessary trouble. Finally winning this round, little figure B's eyes sparkled, a cold smirk curling on its lips. It then raised a large iron hammer and sent the bewildered little figure A flying. Oh yeah. After Hyubai finished blow-drying his hair, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat to send a message. Jiang Mian guessed that the message was likely for Jiang Wan again. He muted his phone and logged into Jiang Wan's WeChat account. Sure enough, he saw a red bubble in the lower left corner indicating a new message from Hyubai. Can you come watch tomorrow's game? If you don't want to see me, at least give me a chance to make amends, right? Still angry. What happened last time was my buddy Yang Yi's fault. If it's really not okay, I'll go beat him up again to cool your anger. Though it was quite heartfelt, Jiang Mian felt sorry, but nearly burst out laughing when he saw Hyubai offer to beat up his good friend to appease him. There was truly no way out, so he simply turned and went to the bathroom to shower. Even though they were roommates, Jiang Mian didn't know Hyubai very well. He never expected the other to be such a persistent person. It was just a pity that this persistence would ultimately be wasted on him. As a roommate, Jiang Mian would definitely attend tomorrow's game. As for Jiang Wan, he planned to transform after the match and meet Hyubai to clear things up. Jiang Mian was determined not to transform again and invite unnecessary trouble. But plans always fall short of changes, and life loves to play tricks. Even Jiang Mian didn't expect that at this basketball game, he would not only transform, but also appear stunningly beautiful before everyone, capturing the attention of the entire crowd. On the day of the basketball game, the weather was clear and cloudless. The sunlight poured down, making people feel a bit hot from the exposure. The weather indeed cooperated, adding a touch of luck to the match. The basketball court of the Art Academy was already crowded with spectators. Jiang Mian squeezed in with Feng Jun and Xin Yu, and a quick glance showed that most of the audience were girls. Holy crap, why are there so many girls? Feng Jun was astonished. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen so many beautiful girls. And he could even be jostled around with them. He was almost swooning with happiness. The Art Academy's reputation really worked wonders. Xin Yu wondered, I don't mean to discriminate, but I'm curious. Do these girls even understand basketball? They probably didn't even know the rules right. It wasn't that Xin Yu was narrow-minded. As a scholar immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he would rather solve 10 calculus problems than interact with girls. In his mind, weren't girls usually more interested in cosmetics and handbags? Whether we understand or not is none of your business. Do you live by the sea? Surrounded by too many girls, Chun Ye's harmless remark still sparked some public outrage. Who says you have to know the rules to watch a basketball game? Exactly. So what if we don't know the rules? What's it to you? We're here to watch handsome guys. Is that not allowed? Fine, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Facing the glares of a group of girls, Chun Yu felt immense pressure and quickly bowed repeatedly to apologize. Judging by their attitude, if he kept being stubborn, he might end up pinned to the ground. Chun Yu wisely chose to surrender, recalling the ancient saying, only women and petty people are hard to deal with. Watch handsome guys. Jiang Mian looked around and immediately understood why these girls were all wearing exquisite makeup. Even though it was late autumn with unpredictable weather, they prioritized style over warmth in their attire. If you didn't know it was a basketball game, you'd think the Art Academy was hosting a runway show. Soon a stir ran through the crowd, as if someone important had arrived. Look, it's Zhou Ziyu, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Jiang Mian and the other two were utterly bewildered by the commotion. Though many girls shrieked, the crowd still parted to make way. When Jiang Mian finally saw who it was, he could only sigh at how small the world was. They had seen each other the night before at the ramen shop, but the other had only met his transformed self. After taking in Zhou Ziyu's appearance, Feng Jun said with a hint of jealousy, "Isn't he just a bit handsome? Does he have to make an entrance like a celebrity?" Fortunately, his voice was low and the surrounding noise was so loud that his words were barely audible, or else he would have faced the same wrath as Chunyu. Jiang Mian didn't respond, knowing full well that Feng Jun was feeling resentful. He resented that so many girls were going wild over such a handsome guy. But one couldn't accuse the girls of being hypocritical. After all, when guys look for partners, they too are visual creatures picking the prettiest girls. Switching genders, it was just as understandable for girls. After all, who doesn't like good looks? The first time Jiang Mian saw Zhou Ziyu last night, he had just finished training and looked rather scruffy, more rugged than handsome. But today, washed clean of sweat, he appeared completely refreshed. Dressed in a white basketball uniform, he stood tall and straight like a poplar tree, his athletic build evident. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and clearly defined muscles made his physique even more striking. With his handsome face and a body like a walking clothes hanger, it was only natural that so many girls were crazy for him. Amidst the endless noise, Zhou Ziyu looked around, his gaze pausing briefly in the crowd, as if searching for someone. When he glanced in their direction, many girls around them gasped. Jiang Mian accidentally locked eyes with him, but the other quickly looked away, radiating an aloof, unapproachable vibe. Oomph. What a show-off. Well, that complaint was clearly from Feng Jun. Soon Yubai's team also made their entrance. No wonder this basketball game attracted so many girls. The lineup was meticulously planned. The handsome Zhou Ziyu had led his team out first, and now Yubai was leading his. Compared to Zhou Ziyu's wild athletic energy, Yubai exuded more of an aura. Both were handsome. Zhou Ziyu was a headstrong wildness, but Yubai was a seductive allure. Jiang Mian had seen Yubai shirtless before, knowing he had six-pack abs and an Adonis belt. Yet now seeing him in a black basketball uniform that covered his vital parts, but was made of thin, breathable fabric offering a hint of transparency. Jiang Mian felt his mind had an X-ray vision, able to imagine the contours of Yubai's abs even through the uniform. Damn, that shameful thought surged again. He felt his face must be bright red. But Feng Jun, oblivious, was thrilled to see many girls praising Yubai's handsomeness and curious about his identity. He excitedly waved his hands. "That's my good buddy. We're roommates. See how handsome he is. Let me tell you, he's not only good-looking, but also filthy rich. And he's single." His exuberance made it seem like he was introducing himself. Jiang Mian couldn't help but facepalm. At this clueless display, he wanted to sever ties with Feng Jun. But no one paid attention to his spiel. Some girls even rolled their eyes. They were already disdainful. The handsome guy stayed low-key while this clueless roommate was all hype. Unbearable, truly unbearable. To honor this friendship-building exhibition match, a few leaders from the physical education and business schools arrived after both teams were assembled. Everyone knew that despite their polite exchanges, each secretly hoped their own students would win. After all, no one wanted to be overshadowed. The school leaders were just going through the motions. After a few glances, everyone lost interest. The game and the handsome guys were far more captivating. Thanks to Feng Jun's noisy antics, Yubai quickly noticed them. He merely nodded slightly at his roommate as a greeting. Before withdrawing his gaze, he paused for a moment on Jiang Mian. This left Jiang Mian puzzled, a strange feeling creeping in. Following his instinct, he logged into Jiang Wan's WeChat. Sure enough, this young master, before heading to the court in his uniform, had sent her a message. The game's about to start. I'm wearing a black uniform and white sneakers. He still hadn't given up on seeing Jiang Wan. Fortunately, Jiang Mian planned to meet and explain everything after the match. Otherwise, with Yubai's persistent harassment, Jiang Wan would remain vanished. The referee was borrowed from the art school, ensuring impartiality. After some volunteers in red vests cleared the area, the players entered the court. The referee blew his whistle and raised his hand. "Players, take your positions. The game officially begins." As the centers of their teams, and with their height advantage, Yubai and Zhou Ziyu naturally took on the jump ball duty. They stood face to face, their gazes hostile due to representing different schools. The referee stood between them, holding the basketball and giving pre-game instructions. "I won't repeat the rules, but any malicious disruption will result in a yellow card. Play fair, no violence." "Understood." "Understood," they replied in unison. But their eyes clashed midair, sparking with intensity. Though both aimed to win honor for their schools, each harbored a certain selfish motive. And coincidentally, those motives aligned. After Jiang Mian and the others left last night, Zhou Ziyu had asked the shopkeeper about them. Though he got no specific info, the honest shopkeeper mentioned that since the shop was in the university town, art school students might come by. If the girl was beautiful, she was likely from the art school. Zhou Ziyu thanked the shopkeeper and mulled it over. Though many girls were present, a quick scan revealed no trace of that striking face he remembered. A little disappointed, he consoled himself that perhaps he missed her in the crowd. If she had come to watch, he had to win. As a physical education student, losing in his own sport would leave him no face to confess his feelings. Zhou Ziyu's plan was simple: win the game, then find that girl from last night, and under the glory of trophies and honors, his confession would surely succeed. But unbeknownst to him, his thoughts mirrored He Yubai's. So, He Yubai, I must win. Zhou Ziyu, I must win. Little did Jiang Mian, the bringer of romantic turmoil, know that his mere presence had ignited a blazing rivalry between two innocent youths before the game even began. Yet thanks to the incessant murmurs of He Yubai and Zhou Ziyu, he found himself sneezing repeatedly. Shenyu, the elder of the dorm, asked with concern, catching a cold. No, Jiang Mian sniffled. Maybe it's just the approaching winter, my nose is getting sensitive. As the whistle blew, the referee tossed the basketball into the air. He Yubai and Zhou Ziyu leaped simultaneously, glaring at each other. Yet He Yubai was a step ahead, batting the ball to his teammate. Upon landing, Zhou Ziyu caught the provocative glint in his opponent's eyes, and his temper flared. Go, get the ball back, he signaled to his teammates. Though they had lost the opening, their shared training had forged a tacit understanding. Unfazed, they rallied around Zhou Ziyu as the core, ready to pass the ball to him the moment they seized it. They focused on defense, leaving offense and shooting to Zhou Ziyu. Meanwhile, on the School of Business side, He Yubai was likewise the central figure. Both sides fought fiercely for the ball, passing, attacking, and defending, locked in a back-and-forth battle with no quarter given. Several times Zhou Ziyu attempted shots from beyond the three-point line, only to be intercepted by He Yubai, who would then snatch the ball and drive down the court. Their faces were twisted with ferocity, and since their play styles mirrored each other, every move was anticipated. It looked as if they were about to come to blows. The one who scored first would shatter the deadlock, earning more attention and applause. And that was what both craved. What if she came? What if she was watching the game right now? The first scorer would naturally bask in greater glory. Thus, as the game wore on, the players began to stray from their original purpose. Especially He Yubai and Zhou Ziyu, both harboring a stubborn resolve: if they couldn't score, they would ensure the other couldn't either. After 10 minutes of this tug-of-war, the buzzer signaled the end of the first quarter, leaving both teams with a score of 0. This outcome caught everyone off guard. In their minds, the physical education students who trained rain or shine should have been dominant. Though often teased as brawny but brainless, these athletes were undoubtedly brimming with physical prowess and athletic potential. Yet the first quarter ended in a tie with the School of Business, a rather intriguing turn of events. The first quarter served merely as a warm-up. The players had broken a sweat, but had also ignited their vitality. Many of the girls who had come to watch were originally there for Zhou Ziyu, but the appearance of He Yubai from the School of Business changed the dynamic. Instantly, a number of girls began to waver in their loyalty. Zhou Ziyu was impressive, strong, and robust. Any girl dating him would surely enjoy certain benefits, but the competition was too fierce. He Yubai, on the other hand, exuded a different aura from the moment he stepped onto the court, an aloof, abstinent demeanor that kept others at arm's length. He seemed like a divine being, untouched by worldly dust, yet now he was like any ordinary person, sweating and tired after the game. The contrast, the divine being tainted by mortal desires, was incredibly striking. They longed to tease him, to see his eyes redden and his face contort with suppressed agony. Ha ha ha. They were indeed wicked. During the 2-minute break, many girls approached to offer water. In terms of popularity, He Yubai was second to Zhou Ziyu. After all, most had come for Zhou Ziyu, but upon realizing the competition was too steep, they redirected their attention to He Yubai. Once the first girl offered water, a succession followed, second, third, fourth. An endless stream of people rushed toward Zhou Ziyu. The officials and coaches on the sidelines, having once been young themselves, simply smiled and said nothing. Youth in all its glory. If we were decades younger and played a game on the court, we'd probably have girls scrambling to bring us water too, wouldn't we? Indeed, the physical education students are lively and energetic, and their good looks make them popular with the girls. Oh, it goes both ways. The School of Business students performed admirably too. It seems your school truly harbors hidden talents, both scholarly and athletic. The leaders smiled, but their inner thoughts diverged. The physical education department felt aggrieved. Those business students who spent their days analyzing data on computers were clearly lacking in exercise. Yet they were now neck and neck with the PE students. Was that acceptable? The School of Business leaders, however, wore genuine smiles. These fine lads had been hiding their skills. They had assumed that after entering university, the students would just laze around in dorms playing games or bury themselves in books, abandoning physical activity entirely. Every year during the 1,000-meter and 800-meter physical fitness tests, the students would look as if they were facing a funeral, collapsing on the track afterward, gasping for air. Who would have thought that the School of Business actually had athletic talent? To be able to tie with the PE students was a tremendous honor for their college. Yet despite the crowd of girls offering water, Zhou Ziyu remained indifferent. He found the noise irritating. Frowning his face full of impatience, he refused bluntly, "No need, I have my own." With that, he ignored the awkwardness and disappointment of the rejected girls, unscrewing the bottled water handed to him by a teammate. He took a few small sips, swished the water in his mouth, and swallowed slowly, all the while scanning the crowd for a familiar face. If that girl were to come and offer him water, he would accept it without a second thought, even if it were poison. The girls who had been rejected felt a pang of loss. Offering their heartfelt gesture only to be turned away would leave anyone resentful. But as Zhou Ziyu drank, his mind was fixed on that girl. His gaze grew intense and wild, like a fierce beast charging straight into everyone's hearts. The girls who had been resentful were now stirred once more. Zhou Ziyu was simply too handsome. That expression, that look, that gesture of brushing back his hair, it was breathtaking. What's he playing at? Girls kindly offer him water, and he dares to refuse. Feng Jun was the first to protest. Does he even know how lucky he is? Just because he's handsome. Disrespectful jerk. On the other side, Hyubai was also searching for Jiang Mian's figure, but the sea of faces yielded no sign of the one he wanted to see. A deep disappointment settled in his heart. Did she truly not want to see him? The sorrowful expression on Hyubai's face tugged at the heartstrings of many girls. A beauty in tears evokes pity, while a handsome man in pain is equally poignant. Especially an aloof, handsome man showing such vulnerability. The impact was overwhelming. Hyubai, this bottle of water is for you. Several girls thrust their bottles toward him, assuming he was upset about the scoreless game, and offered words of comfort. But Hyubai declined succinctly. "Sorry, I can't drink outside bottled water." He played the part of an aloof young master, keeping everyone at bay. Before the girls could even feel embarrassed, Feng Jun exploded again. "What's Hyubai's problem? Does he think he's some kind of prince just because we call him young master? What bad habits?" Jiang Mian. Jealousy truly twists a person. They had been good friends in the same dorm. Now for the sake of a woman, they were attacking everyone indiscriminately. What a fickle man. The second match began swiftly, but before long Zhou Ziyu seized an opportunity and sank a three-pointer. The defender guarding him, anticipating a pass, was deceived by Zhou Ziyu's feint. Then leaping in place, he released the ball from his hands, sending it directly into the basket. The twist happened so fast that the crowd took a moment to react, but once they did, the entire venue erupted in cheers. They had expected another stalemate like the first match, with both sides battling for possession. Although the game was fiercely contested and showcased considerable skill, the score had remained stagnant, threatening to bore the spectators. Now, with the Physical Education Institute taking the lead at 3 points, the dynamic had shifted, adding a spark of excitement. Zhou Ziyu's female fans screamed incessantly, the arena filled with chants of his name. On the court, the player who failed to see through Zhou Ziyu's feint was filled with regret, realizing he had become the opponent's breakthrough. Locking eyes with Hyubai, Zhou Ziyu mimicked his earlier demeanor and taunted, "Going for endurance against us PE students. Be careful you don't lose too badly." The implication was clear. The tactics from the previous match were now useless for the business school. In the first game, both sides had exhausted equal effort trying to block each other's shots. But they had evidently overlooked that a basketball game is a marathon, and tactics without stamina are futile. Moreover, the gap in daily training between the business school's basketball team and the PE Institute's team was substantial. If the business school players had to match their speed in the first game just to block scores, the human body acts like a vessel for energy. In the first match, both the PE Institute and the business school had expended 80 to 90% of their strength. At this point, the benefits of the PE students' daily training began to pay off. After exhausting their energy, the 2-minute break was insufficient for the business school players to recover. But for the PE Institute, day in and day out training had ingrained muscle memory, and their energy recovery was rapid, seemingly inexhaustible. That was why Zhou Ziyu, upon noticing the opponent's fatigue, immediately found an opportunity to counterattack. Hyubai replied expressionlessly, "So boastful now, you'll lose face if you end up losing." Their gazes clashed once more in the air. Both silently resolved that this game would be a serious battle. Youth is truly enviable, radiating vitality. Indeed, when we were in college, conditions were far tougher. No smartphones and computers were confined to labs. Entertainment was scarce back then. We just played ball or ran with friends. Even if not in the same class, many friendships were forged on the basketball court. The leaders exchanged pleasantries with smiles, but their inner thoughts were lively. PE Institute, so what if they're called brawn over brains? In sports we call the shots. Business school, look at them gloating over a mere 3-point lead, wrinkles creasing from their smug grins. Zhou Ziyu, now aware that Hyubai was the opponent's key player, leveraged their physical advantage to gang up on him. Whenever Hyubai grabbed the ball, 2 or 3 PE players would swarm him. Even if Hyubai executed a perfect pass with a feint, his teammates couldn't score. Zhou Ziyu, like Hyubai in the previous match, intercepted shots midair. With Hyubai neutralized, the rest of the business school team fell apart, and Zhou Ziyu dominated the court. Following the 3-pointer, Zhou Ziyu continued to seize opportunities, charging fiercely and sinking several more baskets. The score leaped to 9 points while the business school remained at 0. Jiang Mian, watching the PE Institute score, had zero athletic instincts, but knew their team was off to a rough start. Shinyu the academic was quickly spotted the issue. Something's off, allow he is being targeted. Feng Jun the talkative one chimed in, damn. Are these teammates any good? Don't drag He Dashao down. Jiang Mian wanted to retort, if you're so good, why don't you play? All you do is blabber after the fact. But before he could speak, his phone buzzed several times. He had forgotten to switch accounts after logging into Jiang Wan's WeChat. Only 2 people had added that account, and He Yubai was sweating it out on the court. So it had to be the campus belle Lu Yitong. Unlocking his phone, Jiang Mian confirmed it was her. Wanwan, our business school, and the PE Institute are playing a basketball match at your college. Are you watching? How's the game? Which school is leading? I just finished a student council meeting, and am heading to your college. Let's watch together. After sending this, Lu Yitong felt the tone was a bit forceful. She quickly added, if you don't want to watch, we can go shopping instead. She had later learned that Wanwan's boyfriend was also in the game. Thinking of that pig defiling her precious friend, Lu Yitong wished Jiang Wan wouldn't watch the game. If she saw them being lovey-dovey in public, her heart would shatter. Seeing the word shopping, Jiang Mian's mouth twitched involuntarily. His calves already ached at the thought. No. He never wanted to go shopping with Lu Yitong again. And he didn't want to watch the basketball game with her either. This wasn't part of today's plan. He just wanted to clear things up with He Yubai and end those baseless hopes. But why did the campus belle have to barge in? Lu Yitong had already hailed a taxi and was heading to the Art Institute. Receiving no reply, she impulsively called. Jiang Mian was still dazed when his phone rang loudly, startling him and drawing stares. He nearly dropped it. Seeing Feng Jun glance his way, little lamb, what are you spacing out for? Your phone's ringing. Since he had saved Lu Yitong's name, Jiang Mian feared exposure if Feng Jun discovered the secret. Without thinking, he hung up and apologized. Sorry, it's not a call. Just a wrong alarm I set. The crowd pursed their lips, annoyed by the interruption during the game. But after Jiang Mian's sincere apology, they let it go. Relieved as the stares shifted away, Jiang Mian exhaled. Yet another problem arose. He should have just silenced the ringer. Hanging up meant he was clearly online and had seen the messages. If he didn't meet Lu Yitong, she'd think he was avoiding her. Then she'd post a search on the confession wall again. The thought made Jiang Mian's scalp tingle, and he hurried to find a spot to change clothes. Today was truly an ill-fated day. Wanwan, where are you? I'm already at the entrance of your college. Jiang Mian, having just transformed and changed clothes, was now sprinting toward the school gate. Coming. I'm on my way. As she ran, she couldn't help tugging at the hem of her skirt. This dress was the one she tried on yesterday, while shopping with Lu Yitong, who insisted on buying it despite her initial reluctance. The fitted pencil skirt rode up toward her thighs whenever she took a long stride. Her long legs were already exposed, and with every run it threatened to reveal even more, forcing her to pull at the skirt as she dashed. Girls' dresses were truly too troublesome. At the school gate, Lu Yitong stood quietly, head down, looking at her phone, dressed in a campus-style outfit that made her appear sweet and innocent. Tang. Jiang Mian nearly threw up from running. She swore she had never exerted herself this much, even during her 1,000-meter physical fitness test. The last time she was hunted down through the confession wall's carpet search method, it had scared her half to death, nearly leaving her with psychological trauma. She was genuinely terrified of ending up on the confession wall again. And even if it were just the confession wall, it would be the art college's one. If they couldn't find the person, a simple missing person notice would turn into an urban campus ghost story. She regretted ever casually claiming to be from the art college. Now stuck with this alias, she was tied to it. Wanwan. Seeing Jiang Wan running toward her, Lu Yitong beamed with joy and waved enthusiastically. When Jiang Mian finally stopped in front of her, she bent over, gasping for air. Oh my God. She felt as if her flesh was racing ahead, while her soul trailed behind. Lu Yitong chuckled helplessly. Slow down, why are you running so fast? As she spoke, she patted Jiang Wan's back to help her catch her breath. Seeing Jiang Wan rush over so eagerly warmed Lu Yitong's heart. Indeed, she held a special place in Wanwan's heart. Wanwan truly loved her. For now she would forget about that wretched He Yubai. Gasping, Jiang Mian managed, it's because I was afraid. You'd post another notice on the confession wall. Lu Yitong looked puzzled. Post a notice? What notice? Good grief, was this the legendary goldfish memory? Nothing, just talking to myself. Since she didn't remember, it was better that way. After catching her breath, Jiang Mian straightened up and tossed her hair, her radiant face once again striking Lu Yitong's heart. Oh my heavens! What kind of celestial being was Wanwan? Every time she saw her, she was overwhelmed by her breathtaking beauty. Oh, she was destined to die repeatedly. Seeing Lu Yitong in a daze, Jiang Mian waved a hand before her eyes. Tang. Are you okay? Huh. Lu Yitong snapped back to reality. I'm fine. She blushed. It's just that Wanwan, you're so stunning. I was mesmerized. Jiang Mian tossed her hair, arrogantly taunting. I think I'm pretty good looking too. After saying that, both burst into laughter. Lu Yitong adored this side of Jiang Wan, who gracefully accepted compliments. Though humility was valued, excessive modesty was mere hypocrisy, and she had encountered plenty of such people. She loathed those superficial friendships, full of insincerity and empty pleasantries. Being with Wanwan was far more comfortable. Unaware of Lu Yitang's thoughts, Jiang Mian harbored a rebellious spirit within. From childhood, due to his delicate and handsome looks, bullies would verbally abuse him, follow him to the restroom, and mock him with lewd remarks. For a time he truly withdrew, doubting if fate had played a cruel joke. Perhaps he was meant to be a girl mistakenly born male. During that period he avoided the restroom, forcing himself to drink less water to minimize trips. Avoidance, though shameful, proved surprisingly effective. Outwardly, he played the social butterfly, getting along with classmates while inwardly healing with self-deprecating humor. As he grew older his understanding of things began to shift. The saying held true: knowledge truly could change destiny. Since others were wrong, why punish himself for their mistakes? Eventually, Jiang Mian grasped the meaning of these words. Indeed, he lived with integrity, a why suffer so painfully? From then on he began to reconcile with himself. His suppressed heart started to expand, and the seed of rebellion quietly took root. The things he yearned to do, but dared not attempt, he now boldly embraced after transforming through the gender swap system. As Jiang Mian, he was merely a pretty, gentle, and shy boy in others' eyes. But as Jiang Wan, she became a wild rose-wielding beauty as a weapon, despite inwardly resisting her female form. Yet undeniably donning another identity made her unexpectedly bold and confident. Unfazed by others' words and gazes, she followed her heart, using this facade to live fiercely and proudly. Jiang Mian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had read bizarre posts about men claiming a thrill from cross-dressing. Though fearful of discovery, they said cross-dressing was an addiction, zero or infinite. He once found it perverse, but now that he could transform, he suddenly felt the sensation wasn't bad, even secretly delightful. Wanwan, can you show me around your campus? Lu Yitang asked. Honestly, I knew there was an art college here, but this is my first time stepping inside. She had realized that Wanwan's refusal to answer calls likely meant she didn't want to shop. Not wanting to shop was fine, as strolling the campus with Wanwan was equally wonderful. The weather was perfect, and arm in arm with such a beautiful Wanwan it felt like pure bliss. She had her selfish motives, avoiding the basketball court to steer clear of that wretched He Yu Bai. Seeing her pleading gaze, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Oh dear, show her around the campus. As a business school student, how would she know the layout of the art college? What if this school had an unconventional design, like restrooms as lavish as the cafeteria, and she led them astray? How embarrassing would that be? A herd of alpacas stampeded through Jiang Mian's mind as she scrambled for an excuse to avoid this. Just then a few girls passed by, chatting about the basketball game. Did you see the group chat? Oh my god, it's hilarious. What were the business school leaders thinking? Challenging the sports college to a basketball game. That's pure self-destruction. Exactly. Look at the scoreboard in the group. The sports college has 32 points while the business school only has 10. They're still hanging on despite the inevitable loss. I'd be too ashamed to continue. Especially that guy from the business school. Looks decent, but talks so rudely. If he didn't want someone's water, he could have just said so, not made up some lame excuse like I don't drink bottled water from outside. Ugh, so pretentious. The girls in the group said during halftime, well, all bring water to Zhou Ziyu and snub the business school team. Yeah, if they want to act cool, well, crush their spirits by ignoring them. After they left, Jiang Mian slowly spoke. Sorry, Tong Tong, I can't stroll the campus with you. She tossed her hair, her gaze sharp. Because I need to go support my boyfriend. What's the matter? Are they bullying the business school for having no one? Seeing Jiang Mian finish speaking and turn to leave, Lu Yitang quickly caught up. Wanwan, wait for me. They'll go with you. Huh? Jiang Mian was a bit surprised. You want to come with me? Lu Yitang snorted. Of course. After all, I'm part of the business school too. It's only right that I show up to support our school's team and save face. But, she hesitated, her face showing concern. You're an art school student. If they find out you're helping us, won't they isolate you? It's fine. Jiang Mian patted her chest reassuringly. They're the ones in the wrong. Even if they try to isolate me, I'm not afraid. They're just petty people not worth worrying about. After all, she wasn't actually an art school student. Try to isolate her. Not in this lifetime. Lu Yitang marveled inwardly. For a moment there, Wanwan was so cool and commanding. No way would she let them snub their school's team. Now off to the supermarket to buy a bunch of good drinks and deliver them right in front of everyone, infuriating those narrow-minded gossips. Lu Yitang linked arms with Jiang Mian, and they walked side by side. With clear intent, the former added with a hint of tsundere, let me make this clear first. I'm only doing this to save face for our school's team. I still don't like your boyfriend. That stinking pig coveting her precious cabbage. She would never have a good opinion of him. But Wanwan, where are we headed? To the supermarket. Are you sure this is the way? Jiang Mian wasn't sure either, but she had to steel herself and nod. Of course. How could I not know the way around my own school? But look, those people over there seem to be carrying things they bought from that direction. Lu Yitang pointed to a small path branching off to the right. Jiang Mian turned to glance around. From a distance, she could indeed make out what seemed to be a supermarket sign. She pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, I forgot all about it. There's a shortcut through here. It's fine, it's fine. Taking the main road is nice too. This way she could spend a little more time with Wanwan. Either way, after buying the water, they'd definitely deliver it. As for that stinking pig you buy, let him wait. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily her acting skills were convincing enough that the other didn't suspect a thing. They took the small path to the supermarket and picked out their favorite drinks. Considering the players still had to continue the game, carbonated drinks were out of the question, so they settled on several bottles of water. Staring at the identical bottles of plain water, Lu Yitong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. That stinking pig, wasn't he so fond of showing off? And he had the nerve to say he didn't like drinking outside water. Just because his family had a bit of money, he thought he could act so arrogant. This was water personally bought by Wanwan. Let's see if he dared to refuse. If he dared. Then Shed do whatever it took to kick that stinking pig out of Wanwan's life. A pig lusting after Wanwan's beauty. Did he think he was the heavenly marshal? Lu Yitong couldn't wait to see the expression on He Yubai's face when he saw those bottles of water. The first half of the game ended with a 15-minute break. The moment the final buzzer sounded, the physical education team couldn't hide their smiles. For no other reason than the score, it was incredibly satisfying. 4026. Needless to say, the most points came from their PE team. The venue erupted with frenzied screams from their fangirls, most of them calling out Zhou Ziyu's name. Zhao Luan felt a pang of jealousy. We didn't play badly, either, so why are all these girls shouting Brother Zhou's name? Luo Chu gave him a punch on the shoulder. Come on, don't be so sour. It sounds like your vinegar jar tipped over. This is an era that values looks, get it? Look at Brother Zhou, his physique, his face. Then look at us. Isn't it normal to be outshone? The girls aren't blind. I thought I could bask in Brother Zhou's glory, show off at the art school today, and maybe find a pretty girlfriend. Zhao Lun sighed helplessly. But it turns out we're just the green leaves setting off the flower. What's wrong, Brother Zhou? You look unhappy. Did you twist your ankle? Lin Yu noticed that Zhou Ziyu's face showed no joy, only disappointment, and couldn't help asking. Nothing. Zhou Ziyu's expression was indifferent, clearly unwilling to discuss it. Stop talking, or you'll only make Brother Zhou feel worse. Oh, you know something? Of course I do, Zhao Luan said with a sly tone. Our Brother Zhou is suffering from unrequited love. Unrequited love? For who? Who else? Have you all forgotten? Last night at the ramen shop we ran into those two pretty girls, didn't we? Zhao Luan helped them recall. When those two left, didn't we see Brother Zhou asking the staff about their identities? Hearing this, the others remembered. See, Zhao Luan said like a love guru. And the staff said those two girls might be from the art school. Look at how hard Brother Zhou played today. He must have wanted to impress them. Too bad he didn't have a fan in hand, or had have waved it to look cool after that speech. But he played well in the first half, so why is he so down? That's obvious, Zhao Luan said, exasperated. Those girls aren't here. Brother Zhou has great eyesight. He'd know if they were in the audience. So he didn't see them, and now he's feeling let down. Yo little Lin, you're like a tapeworm in Brother Zhou's belly now. You know everything he's thinking. Yao Guang couldn't resist giving him a smack on the back of the head. Damn it. Don't hit my head. What if you make me stupid? How will you compensate for that? Zhao Luan clutched his head and protested. Tapeworm? What kind of crappy metaphor is that? If you can't make a good one, don't make any. Let me tell you, I know more than that. I even know that Brother Zhou. Are you done? Zhou Ziyu emerged from behind him. You're pretty brave, huh? Never been in love, but your mouth sure can run wild. Zhao Luan turned around and saw Zhou Ziyu's murderous expression, scaring him into wanting to flee. What's the rush? Zhou Ziyu grabbed the back collar of his jersey. Tired from the first half, right? Come on, let me help you stretch. No need, Brother Zhou. Before he could finish, Zhao Lun was pinned to the ground by Zhou Ziyu, who pressed his head toward his knees like folding a blanket. The entire court echoed with his miserable howls, but even so the fangirls eager to offer water pretended not to notice, crowding in to curry favor. Thanks to Zhou Ziyu, the other team members also enjoyed the privilege of being handed water. They twisted off the caps, took a sip, and had to admit, the water from the girls tasted different. Not only did it quench thirst, but it also had an oddly sweet flavor. Too bad Zhao Luan had that mouth of his, or he might have enjoyed the same blessing. But Zhou Ziyu still refused any water offered to him. Their PE side was buzzing with excitement, while over at He Yubai's side, it was eerily quiet. The girls who had previously brought them water now averted their eyes and kept their distance. Wu Feng was displeased. Are we being treated differently? Zhao Xingyan, as the department head, kept his composure and instructed him. The leadership is watching over there. Don't make this scene too ugly. Go to the supermarket now and buy some water. Even if no one brings it, our own people need to prepare. Okay, I'm on it. He Yubai ignored the surrounding chill. In fact, he found it rather nice, quiet, and undisturbed. Just as he was about to lift his head for a drink, teammate Chen Jian suddenly spoke up. Look, isn't that our school beauty Lu Yitong? She's heading this way. Strange, there seems to be another girl with her. Upon hearing the name, Lu Yitong, He Yubai's mind began to stir. After catching the second sentence, he immediately stopped his drinking motion and quickly followed his teammate's gaze. Sure enough, the figure beside Lu Yitong was none other than Jiang Mian, the one who had been constantly on his mind. From afar the warm sunlight draped over her, as if she were wrapped in tenderness. Hiyubai felt that his heart, which had been despondent to the point of near death, suddenly regained its vitality, beating once again with a resounding strength. Ladies and gentlemen of the School of Business, Lu Yitong greeted them with utmost politeness. I know you've all worked hard. I wanted to buy you some nice drinks, but I was afraid it might affect your upcoming matches, so I got you bottled water instead. I hope you don't mind. As she spoke, she opened the bag in her hand and handed out the bottles of water she had bought. Well, is it really the campus belle who's come to give us water? Of course we don't mind. No matter what the campus belle gives us, we'll love it. Am I dreaming? Then let me slap you and see if it hurts. Get lost, you bastard. Li Chuan wanted to shout, but he remembered the campus belle was still there, so he held back his rudeness. It didn't matter if he cursed his good buddy, but he didn't want to scare the campus belle. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd drink water from the campus belle. Life is complete. Then I won't drink it. The water from the campus belle is too precious, I can't bear to drink it. Then don't drink it, take it home, and worship it, you idiot. You're the idiot. Lu Yitong was amused by these guys, and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, momentarily forgetting that she usually despised these smelly boys. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Bad boys attract women, but silly men are even more endearing. Jiang Mian. Seeing that she was staring off in Lu Yitong's direction, Hiyubai felt a pang of jealousy. She had been avoiding him for so long, and now that they finally met, her attention was on someone else. Huh. Jiang Mian turned back reflexively, a look of bewilderment on her face. Thoughts by day, dreams by night. It was this face that had often appeared in his dreams lately. But every time he got close, he would suddenly wake up, and when he checked WeChat, she hadn't replied to a single message. This filled Hiyubai with both anger and resentment. Why couldn't she give him a chance? Why wouldn't she listen to his explanation? Even if she didn't believe his words, she could watch him prove it through his actions. She had vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving him with no one to call on and no one to turn to. Consumed by longing, he had even entertained some wicked thoughts. If he ever saw Jiang Mian again, he would bully her mercilessly. Bully her until her legs gave out, until she couldn't walk, and she would never dare to leave him again. This little rascal who had made him wait in despair deserved a thorough punishment. But now she stood right before him, so close. A wisp of autumn breeze drifted through the air, stirring the loose hair by Jiang Mian's ear and carrying a faint fragrance to Hiyubai's nose. The scent was familiar. He clearly remembered it as the unique body fragrance he had smelled when he buried his face in her shoulder and neck last time. Enchanting, yet not vulgar, alluring yet tender. Just like Jiang Mian herself. One glance at her, and he couldn't control himself. Yet no matter how angry he was, seeing her innocent, bewildered expression somehow made all his anger dissipate in an instant. But as punishment, he flicked her forehead with a snap. You've been deliberately avoiding me these days, haven't you? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jiang Mian rubbed her stinging forehead, thinking, what's wrong with this young master? Didn't I just see his abs last night? But the pain jolted her back to reality. She almost forgot she was in her transformed state. And it wasn't that she was deliberately avoiding him, she simply couldn't meet him. Determined to protect her secret identity, Jiang Mian resigned herself to her fate. Flick away, hurt away. Let young master, he vent his frustration. Seeing Jiang Mian rubbing her forehead and crying out in pain, Hiyubai realized he might have used too much force. The smug expression of having successfully punished her was replaced by a pang of concern. He reached out and gently rubbed her forehead. Sorry, I didn't control my strength. Hiyubai's voice was deep and charming when he comforted someone. If she were a real girl, she would probably be blushing by now. But did he really not know how strong his own hands were? Jiang Mian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He said he would rub it, but the calluses on his fingertips were so hard that as they pressed against her forehead, she felt as if he was about to drill a hole through it. The tender scene suddenly turned eerie. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand after a short while. Taking advantage of his height, Hiyubai looked down at her and asked, now you're willing to come out. Why not keep hiding? If she kept hiding, she was afraid he would do something drastic. Right now, he only flicked her forehead as a little punishment. If she really angered him, he might just crack her skull open. Jiang Mian trembled inside. All she wanted was to protect her secret identity, but now she found danger lurking everywhere. Life was so hard for her. Jiang Mian muttered under her breath, I'd like to keep hiding, but I'm afraid you'd really dig 3 feet deep to find me. What did you say? Hiyubai bent down, bringing his ear close to her lips. Nothing, Jiang Mian said, handing the bottle of water to him. I saw you guys seemed left out, so I came with Lu Yitong to give you some water. Hiyubai looked at the water bottle she offered and raised an eyebrow. Just a simple bottle of water. No extra little gift or token of affection. As expected of a young master from a wealthy family. Hard to please. Jiang Mian felt guilty toward him and could only comply. She thought Hiyubai's tantrum was like a little brat in elementary school. She would change his WeChat nickname to elementary school kid later. Despite her mental theatrics, Jiang Mian obediently added a little token of affection. She lifted the bottle and pressed a kiss on it. Is this enough? Jiang Mian handed the bottle to him again. Lu Yitong, who was watching from the side, was already grinding her teeth. This stinky pig even dared to make demands. She wished she could snatch the water bottle from Wan Wan's hand, poke a few holes in the cap, and spray the stinky pig in the face. Li Chuan saw this, and immediately came over bluntly reminding her, "Miss, our brother, he never drinks bottled water from outside. So how about giving this bottle to me instead?" "Who said I don't drink it?" Bai was just about to reach for the bottle in Jiang Mian's hand, when another hand suddenly cut in and grabbed the bottle from her, speaking in an unfriendly tone, "Stop dawdling. If you don't want to drink, then get lost." Jiang Mian looked up. It was none other than Zhou Ziyu. What was he doing here? Zhao Luan quickly rubbed his eyes, barely processing what was happening. Damn, when did brother Zhou get over there? Luo Chu timely reminded after he saw that girl from last night appear. Everyone was stunned. Good heavens. Two guys fighting over a bottle of water. What kind of battlefield of love was this, eh? Who said I didn't want to drink? Bai's tone was equally harsh. Who was it that said I never drink bottled water from outside? Zhou Ziyu sneered sarcastically. Your game is terrible, but your young master's temper is quite something, isn't it? None of your damn business. Bai's voice turned cold as he also reached out to snatch the bottle. The two refused to yield, glaring at each other. Jiang Mian was utterly exasperated. Having one childish boy like Bai was enough. Now there was another. We're all handsome guys, this immature. Just as the standoff reached a deadlock, Lu Yitong stepped forward. Seizing the moment when the two were distracted, she snatched the bottle away. Before either could react, the bottle was already in Lu Yitong's hand. She gave Bai a forced smile and said, "Since classmate he can't drink bottled water from outside, our preparations were inadequate. You'd better not drink this." Then turning to Zhou Ziyu, she added, "As for classmate, Zhou, I see a crowd of girls over there delivering water to you. It seems you don't particularly need the water from our school of business." Concluding, she said, "So we'll keep this bottle for ourselves." How cool. Jiang Mian looked at Lu Yitong with pure admiration. The campus belle was absolutely magnificent in that moment. With just a few effortless words, she had resolved the childish conflict between those two immature boys. But Jiang Mian was completely mistaken. Lu Yitong stepped in not out of a genuine desire to help, but driven by a woman's intuition. She had sensed a lurking crisis. That wretched pig Bai went without saying. He had always coveted her precious Wan Wan like a cabbage coveted by a swine. But this Zhou Ziyu. So many girls had flocked to offer him water, and he hadn't given a single one a second glance. Yet he had set his sights on the bottle in Wan Wan's hand, the one marked with her lipstick kiss. She didn't believe he was just picking a fight over a personal grudge with Bai. These annoying boys were childish enough, and their thoughts were written all over their faces, impossible to hide. So she was absolutely certain that another pig had come coveting her precious cabbage. Seeing the bottle taken away, Zhou Ziyu's expression instantly turned ugly. But since she was a girl, no matter how hot-tempered and irritable he couldn't resort to violence, especially in public. Bai knew very well that Lu Yitong didn't like him. After all, from their very first meeting, she had urged Jiang Wan to break up with him. Although they were only pretending to be a couple at the time, talk of breaking up still displeased him. But upon reflection, her wishes didn't matter. The final decision rested with Jiang Wan. Glancing at Zhou Ziyu, whose face had darkened, Bai cursed inwardly, idiot. Though he didn't know what had gotten into the guy, making him insist on fighting for that bottle. A man's intuition also alerted Bai that something was off. With so many bottles available, why did he have to fight him for this one? It was clear the other party had ulterior motives. His target wasn't the water, but Jiang Wan. Admittedly, Bai's mind worked fast when it came to matters concerning Jiang Wan. Moreover, the way the other man looked at Jiang Wan carried unmistakable improper intentions. Bai's gaze darkened as well. He sneered inwardly. This idiot at least had good taste. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Wan hadn't replied to his messages, her presence here meant he still had a chance. And from Lu Yitong's words, it was clear Jiang Wan hadn't revealed that they were only pretending to be a couple. So for now he was still officially Jiang Wan's boyfriend. Zhou Ziyu dared not speak out because he had no legitimate claim, forcing him to suppress his anger and fume helplessly. But he was different from this fool. Although the bottle was now in Lu Yitong's hands, the real he was Jiang Wan. Holy shit! Feng Jun exclaimed. What's going on with young master he? Two handsome guys are about to fight over a bottle of water. And even more absurdly, the bottle had been snatched by campus belle Lu in the end. No wonder she was his goddess. Even snatching a bottle, she looked stunning. Still, the girl next to her was also quite pretty. The late autumn weather was fickle, yet she was dressed so lightly. He had to admit her figure was amazing. His goddess Lu Yitong in her campus-style outfit exuded cuteness and innocence. That girl, however, had a completely different style, with long, straight, fair legs that one could play with for years. He couldn't help but ask Chunyu, "Who's that girl next to campus belle Lu?" Chunyu rolled his eyes. What use was it asking him about matters outside of studies? He didn't know either. They were almost juniors now, and he had only just learned the names of everyone in his class. No idea, but seeing how she came straight to talk to Bai, she must have come specifically to give him water. They probably know each other. Makes sense. Damn, what kind of incredible luck did young master he have? Not only did campus belle Lu deliver water for their team, but there was also such a beautiful girl talking face-to-face with him. It made him so envious and hateful. If it weren't for the public setting and his need to save face, he would have been writhing in dark, twisted envy. Wait, came specifically to give young Master He water. They know each other. And she's very pretty. Holy shit. Feng Jun's pupils dilated. She's Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian. Shen Yu finally caught on. Oh, you mean Little Lamb's cousin. Damn it. What the hell? Feng Jun raged. What does Little Lamb mean by this? I'm single too. Why didn't he introduce such a pretty cousin to me? He was so furious he wanted to beat his chest and stomp his feet. Everyone had been quietly enjoying the drama, but Feng Jun's loud shouting immediately drew displeasure, and people turned to glare at him. The once arrogant guy instantly wilted under the collective stare. Shen Yu kindly offered some consolation. If you seriously compare the gap between you and He Yu Bai, you'll understand why Little Lamb was unwilling to introduce her to you. Feng Jun. Thanks a lot. That was not comforting at all. Meanwhile, He Yu Bai had searched online for ways to pursue someone. He found a comment that, though crudely put, made sense. You had to be thick-skinned and clingy. In the past he would have scoffed, but now to seize this opportunity and win Jiang Mian over. What did a thick skin matter in front of everyone? As long as he could win the beauty. Unlike that idiot Zhou Ziyu, who just stood there dumbly. He wanted to compete with him. Dream on. He Yu Bai suddenly spoke up, but I don't have any water to drink. Before Jiang Mian could respond, Lu Yitong directly exposed his flimsy lie. That branded water bottle on the row of chairs behind you should be yours. It was a statement, not a question, as she was certain there was still water inside. Look at this wretched pig daring to spout any nonsense to achieve his goal. Now that she had exposed him, let's see how he... It's mine. He Yu Bai walked over, picked up his bottle, and just as he unscrewed the cap, the bottle suddenly slipped from his hand, crashing heavily to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Sorry, my hand slipped. So now I really don't have any water to drink. Lu Yitong. Zhou Ziyu. Everyone present. Jiang Mian. It's so hard to hold back laughter. How could this young master he be so childish? Ha ha ha. What the hell? Do they take everyone for blind? This is no accident. It's clearly intentional. Lu Yitong was fuming, inwardly realizing she had underestimated this sly pig. To achieve his goal, he didn't hesitate to smash his own branded water bottle. Zhou Ziyu was equally stunned, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Why didn't he think of that? Now the bottle was broken and there was no water to drink. He Yu Bai quickly turned to Jiang Mian, feigning grievance. Wan, I have no water to drink, he said, casting a subtle glance at the bottle in Lu Yitong's hand. The implication was unmistakable. He wanted that bottle. Jiang Mian lowered her head, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. What was going on? He Yu Bai, you're such a drama king. His pitiful expression nearly made her fall for it. After all, what girl could resist such a handsome man complaining to her with such a pitiful face? Though she was a man at heart, those big watery eyes and pouted lips still stirred a surge of maternal instinct within her. She almost wanted to snatch the water bottle from Lu Yitong and hand it to him. But reason prevailed. Lu Yitong, witnessing this, was so furious that her temples throbbed. This damn pig. Right now she wished she could grab a 98K and riddle this pig with bullets. He was doing this on purpose, wasn't he? Knowing that Wan was soft-hearted, he shamelessly put on this act. He Yu Bai's sudden display of feigned grievance even gave Zhou Ziyu goosebumps. What the heck? Was this the same guy who had been playing basketball so aggressively just moments ago? How could he turn so whiny over a bottle of water? Zhou the straight man was filled with disdain. Girls liked real men. Showing weakness like this would surely earn contempt. But the next second things took an unexpected turn. Tong, maybe you should give him the water, Jiang Mian said. She swore it wasn't out of sympathy or attraction, just pure concern as a roommate unable to bear seeing him thirsty. Yes, that's it. What the hell? This actually worked. Zhou Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. Who was the bastard who told him that women shouldn't be spoiled, that men had to be tough and dominant or else they'd seem weak and get dumped? Damn. If had known, he could have played the pity card too. Lu Yitong wasn't happy. She clutched the bottle tightly and whispered, Wan, a man's mouth is a devil's tool. As they say, brothers are like limbs, but women are like clothes. This pig can even lose his own bottle. He'll surely let you down in the future. Jiang Mian was mortified. What was all this nonsense? Lu Yitong was worrying too much. Besides, they were just pretending to be a couple. There was no question of anyone letting anyone down. Seeing Lu Yitong wouldn't let go, He Yu Bai continued his act. Wan, I'm so thirsty. I need water. Zhou Ziyu was disgusted again, his beliefs shaken once more. Did playing the victim really have to go this far? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Lu Yitong, however, was thoroughly contemptuous of He Yu Bai's shameless behavior. She wanted to spit at him and utter those profound 4 words, go eat shit. Jiang Mian was at a loss, caught in the middle. She knew Lu Yitong didn't like He Yu Bai, but she had never heard the reason. And today Lu Yitong's reaction seemed even more intense. As the break was almost over, Jiang Mian had planned to give him the water and then arranged to talk things out after the match. But Lu Yitong's interference had thrown off her plans. He Yu Bai seemed to sense something was off. This campus beauty, Lu Yitong, disliked him apparently because of Wan. But could it be that she was jealous because she liked Jiang Mian? Zhou Ziyu felt like an outsider wanting to interject, but finding no opening. The three of them completely ignored him. The group of fangirls watching were seething with jealousy. Even though they didn't understand the basketball game, they had endured the boredom just to wait for this break. Their goal was to have a chance to offer Zhou Ziyang strike up a conversation, get familiar, and hopefully end up as a couple. But now at this perfect moment, two women had ruined it. They had heard of Lu Yitong, the campus beauty from the business school. But where did that other even prettier girl come from? She was so annoying. First she had struck up a conversation with that handsome He Yubai from the business school, and then Zhou Ziyu had been mesmerized, unable to look away. He had completely ignored them and walked over. Even now being snubbed, he showed no sign of returning. To make matters worse, the two of them had been fighting over the same bottle of water. Damn it. This was infuriating. Why couldn't such a stroke of good luck fall on them? Was that girl a fox spirit reincarnated? How could she bewitch two handsome guys from different colleges in one go? They were so jealous they wanted to writhe in darkness and twist. Now they were furiously ranting in the group chat. Damn it. Whose stupid idea was this? If we'd known, we should have sent people to give water to the business school team instead. What do we do now? We wanted to snub them, but now we're the ones being ignored. I'm so pissed. Even Zhou Ziyu is drawn over there. What now? This is the first time I've been both angry and amused. All those beautiful girls from the art school can't compete with some unknown girl. Is this a slap in the face for our college? To be fair, that girl is really pretty. Strawberry soft candy has been muted by the admin for 3 days. This little commotion was also noticed by the officials seated at the head table. The PE college rep said youth is reckless. When I was young chasing my wife, I shamelessly brought her breakfast for 3 months. I wore down her temper, and no other suitor dared come near. In the end, she had no choice but to be with me. But inwardly he sneered, damn it, where did the business school learn these underhanded tricks? Sending a beauty to stir up trouble. Are they trying to paralyze our strongest player? The business school rep responded, in our youth we acted on impulse. Now that we're older, we're not as energetic. But back then I studied at a commerce college with a 1:1 male-to-female ratio. Finding a girlfriend was easy. But inwardly, he sneered, heroes are always undone by beauties. With such a pretty girl warming up our business school team, we're going to go all out and crush the PE college. To avoid delaying the upcoming match, Jiang Mian could only pull Lu Yitong aside and quietly explain the truth of the matter. What? Lu Yitong was shocked. So you two were just pretending to be a couple? Jiang Mian smiled bitterly. It was a situation forced by circumstances, so I played the role of his girlfriend. Then why are you here today? After I give him this bottle of water, I want to meet him after the match and clear things up. Clear things up. We can end this fake relationship. I don't want to keep being entangled with him. Really? Really? Lu Yitong's face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly handed the water back. Then go ahead, Wanwan. It's good to clarify things. Neither of you should be held back. She naturally wanted to stay with Wanwan forever. As for that stinking pig, well, he could go somewhere cool. Jiang Mian looked at the water returned to her and felt even more embarrassed. Truly a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. How had the school beauty Lu suddenly become so agreeable? Little did she know the thoughts running through the other's mind, or she would have silently rolled her eyes. If she could cast aside He Yubai, then the next one to say goodbye to would be herself. Their minds were in sync, yet each harbored their own calculations. But Jiang Mian didn't dwell on it. After handing the bottle of water back to He Yubai, she added, let's meet after the match. I have something to tell you. All right. He Yubai's gaze lingered on her, unwilling to shift, even an inch, afraid that in the moment he looked away, she would vanish again. She was a repeat offender, having given him enough romantic illusions back, then only to coldly refuse to respond to any of his messages. Now looking at her again, his eyes were still full of attachment. I have a lot to say to you too. Lu Yitong, standing by, was disgusted by the mushy words, her scalp tingling. She knew a bit about He Yubai's family background. As expected of a rich second generation, he must have frequented entertainment venues, spouting such cheap, sentimental drivel without a second thought. What a rogue deceiver of innocent girls. Fortunately, Wanwan and he were just a fake couple and had decided to cut ties, each going their separate ways. Otherwise, she would have rushed up and torn off that hypocritical mask of a gentleman. Not only Lu Yitong was irritated, but Zhou Ziyu, standing nearby, was also disgusted beyond words. He felt like a clown, a blindingly bright light bulb. What a damn day. Watching their interaction only made him more irritated, and now he had to endure this man's cheesy talk, giving him goosebumps. Seeing He Yubai dawdle more than a donkey, turning a mill, he couldn't hold back anymore, and lunged to snatch the water. If you're not going to drink it, then get lost. I'm dying of thirst listening to your endless nonsense. Though He Yubai was reluctant to end his time alone with Jiang, he was always aware of the irritating fool beside him. Seeing him try to snatch the water again, he swiftly sidestepped, dodging the move. Zhou Ziyu charged too fast, and due to inertia nearly failed to stop, almost crashing into Jiang Mian. Lu Yitong was startled. Wanwan. This sports academy guy was built like a mountain, or if he landed on her, she would end up in the ICU. Fortunately, He Yubai was quick. He grabbed Jiang Mian's hand and pulled her toward him. Everything happened so fast that Jiang Mian was still dazed and her own inertia took over. Like a female hooligan, she instinctively opened her arms and lunged at Hyubai, embracing him fully. Good heavens! Was she throwing herself into his arms again? Realizing what had happened, Jiang Mian wished she could dig a hole and disappear. In front of so many people, had she no dignity left? Are you hurt? A familiar voice came from above. Jiang Mian wanted to cover her face and flee the world. Her social anxiety was about to kick in. Sorry, I had to pull you in a hurry. Are your arms all right? Hyubai's tone was still caring as he reached out to massage her pulled arm. Whether she was hurt or not, Jiang Mian no longer cared. She just wanted to shout at him, hey, you can use your words, but why are you using your hands? With so many people watching. Wan. Lu Yitong rushed over anxiously. Seeing Jiang Mian still in Hyubai's arms, she set aside her grievances and quickly scanned her. Wan, are you okay? Are you hurt? After checking, she turned to scold Hyubai. Can't you be gentler when pulling her? What if her hand gets injured? Jiang Mian was utterly embarrassed. She wasn't a child or made of paper, not that fragile. Despite being scolded, Hyubai didn't get angry. Instead, he sincerely apologized. Sorry, you'll be more careful next time. Lu Yitong wasn't comforted. Next time? He still wanted a next time. Did this stinking pig hope to turn their fake relationship into a real one? No way. Not a chance. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu, who had nearly crashed into Jiang Mian, had to brake abruptly. He didn't hit her, but he fell. Fortunately, muscle memory kicked in. Though he fell, he managed to brace himself with his arms, avoiding a too embarrassing tumble. Inside, he felt a mix of joy and disappointment, an indescribable feeling. He was glad he hadn't hit her, or it would have been a disaster. He knew how destructive his build could be. But the disappointment came from being so close to holding that girl. Hearing them call her Wan. What a lovely name. When he looked up again, his foolish grin froze. Right now, Hyubai held the girl looking down at him from above. You almost hit my girlfriend. His expression was cold. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyu's face darkened. Girlfriend? He had suspected as much when they first started talking. But he hadn't dared to consider the most unlikely scenario. Now Hyubai had blatantly revealed it. So what if she's your girlfriend? Zhou Ziyu pretended nothing was wrong, standing up and brushing off non-existent dust. If she were my girlfriend, I would have handled things in advance, so she wouldn't suffer this. They glared at each other, the air thick with tension. Just then Hyubai unhurriedly unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then with a hint of provocation, he looked at Zhou Ziyu. The water my girlfriend gave me is so sweet, just like my baby. Jiang Mian was speechless. How childish. Lu Yitong, an unwilling bystander, clenched her tiny fists in anger. Those two stinking pigs. The match resumed, and the irrelevant personnel were cleared from the field. Before Jiang Mian left with Lu Yitong, Hyubai called out to her, your boyfriend is competing as his girlfriend, shouldn't you say something? He knew Zhou Ziyu was staring at Jiang Wan, so he said it deliberately for him to hear. Jiang Mian had no idea what Hyubai was thinking, or otherwise she would have complained about how childish this young master he could be. Since he spoke, she couldn't refuse and could only offer some encouragement. Then go for it. Play well and win, and he'll give you a reward. Hyubai's eyes lit up instantly. What reward? Huh? Jiang Mian sneered inwardly. The reward would be breaking up with him. How dare he tease her in public? Did she have no dignity left? Well, talk after you win. Jiang Mian smiled faintly and turned to leave. Whether you win or lose, this relationship is over. Even though Hyubai knew it was a trick of playing hard to get, his heart still bloomed with joy. So this was what it felt like to be willingly tantalized by someone you love. Zhou Ziyu kept staring at Jiang Mian's figure, fuming inwardly. Here, I am a living person, and she doesn't even glance at me. Hey! Zhou Ziyu turned at the sound. He saw Hyubai looking at him with a mocking grin. Is it because you don't have a girlfriend that you love staring at other people's girlfriends? Or do you have no girlfriend because you always stare at others? Cuckold. Ha! Zhou Ziyu sneered. Don't be too smug. If your skills aren't as sharp as your tongue, watch out. Someone might steal your girlfriend. Who would steal her? The answer was obvious. The two clashed, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhou Ziyu's fangirls naturally hated Jiang Mian. They had dressed up so beautifully today, yet he hadn't spared them a glance. And now this vixen appeared, captivating him completely. That detestable vixen. Fuming with anger, they shot venomous glares at Jiang Mian. Unaware, Jiang Mian and Lu Yitong stood among the crowd, continuing to watch the match. Suddenly a chill crept down Jiang Mian's spine, making her shrink her neck. Lu Yitong noticed her discomfort. Wan, what's wrong? It's strange, Jiang Mian said, puzzled, looking up at the sky. The sun is so hot, but why do I feel so cold? Feeling cold. Lu Yitong's face immediately showed concern. She reached out to touch Jiang Mian's forehead. Did you catch a chill? Are you dizzy? Any other discomfort? The dress Jiang Wan wore today was one Lu Yitong had bought for her last night. She felt unbalanced. Such a cool outfit should only be worn for her. Why wear it out? Wan was so beautiful that even in a sack, she would outshine everyone. Today's outfit was wasted on those two pigs, giving them an eyeful. Lu Yitong was both angry and pained. Jiang Mian shook her head. No discomfort, just a sudden chill. Sudden. Lu Yitong muttered, casually glancing around. Suddenly she understood. Good heavens, a group of women, as if possessed, were glaring hatefully at Wanwan. Given the situation, feeling cold was the least of it. If it were her, she'd have a heart attack from the creepiness. Since it wasn't physical illness, let them glare. If they dared to glare at Wanwan, she'd glare at Zhou Ziyu. May he play poorly today and lose the match. These fangirls were utterly insane. Couldn't they think with the brains on their shoulders? Clearly, it was that pig Zhou Ziyu coveting her cabbage, yet these fangirls couldn't see the situation and directed their anger at Wanwan. Why must women make things hard for each other? As a fellow woman, her misogyny intolerance was kicking in. Lu Yitong glared back at Zhou Ziyu defiantly. It's all your fault. All your fault. You pig. If they want to treasure him, they can take him home and enshrine him. Zhao Luan signaled to Luo Chu, look at the audience. The business school's campus beauty is eyeing our brother Zhou too. Luo Chu rubbed his chin, but her gaze looks fierce, like she's glaring at him. So what if she's glaring? I'd take any look from a campus beauty. Are you brainless? I envy brother Zhou. Everywhere he goes, girls like him, and now even the campus beauty has her eye on him. But doesn't brother Zhou like the girl next to her? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear? She has a boyfriend. What do you take brother Zhou for? Some Shimanxing who goes after married women. Zhao Luan couldn't help but blurt it out. The next second, he saw Zhou Ziyu turn around with a dark expression. Zhao Luan, you're playing forward. Don't attack, just defend the ball. If you fail, it'll turn you into the tiger from Wusong's story. Zhao Luan was instantly stunned. No, brother Zhou. Luo Chu could only clasp his hands, giving him a good luck look. Serves you right for running your mouth. Over at the business school, He Yubai rallied the team. Help me out, guys. My girlfriend is waiting for my win. All right, young master, he has spoken. No problem. Li Chuan joked. Even if brother, he hadn't wed, give it our all. After drinking the campus bowties water, we're full of energy. Right? I never thought I'd drink water from the campus beauty. This was something to brag about to the guys for ages. What made them prouder was that even though Zhou Ziyu from the sports school had his fangirls cheering, so what? That guy was still mesmerized by brother He's girlfriend. The way he lost his mind was pathetic. But they had to admit brother he had great taste. Where did he find such a beautiful and lively girlfriend? It made them envious. Then it's settled, He Yubai said, beaming. If we win today, I'm treating you all. Pick any place. Yeah, brother he is awesome. Damn brother he, I love you. Get lost. Brother he has a wife. He doesn't need your love. He Yubai's smile didn't fade as his plan worked. Glancing at Jiang Mian in the audience, he had his own thoughts. Win or lose after the match, he'd likely have to eat with the team. But he only wanted to be alone with Jiang Mian, so he needed to get rid of them. Remembering the reward Jiang Mian mentioned, He Yubai's gaze grew determined. No matter what, he had to win this match. With Lu Yitong the campus belle delivering water, the team's spirits soared, and they felt a surge of strength. Although none of them could find a girlfriend as beautiful as brother he, her encouragement instilled in them a firm belief in victory. Isn't it just the sports academy? Let's crush them. The morale of the business school skyrocketed. In contrast, the sports academy team felt immense pressure due to Zhou Ziyu's gloomy demeanor. Zhao Luan couldn't help but mutter, brother Zhou is overreacting. Just because the girl he likes has a boyfriend now. Why make such a big deal? It was like he was on his period. What did you say? Zhou Ziyu's harsh question came from behind, startling Zhao Luan so much his scalp tingled. Nothing. I was just cheering myself on. Then play well. If you drag us down and we lose, we'll break your legs. Zhou Ziyu threatened coldly. Zhao Luan felt like crying. He had only made a small careless remark. Why was he being treated so harshly? The referee's whistle blew and the ball was tossed into the air, snatched first by the business school team. Lin Yu shouted, get the ball back. Zhao Luan, what are you waiting for? Zhao Luan was stunned. What the hell? What was wrong with the business school team? Had they been possessed by Superman? He had only hesitated for a moment, and they had already leaped up and stolen the ball. Weren't they supposed to be exhausted? This didn't look like exhaustion at all. Zhao Luan regretted it deeply, but had no choice but to give chase. However, He Yubai and his teammates were now working in perfect sync. Having lost the initial advantage in the jump ball, and with Zhou Ziyu abandoning the forward position, they found a weak spot to exploit. They charged straight to the opponent's basket. He Yubai faked out the defenders with a few feints, and then jumped for a shot. The ball went in. The scorekeeper added 2 points for the business school. Opt. Lu Yitong and Jiang Mian suddenly stood up from their seats, clapping enthusiastically and cheering, go business school, go business school. Caught up in the excitement, Lu Yitong wanted to call out the players' names to encourage them. But although she had seen the game roster, she had only glanced at the names briefly. The one that stood out most was He Yubai, that annoying pig. But how could she cheer for a pig who coveted her precious cabbage? No way. Jiang Mian didn't know the others' names, but she knew her fake boyfriend's name. Since He Yubai had been quick to reveal their fake relationship earlier, everyone now knew about it. It would be awkward if she didn't cheer for him. So Jiang Mian reluctantly called out, Yubai, go for it. There were some cheers for the business school, but pitifully few. Moreover, Zhou Ziyu's many fangirls were there to intimidate the business school. They had planned to roar Zhou Ziyu's name after the sports academy scored. But seeing the business school score instead, they pretended not to notice and refused to cheer for them. So what if they scored 2 points? Nothing to brag about. Look at that vixen acting like she's never seen anything. The court wasn't noisy, so Jiang Mian's soft, sweet voice, not forced or fake, carried clearly to many ears. It was pleasant to hear. The hot-blooded young men on the field felt a tingle in their bones despite their adrenaline rush. Li Chuan clicked his tongue. I don't admire anyone but brother He. This girlfriend he found. I definitely couldn't handle her. Chao Ji teased, can't handle her. Is your body too weak? Brother He, I'm reporting them. They're joking about your girlfriend. Shut up. That bastard Chao is twisting my words. He Yubai ignored their bickering, not even sparing them a glance. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Mian. Joking. It was pure jealousy. They were jealous that he had found such an amazing girlfriend. Feng Jun couldn't bear to watch. Ugh. Look at He Yubai. Just because Little Lamb's cousin showed up, his eyes are practically glued to her. Is it really that serious? If it weren't for the game, his gaze would have been stuck on Jiang Wan. Qin Yu chimed in. You've got nerve saying that. Your look at her was just as intense. No, it wasn't. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You know in your heart whether I'm talking nonsense. On the court, He Yubai was smiling at Jiang Mian. Oh, her fake boyfriend was smiling at her. To save face from Master He and avoid suspicion about their relationship, Jiang Mian decided to go all out and blew him a kiss. Good luck. He Yubai's smile widened, and he mouthed two words, wait for me. Those were the most romantic words in the world, sparking endless imagination. Wait for me. What would happen then? The audience was stunned. Wow. So this aloof, ice-faced handsome guy could actually smile. His expressionless look was chilling, but his smile was like spring melting snow, captivating. He'll wait for you. Jiang Mian replied with a smile, thinking to herself, whatever shed, just keep Master He happy, so he could play well and win glory for the business school. As for what came later, shed deal with it then. Zhou Ziyu couldn't help turning his head several times. Zhao Luan dared not complain aloud, and only thought to himself, why does brother Zhou keep looking? That girl is flirting with her own boyfriend. Even if he covets her, what can he do? Steal her. He's handsome, but her boyfriend isn't ugly either. And from how lovey-dovey they are, brother Zhou probably has no chance. Zhou Ziyu suddenly turned around with a sixth sense, and saw Zhao Lun's pained expression. Cursing me in your head, are you? Caught off guard, Zhao Lun's face nearly cramped as he tried to hide his expression. No. Brother Zhou, how could you think that of me? I'm an honest, straightforward guy. Oh, Zhou Ziyu said, glancing at him sideways. Honest guy, did you know everything you're thinking is written all over your face? Panicking, Zhao Luan immediately touched his face. Then a second later he realized. Oh no, he had fallen for it, and indirectly admitted it. He looked up to see Zhou Ziyu's deceptively kind smile. After the game, I'll deal with you for holding us back. Nope. The game continued, but Zhou Ziyu, the core player of the Physical Education Institute, allowed the business school to seize the advantage due to his emotional fluctuations. The previously wide gap in the score was quickly closed. The current score was 3-2-2-6. He Yubai and his teammates fought with increasing vigor, and the match became tense. Brother Zhou. Zhao Luan barely managed to grab the ball, but finding himself surrounded and double-teamed, he quickly tossed it toward Zhou Ziyu. Unexpectedly, He Yubai intercepted it midair and even taunted them, thanks. On the spectator stands, Jiang Mian joyfully cheered at the sight. He Yubai, He Yubai, He Yubai. In truth, watching them play with such intensity and the score gradually narrowing, Jiang Mian felt deeply stirred. Several times the words she almost blurted out were nearly, hubby you're awesome, or hubby you're mighty. But with Louis Tong by her side and a shred of rationality remaining, she held back. Otherwise, shouting such words in front of so many people would have been mortifying on the spot. Although in this game of pretending to be a couple, He Yubai was clearly getting too invested, she couldn't let herself fall into it as well. Otherwise, she would truly despise herself. Moreover, she had realized it. She was now deeply influenced by the system and the women's attire becoming increasingly soft and effeminate. What was she to do? As she was lost in thought, He Yubai had already sunk a three-pointer. The crowd's enthusiasm ignited, and upon seeing this they erupted in fervent cheers. The halftime buzzer sounded, allowing the tension in the players' minds to finally ease. Some stretched their limbs, others went to the rest area for water, and some, like He Yubai, made a beeline toward Jiang Mian without a second thought. Zhao Luan looked distressed. Brother Zhou, what were you spacing out for earlier? He had thrown the ball so well, yet it was snatched by the business school team. The thought alone made him seethe. A glance at the scoreboard showed the business school had already scored 29 points, only 3 behind them. What was even more infuriating was that the Physical Education Institute had barely scored any points in this quarter, and they were about to be caught up. But look at their brother Zhou. He showed no signs of tension, instead staring intently in He Yubai's direction. To be precise, he was staring at the spot where someone else's girlfriend stood. Blinded by beauty, Zhao Luan thought with a pang of pain, indeed women only slowed down brother Zhou's speed in drawing his sword. And she already had a boyfriend, brother Zhou. Snap out of it. Do you want to be a homewrecker? He Yubai walked up to Jiang Mian, his face drenched in sweat with mischievous droplets sliding down his cheeks. An aloof god suddenly appeared, so down to earth, and many girls nearby found their hearts swayed. A few drops of sweat were about to run into his eyes, and sensing this, He Yubai lifted the front of his shirt, and wiped his face roughly. His six-pack abs pale and defined once again caught Jiang Mian's eyes. The other girls upon seeing this screamed in delight. They immediately forgot everything. Why take photos? Just keep staring. Only Lu Yitong standing nearby rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached her skull. Sly scheming pig. So you have abs, big deal. It's not enough to seduce one alone, you want to create so many rivals. Do you think you're the heavenly marshal or something? Pig, pig, pig. She cursed in her mind dozens of times. After wiping his face, He Yubai extended his hand to Jiang Mian, as if it were his due. I want water. Jiang Mian was puzzled and pointed to their rest area. Don't you have water and towels over there? Young master, he was seriously ill. He had a towel, but insisted on using his shirt to wipe sweat. Luckily he was handsome, otherwise if the shirt could talk it would say, I'd rather have rotted in the factory. Now even worse, he had his own water, but came to snatch hers. Did he think she was easy to push around? She wouldn't give it. He Yubai immediately put on a pitiful look, but I just want a drink from my girlfriend's hand. Jiang Mian said proudly, I've already drunk from this bottle. I don't mind you. But I mind you. This sentence, Jiang Mian only dared to scream in her heart. After all, there were many eager girls around as she feared that if she said that out loud, she would be surrounded and beaten and labeled an unworthy girlfriend. After all, her boyfriend was so handsome and devoted, even thinking of flirting with her during the game, yet she refused to accept. What kind of girlfriend was that? And sharing a bottle of water, what was that? An indirect kiss. Seeing her unmoved, other girls couldn't help but offer, classmate, how about drinking from my bottle? This one hasn't been opened, yet it's clean. How about mine? It's sparkling water, perfect for quenching your thirst after such a tired game. Drink mine. Mine works too. Good heavens. Just offering water. Was everyone trying so hard? Jiang Mian began to ponder when she later had an honest talk with He Yubai. If he refused to agree, could she use this as a reason? Say that he had too many admirers around him, and she was too lazy to eliminate rivals everywhere. Yes, that was a perfect reason. But He Yubai, taking advantage of Jiang Mian's distraction, simply reached out and easily took the bottle from her hand. He politely refused. Everyone, sorry, I'll just drink from my girlfriend's bottle. Everyone felt a pang of regret. Damn, what a rare and wonderful man. This wall, they truly couldn't pry it away. But glancing at Jiang Mian, they muttered inwardly. Though they always called her a vixen, it was undeniable that this girl was really damn beautiful. If she were a man and had such a gorgeous girlfriend, she would probably find ways to cherish and pamper her. Watching her water being taken, Jiang Mian could only grit her teeth and curse under her breath. Damn. Zhou Ziyu had somehow wandered over again, and seeing the bottle in He Yubai's hand, his eyes darkened. Zhou Ziyu. If possible, could you please? I have to say my girlfriend's water is really delicious, so sweet. Zhou Ziyu, having just mustered the courage to say a sentence to Jiang Mian, was ruthlessly interrupted by He Yubai. He turned to glare, but He Yubai met his eyes with a provocative look. Sorry, my girlfriend is very busy. As for your request, she can't, and doesn't have time. He said it as if it were his due, without a blush or a skipped heartbeat, as if he had truly forgotten that he and Jiang Wan were just pretending to be a couple. Jiang Mian silently complained in her heart. This young master, he was really so childish. Only Lu Yitong roared inside, you oily dead pig. How dare you make decisions for Wan? It was infuriating. Let you be smug for a while. After the game ends. Heh, you'll know the pain of loss. Zhou Ziyu wanted to lash out, but the bell rang again. The crowd had no choice but to return to the court. Before leaving, his gaze lingered reluctantly on Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian felt a little uncomfortable under his stare, as if she were a hunter's easily obtainable prey. Bah, she was no prey at all. It was a pity Zhou Ziyu didn't know what Jiang Mian was thinking, otherwise his seemingly cold and stern face might have cracked into a smile. It was just his nature. He rarely smiled, which often made people think he was deliberately putting on a stern expression. But he was a man, not a jester. What use was a brilliant smile? He kept staring at Jiang Mian simply because he found her truly beautiful, with fair skin and a great figure. Those long legs made his face flush slightly, though his dark complexion hid it well. Even if he blushed from shyness, no one could tell. Watching he chatter endlessly, he felt nothing but disdain and contempt. Just a smooth-talking pretty boy. As an athlete, he wasn't as eloquent as this pretty boy, and his mind was rather straightforward. Zhou Ziyu couldn't say anything charming, so he had to prove himself through actions. Because Jiang Mian was beautiful, he wanted to keep looking at her. As for this, he could be completely ignored, even though he kept calling her his girlfriend. But Zhou Ziyu felt they didn't suit each other at all. After much thought, he believed this girl looked more fitting standing by his side. Yes. He didn't know what she was thinking, but her face suddenly puffed up like an inflated pufferfish. Zhou Ziyu was almost amused, but the corner of his mouth had just curled up. This scene made He Yubai feel displeased. Hey, had your fill of staring. None of your damn business. Zhou Ziyu shot him a sideways glance. Then, urged by his teammates, he returned to the team, leaving this pretty boy behind. I'll show no substance. If it came to a real fight, who knew if he could even withstand two of his punches? As the match continued, Lu Yitong hugged Jiang Mian with a hint of grievance. Once you've cleared things up with that guy, let's stay far away from these stinky boys. He'll do my best. Jiang Mian forced a helpless smile. She didn't want to stay away from these people. But being too beautiful was also a fault. It was her fault for being soft-hearted and blindly helping He Yubai, which led to all this trouble. Just wait a little longer, and she'd soon say goodbye to this mess. As long as Jiang once said it, Lu Yitong would believe it. She had wanted to stick close to her for so long, and today she finally got to hug. She wouldn't waste this good opportunity. Oh, of course, she had to snuggle up as much as possible. Oh, Wan smelled so good. Her body was soft, and her little hands were tender. Thinking about those stinky pigs possibly tainting her precious cabbage, Lu Yitong wished she could just get rid of them all. The match resumed. Perhaps because he had mustered the courage to talk to Jiang Mian, Zhou Ziyu shook off his earlier sluggishness, his face solemn, like a swift leopard. He coordinated with his teammates while seeking out the opponent's weaknesses. He Yubai also warned his teammates. Knowing the opponent was getting serious, they gradually raised their spirits to full alert. Both sides seemed to return to the first match, pulling and tugging, trading blows back and forth. He Yubai knew he absolutely couldn't lose, because Jiang Wan was watching. He had to win. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu had a fire burning inside him. He not only wanted to win, but also to take down that his arrogance. Jiang Mian, the unsuspecting beauty, didn't know that the two were again competing because of her. If she did, it seemed she couldn't change much anyway. After all, she had only recently discovered that the more handsome the boys, the more childish they seemed. The battle grew increasingly tense, but everyone could clearly see that the sports academy team was gradually intensifying their efforts, trying to widen the score gap. Yet the business school team clung tightly like mad dogs, tearing and chasing each other. Watching the score shrink from a dozen-point gap to just a few points, the audience was thrilled and extremely nervous. Jiang Mian kept her eyes fixed on the ball being tossed back and forth, her mood rising and falling with it. When the ball reached the sports academy team, she silently prayed, "Don't go in, don't go in, don't go in." But it still went in. Fortunately, her prayers for the business school also worked. The balls she silently willed in were indeed scored. Just then the final bell suddenly rang, startling everyone. The next second, He Yubai's three-pointer also swished through the hoop. But according to the referee's decision, the ball was shot after the bell, so it couldn't count. Damn it. Yes. Upon hearing the result, both sides reacted differently. Final score: business school, 59, sports academy, 60. Just 1 point short. He Yubai and his teammates clenched their fists in frustration. Such a pity. Not only they, but even the audience, who initially had no goodwill toward the business school, also felt it was a great shame. But on second thought, it was truly impressive that bookworms glued to computer screens could nearly match athletes who trained daily. He Yubai regretted his hesitation. If he had released that three-pointer earlier, they might have won. But after the regret, he consoled his teammates, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Although they lost by 1 point, the business school team had fought the sports academy to this level. That was still damn impressive. Young master he destined to become a CEO knew just what to say. After his words of comfort, the dejected spirits of his teammates gradually revived. On the sports academy side, Zhou Ziyu frowned. "We won the match. Why are you all still unhappy?" Hearing this, the teammates exchanged glances, thinking the same thing, but not speaking up. Except for Zhao Luan, who feared nothing and immediately spoke out. "Isn't it shameful that our sports academy nearly tied with the business school? I wouldn't want such a championship even if it were handed to me." He actually wanted to complain about Zhou Ziyu's daydreaming in the third match. If he hadn't slipped up, the score wouldn't have been so ugly. This 1 point difference meant the business school, though losing, had given their all. But for the sports academy, it was different. They couldn't match in academics, and now they almost got caught up in sports. If word got out, other brother schools would laugh them to death. "Oh, you're pretty bold, huh?" Zhou Ziyu grabbed him by the back of the neck. "Come on, you seem unhappy. Want to settle a score?" No, brother Zhou. I was wrong." Zhao Luan, tough for only 3 seconds, immediately softened. Damn, what kind of grip strength had brother Zhou been training? He felt his neck was about to snap. After the match came the usual routine leaders' speeches, mutual encouragement, and mutual flattery. During the awards ceremony, the business school leaders beamed with smiles, not at all ashamed that their students had lost. Those old foxes all knew in their hearts that if the final bell had rung a few seconds later, the business school would have won. Thinking of this, they felt very comforted. These rascals had indeed brought honor to the college. In contrast, the sports academy leaders, though knowing the business school was being polite, had to swallow their anger and respond. When they received the trophy, their twisted purple faces were simply hilarious. The match concluded, arriving amidst everyone's eager anticipation and departing amidst the cheers of Zhou Ziyu's adoring fans. They remained oblivious to the truth hidden beneath the competition's outcome, rejoicing simply because the sports academy had won. The business school's leaders plastered on welcoming smiles, suggesting an early dinner together with their counterparts from the sports academy. But unfortunately, the sports academy's hearts were smoldering with suppressed fury, yet they couldn't refuse outright. They could only force smiles and make excuses, one claiming family obligations, another citing college affairs. Thus, the dinner engagement fell apart in discord. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu found himself besieged by a crowd of girls. Though the match was over, they continued to offer water and towels without pause. Amidst the relentless clamor, he strained his neck to peer toward the business school. Sure enough, that pale-faced fellow was standing beside Wanwan again. He accepted the towel she meticulously handed over to wipe the sweat from his face, exchanging words with her that softened his expression. His tall, upright silhouette complemented her graceful, curvaceous form, casting a harmonious sight. Zhou Ziyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had been blind to think they looked strangely compatible standing together. That pale-faced pretty boy wasn't worthy. In stark contrast to the sports academy's grim atmosphere, the business school was cheerfully arranging their upcoming dinner gathering. Chun Jin approached and patted Hyubai on the shoulder. "Hegi, let's go. Join us for the dinner. You all go ahead." Hyubai wiped the sweat from his forehead, flicking back his slightly long hair, appearing as if he had just bathed. The contrast between his aloof demeanor and puppy-like charm was laid bare before the crowd. The girls who had already been tempted to defect now felt their inner scales tipping further toward Hyubai. Yet despite their inclinations, they dared not approach him easily. Why? Ridiculous. Hadn't they seen that enchanting fox-like beauty? With her standing beside Hyubai, the picture was already too perfect to bear. If they lacked the self-awareness to intrude, it would be a crushing comparison. It wasn't that they felt inferior, they simply didn't want to embarrass themselves. Besides, at that moment, Hyubai's heart and eyes were wholly fixed on the person before him. They'd rather not court awkwardness. Hyubai ignored Jiang Wan's outstretched hand, which sought to take the towel, and instead tossed it directly to Qin Jian. "Tell them I won't be joining. Pick a good spot and enjoy yourselves. Eat and drink as you please, don't worry about the cost. Send me the final bill and I'll cover it." The towel was soaked with his sweat, better not to dirty Wanwan's hands. Chun Jian looked troubled. "We've only just met and the brothers really want to have a meal together." "I understand, but..." Hyubai glanced sideways at Jiang Wan. "I don't have the time. I simply can't get away." Having offered to pay, he figured the lads would have no complaints. At worst, they'd try to bleed him dry. That didn't matter. Chun Jian, quick-witted, caught on instantly and chuckled while nodding. "All right, Hegi, have a great time with your lady. We'll take off now." With that, he tactfully slipped away, unwilling to linger as a third wheel. In the distance, Li Chuan, hearing that Hyubai wouldn't attend the party, immediately exclaimed, "Damn. Hegi's not being a true brother. We all agreed to the dinner, so why?" The next moment, Qin Jian must have explained something to him. The carefree fellow's face lit up with joy. "That's great. I know a place that's absolutely amazing." Whatever Li Chuan said next, Jiang Mian didn't catch. She only sensed that the group seemed agreeable and departed together. When she turned her gaze back to the young master, before her, she sensed something oddly amiss. The fastidious Hyubai, usually so particular about cleanliness, now appeared somewhat rough. "Finally decided to look at me, eh?" Hyubai spoke inexplicably. Oh dear. Jiang Mian could fully detect the jealousy brewing in this young master's words. She smiled wryly. "If Hyubai feels I've disrupted your dinner, then let's talk another time. Bye-bye." With that, she turned to leave. Who's afraid of a game of pride? "Don't go, I was just joking." Hyubai quickly explained, immediately conceding, even reaching out to grasp her arm as he spoke. Her skin was as soft as fragrant jade. Fearing she might truly leave in anger, he unconsciously tightened his grip. Then in the next moment, a soft sensation filled his palm. Even though he was accustomed to the sights of entertainment venues due to his peers, Hyubai's heart couldn't help but race. The tender touch in his palm muddled his thoughts. After a long pause, a single thought surfaced. Was Wanwan made of nothing but softness? So pliable. Even if you killed him, the young master, he wouldn't admit it. He had indeed been jealous. With him standing right before her, why wouldn't she look at him? Yet no matter how bitter he felt, the moment she turned to leave without mercy, he panicked instantly. What a heartless little minion. Jiang Mian hadn't intended to leave, and Hyubai's grip was firm. She felt like a cat scruffed by the neck. Was that joke funny? Hyubai shook his head immediately. Not funny. Will you act out again? No. He looked like a perfectly obedient child. This scene drew envious glances from other girls. Where could they find such a docile and obedient handsome boyfriend? They longed to ask this little fox beauty for her secret. But after glimpsing Jiang Mian's face, realization dawned. If they had that face, they wouldn't just date one handsome guy, they'd date 10. Seeing that Hyubai had been pacified, Jiang Mian felt it was time to broach the matter. Let's find a quieter place, it's too noisy here. Mostly it was too inconvenient. If the other girls found out she was about to dump such an obedient and handsome boyfriend, she'd probably be killed by their judging stares. Alright. He too found the surroundings too chaotic for their private time. Especially that fool surnamed Zhou from the sports academy, who looked as restless as ever. If looks could kill, the other might have died 1,000 deaths by now. As it happened, Zhou Ziyu shared the same thought. Seeing the pale-faced pretty boy lead the person away, he couldn't stay put. Muttering, "Excuse me," he rudely shoved through the crowd, heedless of the girls, and followed the direction the pair had taken. Zhao Lun stroked his chin, squinting as he said to his buddy beside him, "I feel like Brother Zhou's old house is Due to his family background, Hiyubai, who had lived for 21 years, had always gotten whatever he wanted from his family since childhood, except for things that violated the law. He felt truly fortunate. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all abundant, and he enjoyed good health without any illness or disaster. But just a minute ago, he suddenly experienced what it felt like to have his mood plummet from heaven to hell like a roller coaster. Originally in high spirits, he had brought Jiang Mian to a lakeside within the art institute. The lake was called Jingxin Lake, Tranquil Heart Lake. But Hiyubai's heart could not calm down. After days of melancholy, his heart finally began to beat with life again upon seeing the one he had longed for day and night. He had so much to say and so many questions to ask, yet when the person finally stood before him, his mind seemed to jam, unable to utter a single word or ask a single question. So this was the satisfaction of a greedy heart. When he couldn't see Jiang Mian, he had imagined countless scenarios. But upon seeing her, he was amazed to find that one could be instantly fulfilled. As long as the one you desire and love is right before your eyes. Both had things to say to each other. But as soon as they spoke, what were you about to say? What were you about to say? They ended up speaking in unison. You go first. You go first. They hadn't expected this kind of situation. Locking eyes, they both froze. Then they both laughed. After the laughter, Hiyubai, adhering to gentlemanly etiquette, said, Wan, you go first. His words were unhurried. After all, as long as Wan was still willing to see him, then they would have plenty of time ahead. But the next second, Hiyubai suddenly regretted it deeply. Because the person before him suddenly withdrew her smile and assumed a serious expression. The words that came out shattered all his beautiful illusions. Classmate, let's end our fake relationship here. What did you say? Hiyubai didn't react. That seemingly light sentence struck him like a violent storm, nearly overwhelming him. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard. Misheard or not, Jiang Mian was not a fool. As soon as she finished saying that, she saw the smile on his face clearly collapse. How painful. Why had she become such a sinner? Countless feelings of guilt spread from the depths of her heart. But Jiang Mian also knew that with such matters a short pain is better than a long one. There was no need for the two of them to sink deeper. Because such a consequence would eventually lead to a sudden explosion of news articles online. Heir of the He Group's partner suspected to be a roommate. A single short headline could make one's brain shrink several times. Such explosive information would definitely go viral across the internet. What would happen to the He family's reputation? What would happen to the friendship between her and Hiyubai? He was a human, not a god, and wouldn't have such noble sentiments. She dared not test Hiyubai's true limits, for the human heart is immeasurable. Jiang Mian considered herself neither a saint nor a soft-hearted deity, nor was she acting in a melodramatic cliché, painlit idol drama. But if this matter continued to develop, the consequences beyond her estimation were unimaginable and beyond her ability to bear. When the secret of her transformation was revealed, how would Hiyubai see her? A pervert who coveted her own roommate and tried to toy with others' feelings. Such a cruel speculation made Jiang Mian's mind become terrifyingly clear and calm. That's right, she was going to nip this terrible consequence in the bud in time. So at this moment, even though Hiyubai's expression was so incredulous, she had to cut the Gordian knot quickly and swing her blade. Thus, in the midst of Hiyubai's helpless expression, she had to repeat herself once again. Classmate, he are fake. Enough. Don't say any more. The helplessness on Hiyubai's face vanished, replaced by an expression even calmer than Jiang Mian's. He spoke again. Why? His voice was somewhat bitter. Why was she always so cruel to him, giving him hope only to personally hand him despair? Because Jiang Mian lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze any longer. Because in her impression, Hiyubai was always a very confident and accomplished person. Whether it was the strength given by his family background or the confidence fostered by it, he was someone she deeply envied. Why? Jiang Mian silently repeated in her heart. Probably because she didn't have the same confidence as Hiyubai, as she couldn't afford to gamble or lose. So it was best to act as if it had never begun. Because between us it was always a transaction. I pretended to be your girlfriend, and you paid a fee. To appear more ruthless, she deliberately emphasized the word fee, aiming to disgust him. Hiyubai fell for the bait, his tone somewhat gritting his teeth. Do you have to make it sound so terrible? That's the truth. There's nothing terrible about it. Lift your head. Hiyubai's tone was a bit impatient, but he was still trying to restrain himself. Jiang Mian pretended not to understand. Who got a stiff neck last night? Can't lift it, sorry. Such a cold and distant tone finally became the last straw that broke Hiyubai's back. Reason was burned to ashes in that moment. Gentlemanly etiquette. All bullshit. He cast it all aside. I'm telling you, lift your head and look at me. Even though he was furious, Hiyubai still couldn't bear to scare her. Even his curse words were lowered in volume. It was the calm before the storm, but he no longer held back. Because his right hand suddenly appeared in Jiang Mian's field of vision. Was he trying to lift her chin? A combination of restraint and irritability. Such an ascetic and calm young man driven to this state by her. Jiang Mian thought to herself what a bastard she was. But before Hiyubai's hand could make its next move, it was quickly interrupted by a familiar voice. What are you doing? Then another hand suddenly cut in, grabbing Hyubai's attempting hand. This scene felt so familiar. Jiang Mian looked up and saw Zhou Ziyu's angry face glaring at Hyubai. Scram. The young master, he having abandoned all etiquette, couldn't be bothered to waste words on sarcasm and went straight for brute force. A kept man indeed with a big temper. Idiot looking for death. Seeing the two about to fight, Jiang Mian didn't want her own matter to be set aside. It was better to settle this sooner rather than later to avoid more trouble. Classmate, I've said my piece. Let's not see each other again. Jiang Mian dropped this line and turned to leave. But Hyubai's voice carried a hint of pleading, his expression dejected. Wan, don't go, okay? But Jiang Mian acted as if she hadn't heard her steps unceasing as she walked away. She didn't turn back to see Hyubai's expression at that moment, afraid of being hurt. Yet her mind involuntarily recalled the scene of him kissing her forehead and his slightly threatening tone. If you provoke me again, he'll kiss you. Damn. Fuck. It's just a breakup, not a farewell forever. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Why are you following me? Jiang Mian turned around, her face clearly displeased. Ever since leaving the tranquil heart lake, Zhou Ziyu had been clinging to her like a stubborn plaster. Who's following you? Exposed so bluntly, Zhou Ziyu's expression faltered. Yet he shamelessly insisted, this road isn't built by your family, so why can't I walk on it? Such sophistry. Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered to argue further and simply rolled her eyes. Though his behavior was odd, she had a vague inkling of his intentions, but chose not to call him out. She couldn't afford to be labeled a princess or a conceited girl online. But this persistent tale was hard to shake off. She walked, he walked, she stopped, he stopped. Annoyed, Jiang Mian glanced back, but Zhou Ziyu with his thick skin acted as if nothing was wrong, looking at the sky, the ground, the air, anywhere but at her. This drove Jiang Mian a bit crazy. If he had thin skin, she could have made sarcastic remarks to drive him away. But his skin was obviously thicker than average. Even if she scolded him outright, he would pretend not to understand, and she'd end up even more frustrated. She felt annoyed but helpless. In a contest of strength, she was no match for him. Though Zhou Ziyu looked intimidating in public, he'd probably just take the beating passively. That would make her seem like an unreasonable shrew, wouldn't it? No, better not start a fight. But Jiang Mian still couldn't help silently cursing him in her mind. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone passing by and collided head-on. Her first reaction was, holy crap. How can this person be so hard? I almost knocked myself out. Her second reaction was to quickly apologize. Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Things scattered from the other person's arms, and she hurriedly knelt to help pick them up. Just then she noticed a few boxes of oddly packaged medicine and couldn't help but take a curious glance. They bore words like wind, heat, cough with phlegm, clear heat, and detoxify. Jiang Mian felt even guiltier. This person was ill, and she had accidentally bumped into them. If they had fallen to the ground, she would have been in real trouble. As she considered whether to apologize more sincerely, the other person had already gathered the items. It's okay, thank you for helping me pick them up. The voice was strangely androgynous, as if deliberately pinched. But recalling the cold medicine boxes, Jiang Mian rationalized it. After all, a sore throat from a cold could make one's voice sound strange. However, just as she was about to look up, the person quickly lowered their head and hurried away. What the hell? Jiang Mian stood there dumbfounded. She thought she had seen. Zhou Ziyu approached, waving a hand in front of her eyes. Hey, why are you staring like that? You're the one staring. Jiang Mian snapped back, her expression undisguisedly disdainful. Do you even look in a mirror? Look at your silly grin now. And you dare call others stupid? Zhou Ziyu laughed. He had been scolded by girls before, but he still found Jiang Mian's mix of temper and Sundra utterly adorable. Not stupid, then why were you staring? What? Zhou Ziyu teased. Did you find someone prettier than you? Young master, he was right. This guy was truly an idiot. So stupid his eyes were glued shut. Prettier than her? Jiang Mian didn't think so. But that person was bolder than her. Even though they wore a mask, perhaps lowering their voice under the pretext of a cold, Jiang Mian could see through it clearly. That person was undeniably a boy. A boy in women's clothing. She had to admit that took guts. She herself could only transform because of the system. Even if her male appearance was handsome, she would never wear women's clothes in public, not even if it killed her. Actually, their disguise was decent, but perhaps because of her transformation, she had inexplicably awakened a female sixth sense. Maybe because they weren't wearing makeup, the mask exposed the upper half of their face, giving them away. Compared to a man's angular face, a woman's facial lines are softer. This has nothing to do with weight, just the natural differences between male and female bodies. A detail those with sharp eyes could easily spot. She was one of those sharp-eyed people. Plus, Jiang Mian wanted to point out next time this brother should avoid buying cheap wigs. At night it might not be noticeable, but in broad daylight the color difference was glaringly obvious. The person ran off so quickly, probably afraid of being recognized. She knew all too well the thrill of that mix of excitement and unease. But Jiang Mian didn't dwell on it. Society is open now. Freedom of dress is a common human right. She didn't live by the sea, so she wouldn't meddle, nor would she be foolish enough to criticize. After all, everyone has their own way of life. Jiang Mian casually dismissed the matter, but she never imagined that sometimes the world is so small. Damn small. As far as I know, the sports academy isn't in this direction, is it? The cross-dressing brave had vanished. Jiang Mian then narrowed her eyes at Zhou Ziyu. Hadn't he followed her long enough? If Zhou Ziyu could hear her inner question, he would surely shake his head without a hint of shame. Not enough. I'm not going back to the sports academy. Then where are you going? Why do you care? When it came to chasing someone, Zhou Ziyu was stubborn. He would just persist with a thick skin. Seeing her walking closely with He Yubai, he naturally assumed Jiang Mian was from the business school. Of course he knew how to get to the business school, but now it was different. He had a purpose. He wanted to keep following Jiang Mian. Are you kidding? The business school was huge, comparable to the sports academy in size. But he hadn't found a single girl he liked at the sports academy. They were all training muscles, even fiercer than the guys. In the end, he preferred the petite, clingy type, like the girl before him. Even her temper tantrums were adorable. The business school was a large institution with many departments and dormitories. He couldn't be bothered to care why that pale-faced he was dumped. He hadn't heard the conversation clearly while following them. But he swore he hadn't eavesdropped. Those words just happened to drift into his ears. What was gratifying, though, was that he could now legitimately pursue this girl. Zhou Ziyu knew he was clumsy with words. He would rather do more than say more. So his plan was to find out which department Jiang Mian was in at the business school, then follow her to the dorm building. Of course, he wouldn't go inside. He just wanted to know so that when he later delivered breakfast and gifts, he'd know which building to wait at. Fine, keep it to yourself. Zhou Ziyu heard a humph and saw the girl's face puff up like a pufferfish again. No matter how much he scolded or tried to shoo him away, he wouldn't leave. Zhou Ziyu was like a hero in a game, clad in both physical and emotional armor. Jiang Mian felt helpless. She had originally planned to find a secluded spot on the street to transform and change clothes. But with a persistent little tail following her, she couldn't outrun him. Besides, she had been so focused on discussing matters with He Yubai that Zhou Ziyu had barged in, forcing her to finish the conversation hastily. She could only hope that young master he would stop being so stubborn. Moreover, she had left in such a hurry that she seemed to have forgotten something. After a long while, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Damn! She had left the school beauty Lu Yitong behind on the court. Before leaving, the other girl had told her to come back quickly as they had planned to go shopping together. For that reason, school beauty Lu had childishly declared this a hapago after regaining her single status. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Just as she thought of Lu Yitong, the latter called her on WeChat. The phone rang, but Zhou Ziyu still had the audacity to stick close by. Jiang Mian had to hint, I need to take this call. The straightforward Zhou even generously said, go ahead, it's not like I'm stopping you. Was he some kind of tyrant? Would he forbid her from answering a call? What the hell? Unable to take a hint, she had to be direct. Move away, I need to take this call. The implication was clear. She didn't want him eavesdropping. Zhou Ziyu chuckled, so much trouble, and walked over to the roadside greenery. Is this far enough? Cover your ears. He frowned. Are you discussing some secret? So much hassle. Jiang Mian retorted matter-of-factly, shut up. Aladdin's business is none of yours. Fine, whatever you say, Miss Jiang. Though Zhou Ziyu's words were dismissive, he actually obeyed. He covered his ears with both hands and signaled with his eyes, is this okay? Jiang Mian gave him an okay gesture. Tisk, women are such a hassle. Although Zhou Ziyu felt disdainful inside, he was obedient enough. The reason was simple. Since he had decided she was his girlfriend, he had to indulge her no matter what. He might be a bit chauvinistic, but when he wanted to treat someone well, he would give his all. A real man knows how to pamper his wife. Seeing that Zhou Ziyu probably couldn't hear her, Jiang Mian dared to answer the call. Wanwan, how did it go? Are you done talking? Jiang Mian felt a bit awkward. We're done talking, but I... Then she recounted everything to Lu Yitong, including He Yubai's emotional outburst during their talk, Zhou Ziyu's sudden appearance, and how he had been following her ever since. Lu Yitong listened silently on the other end, but inside, she was already furious. Damn it. This stinking pig. First, He Yubai, now Zhou Ziyu. It was indeed her oversight. If she had known it would turn out like this, she should have gone with Wanwan. Then when necessary, she would drive away all these ambitious pigs. So did he do anything? Did he bully you? Cough, no he didn't. Jiang Mian glanced discreetly at Zhou Ziyu, who was covering his ears and tilting his head to look at her. How to put it? He was foolish, yet somewhat adorable. Where are you now? Should I come find you? Why would she come? To fulfill their shopping promise. Cough. That would be too much for her to handle. So she quickly dismissed Lu Yitong's idea, half covering her mouth as she spoke into the phone. Don't come over yet. He'll just play along and let him mistake me for a business school student, and then... Seeing Jiang Mian covering her mouth while talking on the phone and occasionally glancing at him, Zhou Ziyu's mind couldn't help but wander. Who was she talking to? A bestie or a good friend? What was she saying? And she kept looking at him. He narcissistically guessed she must be praising his good looks. Zhou Ziyu wasn't overly narcissistic, he just thought about it casually and didn't take it to heart. Jiang Mian's hair was so thick, when she bent slightly it cascaded down like a waterfall. How did that saying go? Like a waterfall or something? Zhou Ziyu couldn't think of the exact phrase, so he let it go. His vocabulary of praise was limited. He wasn't the type to sweet-talk, nor was he like the ancient scholars full of talent with honeyed lips spouting endless idioms and poems. Praise after praise without repetition. His specialty was just 2 words, straightforward. But he had to admit Jiang Wan's face was so small, probably smaller than his palm. Her tall figure and fair skin reminded him of the Barbie dolls girls played with. But she was dozens, no hundreds of times prettier than a Barbie doll. Can you do this? Lu Yitong was truly furious now, wishing she could fly to Jiang Wan's side and kick Zhou Ziyu, that stinking pig, to death. It's okay, Jiang Mian said with a sly smile. You go back to school and wait for me at the east gate of the dormitory area. He'll be there soon. Okay. Lu Yitong was worried about her, but she also knew that Wanwan was not only beautiful, but also smart. But after hanging up, she suddenly remembered, how does Wanwan know there's an east gate to the business school dormitory area? But then she thought it was probably the guy who told her. Zhou Ziyu didn't know what happy topic Jiang Wan was discussing, but the gleeful expression on her face made her look like a little fox. Hiss. Why did that seem a bit cunning? Seeing Jiang Mian hang up, he walked over again. Done with your call. None of your business. Oh, she was throwing a little tantrum. So that call was probably about cursing him. Let her curse, but it wouldn't cost him anything. Zhou Ziyu thought nonchalantly. Back in his village there was a man who wasn't good-looking, but had grand ambitions. He had his eyes on the village chief's youngest daughter, a beautiful girl. The villagers often joked that he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. But the man ignored the gossip, focusing solely on winning the girl's heart. He brought her an umbrella in the rain, delivered charcoal in the cold, and helped harvest crops without a word. In short, he took shamelessness to the extreme. Some called it devotion, others called him a simp. The village couldn't keep secrets, and there was all kinds of talk, but the man persisted with that relentless spirit. He wore down the village chief and won the girl's consent. She had no choice. Wherever she went he followed, and if any other man tried to approach he drove them away. Like guarding some precious treasure that no one could touch. After marriage the man treated his wife as he had vowed before the wedding. Now their daughter was old enough to run errands, and the family lived happily. Eventually the gossip about a toad lusting after a swan stopped. The people only talked about how enviable their life was. Zhou Ziyu now thought to himself, wasn't he just a toad lusting after a swan? But at least he was a handsome toad. Wasn't it reasonable to want to eat the swan? If Jiang Wan could be his wife, he swore he would make her happier than that couple. In every aspect. And he hoped they would have many daughters, all as beautiful as Jiang Wan. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking, but his stare made her uneasy. She felt like giving him a couple of punches. If Jiang Mian knew he was not only thinking of marrying her, but also having children, she would definitely throw punches. Damn it. This wasn't just a toad lusting after a swan, it was pure delusion. And having children. She would curse him with every foul word imaginable. Since she had agreed to meet Lu Yitong at the east gate of the dormitory area, the two of them would naturally have to coordinate their efforts. Jiang Mian was in no hurry to return now. With nothing else to do, she simply sat down at the bus stop to wait for the bus. But just as she sat down, Zhou Ziyu followed and plopped down beside her. He sat on the same bench, less than half a person's width away from her. Jiang Mian couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and turn her head to look at him. Coincidentally, Zhou Ziyu, with nothing to occupy him, was also staring at her. Their eyes met. Seeing her delicate frown, Zhou Ziyu thought she was complaining about him being too close again. So he resorted to his earlier twisted logic. This bench isn't made by your family, is it? I can sit here too, right? You can, Jiang Mian said with a hint of disdain, but I think you smell awful. The implication was clear, you're stinking up the place. Jiang Mian finally understood that saying fragrant ladies, stinky men. No wonder school beauty Lu always called these boys stinky. Turns out after playing ball, the smell on a sports student's body really is that strong. Although he had been following her earlier, the distance wasn't close, so she hadn't noticed. Now the stench of sweat was practically assaulting her face. Ugh. Her former close girlfriends and sisters always said that if you want a boyfriend, find a sports student. The benefits you'd have to experience for yourself. But Jiang Mian couldn't take it. This kind of fortune was better left for someone else. Still, when it came to Hiyubai, even after playing basketball and being drenched in sweat, it wasn't unbearable. After all, it was all thanks to the innate noble aura of young Master He. As a shameless fan of good looks, she indeed preferred the fair and handsome. She wondered if young Master He, after being rejected by her, would be so heartbroken that he'd throw himself into a lake. Spit. What was she even thinking? Hiyubai wasn't some scorned woman. Would he really resort to such extreme actions just because of a rejection? This young master, raised in a hothouse, had probably rarely suffered hardships, coasting through life, smoothly getting everything he wanted. Now that she had ruthlessly abandoned him, he would most likely, like in TV dramas, drown his sorrows in drink. Then he would forge a heart as cold as the snow on Kunlun Mountain, completing his transformation into a domineering CEO. Such a brilliant deduction nearly made Jiang Mian want to applaud herself. In this life, she could probably only be brothers with young Master He. As for being his wife, that would have to wait for the next life. If she were still a looks-obsessed fan in her next life, young master, he could have priority. Jiang Mian's mind wandered to other things, but her disdainful expression remained unchanged. Seeing her disdainful expression, Zhou Ziyu wasn't embarrassed. He raised his arm and sniffed, finding the smell actually not that bad, just the usual scent. This scene shocked Jiang Mian. What's wrong with this guy? Although he couldn't detect it himself, seeing Jiang Mian's expression, he knew he probably did smell a bit. I haven't showered yet, so I might have a bit of an odor. Then go back and shower, no one's stopping you. Jiang Mian couldn't help but roll her eyes. He just had to stick to her like a stubborn plaster. Zhou Ziyu muttered to himself, showering isn't as important as chasing a wife, and besides he was usually quite hygienic. Wait for me, you'll be right back. Spotting a convenience store nearby, Zhou Ziyu dropped that line and ran straight over. Wait for you. Huh. Dream on. Jiang Mian wanted to run away, but the bus hadn't arrived, and there were no taxis. With her short legs, she couldn't outrun his over 6-foot frame, and she'd just exhaust herself. It really wasn't worth it. While Jiang Mian was dazed, Zhou Ziyu had already sprinted back like the wind. So fast. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Had she really been spacing out for that long? The old man sweeping the street across the way had only moved a mere 2 meters, and this guy had already made a round trip to the convenience store. Holy crap. I just want to buy a pack of wet wipes. Zhou Ziyu showed her the pack of wet wipes in his hand, looking incredibly honest and sincere. Though his face remained calm, he was inwardly unsettled by her earlier comment. Had one just made a dirty joke. The boys' dormitory was full of such risque jokes. Especially for them, the sports students who had been tagged with plenty of labels, good and bad, funny and crude. All sorts. He was long used to it, and he really wanted to retort. He wasn't actually that fast, he was very slow. Why did you buy wet wipes? To wipe off the sweat, Zhou Ziyu said, tearing open the package. Didn't you say I stink? Jiang Mian. Huh, what does smelling bad have to do with wet wipes? If sweat odor could be wiped away with wet wipes, why would people shower? Why invent shower gel? Jiang Mian's mouth twitched as she simply couldn't keep up with his bizarre train of thought. Unaware of her thoughts, Zhou Ziyu tore open the wet wipe package, pulled one out, and began wiping himself down. He felt a twinge of regret. He had clearly been too hasty. Whoever chases a wife by dressing up, all handsome and flashy? Only him looking disheveled and being scorned for his sweat. Luckily he had thick skin, the world could wait, but his wife came first. Everything else was trivial. If it were some other pretty boy being rejected and humiliated, they'd probably have lost it and started cursing. No wonder she was the one he had his eye on. Even her frowning little expression was adorable. Zhou Ziyu silently vowed that once he found out which dormitory building Jiang Mian was in today, he would come to see her tomorrow clean and fresh. As for today's mess, coffee hadn't prepared properly. Best to just turn the page. After wiping himself down, Zhou Ziyu raised his arm and sniffed. The smell seemed to have dissipated. There's no stink anymore. Want to take a whiff? Jiang Mian. Why did this handsome Zhou always give her the impression that sports students had no brains? She raised her hand to decline. No thanks. She really wasn't that perverse. Even though she herself smelled nice, she didn't go around sniffing herself. Feeling like her CPU was constantly overheating, Jiang Mian was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the bus pulled into the station just then. Without a second thought, she boarded and scanned her code. Zhou Ziyu followed, but since he hadn't scanned or paid, the driver stopped him. His tall frame stood out in the cramped bus, and when the driver spoke, countless eyes immediately turned to him. The big, sturdy man suddenly gave off an air of panic and helplessness. But Zhou Ziyu knew who to look to. He kept staring at Jiang Mian. The passengers on the bus then followed his gaze to Jiang Mian. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Helpless Jiang Mian had to speak. You don't have cash. Zhou Ziyu shook his head obediently. No. Then what about your phone? I was so focused on chasing you I forgot my phone. The surrounding passengers instantly turned into eager spectators, their eyes lighting up even more. Jiang Mian. This guy had not only lost his mind, but was also missing a few screws. Why did he have to say something so misleading? At that moment, the driver glanced through the rearview mirror and said, Miss, scan the code for your boyfriend, please. He was eager to get going, as this young man still hadn't paid. He's not my boyfriend. Jiang Mian retorted, immediately blaming Zhou Ziyu for his careless words that led to such a misunderstanding. I saw you two sitting together chatting and laughing from afar. The driver was almost rolling his eyes. What was wrong with these young folks nowadays? If they wanted to throw a tantrum or play games, couldn't they do it at home? Why did they have to occupy public resources in broad daylight? Initially, the passengers believed Jiang Mian's denial. But after hearing the driver's description, their doubts shifted, and they thought, it's just a little spat between lovers. Among the onlookers were elderly folks. An old man leaning on a cane, grinning with missing teeth, said, Young man with such a handsome face, can't you even say a few sweet words to soothe your girl? Zhou Ziyu's face flushed slightly, barely noticeable. Yet he obediently followed the advice, turning to Jiang Mian and saying, I'm sorry. They'll listen to you from now on and won't make you angry again. His posture was humble and sincere. In this age, tricks may win hearts, but sincerity is the ultimate trump card. What a teachable lad. The old man squinted with delight. This boy was still a bit behind him in his prime when he had charmed many women with his silver tongue. Reminiscing, his face was full of nostalgia, even though his body was no longer young. Yet his charm remained undiminished, still able to delight many elderly women. Jiang Mian's murderous intent was now unmistakable. She forced a smile and said, "Classmate Zhou, you're not ignorant of the law, are you? Don't you know that spreading rumors can lead to criminal liability?" "I'm not spreading rumors," Zhou Ziyu replied with utmost seriousness. "First, I don't have a girlfriend, and you don't have a boyfriend, so pursuing you is reasonable. There's no cheating." Alright, I'll scan the code first." Although there were many curious onlookers, there were also quite a few impatient expressions. After all, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and the two couldn't occupy public resources indefinitely. Moreover, Zhou Ziyu seemed to have suddenly regained his wits. Though his words were more coherent, Jiang Mian was still wary. Who knew if this guy might blurt out something mind-numbing again? She was truly afraid. Beep. Scan successful. As the prompt sounded, the vehicle started moving again. The driver couldn't help shaking his head. What was going on? This batch of passengers was too hard to handle. As the bus lurched forward, Jiang Mian walked back, and Zhou Ziyu kept his eyes on her. Seeing the bus jolt, fearing she might fall, he quickly reached out to steady her. Careful. Jiang Mian, also swayed by the movement, accepted his hand and said thanks. Her reply was polite, yet distant. Accepting his kindness didn't mean giving him an opportunity. Zhou Ziyu, straightforward as he was, didn't dwell on the implication that she wanted to draw a line. But as he held her small hand, enveloping it in his palm, all he could think was how soft Wan's hand was. So girls really were sweet, soft, and adorable creatures. No wonder the guys at school, before finding girlfriends, were ready to renounce worldly desires. But once they had girlfriends, they willingly became henpecked husbands, always talking about what their wife did or said. Back then he thought it was vulgar. Truly vulgar. He used to scoff, but now he was eating his words. Zhou Ziyu thought he now wanted to be a henpecked husband too, to become the ordinary man he once despised. There were no empty seats on the bus, so they stood holding the handles. But Zhou Ziyu was considerate, shielding Jiang Mian with his body to prevent her from falling if the driver braked suddenly. The old man watching chuckled knowingly. He understood the boy's intentions. Being a warm man was fine, but what was the difference between that and being a doormat? Relationships were like flying a kite. You had to tighten and loosen the string to keep the other person attached and wanting more. Most young men were greenhorns, stumbling through relationships by trial and error. The elderly often felt a special bond with the younger generation, seeing any handsome lad as their own precious grandchild. So the old man decided to help. "Young man, you're pretty good protecting your girlfriend like that." He called out Zhou Ziyu's intentions directly, knowing that these young people, though blessed with mouths, acted as if they had bombs in them when facing relationship issues, afraid to say the wrong thing. So they forgot they even had a mouth and just acted blindly. What good was that? Hearing them constantly mention girlfriend, Jiang Mian felt resigned. Let it all burn. Zhou Ziyu just smiled and said nothing, happy to let the misunderstanding continue. Beside them sat an elderly woman with graying hair. Having lived so long, her eyes were sharp. Though the old man praised the young man for his good looks, she wasn't easily fooled. In this day and age, even the ugly could get plastic surgery. Could good looks be eaten? She almost got swayed by that old man, but luckily she was as sharp as a tack. Experience truly counted. She immediately teased, "He is indeed a caring lad." The old man chimed in, exactly. But before he could continue, the woman shifted gears. "If he really cares, why doesn't he buy a car? Taking his girlfriend on a crowded bus is hardly convenient." "What do you know?" the old man retorted, displeased. "Times are tough. Young folks don't have money for cars and houses. I think taking the bus is great. It saves energy and reduces carbon, and squeezing together only deepens their bond." He clapped his hands and spread them. "See, isn't that good?" The woman's eyes seemed to curse him. "Nonsense. No matter what, men always benefit and women lose out. Of course you think it's fine, you old fool." Zhou Ziyu didn't understand how the old couple who had been talking about him and Jiang Mian suddenly started bickering. Though he knew he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he could still sense the tension in the air. After a few more exchanges, the woman forced a smile. "With your bad legs, why wander around? Isn't it a waste of money and effort, and doesn't it worry your sons?" The old man grinned, pulling out a worn-out booklet. "What does it cost to ride public transport?" Jiang Mian took a closer look. Good heavens, a senior citizen's card. It entitled him to free bus rides. The woman was left speechless. Jiang Mian and Zhou Ziyu silently averted their eyes. This old man had truly mastered the art of taking advantage of the system. The bus swayed along the way, and Zhou Ziyu, acting as the flower guardian, was quite dedicated, his attention always fixed on Jiang Mian. However, after the old man exposed his good intentions, Jiang Mian naturally became aware of it, so she kept a tight grip on the handrail throughout the journey. There was no instance where the vehicle's jolts caused her to fall, thus depriving Zhou Ziyu of any opportunity. After all, this wasn't a teenage idol drama. She wasn't about to go out of her way to make trouble for herself. The old man watched them, sighing inwardly at how handsome and beautiful they were, but wondered why the girl was so slow to react. Couldn't all this young man's attentiveness move her heart? Gossipers come in all ages and genders, especially the elderly, who love nothing more than playing matchmaker. As the saying goes, it's better to demolish a temple than to break up a marriage. Located within the same university town, the colleges weren't far apart, and soon they arrived at the business school. Seeing the two get off the bus, the old man secretly regretted it. He found the young man endearing and had wanted to teach him a few more tricks for winning a girl's heart, but it seemed the chance had passed. After alighting, Zhou Ziyu looked at the massive sign of the business school in some bewilderment. Aren't you from the art academy? What are you doing at the business school? Do you live by the sea? You're so nosy. Jiang Mian couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes. Since the bus stop happened to be at the east gate, she looked around searching for Lu Yitang's figure. Having been inexplicably scolded, Zhou Ziyu rubbed his nose and didn't take it to heart. A thorny rose always stirs a male's desire to conquer. Seeing Jiang Mian looking left and right, he asked again, "Who are you looking for?" "None of your damn business." Well, he got scolded again. Zhou Ziyu had grown used to it, but the next moment alarm bells rang in his mind. If Jiang Wan was from the art academy, why was she at the business school? Hadn't she already broken up with that pretty boy surnamed He? Moreover, she had just answered a phone call. Could it be? A thought immediately struck Zhou Ziyu, and he felt as if struck by lightning, a terrible feeling washing over him. Jiang Mian, seeing him silent, thought he had finally shut up, but when she turned to look, she exclaimed, "What's with that expression?" It was a face full of disbelief, shock, and a sense of being deceived. Zhou Ziyu was clearly the type who spoke his mind. "Whatever he thought," he said, "the reason you broke up with that pretty boy surnamed He. Is it because you've already gotten involved with another guy?" Huh. This time it was Jiang Mian's turn to be utterly shocked. She even felt the urge to dig out her ears, afraid she hadn't heard correctly. "What did you say?" It was a question, but the dense Zhou Ziyu took it as a rhetorical query. So he prepared to repeat himself. "I said you, and that he." Stop. Jiang Mian quickly cut him off. "Don't say anything now, just shut up." "Damn it. Fuck. Damn. Shit." Jiang Mian cursed inwardly 3 times. If murder weren't illegal, she would have slit his throat right then. Was she a good citizen and model student, the kind of fickle-hearted playboy who changes her mind at the drop of a hat? Right then, Jiang Mian really wanted to slap him across the face. Oh, wait. She sneaked a glance at Zhou Ziyu's expression and saw that he indeed looked hurt. Even more like a big loyal dog than He Yubai, as if he had suffered a great betrayal from his owner. But compared to He Yubai's shrewdness, his silly expression was straightforward, with every thought written on his face. This might be a perfect opportunity. What do men love most? Face. If Zhou Ziyu found out that the girl he liked was a heartless, unrepentant femme fatale, this guy would definitely have his Dao heart shattered and keep his distance from her. Exactly. That's it. Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly flicked her hair and, putting on a seductive air, said, "You guessed right. The reason I dumped He Yubai is that I've gotten together with another guy." To make her words more convincing, she tried to act as nonchalant as possible, mimicking the villainous female characters from TV dramas. If eyes could seduce, Jiang Mian felt hers were about to cramp up from the effort. But despite her exaggerated hip swaying, nearly twisting her waist off, Zhou Ziyu showed no reaction at all, only staring at her dumbfounded. After a long pause, he blurted out, Wan, you're so beautiful." Jiang Mian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. "Bro, are you focusing on the wrong thing? According to the scenes in TV dramas and novels, shouldn't you be heartbrokenly accusing me? I never thought you were this kind of person. Then I could make a graceful exit, tossing out the classic line of a vicious femme fatale, 'Don't love me, there's no result.' But this guy completely deviated from the script. It was so infuriating. Arg. The act of playing the vicious femme fatale could only be declared a failure. Is that guy tough enough to take a beating? What the hell?" Jiang Mian had been feeling dejected, but upon hearing this, she immediately perked up. Looking up, she saw that Zhou Ziyu had somehow replaced his expression with a cold, impassive one. His brow was sharp as a blade, quite captivating. "Holy shit, what's this guy planning?" Calm down, Jiang Mian quickly pacified him. "Fighting will land you in jail. Don't do anything rash." "I'm very calm," Zhou Ziyu said. "I just want to see if this new guy of yours is any better than that he. If he's still a wimp, I'll personally take him down." Damn. Although these jocks' blood ran hot with violent impulses, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel a shameful flutter of excitement. Especially that last line, "take him down," had a certain rugged, straightforward charm that was particularly striking. Zhou Ziyu hated weak men, especially domestic abusers. Those who seemed manly on the outside, but were cowardly outside and tyrannical at home. What fucking good were they, eh? If he ever encountered such a man, he'd grab him by the collar, drag him into an alley, and beat him black and blue until he saw his ancestors. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking about, but the veins on his neck were bulging. She drifted off, wondering if a needle jab there would make blood spurt out. Getting sidetracked. But seeing Zhou Ziyu like this, she feared he might harm innocent bystanders. Jiang Mian quickly explained, don't get worked up. I was just joking. Joking? Zhou Ziyu's expression instantly relaxed. That's good. Otherwise I was thinking I'd have to beat that guy up first, and then snatch you back. Jiang Mian. If she were truly a femme fatale, this guy would be quite the martyr. Wan, you're very naughty. Zhou Ziyu's gaze fell on Jiang Mian's face. He had almost been deceived by this little rascal and struggled inwardly for a long time, so asking for some compensation wasn't too much, was it? He wanted to pinch Jiang Wan's soft cheek, but just as his hand rose halfway, a loud shout came from not far away. You bastard! What do you think you're doing? They turned in unison, looking toward the direction of the sound. Lu Yitong was rushing toward them, as if her feet were on fire wheels. Jiang Mian felt a blur before her eyes, and Lu Yitong had already stood in front of her, shielding her protectively. In a motion unseen by others, she subtly slapped away Zhou Ziyu's restless hand. Damn, this annoying pig was troublesome enough, but now he was so touchy-feely. What difference was there between him and that guy? After finally getting rid of one bothersome pig, another had latched on. Lu Yitong's heart grew resolute. She would protect Wan. Her shout drew many sidelong glances from passers-by. Everyone found the scene utterly bizarre. Their campus beauty Lu was shielding a pretty girl behind her, while across from them stood a tall, strapping young man. Naive boys thought this guy was incredibly lucky to be entangled with two beautiful girls, at once one of them being Lu Yitong. But looking at Zhou Ziyu's looks and height, their hearts could only feel envy, pure envy. If their parents had given them such good hardware, wouldn't they have no trouble finding girls or girlfriends? But other girls sensed a drama brewing. Their keen minds were already spinning with speculation. As excellent standard 5G internet surfing experts, seeing Lu Yitong so protective and hostile toward the handsome guy opposite, they unanimously concluded this must be a scumbag who abandoned his lover. Campus beauty Lu was standing up for her best friend. These days scumbag was a common term. Whether handsome or ugly, in the end they'd turn out to be scumbags. Although there was plenty of fake sisterhood among girls, when a sister was being bullied they would resolutely stand by her side. At the same time they felt nothing but contempt. What was wrong with handsome guys these days? Truly one shouldn't judge by appearances. Still they found Zhou Ziyu oddly familiar, as if they'd seen him somewhere. Oh, forget it. Probably just watched too many borderline male bloggers on short videos. After all, handsome faces were a dime a dozen. The onlookers each had their own thoughts. Lu Yitong turned her head and whispered to Jiang Mian, Wan, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Mian smiled at her. Although she had only known Lu Yitong for a few days, she could clearly feel that the girl genuinely cared for her. Not understanding why Jiang Mian could only narcissistically guess. Could it be that she thought Jiang Mian looked too beautiful after her transformation, accidentally enchanting her, making her want to get closer? Even though Lu Yitong deliberately lowered her voice, they weren't far from Zhou Ziyu. So whatever Jiang Mian could hear, Zhou Ziyu could too. Though he had no interest in girls' whispers, seeing how much she cared for Wan, he felt an inexplicable fondness for Lu Yitong. Hearing her concern about Jiang Wan's safety, he chimed in, I've been protecting her all the way, she's neither hurt nor fallen, so don't worry. Protecting? Lu Yitong nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens at that. Did he really think he was a flower guardian? She worried about Wan's safety, but she worried even more about this annoying pig bullying Wan. Ignoring Zhou Ziyu's words, she confirmed Jiang Mian was truly fine. Then she turned her gaze to Zhou Ziyu and feigned surprise, isn't Zhou a PE student? Why are you here at the business school? Did you get lost after the competition at the art school? Let me call a taxi for you. Actually, she wanted to say, had he gotten his brains knocked out in the competition? With so many girls around, why cling to her Wan? This pervert. Even worse than Hiyubai. Zhou Ziyu found her words oddly off, completely missing the hint to leave. So he directly declined her kindness. Thanks, but not for now. He'll see Jiang Wan back to her dorm first. Though not particularly bright, Zhou Ziyu knew they weren't in a confirmed relationship yet, so calling her Wan in public was inappropriate. He couldn't articulate why it was bad, but he felt that feelings should be mutual. If he overstepped or took things for granted, what was the difference between him and a pervert? He was no pervert. Lu Yitong raised an eyebrow. You want to enter the girls' dorm? No, Zhou Ziyu quickly shook his head. I'll just wait outside the dorm building and make sure Jiang Wan gets back safely. What now? Lu Yitong was stumped. In her mind, he was just a pig lusting after Wan, so she had no goodwill. But this annoying pig had some skill. He hadn't done anything too excessive. Instead, he played the gentleman, making things tricky. Even if she wanted to make trouble, he either genuinely didn't get it or faked it too, while deflecting her every move. Just wanting to see Wan safely back to the dorm. That request wasn't excessive. If she kept pressing, it would seem deliberate, making her look overbearing to onlookers. Jiang Mian caught Lu Yitong's silent lip-reading question and already had a plan. Don't worry, she replied in the same silent way. Just take me to any dorm building. Lu Yitong paused, then quickly caught on. Right? He said he wanted to see Wan safely back, but he didn't know which building she lived in. Even if they walked into any random dorm building, it would fulfill his purpose. Then they'd see what excuse this annoying pig would have to stick around. Why hadn't she thought of that? Only her Wan. So clever. With a plan in mind, Lu Yitong no longer panicked. Arm in arm with Jiang Mian, they headed toward the dorm area. You'd better keep up. Our business school dorms are separate from the campus. If you get lost, don't blame us. Actually, Lu Yitong's words were unnecessary. Zhou Ziyu's gaze had been locked on Jiang Mian the whole time. Plus, with his tall stature, he stood out like a crane among chickens. there was no way he'd lose them. Once inside the dorm area, Lu Yitong casually led Jiang Mian to a girls' dorm building. Before entering, she couldn't resist teasing Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Wanwan and I are heading back now. You can call a taxi yourself. Earlier she'd been willing to pay for his taxi just to get rid of him. But now, go cool off somewhere. Even without turning around, Jiang Mian could feel Zhou Ziyu's gaze boring into her back. Watching them leave, Zhou Ziyu memorized the building's location. On his way back, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, had forgotten to ask Jiang Wan what she liked for breakfast. So what should he bring tomorrow? After waiting in the lobby for a few minutes, Jiang Mian guessed he must have left. I should head back too. But Lu Yitong grabbed her arm. Wanwan, you rarely come here. Don't rush off. Come on, let me take you to my dormitory for a visit. Your dormitory is in this building? Yes, it is. Jiang Mian was stunned. Didn't I ask you to just take me to any random dormitory building? Lu Yitong blinked her clear, innocent eyes. But the one closest to us happens to be my dormitory building. Jiang Mian. She felt that the campus beauty Lu seemed to be a scheming person, seemingly casual, but in fact long planned. I'll forget that. Let's go. It just so happens that my roommates aren't around. Lu Yitong's face was tinged with a smile, and without further ado, she dragged Jiang Mian along. Hey, she didn't even get a chance to say a word before being pulled away. The layout of the girls' dormitory was identical to the boys', but this was Jiang Mian's first time in a female dormitory. She followed behind Lu Yitong silently, keeping her head down. Her mind kept chanting, see no evil, hear no evil. Lu Yitong continued introducing, I have to say the School of Business dormitories are pretty good. 4 people per room, bunk beds, and private bathrooms. Huh. Wanwan, why are you keeping your head down? She was talking with enthusiasm but hadn't heard a single word of agreement from Jiang Wan, so she couldn't help but turn around. She found the other girl looking like a quail, her head nearly buried in her chest. As if caught red-handed doing something wrong, Jiang Mian's face was burning with embarrassment. She stammered, I feel so awkward. After all, deep down, she was still a real man. Strolling through the girls' dormitory, as if no one else was around, was just too embarrassing. If not for the system's transformation, she would probably have been thrown out as a pervert by the dormitory aunt, and then publicly criticized by the entire school. What's so awkward about it? Lu Yitong rubbed her little head. She had to admit Wanwan's hair was really nice. It felt smooth and fluffy to the touch. Unconsciously, she couldn't resist stroking it a couple more times. Jiang Mian felt a tickling sensation on her head, as if Lu the campus beauty was petting her. Don't keep your head down all the time. It's bad for your neck and spine. As she spoke, Lu Yitong placed a hand on Jiang Mian's back and pushed firmly, forcing her to straighten up and lift her chin. After all, with a 36D figure, the burden was already heavy. Wouldn't it be tiring to keep bending over like that? Lu Yitong simply attributed Jiang Mian's shyness to being a newcomer to the School of Business girls' dormitory. It was like a cat in a strange new environment, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to be invisible. Forced to straighten her back, Jiang Mian suddenly realized that this was a heavy dose of maternal love from Lu the campus beauty. Fortunately, the others' dormitory floor wasn't high, just the 3rd floor. When the door opened and the scene inside came into view, it wasn't much different from what Jiang Mian had imagined. And Lu the campus beauty and her roommates had obviously put in time and effort. The room was decorated with a girlish heart, and compared to the mess and certain unidentified odors of the boys' dormitory, the girls' dormitory was noticeably cleaner and neater. With a gentle sniff, she could even detect a pleasant fragrance. Not too sweet, not too heavy, and not overwhelming. Bah! What was she doing? Jiang Mian felt like beating her chest. Commenting on the girls' dormitory like this. What was the difference between her and a pervert? Lu Yitong didn't know what Jiang Mian was feeling. She was just happy that Wanwan had come. There was a water dispenser in the dormitory. Lu Yitong used a disposable cup to pour water and handed it to Jiang Mian. Wanwan, you must be thirsty. Have some water. Thanks. Suppressing the many thoughts in her mind, Jiang Mian took the water and discreetly scanned the surroundings. She had to admit this was a girls' dormitory after all. The hardware and equipment were top-notch with everything one could need. Lu Yitong held her face in her hands, gazing at Jiang Mian with adoration. Seeing the other girl drinking water in small sips like a cute little hamster, her heart was melting. How could Wanwan be so adorable? Away, come out and make a cameo. Even though Jiang Mian wasn't looking directly at her, she could clearly feel Lu Yitong's gaze fixed on her. It felt a bit weird. And with only the two of them in the dormitory, the silence made the atmosphere even stranger. After a few sips of water, Jiang Mian started to think of a topic. Where are your roommates? Them. 2 are with their boyfriends, and 1 is a top student hitting the library. Jiang Mian nodded. This was somewhat similar to their dormitory, as they also had a top student who spent all day in the library. As she thought, Jiang Mian couldn't help but drift off into a daydream. She even wondered if Chun Yu, also a top student, would be a good match for Lu the campus bowtie's roommate. After all, both were dedicated to their studies and would surely have more common topics. Wanwan. A sudden shout jolted Jiang Mian back to reality. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Lu Yitong asked with a smile. Are you feeling unwell? Or had that stinky pig Zhou brought some unclean bacteria and infected Wanwan? Damn, couldn't that stinky pig just go take a shower after playing ball? Did he have to wander around reeking of sweat? So annoying. She reached out and touched Jiang Mian's forehead to check her temperature. It's fine, no fever. Shouldn't be a cold. Wanwan was so delicate. She needed to stay away from those stinky pigs. I'm fine. Jiang Mian said, what's up? Why did you call me so loudly? Because you were spacing out and I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Lu Yitong puffed out her cheeks, feeling that Wanwan wasn't being serious when she was with her. Sorry, my fault. Jiang Mian clasped her hands together in apology. She had just accidentally been matchmaking in her mind. After apologizing, she asked again, so what did you call me for? Nothing much. It's just that the temperature difference is huge now. Don't look at the bright sun outside. You're wearing so little you'll probably get cold later. Lu Yitong spoke with a serious tone as if it were a certainty. Luckily I have clothes here for you to change into. Try them on. This. Jiang Mian hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? If I wear your clothes, what will you wear? Don't worry about that. The one thing girls never lack is clothes. Sure enough, when Lu Yitong opened the wardrobe under her bed, it was stuffed full of clothes. Jiang Mian. She had overthought it. The weather is getting colder now. Girls must remember to keep warm or they'll easily get sick. You'll have to go back to school later and you'll definitely be exposed to the wind along the way. How can you not keep warm? Lu Yitong coaxed gently like the big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. It would be impolite to refuse. Jiang Mian was finally persuaded. Then thank you, Tang Tang. No need to thank me for such a small thing. But after changing into a set of clothes, Jiang Mian found her face blushing so hard it felt like it would bleed. Tong Tong, are you sure this style of clothes can keep you warm? She had a feeling she had been tricked. Gazing at the outfit she had been changed into, Jiang Mian sank into deep suspicion. This attire was even more revealing than the one she had originally worn. Lu Yitong began to feign ignorance. Putting warmth aside for now, Wanwan, don't you think this dress looks absolutely stunning on you? There was a full-length mirror in the dormitory, and Jiang Mian was pushed by her to admire herself. Beautiful. Looking at her reflection, Jiang Mian asked herself honestly. It seemed quite pretty indeed. The dark brown fitted tube-top dress with shoulder straps hanging down over her jade-like arms complemented her complexion, making her skin appear as smooth as white fat. The bodice was cut low with snowy fullness threatening to burst forth. If any boys were to witness this scene, they would likely all have nosebleeds. Jiang Mian had lost count of how many times she had changed into women's clothing. From initial resistance and discomfort, she now seemed somewhat able to accept it. However, compared to men's clothing that exposed arms and calves, this kind of skirt was far too airy. The uncovered parts felt strange. Just as she was about to change out of it, Lu Yitong suddenly pulled out several more outfits. Wanwan, how about we try these others? No, I'm all thumbs. I might ruin your clothes. It's fine. Clothes are meant to be worn. If they get damaged, well, just buy new ones. Lu Yitong wore an expression that said, do I look like someone who would quibble over that? The other was clearly too enthusiastic, like passing a snack stall and glancing over a few times only to be relentlessly pursued and pushed by the vendor. Jiang Mian couldn't handle it, and the two little figures in her heart conveniently jumped out again. Little figure A said, just give it a try. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. And being alone this close with campus beauty Lu. If word gets out, those guys will be green with envy. Mian Mian. Little figure B quickly stopped her. Shut up. Don't listen to her nonsense, Mian Mian. You've completed today's main task. Now put the transformation system aside, slowly return to your original life, and fade out of these people's world. Little figure A sneered. I'm just stating the facts. Why are you so worked up? Besides, what if Mian Mian herself is tempted? What if she wants to try these beautiful clothes too? A gentleman doesn't take away another's delight. Don't you understand that principle? Oh right, I forgot. You're no gentleman. Little figure B was choked with anger. Little figure A had hit the mark. Seeing the beautiful clothes Lu Yitong had brought out, Jiang Mian indeed felt a shameful flutter of desire. Especially with Lu Yitong, who was like a seductive devil pleading with her to try them on. Well, alright then, I'll give it a try. Jiang Mian pretended to be calm on the surface, comforting herself inwardly that it was all because campus beauty Liu's enthusiasm was too overwhelming and she had been too polite to refuse, thus forced to accept. Yes, that was it. At these words, the sinister smirk on little figure A's lips was barely containable. She gestured to little figure B, 2-1 you lose. Then with little figure B's face frozen in disbelief, she slapped it far away. The clothes Lu Yitong brought out were all in a sexy yet pure style. Such outfits were picky. They required not only a pretty face, but also a good figure. And coincidentally, Jiang Mian met both criteria. Seeing her change into another outfit, Lu Yitong's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if it could hold an egg. Wanwan, you look absolutely gorgeous. Overflowing with joy, Lu Yitong rushed over to hug Jiang Mian, nuzzling and shaking her incessantly. Such a beautiful Wanwan was for her eyes only. Those stinky pigs weren't even worthy of a feast. In the mirror, Jiang Mian wore a goose-yellow linen crop top and jacket on her upper body, paired with a light blue hip-hugging skirt on her lower half. Her exposed waist was slender and supple as if one could encircle it with a single hand. A perfect hourglass figure. Lu Yitong found a pair of unopened white stockings for her to put on, instantly elevating the pure and seductive vibe by another notch. Wan, let's try some more. Without giving her a moment to think, Lu Yitong coaxed Jiang Mian into changing 2 more outfits. One set consisted of a tight brown short-sleeve top and ultra-short denim shorts, her fair smooth long legs tempting enough to make anyone drool. The other was more girlish. A short spaghetti strap beige top paired with a pink hip-hugging skirt, also form-fitting, with 2 small pom-poms hanging at the waist, and similarly matched with white stockings. Jiang Mian's figure was the kind that men would adore, well-proportioned, slender where it should be, and generously endowed where it mattered. Watching Jiang Mian's long legs and white stockings, Lu Yitong wondered if she touched Wan's thigh right now, would she be seen as a pervert? As she thought this, her hand had already reached out. Jiang Mian was still admiring herself in the mirror when she suddenly felt a tickle on her thigh. Turning around, she saw campus beauty Lu touching her thigh. What the a? How was this scene so bizarre and slightly creepy? Wan, your legs feel so smooth. Well, with that remark it became even creepier. Hey, stop touching me, it's so ticklish, ha. The two frolicked and played. Amid her delight, Lu Yitong felt a pang of regret. I don't have new black stockings here. Otherwise, Wan, you'd look even better in black. Black stockings. Jiang Mian suddenly recalled one evening when Feng Jun, that guy, was playing games with a girl and joked that if he won, she'd have to send him a photo in black stockings. Did everyone love black stockings these days? And she noticed another thing. All these clothes fit her perfectly. Looking at the tiny short-sleeve tops and tube tops, she had thought they would be too tight across the chest. But Jiang Mian found that they fit surprisingly well, as if they had been deliberately bought in her size. Meanwhile, He Yubai left the Tranquility Lake, got Yang He's address from another buddy, and headed straight for a certain club. The receptionist naturally recognized him. Hearing that He Yubai was looking for Yang He, she assumed he was also an invited guest seeking entertainment. She immediately said politely, Mr. He, please wait a moment. They'll take you to the private room now. Yang He had been living in frustration lately. After his rental abroad and dating a girl were exposed, his father not only cut off his allowance, but also ruthlessly kicked him out of the house. Unable to return home, he had to crash at various buddies' places. The high-end club had every amenity: indoor bowling, a swimming pool, and private rooms for karaoke. When He Yubai pushed open the door, Yang He was belting out a high note, and the sheer awfulness of it was beyond measure. There were others in the room, all covering their ears. They truly couldn't withstand his lethal singing skills. Seeing He Yubai appear at the door, Yang He, who had just vented through his high note, immediately waved him over. Yo, old He, what brings you here? Perfect timing, come sing with us. He Yubai remained calm, ignoring the invitation entirely. He strode over with his long legs, bypassing the crowd, to stand before Yang He. As the latter looked on in confusion, he slammed a fist into his face. The sudden scene stunned everyone, especially Yang He, whose mental shock far outweighed the physical pain. He had never even dreamed that he would be beaten by his own good brother. After He Yubai had landed 3 solid punches on him, he was jolted back to reality by the pain. Fuck you, man. He Yubai, what the hell are you doing? Going crazy. He Yubai sneered. You're right, I am going crazy. Boom. He punched him again. Seeing the fist coming down, Yang He hurriedly dodged, but it still hit his shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. Damn, is Lao He serious? Is he trying to kill him? Shen Hao, who was also at the dinner party that day, quickly came over to stop him. Lao He, stop. Don't fight. After he alone stepped forward, he saw that the others were still sitting there like wooden figures, not moving, and immediately got angry. Are you all dead or stupid? Hurry up and help. The other brothers, as if waking from a dream, quickly got up to hold He Yubai back, and also helped restrain Yang He, who was still cursing. Before being pulled away, Yang He found an opportunity to land a punch on He Yubai's left cheekbone. Fuck. Yang He spat, feeling that He Yubai's punches had almost knocked his teeth out. This guy is really ruthless. His eyes were also painful, probably already black and blue. Yang He could only blink carefully. Damn. He touched his face, wincing in pain, then touched his mouth corner, and sure enough, there was blood. Furious, Yang He cursed several times. He Yubai, are you fucking crazy? Did I provoke you? He Yubai, also held back by the other brothers, sneered. Don't you want to know who told on you about your mess abroad? Yang He frowned. Could it be? That's right, it was me. Fuck. Let me go. I'm going to fight him. The others looked at each other. All of them were good brothers who grew up together, knowing each other's habits. Yang He's little affair was not a secret in their circle, but there was still brotherly loyalty. They turned a blind eye and only cooperated when needed. Shen Hao couldn't help frowning. Lao He, you've gone a bit too far. I went too far. He Yubai's expression was terrifyingly cold. If you hadn't stopped me today, I would have definitely put him in the ICU, believe it or not. If you have the guts, come on. Yang He refused to back down. Even though his face was bruised and looked ridiculous, he still wouldn't admit defeat. After you recover, I'll beat you back in. Alright, come on. Their childish provocations gave Shun Hao the elder brother a headache. He spoke up to stop them. Enough. Stop this madness. With a roar, the room finally quieted down. The front desk clerk who had led them in was already scared stiff by the scene. These rich second-generation kids were wild enough, but they shouldn't cause a death in their club. Shun Hao naturally noticed her, walked over and handed her a few thousand yuan as hush money and threatened in a low voice. You know what to do. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Holding the money, she felt a mix of surprise and fear, but had no choice but to nod and leave as if nothing had happened. As the backbone of the group, Shun Hao lit a cigarette and finally spoke. Lao-He, if there's something, just say it. We're all brothers, no need to make it ugly. They had finally gathered together, and yet this scene of brotherly conflict broke out. Life was indeed fucking surreal. Everyone knew that He Yubai had excellent self-control and rarely lost his temper unless he was pushed to the edge. Shun Hao asked Yang He, did you do something to Lao-He? What did I do to him? Fuck. Yang He was so angry he almost bit his tongue. Brother, how are you blind? It's me who got beaten and you ask what I did to him. In his fury, Yang He began to indiscriminately curse. I even invited him to sing together, but this fucking bastard punched me in the face as soon as he walked in. Am I wronged or what? He was the one who got beaten, yet everyone seemed to think it was his fault. Yang He was extremely wronged, more unjust than doughy. After all, it was indeed He Yubai who started the fight upon entering. And judging by his appearance, he might really be innocent. Seeing that He Yubai's agitation had subsided, Shun Hao continued. Lao-He, look at what you've done. Even if Yang He is a reckless guy, we're all brothers here. Can't we sit down and talk it out? Yang He's eyes widened with anger upon hearing this. Did they think he was a fool? It seemed like they were blaming He Yubai, but the words were actually about him. And where was he reckless? He Yubai ignored Shun Hao. Beating someone today was indeed a bit impulsive. But he had to admit, after venting, the pent-up anger in his heart suddenly dissipated. He probably never thought that one day he would lose his composure because of a girl. There's no other reason. I promised Jiang Mian that I would beat him up. Yang He was still licking his wounds alone, but instantly broke down upon hearing this. Fuck. You beat me just for a woman. If you keep saying fucking every other word, it'll smash your mouth, believe it or not. He Yubai glared at him, uttering cold words, as if he would pounce, without hesitation, if Yang. He cursed again. Yang He finally backed down. Having known He Yubai for so many years, this was the first time he had seen him so out of control. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, and a rabbit will bite when cornered. Had he really done something too extreme? Alright, if I really did something wrong, I apologize. Yang He chose to back down first, even though he really didn't know what he had done wrong. But being able to make Master He this angry, he was quite a character. Because of that dinner party you arranged last time, Jiang Mian broke up with me. Damn. Before Yang He could even be shocked, everyone else's eyes were already fixed on him. What are you looking at me for? I didn't secretly steal his girlfriend. He wasn't a bastard. He knew the rule that one should not covet a friend's wife. Someone quietly added, if you had really stolen her, you'd probably be in the hospital by now. Yang He. But that dinner party last time was indeed unpleasant. Yang He also felt guilty. He had good intentions, but caused trouble and now indirectly destroyed someone's relationship. Fuck. He was indeed a bastard. He Yubai glanced sideways and noticed Su Ranyue was also here. Seeing his gaze, she quickly lowered her head. Take care of yourself. With these words, He Yubai turned and left. His left cheek ached faintly, but it shouldn't be scarred. Seeing He Yubai leave just like that. That's it. He came all this way just to beat me up. Yang He felt a pent-up anger in his heart that he couldn't get out. It would have been better to just beat him to death. The farce came and went as quickly as it began, leaving others to question if it had all been a mere illusion. Yet the sight of Yang He's battered face was an undeniable testament to the reality of what had transpired. Shun Hao looked on with helpless resignation, muttering, what the hell is this all about? Having already endured Yang He's singing, the added drama extinguished any lingering desire to stay, prompting everyone to take their leave with brief farewells. In the restroom, He Yubai stood with his hands braced against the sink, staring at his own reflection in the mirror. A bruise had begun to bloom on the cheekbone of his left face as time passed. A light touch brought a sharp, subtle pain. He had vented his anger through his fists, yet the ache in his heart remained far from soothed. He knew full well that Yang He was not to blame, but the forced breakup by Jiang Mian and the sight of her cold departure had snapped the last thread of his reason. He had unjustly pinned the fault on Yang He and harbored resentment for that past gathering. If not for that meeting, Su Ranyue would never have misunderstood Jiang Mian. She wouldn't have become angry, nor would she have ignored him for so long. He was too ignorant of a woman's heart, foolishly believing that her willingness to see him meant her anger had faded. Yet a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. On the surface, she greeted him with smiles and words of encouragement, only to turn around and cast him aside with such ruthless finality. That little master of disguise, that little scoundrel. As for Yang He, a beating was well-deserved. A lesson for that scumbag on behalf of his harem of girlfriends. In truth, he wished Jiang Mian would unleash her anger on him if she were upset. He would endure any beating or scolding. He simply couldn't bear her leaving again, for this time it might mean an eternity before he could see her. A bitter smile twisted He Yubai's lips as he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and found their chat. He typed and sent a single word, "I'm sorry." But swiftly the system's icy voice informed him that he had lost even the right to apologize. Message sent, but was rejected by the recipient. Jiang Mian had blocked him. With a deafening crack, his phone shattered against the floor. Just as she left the female dormitory, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sneeze. Sniffling, she wondered who was cursing her. Staring at the screen where she had confined Hyubai to the little black room of her contacts, she could only offer a silent apology in her heart. She was a mundane soul, fearful of death and greedy for wealth. A catch like young master, he satisfied all her shallow gold-digging needs. Yet she had to face reality. They were both men, and there was simply no need to pursue this path. She hoped young master he would stop his stubborn obsession. This brutal method was her only way to exit his world. As for an excuse, she had already decided to say that her cousin Jiang Mian had gone abroad to study. The world was vast, and she doubted even young master he could fly across the globe searching for her. School beauty Lu insisted on giving her those clothes. Unable to refuse such kindness, she accepted them. She suspected these garments had been deliberately bought for her, waiting for this very moment. She had secretly observed that there were differences in their figures. Her cup size was certainly larger. If those were truly clothes Lu Yitong had bought for herself, they would have been stretched to their limits when she tried them on. Having received several beautiful outfits for nothing, Jiang Mian had no one to share her joy with. If it were something else, she might have bragged to Feng Jun. But she only entertained the thought in her mind, for Hyubai still shared the dorm. With his sharp intellect, if he learned she had been in contact with school beauty Lu in grown clothes, given his clever mind, it would only be a matter of time before her disguise was exposed. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Mian found the others still absent. She stealthily hid the clothes in her cabinet before taking a shower. When she emerged from the bathroom, Chenyu and Feng Jun had just returned. The moment he saw her, Feng Jun's eyes gleamed like a dog spotting a bone. He pounced directly. "Little lamb, I've missed you so much. Come here and give your big bro a kiss." The dorm was too small for any real escape. Jiang Mian had no choice but to extend her hand, blocking his face and freezing his eager expression in place. "Boo-hoo, little lamb, how can you be so cruel to your big bro?" The affected tone sent a wave of goosebumps across Jiang Mian's skin. "What mischief are you up to in broad daylight? Why the flirtatious act?" Jiang Mian threatened with feigned ferocity. "Keep it up, and he'll send you to a widow." "A widow sounds fine, preferably one divorced with kids. I could be a ready-made dad." Feng Jun spoke without a shred of shame, as if dignity were a foreign concept to him. "You." Jiang Mian pushed him away in disgust. "Get lost, stop grossing me out." Chenyu chimed in with timely sarcasm. "You don't know he's been acting like this the whole way." Jiang Mian asked why. Has the heavy energy in the art school given him an endocrine imbalance, stirring up his deepest urges? Chen the sly one nodded in agreement. "Exactly, that must be it." Feng Jun finally couldn't take it anymore. "Damn. You two have made me out to be some hormone-imbalanced randy eunuch." Jiang Mian feigned surprise. "Wow, so he does have pride and dignity." Chenyu chimed in again. "I only just learned that myself." "Enough. If I'd known you two were such unfilial sons, I should have just plastered you on the wall back, then to save myself the anger. Oh, a monkey acting like a king in the mountain's absence." Jiang Mian shot Chenyu a look. "Brother Chen, get him." Before Feng Jun could react, Chenyu had seized his hands, and Jiang Mian began tickling his sides. Outnumbered 2-1, Feng Jun was easily subdued. A coward with a sharp tongue, that was Feng Jun to a T. Watching him writhe on the floor, trying to escape the tickling, Jiang Mian snorted. "Not so tough now, are you? Go on, whose daddy are you?" Laughing breathlessly, Feng Jun finally surrendered. "I was wrong, you're the daddies, in the sun, ha." Satisfied with his submission, they finally let him go. But the moment Jiang Mian straightened up, Feng Jun lunged and grabbed her leg. "Little lamb, please. Introduce me to your cousin." Jiang Mian. Ahem. Seeing her confusion, Chenyu explained, "We thought we saw your cousin during the basketball game, standing with Hyubai." And then, well, Feng Jun seems to have fallen in love at first sight with her. Jiang Mian. What? Ugly refusal. Jiang Mian rejected without a second thought. Inwardly he was grumbling. What was this? A crowd-pulling effect sparked by good looks. He had barely managed to turn down his roommate, Hyubai, and now another one appeared. Why? Feng Jun immediately protested. Why can Hyubai get away with it, while I can't? Besides, they're not really dating. Chenyu added another jab. Do you think you have any comparison with old he? Get lost, get lost. Feng Jun waved him away. Comparisons only breed resentment. Besides, Jiang Mian's cousin is single, so it's fair game. What if she happens to like someone like me? Jiang Mian. Do you even hear yourself? Confidence is good, but self-awareness is precious, Chenyu said. You're just a bit uglier, shorter, and poorer than old he, yet you think Jiang Mian's cousin would fancy you. If you wrote fairy tales, I wouldn't read them. Jiang Mian had intended to crush Feng Jun's delusions outright, but he hadn't expected their scholar-Chen to always maintain that sober, detached state of everyone is drunk, but I'm sober. A true scholar indeed, skilled at roasting without a single curse word, yet the sarcastic tone was perfectly pitched. Feng Jun's face flushed red. So what if I'm a toad lusting after swan meat? Is that not allowed? Oh, He had completely given up. When a person starts shedding all shame, Chen indeed had no more countermeasures. After all, if one embraces self-deprecation, words lose their sting. No. This time Jiang Mian directly shattered his daydream. My cousin is going abroad to study in a few days. Neither of you have a chance. What? Feng Jun was stunned but quickly caught the wording neither. What does that mean? Didn't Hyubai say he wanted to chase my cousin? But since she's going abroad, she didn't want to hold him back, so after the basketball game today, she wanted to clear things up with him. Did Hyubai agree? Why wouldn't he agree? Jiang Mian barely resisted, rolling his eyes. This wasn't the oppressive feudal society of old. Did Feng Jun really think Hyubai could force a woman just because his family had money? So old he got rejected. Chen Ye's face lit up with realization. No wonder he messaged me saying he wouldn't be back in the dorm for a few days. Is he really that hurt? Hurt? Jiang Mian had no time to sympathize with that fickle young master. If he hadn't been too soft-hearted initially, none of these messy entanglements would have followed. The minds of the wealthy were simply inscrutable. As for a poor soul like him, he had to bear both spiritual and material deprivation. Rather than worrying about young master, he should pity himself. As for Hyubai, drowning his sorrows in drink was far better than drowning them in a lake. At this moment Jiang Mian felt that instead of letting Hyubai degenerate into a cold-hearted tycoon, he should first forge a heart as pure as the snow on Kunlun Mountain. The message was clear. Jiang Wan was going abroad to study and had already drawn a line with Hyubai. As for Feng Jun, he had no chance whatsoever. Yet after a moment of contemplation, Feng Jun suddenly had a reverse epiphany. So, Hyubai has given up. That means if I persist, I can win your cousin's heart and chase her down. Jiang Mian. Forget it, this guy might as well start over. If nothing else worked, he'd have to remind Uncle and Aunt Feng to quickly have another child. This one seemed beyond saving. But Jiang Mian didn't say anything more because Chen Yu gently stopped him before he could speak. Let him be. He probably can't get her, so he's numbing himself into madness. Makes sense. Feng Jun. Damn. He was still standing right here. Couldn't they at least have the decency to say such crap behind his back? The next morning at 8, Jiang Mian was dragged from his slumber by the alarm clock. The dreams he had all night were utterly absurd, probably because he'd read too many CEO novels and comics in his youth. Combined with the abrupt rejection of Hyubai, whether from guilt or unease, his dreams lasted the entire night. In the dream, he not only turned into a girl, but also exposed his true nature as a heartless temptress, playing with Hyubai's feelings, deceiving heart and body, and finally getting pregnant and running away with the baby. Then it was like a cliché melodrama. She ran, he chased, and neither could escape. All night, Jiang Mian hovered between dreams and reality in a hazy state. Just when this shameful and awful dream finally ended, he could finally sleep soundly, only for the wake-up bell to ring. Damn that 8 o'clock class. Even though he was only running in his dreams, Jiang Mian felt sore all over when he opened his eyes. After turning off the alarm, he consoled himself that he could sleep just 10 more minutes, skip washing up and breakfast, and run straight to the classroom. But it wasn't that simple. As soon as Jiang Mian closed his eyes, Chen Yu, who had finished washing, rushed over and banged on their bunks. Don't sleep. We're going to be late. He tried to ignore it, but Chen Yu persisted relentlessly until he woke them up. After being disturbed 3 times by Chen Yu, the overwhelming drowsiness vanished without a trace. Stop banging, stop banging. I'm getting up now. Indeed, sleeping in was a luxury only his soul could enjoy. His body didn't deserve it. Seeing Jiang Mian get out of bed, Chen Yu dutifully went to wake Feng Jun. After a long pause, a lifeless voice came from behind the curtain. Don't bother. I'm mourning my lost love. Jiang Mian. Chen Yu. What love? This morning's class is Old Taos. If you skip, you'll fail straight away. You don't want your diploma, do you? With Chen Yu's blunt reminder, Feng Jun threw back the curtain and scrambled down. The speed was incredible. At that moment, all depression and love had to step aside. Look, Chen Yu signaled to Jiang Mian. Better believe in ghosts than in Feng Jun's mouth. The love he spoke of evaporated like a fart within seconds, leaving no trace. The 3 hurried downstairs, hoping to grab breakfast at the cafeteria. But as they passed a certain female dormitory, a small crowd had gathered around something happening below. Jiang Mian was hungry, focused only on his meat buns, and completely indifferent to anything else. It was Chen Yu who suddenly spoke. Hey, isn't that Zhou Ziyu the one who played against old he yesterday? Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Jiang Mian's foot, just as it stepped onto the staircase, nearly stumbled and sent her tumbling to the ground. What? Zhou Ziyu? Why was he here again? But Chen Yu never lied. Following her gaze, Jiang Mian saw a figure in sportswear and a baseball cap. Unmistakably Zhou Ziyu. Leveraging his height advantage, he stood out conspicuously among the crowd. And judging by his posture, he seemed less like he was waiting for someone and more like he was searching for someone. The tall Zhou Ziyu stood at the entrance of the female dormitory, his head bowed as he scanned the passing girls. His expression remained dark and unreadable, as if he were desperately searching for something. Seeing this, a thought involuntarily sprang into Jiang Mian's mind. Could Zhou Ziyu be looking for Jiang Wan? Good heavens! This was unbearable. Discretion is the better part of valor. Jiang Mian simply ignored him, turned around, and dashed into the cafeteria to buy some meat buns. As for Zhou Ziyu, he could wait as long as he liked. It had nothing to do with her. College students couldn't escape early morning classes, and coincidentally Lu Yitong also had a class to attend. As the weather grew colder, many girls disliked washing their hair. Because it was too long, washing was troublesome, and drying took even more time, so they went out wearing hats. Lu Yitong had stayed up late the night before. After trying on those clothes for Jiang Mian yesterday, it was as if she had opened a door to a new world, and she became unstoppable. She was browsing online for new clothes, all intended as gifts for Jiang Mian. Choosing and deliberating time slipped away. There was no time to wash her hair. Woken by the alarm for her early class, her morning crankiness flared up. Donning a hat and mask, she set off with her roommates. Without makeup, it was unlikely anyone would recognize her. As she left the dormitory building, she heard her roommate exclaim excitedly, "Look over there. Look over there. There's a really handsome guy." Handsome guy? Lu Yitong had no interest in such things. Oh my god. He's holding so much breakfast. Is he chasing someone, or bringing breakfast to his girlfriend? So thoughtful. The roommate grumbled indignantly, "Why can't I meet a good man like that?" See, jealousy makes people ugly. Lu Yitong wasn't interested initially, but hearing her roommate say he bought a lot of breakfast for his girlfriend sparked a tiny bit of curiosity. After all, in her mind, men were no different from stinky pigs. But a gentle, considerate man was still distinct from a stinky pig. Besides, it was early morning, the wind was biting cold and frost covered the ground. A guy who could drag himself out of bed at this hour to buy breakfast for his girlfriend might actually be decent. From small things one can see the big picture. Girls are emotional creatures. Rather than painting grand fantasies, a guy proves himself through actions attending to details, which moves a girl's heart even more. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yitong looked up. But the next second her expression froze instantly. Bah! What considerate guy. That was clearly Zhou Ziyu, that stinky pig. What was he doing here? Oh no. What did he want to do here? Remembering her roommate's words about him buying lots of breakfast, alarm bells rang loudly in Lu Yitong's mind. She wasn't a naive sweetheart. Zhou Ziyu's blatant, ingratiating behavior was far too obvious. Even using her toes, she knew this stinky pig was after Wanwan. Huh. A cold sneer curled on Lu Yitong's lips. Too bad Wanwan wasn't a student of the business school. This stinky pig would probably end up with his warm face pressed against a cold, but today completely stood up. At this thought, Lu Yitong nearly laughed out loud with joy. For these stinky pigs coveting Wanwan, she wished they would all be rebuffed. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Bah! Because she was makeup-free, wearing a hat and mask, she passed right by Zhou Ziyu without him recognizing her. Lu Yitong glanced at the breakfast he carried: buns, youtiao, soy milk, spring rolls, xiaomai. Everything was there. All full of industrial additives and shortcuts, just reheated, semi-finished products. Lu, the double standard, immediately felt a surge of contempt. What kind of thoughtfulness was this? If he really wanted to show devotion, shouldn't he have made it himself? But then how would such a stinky pig know how to cook? Lacking even culinary skills, yet daring to covet Wanwan. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Lu Yitong rolled her eyes inwardly many times. Even after she had walked a considerable distance, Zhou Ziyu still hadn't noticed her. To a rough, straight guy like him, a girl's made-up and barefaced appearances were like two different people. Even though Zhou Ziyu tried his best to distinguish them, he still felt these makeupless girls all looked the same. He even began to suspect if the Jiang one he saw before had been wearing makeup. The passing girls were all short. For some reason, most wore hats and masks. Because he was too tall, he had to keep bending down to identify them. As time passed, the breakfast gradually turned cold, but the person he was looking for still hadn't appeared. Because of his looks, he had been receiving gifts from girls since middle school. Yet he had no experience giving gifts to girls. This was his first time wanting to give breakfast to one. And because it was his first time, he took it very seriously, originally planning to choose expensive and high-quality items. But after searching online, he realized he had oversimplified things. Netizen A said giving food to a girl is the most troublesome. When dieting, she wants eat sweet, spicy, or greasy food, but when in a bad mood, she wants exactly that. If you don't understand her mood, no matter what you give, it's wrong. Netizen B said if she just says, whatever, how would you handle that? Netizen C said just send her cash in a red envelope, she can buy whatever she wants herself. Netizen D said I suggest finding a sugar mommy, then she'll be the one worrying about buying gifts. Netizen E. In the end, the more he deliberated, the more torn he became. Finally, he sought advice from a brother who had been in a relationship, who immediately gave him a tip. Simple. If you don't know what to choose, just buy a lot. Buying a lot can't go wrong, and she can pick whatever she wants. Zhou Ziyu suddenly understood. Then he got up early, didn't even bother taking a taxi. He ran all the way to the business school, simultaneously raiding the breakfast stalls along the street. He bought 2 kinds of meat buns, one with soup, one without. Worried the cold weather would cool the breakfast quickly, he even sprinted faster, yet still hadn't seen Jiang Wan. Could she have no morning class? Before he could ponder further, Zhao Lun's WeChat call came in. Bro Zhou, where are you? Skipping morning exercises is one thing, but training is about to start. Roll call, and you're not here. I'm still out, and can't make it back in time. If they call my name, answer for me first. But before he could finish, Zhou Ziyu hung up and the coach had just arrived. Giving him no chance to react, the coach spoke, starting roll call now. Zhou Ziyu. Here. The coach frowned slightly. That voice didn't sound right. It sounded like a weakling. Not sure, he called again. Despite his reluctance, Zhao Luan braced himself and answered again. The next second, he felt a solid kick to his rear and his whole body flew forward. Answering for your mother. The coach glared at him. Are you Zhou Ziyu? Zhao Luan sprawled on the ground, still clutching his nearly split rear eye. I what? The coach's eyes blazed with fury. You think this is fun, do you? Get over there, 200 push-ups. Zhao Luan immediately begged for mercy. Coach, I'm sorry. 300. Wah. One more word, and it's 400. Zhao Luan was on the verge of tears. He might as well have been kicked to death just now. The early morning class was a torment, and Jiang Mian could barely keep himself awake. Old Tao, true to his reputation as a seasoned teacher, had a knack for making students suffer despite his age. A good half of the classroom had dozed off, yet he seemed utterly oblivious, neither waking them nor bothering to discipline them. Yet on such a frigid morning, he insisted on taking attendance. His philosophy was simple: no skipping class, but whether you listened or not was your own business. When the bell finally rang, 2 periods had already dragged on for nearly 2 hours. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling in through the windows and casting a faint warmth on the students. Despite the crowd, the cavernous lecture hall was as cold as an icehouse. Those seated by the windows unanimously pulled the curtains aside, hoping to soak up a bit more of the meager heat. Old Tao packed up his teaching materials and left promptly after class, still ignoring the sleeping students. Jiang Mian rose from his chair, stretching his stiff body until a series of sharp cracks echoed, finally feeling some relief. Yubai hadn't returned to the dormitory and had reportedly taken several days off. Feng Jun, who had earlier been rambling nonsense about mourning his lost love, was now slumped over the desk, fast asleep like a dead pig. As for the scholar Chen Yu, while everyone else scrambled to avoid the front rows, he alone claimed a prime spot in the center of the empty first 3 rows. Jiang Mian couldn't help but yawn, his mind filled with one complaint: why couldn't humans hibernate? On a cold day like this, curling up in a warm bed and sleeping. What bliss that would be. They had no more classes, and this room was free for the next period too. So everyone slept on without guilt, unwilling to move even if the desks were less comfortable than their beds. Jiang Mian also lay his head on his left arm, his right hand idly pulling out his phone. Zhou Ziyu must have gone back by now, right? Jiang Mian couldn't help but think. Even if he was naive, waiting this long would have made it clear had been stood up. He wasn't sure what he felt. After all, he hadn't forced the other to bring him breakfast. Though it was all trouble stirred up by the identity of Jiang Mian tried hard to suppress the guilt rising in his heart. He was a boy, but having grown up close to girls, he was more sensitive and mature than most. As the saying goes, one who is uncommonly kind has ulterior motives. Zhou Ziyu's move today was clearly to pursue Jiang Wan. Jiang Mian's head throbbed with worry. He wished Zhou Ziyu were more shallow, someone who only cared about looks. Then if he ignored him for a while, the guy would realize there was no hope and back off on his own. What if he was stubborn and hard to shake off, even worse than Yubai? Jiang Mian was so preoccupied that he didn't notice his fingers idly tapping on the phone screen, opening the school's confession wall. The latest post was about Zhou Ziyu. Someone had taken a photo of him standing outside the girls' dormitory, holding a pile of breakfast bags. Though the angle was a bit crooked, it didn't make him look any shorter. In the photo, Zhou Ziyu was in sportswear, tall and broad-shouldered with a narrow waist. The anonymous poster seemed curious. Can any kind sister tell me who this handsome guy is? Which college is he from? I've been watching him for 2 hours standing quietly by the dorm. I want to know if he has a girlfriend. 1,000 thanks. The comments below had already piled up. Don't know him, I'm a geek allergic to handsome guys. I just want to crawl in the shadows when I see one. Looks familiar, maybe a student from the sports college next door. Forgot his name though. Holy crap. Do people at the sports college eat this well? Is it too late to transfer there? Upstairs, your abacus beads are flying in my face. Stop your dirty thoughts. Wait, doesn't this building look familiar? Holy shit. Isn't this the dorm where the campus beauty lives? Upstairs is a peeping Tom. Everyone watch out. If anything goes missing, it's him. You're full of crap. I just saw the campus beauty go into this dorm, okay? Keep slandering me and ill. Didn't you see he's holding a bunch of breakfast? Holy crap. Is he here to bring breakfast to Lu Yitong? So is this guy from the sports college pursuing our school's beauty? Holy crap. The moment that comment appeared, the business school boys couldn't hold back. Damn it. The label sports student was already appealing enough. Compared to the average straight guy, they thrived in any circle. There was no helping it. The term sports student came with an automatic beautifying filter. The image of vibrant hormones and sweat dripping on the track was enough to stir anyone's heart just by imagining it. Though they were all in the same university town, each school competed with the others overtly and covertly. The students, of course, staunchly defended their own institutions. The sports college already had a reputation that invited trouble, and now they dared to covet their business school's beauty. This was intolerable. In an instant, a flood of male students gathered under the post. Indignant comments poured out endlessly. The commotion was so loud that it even drew Lu Yitang's attention. Everyone hoped she would respond, even with an explanation. Anything but silence, which would imply consent. Many boys had already braced themselves. If Lu Yitang confirmed it, they'd drown their sorrows and drink tonight, and then go pee on the sports college's wall for bad luck. But when they refreshed the page, they saw she had only commented with a panda head speechless emoji. It bore 4 words: "Don't come near me." The rejection couldn't have been clearer. In an instant, the heartbroken boys wiped away their mournful expressions. Of course, their campus beauty still loved them. Lu Yitang, applying lipstick, felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed. Luckily, she had moved the lipstick away just in time, or she'd have ended up a mess and ruined a perfectly good tube. Who the hell was talking about her? She glanced at the comment she had just posted on her phone. Lu Yitang's face scrunched up like a steamed bun. What nonsense were these people spreading? She did not want to be pursued by that pig Zhou Ziyu. The very thought made her skin crawl. Wasn't a gentle girl so much better? That pig needed to stay far, far. Having woken up too early even after breakfast, forcing himself to stay alert during the morning classes still drained much of his energy. Since they had classes again at 2 p.m., Jiang Mian and his 2 friends decided to have lunch first before heading back to the dorm to avoid the hassle of going back and forth. Especially now that the weather was growing colder. Even at high noon, with the sun blazing overhead, the breath from their mouths still turned into puffs of white mist. Not to mention at night, when those eerie gusts howled as if roaring, "I will kill you all." A little past 11, the 3 returned to their dormitory after lunch. Zhou Ziyu was no longer waiting downstairs at the female dormitory. It seemed he realized he had been stood up. Jiang Mian wished nothing more than for his pride to be wounded, so he would never come again. Back in the dorm, Jiang Mian felt as if his bed possessed an invisible magic beckoning him, "Come sleep on me." In an instant, drowsiness overwhelmed him. He changed clothes and climbed straight into bed. "Keep it down, I need to catch up on sleep. I'm dead tired from this morning." If humans could hibernate, he would sleep through the entire winter in bed. He looked up to see Feng Jun already lost in dreams. As for Chunyu, studying was his calling. As a top student, he was determined to outwork everyone. No contest. Jiang Mian chose to give up. He admired the other's spirit, but simply lacked the energy. Perhaps he had eaten too much. His stomach felt uncomfortably full. Just before falling asleep, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable unease, as if something was about to happen. It couldn't be, could it? Jiang Mian thought the alarm would wake him in the afternoon, but he never expected Feng Jun's shout to jolt him awake. Damn it! That bastard dares to covet my goddess. He'll kill him all. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Mian opened his eyes slightly, lifting his head, still dazed. Who's coveting who? The names swirled in his mind. Still half asleep, he couldn't match them to faces. Chinyu explained, "Check the confession wall. Zhou Ziyu delivered breakfast this morning and lunch at noon. He was photographed twice, both times at Campus Beauty Liu's dorm building." So what? Jiang Mian grumbled internally. Such a trivial matter was it worth? Wait. Zhou Ziyu. He's back again. Before he could ask, Feng Jun exploded. "So what? Little lamb, listen to yourself. Are you even human? There are plenty of girls in the art academy who like him, but this bastard still isn't satisfied, daring to covet my campus beauty goddess. His heart deserves death." Feng Jun muttered, him so mad, while cursing Zhou Ziyu worse than a dog or pig. Jiang Mian had no time for his jealous rant. He grabbed his phone from beside the pillow and started scrolling through posts on the confession wall. Holy cow. Just past noon, shortly after he had fallen asleep, Zhou Ziyu was photographed and posted on the confession wall again. If last time it was an anonymous curious girl, this time it was an anonymous and irate guy. His post dripped with sarcasm. "Is the Physical Education Academy out of girls? Why do they keep coming to our business school to chase girls? Delivering breakfast isn't enough, now lunch. Are they going to cover dinner too? Who knew the guys from PE were so considerate? Wow, what a sour tone." Jiang Mian clicked on the photo. The angle suggested the guy took it from the male dorm building, seemingly zoomed in. Whatever phone brand it was, the pixels remained sharp despite the zoom. In the photo, Zhou Ziyu had taken off his tracksuit jacket and tied it around his waist, perhaps finding the noon sun too hot. Wearing such thin clothes without fear of cold, truly a walking heater with a physique that was enviable. Because it was a high-angle shot with clear pixels, and he wore a tight white undershirt, his muscles bulged from daily training. The muscle lines were unmistakable, biceps and chest radiating hormonal allure, even abs faintly outlined. His slightly tilted crew cut gave a casual, nonchalant air. It was wild and tense instantly, making him the focal point of the photo, with everything around seeming to lose color. A candid shot had been transformed into a hazy, artistic portrait. The first thought that struck Jiang Mian upon seeing the photo was, "Zhou Ziyu this well built? Oh, no. This wasn't the time to praise him." As his mind wandered, Feng Jun on the neighboring bed suddenly blurted out, "Little lamb, do you think that bastard Zhou Ziyu is handsome?" Was this a death question? Jiang Mian felt that if he honestly said Zhou Ziyu was handsome, Feng Jun would probably kill him on the spot. But for the sake of their roommate bond, and to spare his feelings, Jiang Mian lied. "Not handsome. Not at all. He's just average. Lacking confidence, he made up for it with volume. Exactly, Feng Jun snorted. And some girls say he's handsome. Where's the handsomeness? All those dead muscles handsome, my ass. Jiang Mian. He decided that for Feng Jun's next birthday he'd gift him a mirror so he could see his own ugly face twisted by jealousy. But prompted by Feng Jun, he still scrolled through the comments. And what a sight it was. He hadn't known, but now he was shocked. Girls from the art academy had followed the online trail to their school's confession wall. Every school's forum or confession wall usually had students from other colleges lurking. Things were peaceful until today when Zhou Ziyu's photos dragged the art academy girls hiding in the business school into the open. The comment section was a full-blown war of words. Oh my, look at that sour tone. What's this? An insecure guy having a meltdown. Hilarious. Are all business school guys this petty? Can't do it themselves, can't let others do it. Such hypocrisy. Shoo. Keep it down, or they might hang themselves at your dorm door. Oh, mister. Zhou's little fangirls are so protective. We're just stating facts, and you come sniffing around already. What's all the fuss? If you like this Zhou guy so much, let him take you all into his harem. So funny. Your dear brother is chasing another girl, and you're still loyal. I'm crying truly. Dog upstairs, stop barking. I can imagine your jealous faces through the screen. Yeah, we're so jealous of your dear brother. If you love him so much, why not pack him home instead of letting him show off? Damn. My second-hand embarrassment is killing me. This is the business school's turf. Can these idiots just get lost? In short, the fight had all sorts of insults. Some even went on for dozens of floors, leaving one in awe. All because of one man. Zhou Ziyu. This blue-eyed disaster. Regarding whether Zhou Ziyu would deliver dinner again, everyone initially treated it as a lighthearted joke. However, as the comments multiplied, the matter escalated, eventually leading to online bets. The tone of the thread gradually deviated from Zhou Ziyu's pursuit of Lu Yitong, the campus belle of the business school, to discussions about the odds of the bet on his dinner delivery. Jiang Mian stared at the dozens of comments with bids piling up one after another like an auction. Some even privately messaged to create groups for the sake of fulfilling the subsequent bets. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Do young people these days really play like this? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhou Ziyu not only delivered dinner, but persisted for half a month. The students of the business school like Jiang Mian went from initial shock to eventual numbness. Hiss. Jiang Mian thought to himself, this guy is truly relentlessly single-minded. Persisting in delivering breakfast, lunch, or dinner for half a month is nothing remarkable. However, Zhou Ziyu delivered all 3 meals every day for half a month, rain or shine, displaying astonishing perseverance. His figure became a peculiar sight in the dormitory area of the business school. Everyone's speculation shifted from, will he still deliver, to, when will he stop delivering? Jiang Mian also felt that this guy was extraordinary, a double buff of stubbornness and obstinacy. Truly a genius. As for the fangirls from the art school, they had long harbored deep hatred for the business school. Corrupted by love-struck minds, they wished they could stick pins into a doll of Lu Yitong every day in their dormitories. How dare she reject our idol? Stab her. How dare she stand up our idol? Stab her. How dare she reply with that emoji, making our idol the laughingstock of the business school? Stab her. Stab her. Stab her to death. Each of them wore a ferocious expression, like Roan Momo incarnate. However, if one inquired a bit more carefully, their towering resentment could be understood. Because they had been thoroughly tricked by the business school. In the first bet about whether Zhou Ziyu would deliver dinner, they all chose no, while most people in the business school wanting to watch the show and provoke them naturally chose yes. As a result, photos of Zhou Ziyu delivering dinner were secretly taken and posted, and they all lost badly. Losing is one thing, and fulfilling the bet would be fine, but these girls from the art school couldn't take it. After losing the bet, they simply left the group without a word or deleted their comments under the confession wall. In short, they embodied the spirit of, when water is too clear there are no fish, when a person is too shameless they are invincible. Of course, the business school people were not pushovers, they would not be bullied like soft persimmons for no reason. Since the art school people were so shameless, they would be even more shameless. The reputation of the business school suggests glib tongues and sharp teeth. However, everyone overlooked one of their school's flagship majors, computer science. An unknown lurking expert, while the crowd was still flooding the art school's confession wall and forums, bickering and sarcastically flaming. This expert directly used a self-made hacking software to breach the art school's official website. They exposed the bet details and various chat records overwhelmingly on the art school's confession wall and forums. This move caught the other side off guard. While the business school people hadn't yet realized that their own ally was so formidable, the art school itself exploded first. The art school, which had always prided itself on arrogance and face-saving, was caught off guard and dealt a heavy blow by the business school. It was said that this scandal even reached the higher-ups, infuriating many leaders. For a boy, they engaged in a fierce online war of words with the sister college in the same university town and even made the embarrassing matter known to everyone. They really think they're so capable. The administration decided to thoroughly rectify the network issues. If they continued to let these students indulge in jealousy and bitterness, the lawless momentum might truly turn the world upside down. Thus, within 3 days, they invited experts to improve the college network's firewall and privacy system. As for students who used the campus network to sneak into other colleges to cause trouble once traced by the backend, they would be directly given a demerit. Of course, the reason for strengthening the firewall was that they would never admit that their own college's protection system was so poor that it was easily breached by a student. This face, they could not afford to lose. At the same time, those fangirls quieted down considerably. Although they couldn't abuse the campus network, they had mobile data traffic. Truly typical, the higher-ups have policies, the lower levels have countermeasures. Lu Yitong naturally knew about these farces. As a girl, she inevitably had a few plastic sisters around her. Even if she wanted to turn a deaf ear to the outside world, these few would still directly tell her everything with sarcastic words. Whether they were jealous or envious, Lu Yitong would not be so foolish as to show all her thoughts on her face. Although she seemed indifferent every time during meal times, when she saw Zhou Ziyu's figure outside the dormitory building, she couldn't help but flip him off. She had grown tired of saying the word unlucky. As for this stinking pig, when the hell would he just get lost? She wished she could go buy a pig slaughtering knife right now. Because Zhou Ziyu had been coming for half a month, Jiang Mian's attention was almost drawn away by him, and he even forgot. He Yubai had actually not shown up for half a month. What? Were these two people not attending classes? Especially He Yubai, a proper CEO, had become so degenerate as if the school was his own property. Hiss. Wait. What if the He group had donated a building to the school? After all, it's hard to say. Because he thought of He Yubai, Jiang Mian casually mentioned this guess as a joke. But he forgot that Feng Jun was a person who, once jealous, would become ugly in appearance. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other sneered. People are not the same. Some are born in Rome, while people like us are destined to be beasts of burden. The corner of Jiang Mian's mouth twitched. That's quite a clear self-positioning. Shen Yu, who was studying silently, pushed up his glasses. Don't make yourself sound so noble. Which beast of burden doesn't work hard? Someone like you who is idle, only lies around playing games, and spews negative energy, we generally call a waste. Feng Jun rolled on the bed, roaring. I'm going to fight you studious people. It seemed he was indeed seriously ill. Jiang Mian looked at the WeChat chat window on his phone. It was still 3 days ago when he suddenly remembered that He Yubai was not around. He specially sent a message asking when he would return. But 3 days had passed, and the other hadn't replied a single word. Could he still be drowning his sorrows? The young master, he shouldn't be that fragile, right? Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many things recently. Jiang Mian felt a sense of being corrupted. He even had some malicious curiosity. What would He Yubai be like, drunk, ranting nonsense? He really wanted to He Yubai never replied to the message. After holding out for half a month, Zhou Ziyu finally vanished as well. Jiang Mian thought life would resume its uneventful course, but then the campus bell, Lu sent her a message. It was nearing the end of the year, their student council affairs had wrapped up, and everyone wanted to have a feast to reward themselves for a semester of hard work. As for the venue, they had long decided a bar. The campus bell actually agreed to go to a bar, a place so rowdy and chaotic. Clearly anticipating this shocked reaction, Lu Yitong looked a bit embarrassed. It's a bar after all. We're in college now, practically adults. Going to a bar should be fine, right? Consider it an experience. I've heard it's fun there, and I've never been. I didn't want to go at first, but they said we could bring friends, so I thought, why not have one come with me? Yeah. Please. Not only had she never been, but Jiang Mian herself hadn't either. Originally, she planned to fade out of everyone's world, even ignoring Lu Yitong's messages. But the other girl seemed to read her mind. When Jiang Mian didn't reply, she threatened to come find her at the art school. Fine. Head reply, alright. Jiang Mian leaned back in her chair, tilting it on its front legs, and asked her roommates, have you guys ever been to a bar? She really just wanted some advice, because judging by Lu Yitong's determination, she'd probably insist on Jiang Mian accompanying her. Though she didn't understand why, a little thought made the shallow reason clear. Humans are social creatures. Most of the time the minority yields to the majority. Eccentrics exist, but they're often seen as outcasts. University is filled with young students who have a mysterious obsession with seeking thrills. Lu Yitong happened to bear the title of Campus Belle. If she chose not to go with the flow on certain matters, but insisted on being stubbornly unique. One mouth can't argue against many tongues, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Soon rumors would spread that she was aloof and unapproachable, lording over her status as Campus Belle. Since ancient times, rumors stop at the wise, but the words of the pen and tongue can kill invisibly. Jiang Mian had been so cautious ever since acquiring the transformation system, precisely because she feared falling into the vortex of rumors. She knew too well the taste of being pointed at by everyone. A word spoken could cut, like knives piercing a person alive. She didn't want Lu Yitong to suffer baseless harm, because the other girl was her best friend. When she first transformed and was wandering helplessly in a lingerie shop, Lu Yitong had seen her distress at a glance and extended a helping hand. For that alone, Jiang Mian would be forever grateful. If possible, she hoped their friendship would last forever. So she decided to seek some advice just in case she went along and didn't embarrass herself or Lu Yitong by breaking the rules. But she overestimated her roommates. Feng Jun was busy battling in the canyon, not even bothering to lift his bed curtain. Never been. A single bottle of booze in there costs half my monthly allowance. Oh, so it's because he's broke. Shin Yu kept writing notes without looking up, busy studying no time. Oh, so it's because he's busy. As for He Yu Bai, well, he wasn't back yet. In the end, Jiang Mian agreed. After much thought, she figured this meeting was the perfect chance to tell Lu Yitong that well-intentioned lie. Following the address given, Jiang Mian took a taxi. At the bar entrance, Lu Yitong was already waiting. Spotting Jiang Mian getting out of the car, she rushed over joyfully. Wan, you're finally here. Jiang Mian tightened her wool sweater against the strong night wind that crept into her collar, making her shiver. Is everyone here? Am I late? Not at all. It's just a place to hang out. Coming or not is optional. Though Lu Yitong said that quite a few people had actually come mostly out of curiosity to experience the bar. The music inside was deafening, so she had used the excuse of waiting for someone to step out. Looking at Jiang Mian's outfit, Lu Yitong chuckled. I thought you'd wear a dress again, sacrificing warmth for style. No way. Jiang Mian shook her head repeatedly. It's this cold. If I still chase style, I'd be seeing doctors for rheumatism when I'm old. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Lu Yitong quickly led her inside. It's too cold out here. Let's go in quickly. She didn't mind Wan dressing warmly. In a thrill-seeking place like a bar, there would inevitably be overconfident men hitting on her. Just imagining Wan being approached infuriated Lu Yitong. Pushing open the bar door, a wave of warm air rushed at them, completely blocking out the cold. But the heat was mixed with all sorts of strange odors, suggesting quite a crowd inside. Passing through the corridor and going deeper, the bar's interior came into full view. Flickering neon lights, chaotic music, and chatter created a genuinely decadent atmosphere. Jiang Mian followed Lu Yitong cautiously, eyes fixed ahead, unaffected by her surroundings. After they sat down, Lu Yitong introduced her to the others, and everyone exchanged pleasantries. Influenced by the lively environment, Jiang Mian soon joined in the laughter and conversation. Fortunately, everyone was a student living on their allowance. They split the cost for a booth and ordered cheap drinks. Only a few small bottles sat on the table. If they really divided them, no one would get much. They were indeed naive college students. Though they talked about seeking thrills and letting loose the moment they saw the drink prices, reason prevailed. Lu Yitong didn't drink. As for Jiang Mian, being out, especially in a place like a bar where all sorts of people gathered, one can never be too cautious. She simply made up an excuse about being allergic to alcohol. Luckily, the group knew nothing about bar drinks, so they believed her. Jiang Mian had once seen a skit online saying bar drinks have very low alcohol content and won't easily get you drunk, but the prices are ridiculously high. The bar owner would have staff hype up the atmosphere, then send waiters to promote drinks. Since the alcohol wouldn't intoxicate, the lively mood would make customers keep buying and drinking. They'd have a great time, but the final bill would be shocking. Jiang Mian sat obediently in the booth, huddled close to Lu Yitong. The concept of males and females should not touch seemed to have faded since she transformed into a girl. She listened to the chatter, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. Unaware of her surroundings, she didn't notice a gaze fixed on her. Why was Jiangwan here? Zhou Ziyu, filled with confusion, downed another glass of wine under the urging of his brothers. He had stared for a long time and was absolutely certain he hadn't mistaken her. That delicate face belonged to the one who had haunted his dreams for the past half-month. He didn't know why she refused to see him. The matter of the confession wall post at the business school had naturally been relayed to him by the big-mouth Zhao Lun. He wanted to stick to his principles, but it seemed he had only brought trouble to Jiang Wan, even dragging the innocent Lu Yitong into the mess. Everything seemed to have gone wrong from the very start. Even his own brothers mistakenly believed he was pursuing the business school's campus belle. Knowing he was clumsy with words, he feared saying too much would only lead to more mistakes, allowing malicious tongues to spread rumors. If Jiang Wan heard about it, she might misunderstand, so he chose to keep silent. Jiang Wan's appearance was like a fleeting bloom. The half-month of her absence felt like a hollow dream. Though he longed for her day and night, waking up only brought him back to the same reality. He searched desperately, yet couldn't even catch a glimpse of her. He had missed several training sessions and was punished by the coach. Even after learning the reason, the coach still found it absurd to neglect training for the sake of chasing a girlfriend. But it had to be said, Zhou Ziyu was as stubborn as a mule. He obediently accepted his punishment, yet continued to blatantly skip training. The coach was almost worn down by his persistence. Honestly, Zhou Ziyu was a promising talent, but he was too single-minded. He was the type who, once he set his mind on something, would see it through no matter what, even if it meant hitting a wall. In the end, the coach turned a blind eye, only asking him to report in advance if he wasn't coming. The memory ended and he had intended to keep going, but, Brother Zhou, I'm so bitter. That's right, it was Zhao Luan who had dragged him to the bar, claiming he was heartbroken and that his brother had to accompany him for a drink to drown his sorrows. Oh no, it wasn't exactly heartbreak. It was more like Zhao Lun's one-sided love had suddenly shattered. Zhou Ziyu had painstakingly delivered meals for half a month to pursue someone. Zhao Luan had also set his sights on a junior girl. Though he had learned she was single, he feared his glib tongue might scare her off. So he decided to take a roundabout approach, just like Zhou Ziyu, by sending her meals and warm gestures. The first time he delivered, he used the excuse of, let's get to know each other, to test the waters. The junior girl accepted, and Zhao Luan thought she was interested, so he continued for a week all confused. When he thought the time was ripe to confess, she suddenly found a boyfriend from the art college. Do you know what she said? She said she likes clean and refined boys. Guys from the sports department are nice, but she can't stand a boyfriend who reeks of sweat from training all day. Zhao Luan, probably drunk, was throwing a fit. How could she do this? Taking advantage of my innocent feelings. How despicable. And all the money I spent on meals. He shouted and sobbed in a grating voice, flailing his limbs around restlessly. Zhou Ziyu was utterly annoyed by his antics. If it weren't for the fact that he was his good brother, he would have lost his temper several times and knocked him out with a punch. They both had mouths, but it seemed they didn't know how to use them. One wouldn't ask, and the other wouldn't tell, resulting in a huge misunderstanding. Brother Zhou. Zhao Luan downed another glass. The noise around them was overwhelming, making his head spin and ears ache, so he unconsciously raised his voice. You might as well stop delivering. What's the saying? All right. True feelings can't be kept, only tricks win hearts. We'll only end up as their lackeys. The surroundings were loud, but his words were still audible to the brothers nearby. Seeing their good brother so hurt, they couldn't bring themselves to mock him, so they teased instead. So what's your plan? Zhao Luan snorted. They'll make them come to me, of course. Oh, look who's standing up. Brother Zhao. Quick, where's a dog? Go fetch one. Screw you. Ha ha ha. They all burst into laughter. Luckily, boys have big hearts. After a few jokes, Zhao Luan temporarily forgot his sorrows and continued drinking with his brothers. Zhou Ziyu, though drinking, kept his attention on Jiang Mian. Soon he saw her stand up and leave the booth. The indoor crowd was too dense, the air stale, and Jiang Mian, having stayed for a while, felt dizzy. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, she planned to wash her face and clear her mind. Lu Yitong wanted to accompany her, but was held up in conversation. Jiang Mian didn't want to trouble her, saying she would be back soon. Though in her school days she had indeed gone to the restroom in groups with her close female classmates, they had always used separate facilities. Leaving the booth, Jiang Mian clutched her phone and carefully navigated through the crowd to find the restroom. It was her first time at a bar, and she didn't know the layout. Wandering around, she seemed to get lost. Instead of finding the restroom, she stumbled upon the back door of the bar. The area was quieter than the front. Jiang Mian's mind, nearly splitting from the noise, finally found relief here. The night wind was strong and drafts seeped through the gaps in the back door, cooling her dizzy head. She was just thinking of staying a bit longer when she heard a man's abusive shouts from outside. The sound seemed scattered by the wind through the door. Jiang Mian wasn't the type to meddle. There were plenty of lowlifes in bars, and she didn't want to get involved. She was about to sneak away when she heard the noise of a scuffle, followed by the pained cry of someone falling. At that sound, Jiang Mian was stunned. What was going on? That was a girl's voice. Could it be that the one being beaten outside? Suppressing her shock, she summoned an unknown courage and crept forward, pulling the door open a crack to peek outside. A man was standing with his back to her. In front of him was a long-haired girl sitting on the ground, covering her face. Because of the dim night and the man blocking her view, Jiang Mian couldn't see the girl's face. But she could hear the man's crude curses. Fuck your mother. I told you to dress sexy. Are you deaf? A cheap whore like you pretending to be innocent. You can't even seduce a man. How much money can you make? And you still want to buy drugs from me? I'd rather feed them to a dog than give them to you. As he spoke, he raised his fist and landed heavy blows on the girl. The scene chilled Jiang Mian to the bone. Her teeth chattered from fear. Dust-covered memories suddenly burst open, and the nightmare-like recollections surged back. It felt as if in the next second she would collapse to the ground, her legs too weak to support her. If being beautiful was a crime, she had fully suffered for it 10 years ago. Because of his effeminate features, Jiang Mian had endured countless malicious acts since childhood. After school, the rotten-hearted boys would follow him all the way, uttering crude remarks. They would suddenly swarm him, drag him into an alley, and shout about pulling down his pants to see if he was male or female. At that time, he was thin and weak with little strength. But he didn't want to suffer humiliation passively. Clenching his teeth, he desperately held onto his waistband. This infuriated the boys, who then cursed and beat him. Only when they were tired of hitting and cursing did they let him go. This was the pain Jiang Mian least wanted to recall. She thought that if the memories were sealed away, the pain would fade and eventually disappear. But she was wrong. Memories don't disappear, and neither does the pain. These recollections would haunt her like a nightmare. If this was the path to bravery, she had already taken many steps. Jiang Mian looked up. The scene from 10 years ago seemed to merge with reality, but she was no longer the victim. Her gaze became resolute. The vow she had made back then broke through the soil. She was no longer the child of 10 years ago. She would become an umbrella for others and wield a blade against the rain of violence. Though calling the police would be best, the man's brutality seemed unlikely to stop soon. By the time the police arrived, the man would have long fled. Under the circumstances, only she could stop him. Jiang Mian looked around for a tool, but all she saw were a few odds and ends. A direct confrontation was obviously out of the question, and she had to use her wits. Soon her eyes fixed on a soap dish with a piece of discarded soap. She remembered that if soapy water got into the eyes, it would cause a sharp stinging sensation. That would be her chance. Without delay, Jiang Mian grabbed the soap dish and went to find a water source. Turning a corner, she spotted a protruding faucet. She tried twisting it, and water actually flowed out. Joy surged in her heart. She filled the soap dish with water and stirred it with her fingers until it turned cloudy. Then she rushed back, kicked the door open, and shouted, "Hey! Stop!" Hearing her shout, the man turned around abruptly, his eyes wide with rage. Seizing the moment, Jiang Mian unceremoniously splashed the soapy water at him. "Go to hell." The soapy water hit his eyes, and the stinging, burning sensation quickly overwhelmed him. Damn! In excruciating pain, the man was forced to bend over and cover his eyes, but he still spewed obscenities. Jiang Mian had no time to finish him off. If she overdid it in self-defense, she would be held responsible. Seeing the man was too pained to straighten up, she hurried to check on the girl's injuries. Everything happened so fast that the girl hadn't had time to react. She only saw a flash of brilliant color enter her vision, rippling through her heart, which had been as still as a dead sea. Jiang Mian noticed the girl's vacant eyes and thought she might have been beaten senseless. She wanted to help her up, but was afraid of touching her wounds. While she hesitated, the girl suddenly cried out, "Watch out behind you." Jiang Mian quickly turned around. The man whose eyes had been splashed was lunging toward them, guided by the sound. At that critical moment, a figure dashed out from the door like a cheetah in the jungle. His right hand, with thumb and fingers wide open, seized the man's throat, and as if holding a chick, slammed him against the wall, immobilizing him. The clouds parted and moonlight slanted down. Jiang Mian saw Zhou Ziyu's sharp, cold brows and eyes, and the veins bulging on his neck from anger. Zhou Ziyu stared at the man he had pinned down, and spoke slowly, his voice like the cold wind of a winter night. "You're asking for death." This scene unfolded so suddenly that Jiang Mian hadn't even registered it before the girl she was shielding behind her let out a terrified scream. It's okay, don't be afraid. This is my friend." Jiang Mian quickly tried to soothe her. Zhou Ziyu's current demeanor, radiating fierce brutality, was indeed enough to chill anyone's heart. Not to mention that the girl had just been beaten and couldn't bear to witness such violence. Even Jiang Mian herself felt her heart pounding erratically with fright. After the girl's emotions were somewhat calmed, Jiang Mian asked, "Zhou Ziyu, what are you doing here?" "I was drinking here and happened to see you leave, so I followed." "Are you alright?" Zhou Ziyu's words were concise, though perhaps due to his pent-up rage, his tone remained cold. After speaking, the grip on the man's neck unconsciously tightened. If he had been just a moment slower, Jiang Wan would have been hurt. Zhou Ziyu's gaze was terrifyingly cold. If Jiang Wan had truly been injured, he would have killed this man. This was the wheel of fortune turning. What goes around comes around. Earlier the man was arrogantly bullying others, now the tables had turned, and he was the one being subdued. Nearly 6 feet tall, he could still throw his weight around in front of the girl. But against Zhou Ziyu's stature and strength, he was utterly insignificant. At first, being humiliatingly pinned by the neck against the wall, the man kept cursing incessantly. But as Zhou Ziyu's grip tightened, his face turned crimson, his earlier arrogance completely gone. He began to cough and beg for mercy. "It hurts. It hurts. Help. I'm dying." Jiang Mian, fearing Zhou Ziyu might actually choke him to death, hurried over to dissuade him. "Let up a bit, don't really kill him." Zhou Ziyu glanced at her without a word, but obediently loosened his grip. For such a worthless scumbag, it wasn't worth ruining his own life. The man choked to the point of tears, and snot streaming, had his tears wash away some of the soap water that had gotten into his eyes, allowing him to open them and see a bit more clearly. "What now?" Zhou Ziyu proposed. "Should we stuff him in a sack, beat him up, and leave him here to fend for himself?" The man's body trembled violently at these words. With a grip strong enough to choke him if he were beaten and abandoned here in the freezing midnight cold, would he even live to see the next day's sun? "All right," Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. "Let's beat him first, then call the police." She had initially planned to go straight to the police and let the law punish this scum. But seeing the girl behind her scream in terror, she abruptly changed her mind. The victim was covered in injuries from the beating. Why should this scumbag walk into the police station unscathed? 10 years ago, when she was bullied by those bad boys, she had hated them to the core, wishing she could repay the pain she suffered 1,000-fold. But as time passed, she couldn't live in hatred forever. Letting go was also a form of courage. Yet she could only decide for herself whether to let go. She couldn't force the girl behind her to forgive this scumbag. A man like this deserved to be beaten to death. Fighting violence with violence was wrong, but it was satisfying. Look up at the heavens. Who has ever escaped their retribution? When the man heard he would be beaten and then taken to the police station, he immediately deflated, groveling and begging for mercy. But Jiang Mian and the others treated him like a bothersome mosquito, utterly ignoring him. Sensing the attention on him wane, and noticing the back door was open, the man suddenly mustered all his strength, broke free from Zhou Ziyu's grip on his neck, and turned to flee. He was fast, but Zhou Ziyu was faster. The moment his right hand was freed, Zhou Ziyu's left hand clenched into a fist, and before the man could even turn, slammed it into his stomach. Pain instantly flooded his entire body. The man doubled over in agony, feeling as though his intestines were twisted into a knot about to burst. He opened his mouth wide, spewing either sour liquid or undigested dinner. The next second his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach tightly. Yet even so, he still reached out, crawling toward the door like a squirming maggot. Seeing his restless behavior, Zhou Ziyu showed no mercy in his eyes and promptly kicked him to the side. Help! Murder! Help! The man tried to shout loudly, but every time he opened his mouth, the pain in his stomach flared up. Moreover, this spot behind the bar was rarely visited unless under special circumstances. He had chosen this place to commit his violence, never anticipating it would become the very slab where he was at others' mercy. Shout one more time, and he'll have him smash your teeth. Jiang Mian shielded the girl behind her and spoke calmly. The man turned his head, his gaze venomous as he fixed it on Jiang Mian. It was this bitch who had barged in and ruined everything. Zhou Ziyu said coldly, "Stare again, and he'll gouge your eyes out." The man shrank back, clearly frightened by his words. Zhou Ziyu was not only terrifyingly formidable, but also carried out his threats. Suddenly Jiang Mian's phone rang. It was Lu Yitong calling. Given how long she had been gone, the other woman was worried something had happened. As soon as she answered, Lu Yitong's anxious voice came through. "Wan, where did you go? Why aren't you back yet?" Well, something unexpected happened. Jiang Mian briefly explained the situation to Lu Yitong over the phone. Following Jiang Mian's directions, Lu Yitong quickly arrived at the back door. Seeing the scene, she was dumbfounded. Why was Zhou Ziyu, that stinking pig, here? Who was the girl behind Wan? And why was a sleazy man lying on the ground? Lu Yitong felt like she had turned into a fountain of questions, her mind completely unable to keep up. Seeing her arrive, Jiang Mian quickly shouted, Tong, be careful. This man is bad. He hits women. Lu Yitong's eyes went wide instantly. Did he bully you? Yes. Fine. Just fine. How dare he hit a woman? Zhou Ziyu, hold him down. Hearing that Wan had been bullied, Lu Yitong's rage shot straight to her head. Without a second thought, seeing the man subdued, she charged over. She lunged at the man, slapping him left and right wildly. You bastard. He'll teach you to hit women. Finding it uncomfortable to bend over, she simply stomped one foot on the man's chest for leverage. This infuriated him even more. Crazy woman. Two crazy women. Even Jiang Mian was startled by Lu Yitong's actions. Holy crap. Was the campus belle Lu this fierce? It wasn't until Zhou Ziyu intervened that Lu Yitong was finally stopped. Otherwise, if she had kept up that pace, the man would have definitely turned into a pig's head, making it impossible to identify him at the police station. I'm going to call the police and say you intentionally injured me. They'll have you all arrested. With both sides of his face swollen, the man's speech was slurred. Fine, go ahead and call the police, Jiang Mian said, her eyes full of mockery. But do you have any evidence? Hearing this, the man's body stiffened. The reason you dared to hit people here is that you knew there were no cameras, so you could do whatever you wanted. If it really comes down to it, you can just insist on no evidence, and at worst you'll be detained for a few days. Am I right? I have no evidence, the man snarled. What about you? Do you have any proof that I hit anyone? A smug grin spread across his swollen face, his eyes squinting in a comical manner. Zhou Ziyu leaned in and asked, did you record a video on your phone just now? Jiang Mian shook her head. No. The situation had been too urgent. If she had fumbled for her phone to capture evidence, the girl would likely have been beaten to a pulp by this scumbag. The urgency of the moment left Jiang Mian with no time for deliberation. Her sole thought was to save the girl. Lu Yitong's heart tightened with anxiety. What do we do? Though it felt satisfying to beat the scoundrel if he escaped legal consequences and roamed free, the thought alone was infuriating. The mere idea left a bitter taste in her mouth. I have no evidence. I knew it, the man snorted. I'm out of luck running into you lot today. Despite the intimidating presence of Zhou Ziyu beside him, he hardened his resolve. You have no evidence and neither do I. Let's just call it even, shall we? You look like students. If this goes to the police station, you'll gain nothing. A record will stain your files, and the loss will be far greater for you than for me. Oh, Jiang Mian laughed in disbelief. So we should thank you for the advice. No thanks needed. Let's just drop it. The man feigned reluctance, but inwardly he harbored a deep hatred for them, especially the little vixen hiding behind the others. Once he got rid of these foolish college students, he would make that little bitch pay. He would exact revenge for every injury he had suffered on that little slut. Had the fool's brain been addled by Lu Yitong's slaps? Could he not even recognize sarcasm? You should have studied more, you ignorant brute. Jiang Mian's smile vanished. She signaled Zhou Ziyu. He talks too much. Shut him up. Zhou Ziyu nodded and strode over, clamping a hand over the man's mouth. The man let out muffled protests, but Zhou Ziyu threatened coldly. Make another sound, and he'll crush your skull. He meant it, tightening his grip. This bastard was as cunning as a fox, always looking for a chance to flee. Zhou Ziyu had long lost patience with him. Feeling the pressure, the man immediately ceased his struggles. So he did fear death after all. Jiang Mian spoke. You're utterly ignorant, yet you try to deceive us. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Even if we have no evidence, given your viciousness in the beating, this can't be your first offense, can it? Take you to the station and they'll dig up something. At the very least. She glanced at the girl behind her. We have a medical report. Hearing the words medical report, the man grew agitated. He wanted one too. That punch to his stomach must have left a huge bruise. With Zhou Ziyu's hand over his mouth, he could say nothing. Panic set in as Jiang Mian prepared to call the police. He couldn't go back to the station. Summoning a sudden burst of strength, he pried Zhou Ziyu's hand away, just enough to shout at the girl behind Jiang Mian. Are you crazy? Don't you want to buy medicine from me? Stop them. Jiang Mian, who was about to dial the police, paused. She had nearly overlooked the crucial point. The victim was the girl behind her. Their actions were merely those of bystanders stepping in to help. The decision to report him to the police was theirs alone. Throughout, the victim had not stated her position. Jiang Mian felt uncertain. Though the man was foolish enough to be momentarily intimidated by the medical report, without decisive evidence, he would likely escape serious charges. The girl was both the victim and the key witness. If they made a big show of taking him to the station only for her to shrink back or refuse to testify when asked, it would be all for nothing, a one-sided effort. Jiang Mian spoke softly to her. You are the victim. The decision of whether to report him should be yours. She despised such violence, but she was no bleeding heart. If she put in the effort only for the other person to retreat or show weakness, it would be a waste of time. She could pull someone out of the mire once, but if their resolve was weak, they would inevitably sink back in again and again. Jiang Mian was gambling. If the girl said to forget it, she would turn and leave without a word. Good advice is wasted on a fool doomed to die. If one knows it's an abyss, yet refuses to struggle free, no amount of help from others will matter. Fortunately, emboldened by Jiang Mian and the others, the girl's gaze gradually hardened. I said I would earn money to buy medicine, but I never agreed to help you cheat people out of their money. Her courage, hard-won, seemed to drain away after she spoke. Sensing her trembling, Jiang Mian recognized the signs of traumatic aftermath. She quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders, murmuring comfort, even shielding her view from the man. The fool on the ground tried to speak again, but Lu Yitong silenced him with a swift kick to the groin. Shut your filthy mouth. She had come to the bar with Wan to see the world, only to have it ruined by this scumbag. She was thoroughly annoyed and had run out of patience. Since there were no cameras in this godforsaken place, she could hit him without consequence. It was all profit. The man's face contorted in a kaleidoscope of pain, but with his mouth covered, he couldn't even scream. Watching him writhe on the ground, clutching his crotch, Zhou Ziyu couldn't help but feel a sympathetic ache. Jiang Mian didn't hesitate. She called the police, briefly explaining the situation. Within 10 minutes, they were all escorted into a police car and taken to the station for statements. Before being loaded into the car, the man continued to curse. I want to report them. They used vigilante justice on me. Especially that little bitch. She slapped me and kicked me in the balls. What do you wanna? The officer escorting him snapped. Shut up. Save it for the station. Cause any more trouble, and he'll charge you with obstructing justice. Hearing this, the man sullenly fell silent, though he continued to glare at Jiang Mian and the others. Jiang Mian and her companions couldn't be bothered with the fool. At the station, an officer approached to take down the girl's basic information. Facing the officer's questions, she stammered, My name is Lin Xiangnan. I am male. Male. Officer Wu, who was responsible for taking statements, cast a skeptical glance at him from head to toe. Not only him, but even Jiang Mian and the others were also surprised. Since some officers were out on duty, there were not many left in the station. Apart from that man, Jiang Mian and the others were gathered together giving statements, so they could naturally hear this. Lin Nanxiang had long hair and dressed like a girl. He was not very tall and had a slender figure. Compared to the typically rugged features of a boy, his facial lines were softer, making him look exactly like a girl. I'm a boy, I have. Facing the police, he was extremely nervous, but he knew he absolutely could not lie in this situation. Sensing his unease, the young officer Wu tried to calm him down and gradually shifted the topic. Do you have your ID card? Officer Wu wanted to verify his age and then determine the severity of the case based on the injury report. No, Lin Nanxiang shook his head, pointing at the man giving statements on the other side. He took my ID card. He forced me to scam people for money. I refused, so he started hitting me. As Lin Nanxiang spoke, his voice grew softer and softer. Assault and battery and theft of personal property. That's truly criminal. With these two charges, the man would face at least 3 years in prison. Lin Nanxiang, for some reason, suddenly felt a surge of grievance. His voice choked, unable to utter another word. Tears streamed down his cheeks like broken beads uncontrollably. He wiped his tears with one hand while saying, I'm sorry, but his voice was already hoarse and could not produce any sound. Under extreme sorrow, tears became an outlet for his emotions. Jiang Mian did not know how to comfort him, So he simply put an arm around his shoulder and gently patted him, offering silent solace, trying to convey strength through this gesture. Zhou Ziyu saw this and felt a twinge of jealousy. If that person were a girl, it would be one thing. But he was a man, and Jiang Wan was so close to him, patting and comforting him. He had been so brave and impressive just now, yet Jiang Wan didn't even praise him. He felt a sense of injustice. Since a useful clue had been obtained, Officer Wu decided to let Lin Nanxiang calm down first. He pulled a few tissues from the table and handed them to him, then got up and headed toward the interrogation room. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard the man shouting his innocence. "Officer, I'm innocent. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I didn't do anything." In the cramped interrogation room, his voice alone was deafening, greatly annoying Officer Zhao, who was taking notes. They saw this kind of scene every day. Every person brought in for questioning would first wail about being wronged. Just as Officer Zhao was about to slap the table and shout, he saw the other Officer Wu come in and whisper a few words in his ear. Officer Zhao then tapped the table and said, "The victim has stated that you not only intentionally injured him, but also stole his personal belongings. His ID card is on you, isn't it?" "What ID card?" "I don't know." The man immediately shook his head in denial, but the flicker of panic in his eyes did not escape Officer Zhao and the others. "Luo Biao." Officer Zhao slammed the table. "If you continue playing dumb and obstructing police work, do you know what the consequences will be?" The sudden shout stunned the man called Luo Biao. Before he could react, Officer Zhao gave a signal to the others, and the young officers immediately understood. Without a word, they went straight up and pinned Luo Biao onto the table, then began searching his pockets. "What are you doing? On what grounds are you searching me? Do you have a warrant?" Luo Biao struggled desperately, but how could one man match well-trained, physically strong police officers? Officer Zhao, as if enjoying the show, picked up the notebook and slapped it on his face. "For a scoundrel like you, we don't need a warrant. Have you watched too many TV dramas?" "You..." Luo Biao craned his neck. "You are insulting my dignity." "Forget about dignity for now." Soon they pulled out a wallet from his pants pocket. Opening it, they found not only a small amount of cash, but also several credit cards. Moreover, after finding Luo Biao's ID card, the officers also saw another ID card. It was Lin Nanxiang's. Officer Zhao picked up Lin Nanxiang's ID card and asked him, "So this is what you said you didn't know about? Come on, explain." I. Luo Biao felt like sitting on pins and needles. He stammered for a long time without producing a coherent sentence. From the moment he lied, the scales of this case had already tipped. Officer Zhao was too lazy to waste time with him. He directly tossed Luo Biao's ID card to a young officer nearby. "Go check the system." He felt that Luo Biao must have a criminal record. Seeing how this guy came in crying and shouting like a seasoned offender, he probably had other things on his conscience. The young officer assigned the task turned and left the room. When they asked Luo Biao anything else, he refused to talk. Fine. Officer Zhao stepped out to light a cigarette. The sting of the smoke dispelled the fatigue of a day's work. Amid the swirling smoke, his eyes revealed nothing of what he was thinking. The world is vast and full of wonders. In decades of working at the police station, he had seen everything, both good and bad, and had long cultivated a stronger mind than ordinary people. As the cigarette burned out, the young officer who went to check the system quickly ran back. "Director Zhao, I found something. Luo Biao, born in 1993, committed burglary 2 years ago. Because the amount was not large and no casualties were caused, he was sentenced to only 1 year and 2 months. Not long after his release, during a citywide crackdown, he was caught secretly running a gambling den. The amount involved was large, so he was sentenced to 6 months detention. Furthermore, this man is idle and has picked up the bad habit of gambling. As soon as his detention ended, he was back at the gambling table." Officer Zhao snorted. "Excellent. He wants to revisit his old stomping grounds, huh?" According to Lin Nanxiang's account, he met Luo Biao in an online chat group. Because he wanted to buy some kind of medicine from him, they added each other as friends. After private chatting, Lin Nanxiang said he didn't have enough money. Luo Biao pretended to have a solution, but when they met, he not only swindled Lin Nanxiang's ID card, but also planned to use the beauty trap scam to extort money. When Lin Nanxiang refused, he was beaten and abused by Luo Biao. Officer Zhao caught the key point. "What kind of medicine?" "It's a kind of illegal substance that is not circulated on the market." The young officer was about to explain further when a commotion broke out outside. Officer Zhao was about to go see what was happening when another officer ran over. "Director Zhao, there's an elderly woman outside. She came in crying and making a fuss, insisting that we arrested her son by mistake." "They arrested the wrong son." Officer Zhao's expression nearly cracked at the remark. In this day and age, someone actually comes to the police station to claim a relative. After a moment's calculation, he understood clearly. Luo Biao likely had other accomplices who, upon seeing him arrested, dared not act rashly. But to assess the situation, they deliberately sent old Madame Luo back to tip her off. "Let's go see what's happening." Suppressing the urge for another smoke, Officer Zhao headed to the front. In the station's lobby, old Madame Luo, afraid the officers wouldn't know her son, wailed and thrashed, spewing anything that came to mind. "Comrade officers, you've got the wrong person. My son Luo Biao hasn't done anything shady for ages. He's reformed since leaving prison. You're utterly wronging him. They had handled plenty of civil disputes, so the officers present dared not approach rashly. Though common folk wouldn't dare frame the police if grabbed, one's ears would be bombarded until the mind went numb. And if they mishandled the situation, angering the elderly and assault on an officer could occur, complicating matters further. Thus the officers could only try to calm her, never daring to get close to old Madame Luo. I'm calm. My son did nothing wrong. Why did you arrest him? Over and over all she heard were the officers' pleas for her to calm down. Old Madame Luo's patience finally snapped. Relying on her loud voice, she shouted recklessly, "Where's my son? What have you done to him? Let me tell you, don't think you can just arrest anyone because you're cops. We common folks aren't pushovers. If you don't release my son, I'll report you to higher-ups. An old friend from my square dancing group knows your chief. If you don't let him go, I'll have him fire you all." This kind of drama played out daily, and Officer Zhao was long accustomed to it. Thinking that knowing some random nobody after hearing exaggerated boasts made one believe they had powerful connections. Every time he witnessed such scenes, he deeply agreed with that saying. Like father, like son, a rat's son digs holes. Despite his inner turmoil facing old Madame Luo as a civilian officer, Zhao effortlessly put on a smile. "Oh dear, what's all this? Ma'am, let's talk calmly. Hey Xiao Wu, can't you see the lad is tired from shouting? Quickly fetch a stool for her. Thirsty, ma'am. How about some water? Drink what? My son's still locked up." The other officers, seasoned cops, weren't easily intimidated. If old Madame Luo's bluster could scare them, they might as well quit. Probably only old Madame Luo herself believed her own nonsense. Emboldened, she grew more brazen. Of course, she wasn't foolish. She dismissed the younger officers present. Seeing Officer Zhao speak, she knew he was in charge, and latched onto him. "You're the one in charge here. Where's my son Luo Biao? What have you done to him?" She glanced around. The station had many rooms, all with closed doors. Old Madame Luo didn't know where the interrogation room was. Grabbing Officer Zhao's arm, she tried to push inside. "I tell you, my old man knows your chief. If you don't want to lose your jobs, release my son now. What right do you have to arrest him?" She brushed past Officer Zhao, trying to drag him along, but he didn't budge. Unconvinced, she yanked harder, but he stood rooted. "What do you mean?" Losing patience, she looked up at Officer Zhao, startled by his piercing stare. "What do you want? Staring at me like that? You gonna hit me? I don't care if your old man really knows our chief or not. Right now you're causing a scene in the station, grabbing me. Do you know that's assaulting an officer?" Officer Zhao's tone turned cold. "Based on your behavior, I could cuff you right now. Go ahead. If you've got the guts, cuff me." She flung his hand away, plopped onto the floor, and began flailing. "No justice. Police are arresting people. Us common folks have no way out. I've done nothing, and he wants to cuff me." Reasoning with a brute was futile. Officer Zhao turned to leave, and the wailing old Madame Luo sprang up. "Where are you going?" Officer Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you care? You're not leaving." She tried to grab him again. "Until you release my son, you're not going anywhere." Eccentrics appeared every year, but this year seemed especially full of them. Officer Zhao seethed inside. The station had plenty of work. He had no time to waste on an old woman. Once Luo Biao's case was clear, he'd be sentenced and sent to prison. Did old Madame Luo think everyone would indulge her tantrums? If he couldn't handle her, he could avoid her, right? Officer Zhao turned to leave just as Lin Xiangnan emerged from the infirmary upstairs. The medical officer reported the examination results. Though the cold meant more clothes, the victim's injuries are clear. Bruises on the ribs and lower back, but the face was avoided with no head trauma. "What secret talk are you having?" The medical officer barely got a few words out before old Madame Luo erupted again. "Ma'am, I'm letting it slide because of your age, but if you keep causing trouble, I won't hesitate to put you in a cell with your son." Officer Zhao showed her the medical report and pointed to Lin Xiangnan. "Your son Luo Biao is suspected of intentional injury. The victim's medical report is out. How can you claim he's innocent?" "What medical report? Never heard of it. You're just bullying an illiterate old woman with this nonsense. I'm telling you, no way." Then she turned to Lin Xiangnan, her words dripping with venom. "I know my son. This little slut looks like a whore, probably in the flesh trade. In our day, she'd be drowned in a cage. My son must have been seduced by her. This little tramp must be two-timing, playing with my son's feelings. Why shouldn't she be beaten?" Old Madame Luo spewed filth. "Did this slut promise you favors? Is that why you're siding with her? Huh, shameless harlot. Legs always spread, luring men. Watch out for disease rotting all over." This was a broadside against everyone present. Many officers' faces darkened. Jiang Mian couldn't take it anymore. She saw Lin Xiangnan pale with terror from the abuse. Without an officer's support, she might have collapsed. Life was dull, and toads judged humans. Sorry, she was going all in. Jiang Mian stepped forward, her mockery perfected. "Ma'am, watch your tongue, or your son might have sons without." "Oh, I forgot." Jiang Mian covered her mouth deliberately. "With a son like yours, could he even marry? Forget sons, daughters would be a struggle. He'll end up childless." She blinked at old Madame Luo playfully. "To deal with shameless people, you had to be even more shameless. You little slut, shut your mouth. They'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." The moment Jiang Mian cursed her son, Aunt Luo exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping and raging. There was no other reason. These words struck too close to her sore spot. After the new year, Luo Biao would turn 30. At that age in the countryside, one would have at least 2 or 3 children, with the eldest already running errands. But ever since they moved to the city and grew accustomed to a comfortable life, Aunt Luo's standards had become picky. She treated her son like a treasure, finding no girl worthy of him. A few years ago, she finally found someone she deemed satisfactory in every way. They were about to get married when Luo Biao, a good-for-nothing street loafer, was sentenced to prison for burglary. The girl's parents had already disapproved of his unemployment, and when the prison sentence came to light, they called off the engagement, ignoring their daughter's deep affection. By the time Luo Biao was released, the girl had married someone else under her family's arrangement, and her son was nearly a year old. Aunt Luo was truly panicked now. Luo Biao was her only son, the apple of her eye. Her husband had passed away from illness years ago, and with her son still unmarried, her dream of holding a grandchild remained unfulfilled. Even if she closed her eyes for good, she wouldn't have the face to meet her husband in the afterlife. Jiang Mian's words had detonated right in her minefield. Her verbal abuse wasn't enough. She lunged forward with claws bared, intending to scratch Jiang Mian's pretty face if she couldn't tear her mouth apart. After all, such women were foxes who seduced her son. The moment she lunged, Zhou Ziyu shielded Jiang Mian behind him, his body like a wall of flesh. Aunt Luo slapped him several times, but he felt nothing, like being bitten by a mosquito, neither painful nor itchy. Slut. Whore. Relying on some man to protect you, you dare spout nonsense. He'll kill both of you, you adulterous pair. Aunt Luo's eyes blazed with fury, but she couldn't budge Zhou Ziyu, so she could only vent with her mouth. In fact, as soon as Aunt Luo started her tantrum, Officer Zhao had signaled Officer Wu to turn on the body camera. This was for this very moment. If they had handcuffed her without evidence from the start, word would spread that the police were lawless, arresting civilians without proof, stirring up public resentment. But now it was different. The body camera recorded everything as evidence. Aunt Luo had caused trouble at the station first, and now she had initiated physical assault. Upon receiving Officer Wu's okay signal, Officer Zhao immediately dropped his polite demeanor. Fearing the younger officers might hesitate, he grabbed a pair of handcuffs from the desk, and as Aunt Luo raised her hands to strike again, swiftly restrained her arms behind her back and cuffed them. His movements were fluid, accomplished in an instant. Aunt Luo barely registered what happened. She couldn't believe the officer had actually handcuffed her. When she came to, she struggled violently, like her son Luo Biao. Why are you cuffing me? Are you all in cahoots with that little slut? A slut like her should be drowned in a pig cage, yet you cuff an old woman like me. Are you trying to throw your weight around? Incompetent dogs always bark the loudest. Facing her filthy insults, Officer Zhao's face turned cold. Ma'am, watch your mouth. Deliberately causing trouble at the police station, assaulting others, and now slandering officers. Are you afraid of having too few charges? Don't try to scare me. Aunt Luo spewed more curses, and despite her age, she was still agile in her tantrum. As she ranted, she charged around, forcing officers to dodge while trying to restrain her. Suddenly, she knocked over a stack of files on a desk, scattering them everywhere. When she charged toward Zhou Ziyu, he didn't dodge. The officers had their concerns, but he did not. The moment Aunt Luo called Jiang Mian a slut, rage had already flared within him. As she bent over and charged headfirst, Zhou Ziyu spread his hands, pressing one on her head and grabbing her shoulder with the other. With a forceful twist, he spun Aunt Luo around so her back faced him. Disgusted by the filth spewing from her mouth, afraid of being contaminated by her breath, Zhou Ziyu's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on her shoulder. The sudden pressure sent a sharp pain through Aunt Luo, and her curses turned into a pig-like squeal. Ah! My shoulder! Murder! Help! Jiang Mian, hiding behind Zhou Ziyu, sneakily reached around his side and pinched and twisted whatever flesh she could find on Aunt Luo. Aunt Luo's squeals came in waves, complete with trills. She suddenly remembered she could kick backward, but the pain in her shoulder and body left her disoriented, unable to find the right angle. Zhou Ziyu also stiffened as Jiang Mian's hand, reaching from behind to teach Aunt Luo a lesson, pressed tightly against his waist. Due to years of training, he was in excellent physical condition. In this cold weather, he wore only a thin undershirt and a light down jacket, and his waist was his most ticklish spot. Zhou Ziyu could clearly feel the slight protrusion of Jiang Wan's elbow bone rubbing against the firm muscles of his side. It was ticklish, numbing, and tingling, especially when he realized that the person in such close contact was Jiang Mian. His entire being was electrified, as if even the hairs on his head stood on end. As his breath grew heavier, his grip involuntarily tightened. Aunt Luo had just figured out which direction to kick, but the sudden increase in pressure on her shoulder made her feel as if the bones were about to be crushed. Forget about kicking. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Help! This old woman is being crushed to death. Help! Officer Zhao wanted to kick every gawking officer. Are you all idiots? What are you standing around for? Go help! Snapping out of it, the officers rushed over to separate them. Though Aunt Luo had just endured torture, when she looked up she realized she was the one being ignored. The officers were all fussing over whether Zhou Ziyu was hurt, a sight that nearly made her faint from anger. But with her hands cuffed behind her, she couldn't even lean back. Worse, treated like a criminal, no one cared why she had screamed so loudly. Instead, they held her down, afraid she'd cause more trouble. Though her shoulder was free from the grip, Aunt Luo felt it was ruined, as if it no longer belonged to her. Her tantrum had not only failed to free her son, but had landed her in trouble too. Thinking of this infuriating outcome, her blood pressure soared, and she grew dizzy with rage. Faced with the officer's concern, Jiang Mian rubbed her nose guiltily. She wasn't hurt. In fact, she had vented her anger thoroughly. Because Aunt Luo's commotion had drawn everyone's attention. The door to Luo Biao's interrogation room had been left open. When he saw officers dragging someone past, Luo Biao was shocked. Was that his mother being dragged like a dead dog? With Aunt Luo making a scene, she and Luo Biao were likely to endure some hardship inside. Moreover, after Luo Biao was caught, his accomplices would probably lie low for a while. If the police wanted to catch those who slipped through the net, they would certainly make good use of Luo Biao as bait. This case appeared to be intentional injury on the surface, but upon closer inspection, it was about organizing and coercing others into illegal and criminal activities. Such a nature was even more heinous. Such a malignant tumor must be eradicated. After all, the slogan of eliminating gangsters and evil forces was not just empty words, it had to be put into practice. Jiang Mian was initially worried that if they had to give a statement, their identity information would be recorded. Being exposed in front of everyone would make her want to move to another planet. Fortunately, due to their status as students, they only had a few simple questions to roughly understand the course of events. And they tacitly omitted the incident of beating Luo Biao at the back door of the bar. After all, there were no surveillance cameras or evidence who could prove they had laid a hand on him. As for Luo Biao, not only did he have a criminal record, but the victim's ID card was also found on him. Coupled with his noisy mother, the truth of this case was already set in stone. No matter how desperately he denied it, it was futile. Officer Wu registered the contact information of Jiang Mian and the others, including phone numbers and addresses, and instructed them not to leave the province without permission for a week. If the police station needed to summon them, they had to be available at any time. As long as they didn't check her ID card and cause her to die of embarrassment on the spot, Jiang Mian guaranteed that even having her phone on 24/7 would be fine. Tossed around by Aunt Luo and followed by the final questioning, they ended up staying at the police station for nearly 2 hours. Lu Yitong sighed. We didn't get to see the world in a bar, but instead we saw it at the police station. Jiang Mian pointed to 8 characters on a wall and said to Lu Yitong, "Want to take a photo under that? Consider it a souvenir of your visit." Lu Yitong turned to look, and on that wall were the words leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Majestic and awe-inspiring, it involuntarily commanded respect. Wan, you're so annoying. Lu Yitong pouted and waved her little fists. Of course, no matter how small and soft her fists were, she would never land them on Wan. Although they were being noisy because they were at the police station, they spoke softly. The busy officers paid no attention to them. The figures shuttling between desks were the foundation of this peaceful and prosperous society. Lin Xiaonan was taken to the medical room by the police to apply medicine for his injuries. After he came out, the group was allowed to leave. Outside the police station, Lin Xiaonan hung his head low, twisting the hem of his clothes with his fingers, his heart full of anxiety. The situation had been sudden, and he had been forced to confess that he was a boy. But now his heart was filled with fear. Fear that Jiang Mian and the others had only helped him because they mistakenly thought he was a girl. Even more, he feared that when he looked up, he would see their eyes filled with suspicion, doubt, and scrutiny. Having received help, he certainly wanted to repay it. His mind was full of words of gratitude, but he had no idea how to voice them. After mustering his courage, he still stumbled. "Thank you, I got stuck." Even if he wanted to repay, what could he offer? He didn't even have money to buy medicine. Jiang Mian looked at his bowed head, sensing his fragility and inferiority, but she couldn't truly empathize. Rather than pity, it was better to treat him with normalcy. To ease the atmosphere, she pretended not to notice anything, and said in a casual tone, "Can you get back on your own?" I can." Lin Xiaonan nodded. Jiang Mian's voice was very gentle, devoid of any sarcasm, unlike any voice or tone he had ever heard. Somehow he gently lifted his head, and Jiang Mian's figure instantly came into his view. Night had fallen, and the streetlights were beginning to glow. Jiang Mian stood with her back to the soft light of the lamp, as if bathed in it. Her eyes were bright like stars, and her dark pupils were full of openness and composure, completely different from those who looked at him with prejudiced eyes. Such a person was so dazzling. Lin Xiaonan thought to himself quietly. He had never seen a girl like this. If possible. If only he could. He really wanted to become someone like this. Whether it was Jiang Mian's gaze that gave him courage, Lin Xiaonan spoke again. "I have a friend coming to pick me up. Thank you." After saying this, he bowed to Jiang Mian and the others like a timid child. Even in a humble and weak posture, he wanted to express his gratitude as much as possible. "Nanan." As soon as Lin Xiaonan straightened up, he heard a familiar voice calling him. He turned around, and when he saw who it was his face lit up with joy. Akian. So this was Lin Xiangnin's friend. But this friend made Jiang Mian raise an eyebrow. What a small world. Wasn't this the cross-dressing boy she had bumped into on the road that day after the competition, when Zhou Ziyu was sticking to her like a leech? Because the impression was strong, Jiang Mian remembered him. But what made her recall instantly was that he seemed to have only one set of women's clothing. When she bumped into him last time, he was wearing this outfit, and now he was wearing the same one again. If Lin Xiangnan hadn't kept mentioning wanting to buy medicine, Jiang Mian would have thought they were playing cosplay. A vague answer surfaced in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it. This is my friend Zhang Qian. Aki and these are the kind people who called the police for me. Lin Xiangnan introduced them. After the police questioning, although he knew their names, he still didn't dare to address them casually, and simply used the term kind people. Not really kind people, Jiang Mian said as if meeting him for the first time. We just lent a helping hand. Thank you so much for preventing Nan from suffering greater harm. The boy named Zhang Qian also bowed in thanks. His voice still sounded as if he was deliberately pitching it just like last time. After the thanks, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. At this point they should have parted ways and headed home. But Jiang Mian couldn't help asking the question, Lin Xiangnan, what medicine were you trying to buy? No beating around the bush, no deliberate probing. Like those clean, clear eyes, it barged straight in and stirred something in others' hearts. Nan. Seeing the worry in Zhang Qian's eyes, Lin Xiangnan gently shook his head at him, indicating he was fine. Then he met Jiang Mian's gaze and uttered the answer that seemed shameful and would instantly change people's expressions. I'm a trans girl. The medicine I wanted to buy is actually the sugar pills that can help us change. But after saying it, he regretted it. He was terrified that those clean, clear eyes would show disgust and revulsion. But the next second Jiang Mian spoke as if discussing an ordinary topic. Did you manage to buy it? No, that man tricked me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xiangnan could feel his voice cracking. It was an eruption of emotions after experiencing deceit, harm, and grievance. He didn't even know how to control his mouth anymore, just instinctively continuing. Actually, I wish he had kept deceiving me, so I could still have hope. Why couldn't he keep lying? And I promised I would work hard, earn money, and then buy the medicine, but... Before he could finish, Jiang Mian rushed over and hugged him tightly. At that moment, wordless comfort reached its peak. Compared to the insignificance of words, it was a redemption that passed through their bodies, stemming from the soul. Lin Xiangnan rested his head on Jiang Mian's shoulder without any improper thoughts. Under her gentle pats, he quietly, gradually relaxed. So warm. He felt as if he had seen an angel after enduring suffering. But his nose tingled, and something seemed to well up in his eyes. Lin Xiangnan closed his eyes tightly, afraid that if tears spilled out, the angel would see his messy, tear-streaked face. I wasn't crying. Lin Xiangnin's tone carried a hint of stubbornness. When he opened his eyes again, the moisture had already been forced back. Yes, you're very brave. Jiang Mian smiled gently and praised him softly. After a night of dramatic ups and downs, Lin Xiangnan felt like a small boat adrift. It seemed that at this moment he had finally arrived at a warm harbor. The human heart is greedy. He wanted to absorb even more warmth. But soon an abrupt voice shattered the beautiful illusion. I haven't held her that long, and he got to hold her all the time. Hearing the jealous tone, Jiang Mian knew without thinking that it was Zhou Ziyu. Was this the possessiveness of a jock? Clearly he was deeply bothered inside, but could only speak in a pitiful, aggrieved tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangnan felt awkward and voluntarily let go of Jiang Mian. He knew that his male body would still be a source of discomfort to others. But he was also fortunate, having been favored by God today. Not only had an angel descended beside him, but she had miraculously granted him her grace. Jiang Mian glanced at Zhou Ziyu, finding him utterly ridiculous. She could hug whoever she wanted, or what business was it of his? Catching Jiang Wan's displeased gaze, Zhou Ziyu felt a pang of guilt and dared not look her in the eyes, silently turning his head away. Lu Yitong had been immersed in the emotional scene, her eyes reddened. But the pleasant atmosphere was abruptly shattered. After sniffing, she too glared at Zhou Ziyu with displeasure. Get this oblivious pig out of here. Out. Lin Xiangnan cautiously tugged at Jiang Mian's sleeve. Sister Jiang, your boyfriend really cares about you. He didn't find Zhou Ziyu's words hurtful. Instead, he envied Jiang Wan for having such a boyfriend. He would protect her, secretly get jealous, and his straightforward nature suited her perfectly. Lin Xiangnan knew he might never have a sweet romance in his lifetime, but seeing others in love filled his heart with happiness. The word, boyfriend, sounded like heavenly music to Zhou Ziyu, making him look at Lin Xiangnan more favorably. But he still felt jealous that the boy was so close to Jiang Wan. Somehow, after saying those words about his identity, Lin Xiangnan felt a sudden lightness in his heart, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted. Before, he had been tense like a hedgehog bristling with spikes. He cared about others' gazes and was sensitive to their tone. But this spiky hedgehog dared not fight back against the bullies. He could only protect his fragile heart from harm. Yet after speaking these words to Jiang Mian, he felt completely at ease. The spikes he had raised were temporarily put away. He wanted to try getting closer, not wanting this warm angel to be hurt by his spikes. Since it was getting late and Lin Xiangnan had Jiang Qian as company, they said their goodbyes and parted. On the way back, Lu Yitong leaned close to Jiang Mian. Wan, I didn't want to ask earlier, but what is a medicine girl? A medicine girl, Jiang Mian said, pulling out her phone to search online, then handed the results to her. Here, take a look. Oh my, this is so dangerous. Lu Yitong skimmed the text, the cold words making her heart ache. Does this also harm the body? Not just harm, it's extremely damaging. Trying to change what is innate through artificial means going against nature inevitably invites irreversible backlash. That's so dangerous. Lu Yitong was puzzled. If it's so terrifying, why do they still insist on changing? Perhaps rather than suppressing themselves as time passes, it's better to bravely be themselves. A gust of wind blew, stirring up fallen leaves. Jiang Mian said softly, Tong, do you find them disgusting? No, Lu Yitong shook her head. I just think they're pitiful, bravely being themselves, but bearing so much. Yes, indeed, they bear so much: the incomprehension of family, the cold stares of others, the rejection of society. Like rats and insects hiding in the sewers, rejected by the world, they long to embrace the sunshine, yet fear being scorched by its heat. In that case, don't pity them, or bravely be yourself becomes meaningless. Like flowers, they simply want to bloom and show their beauty. Lu Yitong smiled again, linking her arm with Jiang Mian's. Wan, you know so much and you sound so refined now. Not at all, I've always been this profound. They exchanged a smile, and the somber atmosphere instantly dissipated. It wasn't that Jiang Mian knew so much, or rather back then she had been taunted by those bullies about becoming a medicine girl. She only later realized that insults weren't just crude words. Humiliation was also a weapon. Because of that, she had actually searched online for information about medicine girls. The vast world has many hidden facets, and she happened to discover this one. Gazing at the street shimmering with neon lights, Jiang Mian thought to herself, if this transformation system were given to Lin Xiangnan and others like him, it would be the most fitting. They could fully be themselves, living freely and happily in a different identity, openly experiencing the right to love and be loved. How wonderful that would be. But life is unpredictable, and there are no ifs. If she could, Jiang Mian would probably keep the secret of her transformation forever. She knew that paper cannot wrap fire. She just hoped that when the secret was revealed, she would be strong enough to face it calmly. Perhaps it was Lin Xiangnan's story that made her reflect on herself, stirring an inexplicable melancholy. Beside her, Lu Yitong shrank from the wind and clung even tighter to Jiang Mian. This scene made Zhou Ziyu envious, but he only dared to imagine it. A timid heart with no courage to act. As luck would have it, the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, Jiang Mian turned her head to look back at him. Their eyes met, and Zhou Ziyu, guilt-ridden, quickly waved his hands. I didn't do anything. Jiang Mian looked puzzled. What were you planning to do? Lu Yitong heard the commotion and turned around too. Unlike Jiang Wan's confusion, her gaze was clearly displeased and hostile. I just wanted to walk you back to school. What a coincidence. This idiot had the same idea. Who did he think he was? Marshal Tian Peng, transforming into a flower guardian. Bah. Since both wanted to escort her back and the art academy wasn't far and no one thought of taking a cab, they simply decided to walk all the way. Along the way, Lu Yitong clung to Jiang Mian like an octopus. As for Zhou Ziyu, though envious, he dutifully fulfilled his role as protector. Under the streetlights, their three shadows stretched long. Zhou Ziyu followed behind, subtly shifting his position so that his shadow merged with Jiang Wan's. He was a man easily satisfied. Even this was enough. Pulling out his phone, he aimed it at the ground, pressed the shutter, and captured the moment. At the entrance of the School of Art, the gate had not yet been closed. Some students with weary faces wrapped their coats tightly and hurried back to the dormitories, while others dressed stylishly stepped out of the school gate ready to enjoy themselves. This was youth, a time to be spent recklessly. Jiang Mian had sharp eyesight. As she approached the gate, she spotted a figure standing there from afar. Though she hadn't seen him for half a month, his posture remained as upright as ever. Amid the bustling crowd at the entrance, he seemed to isolate himself from everything around him. Jiang Mian hadn't expected to meet He Yubai under such circumstances. He seemed to have lost a bit of weight. The confident and affable young master she remembered appeared to have changed somewhat. It was as if he had changed yet remained the same. His slightly longer hair was no longer meticulously styled, and a cigarette now rested between his fingers, a sight she had never witnessed before, as he had never been one to touch tobacco or alcohol. He brought the cigarette to his lips, took a drag, and then exhaled the smoke with practiced ease. This was a He Yubai Jiang Mian had never seen before. The confident and flamboyant shadow within him seemed to have quietly receded. What emerged now was a deep sense of dejection and despondency. His features were hidden behind the veil of smoke, and Jiang Mian couldn't discern the emotions in his eyes. Yet when the smoke dissipated, those dark orbs resembled the vortex of a black hole, as if they would suck her in at any moment. He was a decadent scoundrel, yet his aura of restraint remained unchanged. He seemed to be the same young master she knew well, yet in those brief days of absence he had shed his youthful innocence. The boy was growing up, and the mature sexual tension within him was beginning to show. 1-1. She could see Yubai, and naturally he spotted her as well. In an instant he looked like a child caught red-handed in a mistake. He discarded the unfinished cigarette onto the ground, and while crushing it out he fanned the air around him trying to disperse the lingering smoke. It seemed like an instinctive action perhaps, because he didn't want Jiang Mian to see him in this state. The world was noisy and chaotic, but his eyes were fixed solely on Jiang Mian. As if everything around them had frozen, he slowly lifted his foot and walked toward where she stood. The wind blew the bangs from his forehead, and Jiang Mian felt her own heartbeat skip a beat. This she thought must be what they call love at first sight. Jiang Mian had always wondered what her feelings for Yubai truly were. Had there ever been any love mixed in? Probably not. That sense of familiarity was merely built on the fact that they had been roommates for 2 years. Admittedly, Yubai was the most suitable choice for a partner. But Jiang Mian had already seen the outcome with Lin Xiangnan, and all she could do was avoid. Nothing but avoid. There would be no result between her and Yubai. She would return to her normal life and make Jiang Mian disappear from the world forever. Before she could finish, Yubai had already strode over. In a flash of darkness and light, she found herself wrapped in Yubai's arms. "You're finally back. I've been waiting for you," he said, holding her tightly like a stubborn child. He was like a man dying of thirst in the desert finally finding an oasis. He greedily breathed in the scent of Jiang Mian. He had long since stopped being himself. Let those manners and rules go to hell. Because she was shorter than Yubai, Jiang Mian had to strain her neck upward. Yet she couldn't help but want to complain, was this guy made of iron chains? She was being suffocated. The smell of smoke didn't dissipate quickly. With every breath, Jiang Mian's nose was filled with the scent of smoke from Yubai. Besides the smoke, there was also the unique fragrance of his cologne. Jiang Mian always remembered that scent, like a cold spring breeze with a fresh woody undertone. The mingling of several fragrances seemed to compose an untold story. "Why did you start smoking?" "I've been troubled," Yubai replied, not moving from his embrace. "If you don't like it'll stop." How cheesy. So this was what it felt like when young master he whispered sweet nothings. But this was hardly the right time or place. Too many eyes were watching. Jiang Mian really didn't want to be held by him any longer, so she struggled free from his arms. It had been so sudden that she hadn't taken a good look at him. Now up close she noticed that Yubai's face still looked haggard with a hint of unshaven stubble on his chin. It had scratched against her neck earlier, a bit prickly. There was also a fading bruise on his left cheek. Had he been in a fight? Jiang Mian resisted the urge to reach out and touch it. "Why are you here?" "I've been here all along." Yubai's gaze never left her. "I've been looking for you for half a month." Jiang Mian. Wait. Had Zhou Ziyu and Yubai planned this together? One was waiting for her at the business school, the other at the school of art. She was completely dumbfounded. "Finally I found you." Yubai's face showed a look of relief. For some reason, hearing him say that made Jiang Mian feel a heavy sense of guilt. Even though Yubai wanted to act as if no one else existed, Zhou Ziyu and Lu Yitong still tried their best to shine, like 800-watt light bulbs, the kind that could blind you. Lu Yitong rolled her eyes inwardly, pretending. What a good actor. He was just taking advantage of Wanwan's soft heart, putting on that pitiful act. If this stinky pig ever entered the entertainment industry, she would become his #1 anti-fan. Zhou Ziyu sneered in his heart. If he weren't thick-skinned, he probably wouldn't be able to compete with this pretty boy. He really knew how to put on an act. Jiang Mian had already drawn a line with him, yet he still came rushing over to hug and embrace her. He really wanted to punch him in the face. The two of them couldn't help but think in unison, this dog really was a dog. Yubai's gaze was so fixed on Jiang Mian, it could stretch into threads, and Lu Yitong couldn't stand it any longer. She stepped forward to change the subject. "It's too cold outside. Wanwan, you should go back to the dormitory early." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Ziyu and Yubai said in unison, "I'll walk you in." Just after they spoke, they froze, and then looked at each other with full hostility. "Actually, I can go back by myself." Jiang Mian raised her hand to signal. Could these people please stop ignoring her? She had her own hands and feet, and could take care of herself. The wind tonight was already strong enough, but she hoped this tense standoff would ease. "I'm not at ease," Yubai said, and Zhou Ziyu immediately retorted, "I'm not at ease either." Lu Yitong's small fists were already raised. These two stinky pigs don't push her. The beads of their abacus were practically flying into her face. Did they really think she didn't know what they were up to? "It's getting late. You should head back too." "They'll go in now," Jiang Mian said, ignoring them in return. After saying this, she turned around and hurried off. "Jiang Mian," Yubai called out, "are you trying to disappear again?" What did he mean? A bad feeling surged in Jiang Mian's heart. Sure enough, Yubai slowly spoke, "I've already had someone investigate. In the entire school of art across all departments, there is no one named Jiang Mian among the students." "What do you mean?" Lu Yitong was bewildered. "Wanwan, aren't you a student at the College of Arts?" Zhou Ziyu was also utterly confused. Hadn't this pale-faced guy known Jiang Mian even longer than he had? Didn't he know she was from the School of Business? No, that wasn't right. If she was from the School of Business, why were they passing by the College of Arts now? Even if Zhou Ziyu's mind was slow to catch on, he knew the School of Business was close to the School of Physical Education, while the College of Arts was far away. Jiang Mian turned around, her expression seemingly calm and indifferent to Hyubai's words. Inwardly, however, she was fuming with a proud, indignant roar. Why did he have to expose that matter all of a sudden? It caught her completely off guard. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Jiang Mian was so furious she wanted to punch a wall. Little person A and little person B popped up again at this moment. Little person A, quick. Transform back into a boy and scare them to death. But Jiang Mian slapped it away. Get lost. Little person B, don't listen to its nonsense. Keep your disguise tight and make a run for it now. Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead. A word from you is like Zhuang, Zhou taking Purify. These two high-quality male college students, both over 185 centimeters, one of whom was a sports student training daily. With her short little legs, how could she even think of escaping? How? Risk her life to run. Damn it. She had finally managed to get a foothold using the identity of an arts student, and now that was gone too. No one cared for her. No one loved her. She was about to become a little cabbage in the field. I apologize for investigating you without permission. Hyubai looked at her, a hint of pleading in his eyes. But can you at least tell me who you really are? Hyubai, you're overstepping your bounds. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, mentally steeling herself. After all, with the way he was looking like he'd explode at any moment, she didn't dare provoke him. Reasoning with a male creature who had lost his senses was nothing but asking for trouble. Before I pretended to be your girlfriend, even back by the Jingxin Lake, I made it very clear that ours was purely a transactional relationship. I accompanied you to the gathering, and you paid me what I deserved. So we're settled. However, I owe you an apology too, because I did deceive you. I'm not from the College of Arts. As if a thought struck her, Jiang Mian changed her tone abruptly. Besides, since I didn't get into university, I'm just an unemployed drifter now. One lie had to be covered by countless others. With that in mind, Jiang Mian decided to spin this lie even bigger. She had indeed thought about playing dumb and claiming she was going abroad to study, and that the reason her records weren't at the school was because they'd been transferred. But upon second thought, Hyubai, with the power of the He Corporation behind him, could easily access student information. If she made up an excuse about studying abroad, he might just ask the archivist teacher, and the truth would come out. She had already lost one layer of identity protection, she absolutely couldn't afford to be exposed again. With that, Jiang Mian prepared to turn and leave. Hyubai couldn't help but want to follow on. Please stay, Hyubai. Jiang Mian flashed him a smile. Her face was undeniably beautiful, yet Hyubai inexplicably felt the smile was filled with distance and coldness. Let me guess what you're about to say next. The smile on Jiang Mian's face didn't fade, as if she were discussing something trivial. I bet you're going to say you like me, want to pursue me, and don't care about my status as a social outcast. And with your position as the young master of the He group, if I'm with you, I'll never have to worry about food or clothing, and all my troubles will disappear. Am I right? Unsurprisingly, that was exactly what Hyubai had in mind. If Jiang Wan were with him, he would definitely cherish her in the palm of his hand, never letting her suffer a bit of hardship or fatigue. Even without his reply, his silent expression told Jiang Mian she had hit the mark. And soon she wiped the smile off her face. But Hyubai, raised in a hothouse, have you considered that the only one who doesn't mind my identity is you? What about your family? How are you going to get past your parents? Hyubai was taken aback. Sorry, I haven't thought that far ahead. Of course you haven't. Since she was already playing the role of the villainous NPC, Jiang Mian decided to lay it all out. In your mind, as the young master, you probably just want to date first without giving much thought to the future. After all, dating doesn't necessarily have to lead to marriage. Eventually, you can just find some excuse to get rid of me. Am I right? That's not what I meant. Listen to me, Hyubai said anxiously. I never intended to toy with your feelings. My feelings for you are genuine. I can talk to my parents. Young master, he who has never experienced the hardships of life, do you think life can be like a fairy tale? Do you believe sincerity can move mountains and fill seas, or that your parents will accept me? Or that love can conquer all? With our unequal social status and mismatched backgrounds, I'd rather accept a check for 10 million from your parents and leave you forever. Damn it. If only she had stopped by his house on the way back from that dinner with Hyubai that day. If she had hinted at this ambiguous relationship to his parents back, then she'd be holding a cool 10 million right now. So frustrating. Hyubai looked aggrieved. Why won't you believe me? What is trust worth? Since she had already maxed out her villain persona, she might as well stack the gold-digging buff on top. Jiang Mian's face was full of disdain. After all, right now, all you want is to win me over. If you don't talk a good game, how can you possibly impress me? But we're not children anymore. Save the fairy tale princess and prince routine. Besides, I'm just a money-grubbing woman. My time is precious. Sorry, Hyubai, but in my book, dating without the intention of marriage is just a sham. Goodbye. Jiang Mian's every word conveyed a clear message. I'm only after your family's money. After this whole performance, she finally managed to immerse herself in the role. Jiang Mian flipped her hair, turned around with composure, and grace hailed a taxi, and got in to leave. In short, the main theme was don't love me, there's no result. The grand drama had concluded and the protagonist had already departed, leaving the supporting characters standing there exchanging bewildered glances. Hiyubai clenched his fists. I won't give up. Huh. Joseu couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Then you might as well surrender. Hiyubai turned his head to look at him, but Joseu was undaunted, continuing fearlessly. Didn't you just hear? The only thing she liked about you was your family's money. She never gave a damn about you. So what? At least I managed to pursue her with money. And you? Hiyubai strode towards Joseu. They were of similar height, standing face to face, their gazes locked in mutual hostility. Just a muscle-bound brute with nothing but strength. Joseu was instantly enraged, grabbing him by the collar. You son of a bitch, you want to fight? A tense, explosive atmosphere immediately spread, drawing the attention of many onlookers who began pulling out their phones to record. Hiyubai, enraged to the point of laughter, quickly suppressed his smirk and seized Joseu's wrist. You think you're worthy? Both of them were secretly exerting their strength. Even Joseu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this pretty-faced guy to be so strong. He had initially thought the man was so frail that a gust of wind could knock him over, let alone withstand 2 punches. These two lovesick fools. Lu Yitong quietly sidestepped, putting distance between herself and them. She was terrified of being mistaken for knowing either of them. Wanwan hadn't even indicated who she would be with, yet these two were already inexplicably fighting over her. Were they insane? Because of their commotion, more people gathered to watch. This quickly caught the attention of the security guards at the art academy entrance. They came over to find 2 male students dressed like students, apparently about to come to blows. Several guards rushed forward to separate them, muttering phrases like, let's talk this out. In truth, even without the guards' intervention, they wouldn't have actually fought. Due to his family upbringing, Hiyubai had always believed that fighting was the most foolish act. Especially getting into a physical brawl himself. That was even more idiotic, a classic case of injuring the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of your own. Since money could solve problems, they were all minor issues. He remembered when he was a child, after his identity as the eldest young master of the He group was leaked one day, his driver suddenly couldn't make it, and he had to walk home alone. On the way, he was stopped by several thugs who had been tailing him. Under the pretext of collecting protection money, they snatched his backpack and rummaged through it. Since he didn't like carrying cash, they only got a few dozen yuan in small change, but not before subjecting him to a torrent of verbal abuse. After returning home, he took out his piggy bank and used several thousand yuan to strike a deal with a more notorious local gang leader. Later, when he heard news of those thugs again, they had apparently committed some offense and were wiped out by another group, beaten until they cried and screamed for their mothers. After that, there were no more thugs collecting protection money in the surrounding schools. From then on, Hiyubai firmly believed that if there was still an unsolvable problem, it meant he simply hadn't earned enough money yet. Joseu had only intended to scare this pretty-faced guy. His coaches still had high hopes for his future, and he didn't want to risk getting a police record over such a trivial matter. In the end, under the mediation of the security guards, both of them let go. Treating them as juniors, the guards confirmed neither was injured and tried to console them, urging them to let it go. They spouted cliches like, boys should be magnanimous, and from conflict comes friendship, hoping to reconcile them. As they finally parted, Hiyubai maintained his cold expression. Since Jiang Mian wasn't around, he saw no need to show this fool any courtesy. What the hell? After catching several of Hiyubai's icy glares, Joseu nearly jumped up again. This pretty-faced bastard is putting on airs, isn't he? Just a moment ago he was acting like a whining sissy, and now he's giving me the stink eye. Lu Yitong silently appealed to the heavens. You two pigs are both as bad as each other, aren't you? It's getting late. I should head back too. This place was no longer safe. She needed to make her escape. Wait, so you're both leaving, and I'm just... Joseu scratched his head. What the hell is all this? Forget it, I'm out of here too. Damn it. He felt like such a fool. He had originally thought that because of the confession wall incident, Lu Yitong had been forced to take the blame. He hated owing anyone, especially when it involved a girl. He had even planned to apologize to Lu Yitong, but later found out that Jiang Mian wasn't in the business school, meaning the two of them had conspired to deceive him about returning to the dorm that time. What the hell? Damn it. He had diligently waited at the dormitory entrance for half a month, delivering food, hoping to win her over with time. But in the end, he had only moved himself. Just thinking about his simpering behavior made him feel like a complete idiot. Fuck. But then he thought of Hiyubai, that pretty-faced guy also searching desperately at the art academy for half a month only to get this result. He must be even more miserable, wanting to die. Huh. As long as that pretty-faced bastard felt bad, then he felt great. Jiang Mian was still more suited to someone honest and steady like him. She should stay far away from that two-faced pretty boy, or she'd end up getting hurt. Joseu mentally plastered himself with labels like excellent boyfriend material, each one accompanied by a downgrade for Hiyubai. He almost managed to paint himself as the most suitable and perfect candidate. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian sat in the taxi, still wearing a look of unhappiness. She felt she couldn't pull off the role of a vicious supporting character, saying those deliberately hurtful words against her true feelings. She didn't know if Hiyubai was hurt, but she certainly felt terrible. She really was too kind. As she puffed out her cheeks in a daze, Lu Yitong suddenly called via WeChat. Wanwan, are you okay? Her voice was cautious. I'm fine. Liar. Jiang Mian tried to sound as carefree as possible. After all that acting, she absolutely couldn't let anyone see through her facade now. I'm glad you're okay. And I wanted to ask, can I still hang out with you in the future? Lu Yitong's tone was extremely tentative. Jiang Mian's heart ached. If she ended up hurting two people in one day, she would be truly awful. Her soft-hearted nature got the better of her again. Of course we're best friends after all. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Lu Yitong felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders. Of course, who knows girls best? Other girls. But this was good, at least Wanwan could stay far away from those two pigs. The taxi's heater was blasting at full force. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mian felt a wave of drowsy comfort wash over her mind beginning to grow hazy. The driver was a middle-aged man. The cabin was dark, illuminated only by the occasional street lamp outside. But Jiang Mian couldn't get a clear look at his face. Half asleep, she felt what seemed like a hand stroking her thigh. She thought it was just a hallucination from sitting too long in the same position. Yet after she shifted, the sensation vanished momentarily, only to return shortly after. Exhausted from her earlier performance, she had hoped for a moment's rest, but this annoying hallucination persisted. Jiang Mian's fiery temper flared uncontrollably. She snapped her eyes open with a fierce glare and looked down. Damn! One glance nearly made her explode with rage. What are you doing? Her sudden shout shattered the silence of the cabin. The driver's hand froze mid-stroke before he awkwardly withdrew it. I saw you were asleep and worried you might be cold. I was about to ask if you wanted a blanket. Jiang Mian almost laughed at his excuse. Couldn't he just wake her up? Or simply nudge her? Why grope her thigh for several minutes? This was blatant sexual harassment, a disgusting act. Under the streetlight pouring in, Jiang Mian could see his face. A seemingly honest, simple middle-aged man. But appearances were deceiving. He was capable of such vile behavior. She had always thought harassment stories were distant, given she used to be a man. Now that she had become a woman after enduring arrogant and shallow men, she had finally encountered a sexual harasser. The thought of being touched by an old man filled her with a mix of fury, irony, and disgust, as if she had swallowed a mouthful of flies. Gazing out the window, Jiang Mian was unsure of their location. With the car in motion, she had to suppress her anger. Confronting him head-on could lead to reckless driving. A sudden break or sharp turn might cause a rollover. This wasn't an action movie with green screens and special effects. A rollover crash would be a near-death experience, no joke. She refused to be dragged down by this scumbag. Let such societal trash perish alone. After weighing her options despite her inner curses, she kept her composure and played along. A blanket. Give me one then. She feigned calm, pretending not to notice his lecherous behavior. The driver's expression relaxed visibly. The blanket's on the back seat. Just turn around and you'll see it. Aware of his true nature, Jiang Mian remained vigilant. She grabbed the blanket quickly and draped it over herself, deciding not to pretend to sleep anymore. Turn off the heater. The cabin's stuffy, and it's making my head feel heavy. Jiang Mian wondered if he had set the temperature so high intentionally, as warmth lowers alertness and induces drowsiness. Fortunately, the driver complied without excuse. Silence enveloped the cabin once more. Jiang Mian hoped he would stop there and prayed for their destination to arrive soon. She couldn't afford to alert him. Demanding to stop might raise his suspicions. Outside, the night was pitch black with few passers-by, even under the streetlights. In this freezing weather, provoking this scoundrel could be dangerous. Her legs were no match for his four wheels. For now, she had to endure. But Jiang Mian was wrong. Instead of backing off, the old creep spoke up again after a brief silence. Beautiful, you didn't sound happy on the phone. Fighting with your boyfriend. His condescending tone reeked of paternalism. What business was it of his? Jiang Mian wanted to slap him twice. Not really a fight. He's just too possessive, she lied effortlessly. He doesn't trust me going out alone at night. He called earlier to yell at me. If he saw me with another man, he'd pull a knife on him. The old lecher fell silent upon hearing this. After a dry chuckle, he continued. You young folks are always so sharp-tongued. For a good relationship, you need to compromise. Boys mature late. When they reach my age, they'll learn to cherish their girlfriends. What a disgusting line. Thanks but no thanks. Jiang Mian felt like vomiting. She had thought retreating would bring peace, but it only emboldened him. Nauseated beyond endurance, she dropped the pretense and snapped, Stop the car. I'm getting off. Why get off now? The old lecher seemed oblivious to her fury, even enjoying her tantrum. I'm not a bad guy. Look, it's late, you needed a ride and you happened to get into my cab. That's fate. Fate my ass. Jiang Mian cursed outright. I said stop the damn car. Don't be so angry. You're breaking my heart. Youth doesn't know a good man like me. You'll regret treating your boyfriend like a treasure. How about this, let me touch you one more time, and I'll waive the fare. Deal? Jiang Mian sneered. Deal with your mother. She knew exactly what he was planning. The touch was just a test. Once unsatisfied, had secretly filmed evidence to blackmail her, escalating his greed. Spit. Such filth deserved to die. Though the old lecher wore a smiling facade after her refusal, he lightly pressed the accelerator, hinting at acceleration. kidnapping, and assault. He must be crazed with loneliness, throwing caution to the wind for his desires. Jiang Mian refused to let this scumbag win. Before the car could pick up speed, she grabbed the handbrake and yanked it hard. Caught off guard, the driver slammed on the brakes, but despite his efforts to steer, the car veered off the road. On the driver's side, they crashed into a roadside fire hydrant, deploying the airbag. A loud bang caught the attention of Song Huaiji, who was driving toward them. He had noticed the oncoming car earlier. Expecting them to pass by, he was shocked by the sudden accident. Acting on instinct, he pulled over, rushed out, and ran to help. But as he approached, the passenger door swung open, and a woman stumbled out. Seeing her unsteady steps, Song Huaiji quickly stepped forward to support her. When she looked up, her eyes, like stars that could steal one's soul, unexpectedly pierced his heart. In the profound silence, it felt like seeing a deer in the deep woods. "Are you alright?" Song Huaiji asked hurriedly, but the only response was a wave of the hand, and a muttered, "I'm fine." Jiang Mian's mind was spinning. The impact hit her harder than a bumper car. As for injuries, that old scoundrel was probably worse off than she was. Before the car screeched to a halt and skidded, she had seen the old lecher's face slam directly into the steering wheel. If the situation hadn't been so inappropriate, she would have burst into laughter. A car accident was no joke, and Song Huaiji feared she might have internal injuries yet to be discovered. He quickly helped her sit on the roadside steps. Mindful that she was a young woman and the cold, damp ground could harm her health, Song Huaiji unhesitatingly took off his jacket and laid it on the pavement. As the chilly wind blew, Jiang Mian's dizzy mind began to clear. But her body still struggled to stay steady. This stranger who had come to her aid tried to help her sit down, and she had braced herself for the cold shock of the ground. Yet the next moment, instead of the icy touch she expected, she felt a soft and warm sensation. Jiang Mian looked up and saw his jacket was gone. Glancing down, she realized she was sitting on it. Also, that warmth was his body heat. This thoughtful gesture stirred a fondness for him within her. A kindness offered in dire need was a deep bond. Even if she couldn't repay it, she should at least remember her savior's face. Jiang Mian raised her head and saw him wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her gaze dropped to a high-collared white sweater that accentuated his fair skin. His plush, soft lips looked as if they'd be easy to kiss and easy to tease. Whose male model was out this late on duty? So dedicated. This inexplicably shameful flutter of the heart. Damn, this guy seemed even more attractive than young Master He. No, stop that thought. It must be the influence of that old lecher making her mind wander into such vulgar territory. Damn it. She wanted to slap herself awake. Rest here for a bit. He'll go check on that man over there. After settling her, Song Huaiji started to get up again, but Jiang Mian grabbed his pant leg. Ahem, don't go. Jiang Mian cleared her scratchy throat. That's an old pervert in there. If you go to help him, he might try to cop a feel. Song Huaiji, had he been so absorbed in his studies that had lost touch with the world? When did girls become so unassuming, yet astonishing? Earlier in the car, Jiang Mian had considered turning back into a boy to scare him. But then she thought about how in this day and age even boys needed to protect themselves outside. What if upon discovering she was male, the old lecher became even more excited? Once she had been bullied by those nasty kids. But now, looking at Song Huaiji's face, she felt he would definitely be bullied by that old scoundrel. The meaning of bully was different in each case. Before Song Huaiji could ask what was happening, the driver's door was pushed open and the old lecher stumbled out, cursing loudly. Even with his forehead split open and blood streaming from his face to his neck, he roared with energy. "Fuck your mother, you crazy bitch. Don't you know how dangerous that was? You trying to kill me? So let's talk this through calmly." Seeing the man's fury and his bloodied face, which was eerie in the dark, Song Huaiji stepped forward to pacify him. "Accidents are something none of us want. Let's resolve this peacefully. Let's all sit down and cool off before we talk." "Cool off my ass." The lecherous driver's temper flared. "I nearly died, and you have the nerve to tell me to cool off. Fine. I get it now. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? No wonder this bitch looks so slutty. You're pulling a honey trap to scam me, huh? My car's wrecked now. If you don't pay up, we'll call the cops and have you both arrested." At the man's foul mouth, Song Huaiji's expression turned cold. "You've made two mistakes. First, our dispute doesn't involve our parents. You shouldn't have insulted my mother. Second, we can discuss compensation, but you can't curse like that. Apologize to this young lady. Apologize." Was he serious? Jiang Mian thought he was incredibly brave. Even as the old lecher's rage made the blood on his forehead flow faster, this handsome man could still reason calmly without flinching. A true role model. After spewing a string of curses and getting such a response, it was like punching a pillow, infuriating the old lecher even more. "And what if I don't apologize? You gonna hit me?" The lecherous driver stepped forward, full of provocation. "Go ahead, hit me if you've got the guts. You look like a sissy. Are you even old enough?" As he spoke, he reached out to shove Song Huaiji. But just as his hand was about to make contact, Song Huaiji sidestepped, grabbed his arm, bent over, and flipped him. Before the old lecher knew what was happening, he was slammed to the ground in a shoulder throw. Dizzy and disoriented, he was drenched in sweat from the pain, unable to speak. "Sorry," Song Huaiji said calmly, releasing his grip. "I've studied Taekwondo. Jiang Mian was stunned by the sight, nearly applauding him. Amazing. What was this? A gentleman skilled in both letters and martial arts. A dual blow of physical and psychological force. Since you want to call the police, let's go to the station and sort things out. With that, Song Huaiji took out his phone to dial the police. This move dumbfounded the old lecher. He had only threatened to call the cops in a fit of anger to scare them. If this escalated to the police station, not only would his car need time to be repaired, but if his lecherous behavior was investigated and he got a criminal record, the neighbors would find out. He'd lose face and his job. He was about to beg for mercy, but Jiang Mian grabbed Song Huaiji's hand first. Forget about calling the police. Though she wanted to have this scumbag locked up for 10 days to half a month, get him a record, and notify his family to humiliate him thoroughly. But she had already been to the police station once tonight. She didn't want to go again. It would be more than just questioning. They'd need to check for injuries and submit ID for registration. The thought of her identity being exposed terrified her, and she shook her head vehemently. She absolutely couldn't be more embarrassed than that old lecher. But what about his harassment? He didn't cause any real harm, Jiang Mian said with a sly smile. Plus I secretly recorded it. I've got evidence. If there's proof, why let such a villain off? Song Huaiji blinked his clear eyes, asking earnestly. Damn, he was even more stubborn than that Zhou Ziyu guy. With no other choice, Jiang Mian put on an act again, weakly holding her forehead, as if to faint. My head's spinning. Is this a side effect? As soon as the words left her mouth, she wanted to bite her tongue. Damn, she must have hit her head. How could she mess up such a simple excuse? But Song Huaiji actually believed her. The next second, Jiang Mian felt herself lifted off the ground, cradled in his arms like a princess. What was going on? Aren't you feeling unwell? You need to go to the hospital. It's not convenient to hail a cab here, so let's take my car. Like a caring medic, Song Huaiji carried her to the car and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Oh well, she'd never waste money on a male model in this life anyway. For now, she'd just treat this benefactor as one and enjoy the ride. As for that old lecher, he could go cool off somewhere. Watching the two drive away, he stared at his wrecked car, the cold wind whipping against him. A harsh reminder that this was no illusion. So what was he going to do about his car? Having just escaped from the old rogue's car, she was compelled by circumstance to suddenly board this handsome man's vehicle. Jiang Mian stole a few glances and noticed that this attractive man was fair and tender, with an air of profound knowledge between his brows. Yet who could be certain that someone who looked like a gentleman wasn't actually a villain? After much deliberation, although he had helped her, one thing was another. She could repay him some other day. For now, she needed to find a way to get out of the car. Am not a pervert. Song Huaiji pushed up his glasses and answered preemptively before Jiang Mian could finish. Nor am I a lecher or a scoundrel. How can you belittle yourself like that? I haven't even said anything yet. Jiang Mian earnestly tried to clear herself of suspicion. He tilted his head and looked at her big eyes, which seemed to be filled with words like trust me, please trust me. Song Huaiji couldn't hold back and let out a silent laugh. Jiang Mian found it strange. What are you laughing at? Aren't you curious why I said that just now? At the traffic light, the car slowly came to a halt. Song Huaiji, with one hand on the steering wheel, shifted the topic. Why? Jiang Mian was successfully diverted. Because I accidentally noticed. Song Huaiji turned to her with a slight curl of his lips. From the moment you got in the car until now, you've secretly glanced at me 3 times. The first time you pretended to fix your hair, the second you faked rubbing your eyes, the third you looked directly through the rearview mirror. As his words fell, Song Huaiji even laughed at his own statement. Given the previous situation, you must have secretly wondered if I too might be a perverted scoundrel with a hidden face. Am I right? Though it was a rhetorical question, his tone was firm. Damn, was this guy a psychology PhD? Or could he read minds? He was like a tapeworm in her stomach, knowing every little thought she had. But even if he had guessed it, Jiang Mian would never admit it. Am I the kind of person who judges a gentleman's heart with a petty mind? You are my lifesaver with your model-like physique and face. What model? What physique and face? Song Huaiji's face was covered in black lines. He was stunned again. He had to interrupt Jiang Mian once more. Miss, may I ask your surname? My surname is Jiang. No need for courtesy. This feeling was truly amazing. Using terms like your esteemed surname and no need for courtesy, which were often used among elders, gave her the illusion of instantly becoming an adult. Then Miss Jiang, do you know that your acting is really terrible? When? Just now, when you praised me as a model. Fortunately, the car's interior was dim. Song Huaiji uttered those 2 words dryly, and the redness on his face flashed by. Jiang Mian blinked. Can I praise you as a model? You're focusing on the wrong point. But your focus is on the word model. Song Huaiji was at a loss for words, and simply changed the topic again. Should I take you home, or back to school? Weren't we going to the hospital? Jiang Mian, who had just scored a point, was secretly rejoicing, and almost didn't react to his words. You don't even want to go to the police station, so would you willingly go to the hospital? Song Huaiji then deliberately said, if you want to go to the hospital, I can turn around now. Hey, no, not the hospital. Jiang Mian quickly waved her hands. Going to the hospital for a checkup would require registration. When she had to pull out her ID card, would she go to the men's or women's department? So I told you your acting is really bad. Song Huaiji curved his lips, enjoying Jiang Mian's genuine behavior, which carried a touch of cuteness and playfulness. Having also scored a point, his mood lifted. What a subtly flirtatious man. How could there be such a subtly flirtatious and childish man? Jiang Mian wanted to get out of the car right now, as she really didn't want to share a cabin with this subtly flirtatious and immature guy anymore. You haven't answered me yet. Home or school? Just drop me off nearby. Jiang Mian's family wasn't in this city, and as for school, she as Jiang Wan had already successfully expelled herself from enrollment. Alright. Before Jiang Mian could react, the car whooshed to the side of the road and stopped. Then the next second, Song Huaiji not only unbuckled her seatbelt, but also got out, walked around to her side, and thoughtfully opened the door for her. Miss Jiang, please. What? She had just said it casually, and this guy actually did it. Looking at his friendly expression, Jiang Mian forced a smile. Thanks. Well, there had been plenty of absurd things this year, so meeting a few oddballs was normal. Jiang Mian comforted herself like that, stepped out, but before she could steady herself, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, and her legs gave way, nearly making her kneel on the ground. Fortunately, she was caught halfway by a pair of strong arms. Close call. Almost felt the pain straight to the crown of her head. Are you okay? Thanks. They both spoke at once, one asking, one answering, an inexplicable meeting of minds. After a moment of silence, Song Huaiji asked again, injured your leg? Seems like I sprained my ankle. Jiang Mian tried to stand on tiptoe, and a sharp pain immediately came from her right ankle. Seeing her frown, Song Huaiji nodded. Just as I thought, a ligament strain. What did he mean by just as he thought? Jiang Mian widened her eyes. Since you knew, why didn't you warn me beforehand? That was just my personal judgment, Song Huaiji reasoned logically. Since you didn't want to go to the hospital, I wasn't sure if my guess was correct, so I used this method to test it. Test it. Damn. Was she a lab rat? Well, thank you very much. Jiang Mian smiled on the surface, but gritted her teeth as she spoke. You're welcome. Song Huaiji's expression didn't change. Respecting others' fates is my consistent principle. Damn. Jiang Mian was so angry, she almost choked. She really wanted to clench her little fist and punch him to death. Such a rational guy. Dating him would definitely drive you crazy. She wondered which poor sister would be so unlucky in the future. She was now 200% sure that this guy was definitely not a bad person. He couldn't even fake a smile. If he were a villain, he'd definitely get bad reviews. Need help? Song Huaiji helped her back into the passenger seat. There's a first aid kit in my trunk. Yes. Jiang Mian nodded grumpily. This guy really acted like a foreigner, unable to pick up on polite hints. Song Huaiji thought she would again coyly say something like, I don't want to trouble you, but unexpectedly her brain had finally caught on. It seemed she had realized her acting was terrible and simply decided to stop pretending. Taking the first aid kit from the trunk, Song Huaiji rolled up his sleeves, crouched in front of Jiang Mian, removed her right shoe and sock, and took out the safflower oil for bruises from the kit. Since we're not in a hospital, I can't get anesthetic wet compresses. If it hurts too much when I rub it, please bear with it. As he spoke, Song Huaiji poured some safflower oil into his palm, warmed it with the heat of his hand, and then pressed it onto Jiang Mian's ankle, gently massaging and realigning along the bone. His hands were very warm, while Jiang Mian's own foot was cold. When Song Huaiji touched her ankle, it felt as if she was burned by the temperature, and she couldn't help but flinch. Hurts a lot. Song Huaiji looked up and asked, a hint of doubt in his eyes behind the lenses. No, not really. It actually didn't hurt, it was just a bit hot. His hands were hot. Even if it hurts, bear with it a little. A ligament strain is no small matter. Only by kneading out all the blood stasis and ensuring smooth blood circulation can it slowly recover. Every time she heard phrases like bear with it, Jiang Mian couldn't hold back. Blame it on reading too many romance novels and comics since childhood, which had made her mind too precocious and dirty. She half-jokingly said, when you guys aren't skilled, do you always tell others to bear with it? She said it as a joke, but Song Huaiji looked up seriously. Please rest assured, Miss Jiang. When it comes to treating ligament strains, I am quite professional. Well, there went the conversation again. A guy so devoid of romance. Whoever dates him in the future will definitely be bored to death. She truly pitied that unfortunate sister. But as he had said, his massage technique was indeed excellent. Jiang Mian's tense nerves gradually relaxed under his steady kneading. Staring at Song Huaiji's pitch-black head after marveling at the quality of his hair, Jiang Mian couldn't help but blurt out that question again. I was saying, my surname is Song. Oh, brother Song. As soon as she said it, Jiang Mian wanted to slap her own mouth. What kind of nonsense was she calling him? Brother Song. Why not little brother Song? It reeked of gangster vibes. Go ahead. Noticing Jiang Mian's hesitation, Song Huaiji urged her to continue, completely unfazed by the address. Since he didn't mind, Jiang Mian decided not to be shy. Brother Song, in that situation, just now you jumped in to help without a second thought. Song Huaiji replied without looking up, it was the influence of professional ethics. The incident happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to think before rushing over. Are you a doctor? No. Then a teacher? Yes, congratulations, you're right, but no prize. You. What a cold joke. Jiang Mian really wondered how someone so young could enjoy telling such awkward, cheesy jokes, and his personality was so odd. Still, she wouldn't have guessed he was a teacher, but his decisive nature was indeed suitable for educating students. She figured he probably made the school's honor roll every year. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mian spoke again. Even though you're a teacher with great moral character, weren't you afraid I might try to frame you? Like how? Like falling into your arms claiming you hit me and extorting millions from you. Just that. That isn't it enough? You're not too greedy then. How was that a compliment or a sarcastic dig? Jiang Mian tentatively asked, should I say thank you for that? The massage was almost done. Song Huaiji stood up, grabbed some tissues from the dashboard, and wiped his hands. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian thought don't ask her mind was already dirty. After packing up the first aid kit and making sure Jiang Mian could put on her own shoes and socks, and that the pain from the sprain had lessened, Song Huaiji slowly explained, first, I'm not afraid of you extorting money. Judging by your appearance, you're not bad-looking, so being framed by you wouldn't be a loss. Second, I'm not afraid of you extorting money either. My father is the vice president of a hospital. If you don't mind, you can get an injury report anytime. Everything will be based on evidence. Plus, I have 2 uncles who run law firms, so I have no worries about lawsuits. So he looked at Jiang Mian. Do you understand? I understand. Jiang Mian nodded repeatedly. She understood everything as she was just a humble little sister. And one more thing, Miss Jiang, I want to tell you. Huh? Jiang Mian frowned slightly, thinking he wasn't going to charge her for the consultation and massage, was he? She might as well just hire a male model. Girls shouldn't drive so recklessly with words, it's not very elegant. It took Jiang Mian a while to catch on. Damn, so you understood all along, and were just pretending. Song Huaiji raised an eyebrow slightly, and put a finger to his lips, and don't curse so casually, it's not very cute. Alright, you can leave now. Putting the medicine box back into the trunk, Song Huaiji began to dismiss her. Leave? Jiang Mian could hardly follow his train of thought. My foot is like this and you're actually kicking me out. She shook her foot twice, showing its limp and lifeless state, and her gaze at Song Huaiji was filled with, do you even hear what you're saying? Just now she had classified him as a good person, and now he pulls this stunt. But facing Jiang Mian's resentful gaze, Song Huaiji directly ignored it. 20 minutes ago, I asked you whether you wanted to go home or to the hospital, and you said to pull over, and you wanted to get off. 1 minute ago, due to the sudden injury of your ankle ligament, I treated you, and now it's fine. In theory, you can go ahead and do what you wanted to do 20 minutes ago. Alright, Jiang Mian immediately cut him off. Brother Song, are you actually a robot produced by scientific researchers? Song Huaiji didn't understand. Why do you say that? The way you report things is just like an emotionless robot. Jiang Mian analyzed seriously. I think you shouldn't be a teacher, you should be the personal assistant to a listed company's chairman. If there are 365 days in a year, you might work non-stop behind your boss every day. Falling in love with someone like this would definitely make one die of loneliness. Even within the mainland, it could turn into a long-distance relationship. Once again, she felt sorry for that unlucky sister she had never met. After listening to Jiang Mian's well-reasoned analysis, Song Huaiji paused and spoke again. So are you leaving or not? Hearing this, Jiang Mian instantly got angry. Not leaving. Under anger, she just got a little angry. Why not leave again? Song Huaiji couldn't help asking, even though the person in front of him was already puffing up like a steamed bun face. This scene reminded him of the gradient cat his little niece kept, usually appearing zen and sleepy, but if provoked it would also bare its teeth and glare at people like this. Isn't that a stupid question? Jiang Mian said through gritted teeth. Look at this place. There's no village ahead and no one behind. Where can I go? Just walk straight along this sidewalk. Jiang Mian, are you serious? Just walk for half an hour. Though you won't see a village, you'll definitely see a shop. Jiang Mian, you're not joking, are you? Oh, that's not quite right. Given your current limp and the fact that you can't take big steps, you might need nearly 50 minutes. Jiang Mian, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Song Huaiji acted as if he hadn't heard, gesturing, please. It'll please you. Forget it, swearing was too uncivilized. Jiang Mian simply chose to shut up. It's just walking for an hour. What's the big deal? Brave little sheep, she feared no difficulty. After psyching herself up, Jiang Mian tried to stand up. He hadn't been boasting, though after a series of massage techniques her right ankle no longer hurt. Walk then. Who's afraid of who? At worst, after this person drove away, she could secretly call a taxi to go back. She couldn't possibly run into 2 perverted old hooligans in one night, could she? With that thought, Jiang Mian had no more worries. Just as she was about to step forward, the next second, Song Huaiji pressed her back into the seat, helped her fasten the seatbelt, and closed the car door. The movements were smooth and fluid. Jiang Mian only felt as if something had flown past her eyes, and then she was back in the car. Shortly after, Song Huaiji also returned to the driver's seat. Jiang Mian was full of confusion. Just a joke, Miss Jiang, wouldn't mind, would you? Song Huaiji twitched the corner of his mouth at her, saying it with utter nonchalance. So this was to retaliate for the joke she made earlier. Oh my god, how could there be such an immature man? And he could even become a teacher. Kindergarten kind. Can the kids understand his dry jokes? Ha! At this moment Jiang Mian felt that the big brother sitting beside her was by no means a glorious teacher of the people. At best he was a 1 meter 8 giant baby, and the super immature kind. After the car started, Jiang Mian asked again, "Where are you taking me?" "To a place where we can find a shop." Damn. It seemed they couldn't have a proper conversation. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mian felt awkward, as she didn't know what had gotten into her today. She felt as if she was being overly dramatic and pretentious to death. After careful thought, she realized it might be because she had never met someone like Song Huaiji, someone who doesn't act on emotions, but lets rational thoughts dominate. He would tell dry jokes with a straight face, yet he remembered every little thing and every word others said. Jiang Mian thought. His memory was really good. After thinking it over, since she had received his kindness, it was only right to say thank you. Jiang Mian, thank you. You're welcome. Between them, there was a wordless understanding. She said thank you. He seemed to know what she was thanking him for. Don't you want to ask me why I didn't want to go to the police station at that time? You must have had your reasons. Since you didn't want to talk about it, then I didn't need to pry. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't appreciate kindness. Song Huaiji then added, besides, I also said that respecting others' fates and letting go of the urge to help is my guiding principle. For example, if you had been unconscious at that time, I would have unhesitatingly called the police and sent you to the hospital. But you were conscious and you could decide where to go. So why would I impose my will on you? He spoke in a very measured way, but Jiang Mian found it amusing. Why do you sound like an old man? If you're like this before marriage, would you have to divide the property with your wife? Not a cent more, and if it's less, you'd have to spit it out. You're overthinking it. Hearing her laugh, Song Huaiji also curved his lips. I'm not that calculating. If I get married in the future, I would rather my partner be a bit materialistic. Why? Jiang Mian couldn't help turning her head. Youth is priceless. I'd rather she be with me for my money. Song Huaiji's voice was pleasant. After all, eternal love is rare, and cases of the 7-year itch abound. She can covet my money, my good looks, or even my family background, but she must not covet my kindness. If one day we no longer have love, I will take back my kindness to her. Song Huaiji turned to look at her. Wouldn't that be too unfair to her? It seemed cold and heartless, but upon careful thought it made some sense. Many years later, Jiang Mian would still remember this conversation with Song Huaiji in the car. It was only at that moment that she suddenly understood. What Song Huaiji taught her was not to clearly distinguish love and hate, but to build a strong heart. Time is merciless, it flies by, changing everyone's appearance and weakening even the most solid emotions. But it can never defeat the strong heart that still beats actively within the chest. I apologize, Song Huaiji said with a light chuckle. Perhaps it's not appropriate for me to bring up this topic. He felt he might have spoken too much. The young woman before him was in the prime of her beauty. If she were to be likened to a flower, this would be the moment she bloomed in all her splendor. A rational analysis of emotions was hardly suitable for her ears. At her age, a maiden's heart likely still harbored romantic illusions. Not at all, Jiang Mian replied softly, shaking her head. In truth, she had inadvertently steered the conversation this way. This feeling was remarkably distinct, as if two disparate souls had suddenly converged. It was unlike the sensation she experienced with Hiyubai or Zhou Ziyu. The difference manifested subtly in their interactions. With Hiyubai, she treated him merely as a close friend and roommate, teasing him while fearing he might see through her disguise. With Zhou Ziyu, she had never steered their relationship toward romance. After all, unless feelings were mutual, one party was bound to be let down. As for Song Huaiji, Jiang Mian found their encounters strangely enchanting, as if they were old friends who had never met. In his presence, she felt no need to conceal anything. His rationality rendered her carefully crafted masks utterly transparent. Song Huaiji gave her the ease of conversing with a stranger who felt familiar. He often remarked that her acting was poor, but it was because he himself abhorred pretense. Thus he excelled at summoning candor with candor. Jiang Mian felt she had nearly grasped his temperament, no matter when she spoke or what she said. This elder Song seemed unflappable, effortlessly handling every remark. Since you're so frank and rational, Jiang Mian cleared her throat, I've decided to tell you another secret. I'm all ears. Well, she turned her head. I never actually recorded anything. I know. Song Huaiji's expression remained as calm as Jiang Mian had anticipated, as if this were no secret at all. Despite her mental preparation, she couldn't help but be stunned. You knew again. Of course. As I said, Miss Jiang, your acting is truly terrible. Jiang Mian. She suddenly felt that such frankness might not be ideal. It could make others lose face. Dating someone like him would surely be devoid of fun. Any surprise prepared would lose its charm. She pitied the poor sister who would end up with him. But if that sister ever suffered from PMS, the two of them would surely lead a most interesting life. At the thought of Song Huaiji being driven to his wits' end, Jiang Mian nearly burst out laughing. What's so funny? We've arrived. Get out. Huh? Arrived? Where? Jiang Mian belatedly realized he had pulled over. At my workplace. Your workplace? Wasn't that the school? Why come back to school so late? Oh, she understood. Young people often had minor absent-minded habits. She guessed had he forgotten his charger or left his lesson plan behind. Jiang Mian was lost in thought, a mysterious smile on her face. Song Huaiji looked at her with amusement. What's that expression? Saying bad things about me in your mind. Impossible. Jiang Mian's expression changed instantly. Am I that kind of person? After a moment's deliberation, Song Huaiji said firmly yes. Get lost. But when Jiang Mian got out of the car, she was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the school of business? Why had he driven here? You're a university professor? Jiang Mian almost lost her voice. Yes, why? Don't I look like one? In what way do you look like one? He was refined, fair-skinned, and wore glasses, the very image of a scholarly gentleman. He seemed perfect for teaching kindergartners to sing, waving his hands and feet. Jiang Mian could even imagine him starting a tune, dig, 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 in the little garden. The childish nursery rhyme paired with his face was a perfect match. Yet this man told her he was a university professor. And of all things, a professor at the school of business. What a small world, Jiang Mian thought. Song Huaiji, seeing her expression, raised an eyebrow. Why the skeptical look? Do you think I'm better suited for teaching kindergartners to sing? Damn, Jiang Mian was shocked. How did you know again? But as soon as she spoke, she quickly covered her mouth. It was absurd. He could read her mind. Did she have any dignity left? It's written all over your face. Song Huaiji smirked. Also, young ladies shouldn't curse. It makes them less adorable. Uffed. Jiang Mian lowered her hand. Professor Song, haven't you heard the saying? What? Adorableness is worthless before sexiness. So, Jiang Mian, ever defiant, struck a pose. Professor Song, perhaps you should choose a different word to instruct me. I might heed it better. Sorry, Song Huaiji replied with his usual rationality. In such cold weather, everyone's bundled up like dumplings. Faced with your warmth-preserving self, I can't think of any word other than adorable. Well, her pose was wasted. Brushing off some stray hairs, Song Huaiji asked, I forgot to ask, are you a student at the school of business? What if I said yes? Then you'd better go in, the dormitory curfew is approaching. What if I said no? Then you should head home or back to your school. It's too late, it's unsafe for a young woman to be out. Wow, what a textbook answer. Jiang the rebellious persisted. What if I said I'm homeless? The police station is open 24 hours. You can crash there for the night, and when dawn breaks you can continue your wandering. How can a mouth at 37C speak such cold words? Song Huaiji. He was finally at a loss for words, and Jiang Mian felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing her laugh so joyfully, Song Huaiji couldn't help but smile. If you were my student and teased me like this, I'd make sure you failed the final exam. Good thing I'm not your student then. She dropped her smile and asked seriously, what subject do you teach? An elective open course, art appreciation. Jiang Mian smiled. I suddenly think you're still better suited for teaching kindergartners to sing. I still prefer instructing bright-eyed and foolish university students like you. They'll take that as a compliment, thank you. My pleasure, you're welcome. Perhaps she could attend his lecture sometime. His teaching style was bound to be unique. Though Jiang Mian still chatted and laughed with him on the surface, her heart was anxious about the dormitory closing time. Especially the dormitory aunt, who had recently seemed perpetually sullen and displeased every time she passed by the window. If she returned any later, she would have to exhaust her tongue once more. Finding a suitable excuse, Jiang Mian smoothly parted ways with Song Huaiji. However, before leaving he asked, Miss Jiang, could you give me your real name? They'll tell you when we meet next time. Promise. Promise. All right then. Good night. You too. Good night, Teacher Song. Watching Jiang Mian's bouncing figure recede, Song Huaiji didn't notice the smile curling at the corners of his lips. In truth, there was something he had deceived her about. He wasn't yet an officially appointed teacher at the business school. He had come tonight only to settle into the faculty dormitory in advance. His graduation thesis had been stalled with his professor too busy traveling to attend to him, so he had simply granted him a half-year leave, telling him to go wherever he wished, even back to his home country. After discussing it with his family and thinking of his parents whom he hadn't seen for so long, he chose to return. Whether this period served as relaxation or a break, it didn't matter. But after staying at home for a week, he quickly grew bored. In his own words, having been busy and fulfilled since childhood, the sudden leisure now left him with a sense of guilt. Coincidentally, his father was well acquainted with the vice president of this university, and the two were close friends, so he arranged for him to join the faculty. With his academic credentials and abilities, teaching an elective course was more than sufficient. It was just a way to get an early taste of working life. At least in his view, being a university professor was quite relaxed. And during his tenure, he could continue pondering his graduation thesis. Different customs, Westerners' thoughts, always so whimsical. Song Huaiji recalled that before his return, his old professor had quipped with humor, perhaps after you go back you'll meet the one who will share your life with you. At the time he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, finding someone to spend a lifetime with was an exceedingly slim possibility. However, perhaps it was due to his long stay abroad, but Song Huaiji's mindset had shifted. He had never believed in fate, for destiny was something one fought for. Yet he did believe in serendipity because some events when they occur feel like an inevitable tide of connection that cannot be resisted. Could this Miss Jiang possibly be his destined one? Song Huaiji let out a silent laugh. He would sooner believe she was his student. Jiang Mian truly dashed back to the dormitory, just in time a second before the ant was about to lock the door. Spotting the ant from a distance preparing to secure the lock, he sprinted desperately and flew inside. But he still couldn't escape a scolding from the dormitory ant. Once back in the room, it was as he had guessed. Chunyu, the academic ace, was studying calmly amidst the roaring shouts of a battle in the canyon. Finding peace in chaos. Truly a genius. Seeing him return, Chunyu put down his earbuds. Jiang Mian, he. Suddenly a voice burst from the bed curtain above. You bastard, take this from your father. Chunyu paused. Hiyubai said. Damn it. Why won't the support heal me? That marksman is as useless as a pile of crap. Why bother with him? In the jungler. Come support me. Chunyu paused again, then calmly walked to the bed curtain, and with a swift motion, yanked it open. A small world suddenly flooded with light, and Feng Jun shrieked. What are you doing? Chunyu gestured for him to be quiet with a deadpan expression. If you keep yelling, I can only guarantee that this dormitory will have at most 3 breathing organisms. Alright, I swear I'll be quiet now. Seeing the serious look in Chunyu's eyes, Feng Jun instantly caved and complied. It wasn't that he couldn't take Chunyu in a fight, but after watching too many short videos, he fully understood the terror of these academic prodigies. Getting into a conflict with a hot-tempered person might at most result in the other party losing their cool and slashing you a few times, ending in one dead and one in prison. But getting into a conflict with someone as sharp as attack, one might simply stop breathing in their sleep one day. Worse if they wished your corpse might never be found. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Feng Jun mummed, zipping his lips, then obediently drew the curtain back. Jiang Mian was almost dumbfounded. Brother Chen, what did you do to him? Otherwise, how could that kid be so agreeable? Chunyu said seriously, nothing. He's been fairly well-behaved lately. Well-behaved? Look at that threat without a single curse word. How could any human utter such a thing? Feng Jun, lying in bed, was too scared to speak, but seethed inwardly. How could that 37C mouth produce such chilling words? Once he was sure Feng Jun was quiet, Jiang Mian asked, what were you about to say? Hiyubai said he needs to talk to you at the far end of the hallway to the right. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Can't he say it in the dorm? I don't know, Chunyu replied, sitting back down. Maybe it's not convenient here. You'll find out when you go. Jiang Mian didn't want to step out. The corridor was open at both ends and a gust of wind would hit as soon as he pushed the door. Was this that damn sense of ceremony the rich insisted on? Couldn't they just talk without moonlight and flowers? He didn't get it, but he obediently walked over. At the end of the corridor was a small door long since removed because it was too broken. On that small balcony stood Hiyubai, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. He seemed lost in thought, unaware of Jiang Mian's arrival. He stood upright, hands in pockets. In the distance, on a building far away, a huge billboard blazed with colorful lights. Jiang Mian glanced at it, then turned back to Hiyubai. In this profound silence, a sudden impulse surged within him. He desperately wanted to know what was on Hiyubai's mind. But before he could react, Hiyubai's gaze shifted abruptly. The wind ruffled Hiyubai's hair, and Jiang Mian clearly heard him call out, "Little lamb." But the tone was different from before, as if something was missing yet something else had been added. Before he could respond, Hiyubai strode toward him. But the other gave him no chance to speak, backing him into a corner. Who is she really? Jiang Mian knew who he was referring to, but he had no way to explain. In an instant, remorse and shame flooded him. He should never have made that joke. It was his fault. He had opened Pandora's box, and Hiyubai's heart, releasing the other's greed. Lowering his head, Jiang Mian's thoughts churned, but all he could utter was, "I'm sorry. Sorry." He heard Hiyubai's voice tinged with self-mockery. "I almost think you two are really cousins because the way you say sorry, the expression and tone, are so alike." Jiang Mian knew he was guilty, unable to lift his head to meet Hiyubai's eyes. He knew they must be brimming with sorrow. Even if he could act carefree in front of everyone else, he couldn't face Hiyubai unless Jiang Wan vanished forever. Forget it. She doesn't want to see me, and I can't blame you. After all, you were just trying to help. Jiang Mian gasped that when Hiyubai had been gazing into the distance, he must have had many things to say and many questions to ask. But now he couldn't utter a single word. That feeling Jiang Mian understood all too well. Watching Hiyubai's retreating figure, he couldn't help but say again, "Hiyubai, I'm truly sorry." The other didn't respond, only pretending to be nonchalant, waving a hand dismissively, as if he didn't care. After that disjointed conversation with Hiyubai, Jiang Mian could clearly feel the atmosphere in the dormitory sink even lower. Originally, they were all overly quiet by nature except for Feng Jun, who couldn't help but make a ruckus when he indulged in gaming. But even he had become much quieter recently. It was mainly because this guy had a terribly sharp tongue, the kind that insists on stirring up trouble. Seeing that the dormitory's atmosphere was already strange enough, he still couldn't control his mouth and had to speak. And even if he had to speak, he had to hit the nail on the head, stepping straight into Hiyubai's minefield. At that time, unable to bear the eerie silence in the dormitory, Feng Jun blurted out, "Little lamb, did young master, he fail to win over your cousin?" Unaware of the many events that had transpired, his eyes were particularly clear and foolish as he asked. Good heavens, this matter had almost become Hyubai's taboo, yet this fool had to go and violate it. Jiang Mian really didn't want to answer this question, so he silently put on his earphones and pretended not to hear anything. If he answered yes, it would please Feng Jun, but slap Hyubai in the face. If he answered no or said he didn't know, given this guy's brainlessness, he would definitely keep pressing for more details, and then Hyubai would probably explode. Avoidance might be shameful, but it was useful, as Feng Jun, unable to contain his curiosity, was about to press further. Hyubai on the other side suddenly turned his head, looking at him with a cold expression, his gaze chillingly fierce. Somehow under Hyubai's stare, Feng Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens! He seemed to have discovered a secret he shouldn't know. Oh no, oh no. If Chinyu ever decided to take him out one day, young master, he would definitely be an accomplice. Terrified, Feng Jun stayed quiet for several days. Time passed day by day. Lu Yitong never appeared again, and Zhou Ziyu seemed to have vanished. Only he and Hyubai, due to being roommates, still crossed paths constantly. In these uneventful days, Jiang Mian even wished that Jiang Wan was just a dream he had. But the message from Lin Xiangnan pulled him back to reality. In the message, Lin Xiangnan explained the reason concisely. As for how he got his number, it was because the police officer had taken notes, and he had been sharp enough to remember it. It seemed they had caught accomplices of Luo Biao and his gang, and the police station had called him to come and identify them. Zhang Qian had to work and had no time. He had no other friends nearby, and was too scared to go alone, so he thought of Jiang Mian. Since there were no classes today, Jiang Mian found a place to transform before calling back, "Hello, Lin Xiangnan." The voice on the other end was uncertain. "Sister Jiang Wan, is that you?" "It's me, not my mom." A light joke dispelled the other's anxiety. "Sister Jiang Wan, I'm really sorry, I know this is a lot to ask. Where should we meet?" As she had said before, there is no such thing as 100% empathy in this world, so she couldn't fully understand Lin Xiangnan's humble and timid nature. Barren land can give birth to two kinds of flowers, one that thrives blooming lush and vibrant, or one that withers halfway crushed into mud. But she couldn't demand that Lin Xiangnan, who had suffered, must live like the first flower. Jiang Mian still couldn't quite handle the other's guilt-laden tone. Fortunately, Lin Xiangnan didn't continue, and instead named the meeting place at the police station entrance. Half an hour later, they met at the police station entrance. Having not seen each other for a few days, Lin Xiangnan hadn't changed much. From a distance, he looked like a well-behaved little sister from next door. The other praised Jiang Mian instead. "Sister Jiang Wan, you seem even more beautiful. You have such a sweet tongue." Jiang Mian joked with him a few times, but inwardly she pondered that although many people complimented her on her beauty or looks, she didn't feel much about it. Perhaps she had heard so much flattery that she was almost immune. Lin Xiangnan didn't know what was on Jiang Mian's mind. He just thought that saying was so true. Loving someone is like tending a flower. That brother surnamed Zhou must have loved Sister Jiang Wan very, very much. Nourished by affection, Sister Jiang Wan had become more and more beautiful. Unwittingly paired up. Fortunately, Jiang Mian's shoddy system didn't have a mind-reading function, or she wouldn't know how to explain. If she had to explain, she might only say it was a kind of beauty that didn't care about others' lives. After rejecting Hyubai, after a few pleasantries, they entered the police station together. Lin Xiangnan's appearance was striking. As soon as he showed up, the officer in charge of the case approached Lin Xiangnan. "Right." Lin Xiangnan nodded upon hearing this. "Come with me," the officer explained as they walked. "Luo Biao has been cooperative. After several interrogations, he finally opened up. Based on his clues, we caught the rest of his accomplices. Take a look and see if you recognize them." Overwhelmed by the other's strong presence, Lin Xiangnan simply nodded obediently. Jiang Mian thought to herself, how could he not cooperate? With both mother and son locked up, if he remained stubborn, it wouldn't be long before he and his mom would be singing the "Iron Door, Iron Window, Iron Bars" blues through the small window of their cells. Through the one-way mirror, 4 men stood in the opposite room. Unable to see the mirror's side, they all wore indifferent expressions. After careful identification, Lin Xiangnan shook his head definitively. "I don't recognize them. I've never even seen them before." After confirming he wasn't lying, the officer notified a colleague and then led them out. According to our interrogation, this group's statements match Luo Biao's. As they described, Luo Biao went into the bar with you while the others waited outside to stake out. After you lured someone out of the bar, they would follow you to the hotel to set up a honey trap. The officer's explanation was concise, but the implications were chilling. Jiang Mian glanced at Lin Xiangnan and saw his face had turned pale with fear. Thinking about it, if he hadn't fought back then and had chosen to go along with them, their fate would have been his. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Jiang Mian gently patted his back. "Thank you, Sister Jiang Wan." Lin Xiangnan turned and tried to force a smile. Jiang Mian said bluntly, "If you can't smile, don't. You look terrible like that." Knowing she was joking, he found this distraction more effective than trivial comfort. Lin Xiangnan finally managed a genuine smile. With the case clear, Lin Xiangnan, as the victim, only needed to sign the case file, and then the legal process could proceed. While signing, Lin Xiangnan couldn't help asking how long will they be sentenced. It's unclear for now, but they won't get less than 3 years. The officer, seeing that he was a boy but appeared frail, gave a perfunctory answer. If elaborated, Luo Biao and his gang could face multiple charges and the sentence would only be longer. Even though it was cold enough to snow when Jiang Mian and Lin Xiangnan came out of the police station, the clouds suddenly parted and sunlight poured down like a curtain of rain. It shone not only on the earth, but also on them. Jiang Mian suddenly recalled that saying, and unconsciously spoke, "Sunlight is truly the fairest. It shines evenly on everyone, exposing the wrongs of the wicked and allowing the good to live with purity." Lin Xiangnan felt as if his tear ducts had a switch, touch his eyes and tears would fall instantly. He thought Jiang Mian was an incredibly amazing person. Her magical mouth with just a few words could control the joys and sorrows of others. Sister Jiang, want him leaving? Going where? Seeing her casual tone, the heavy stone in Lin Xiangnan's heart finally lifted. He wasn't good at handling partings, so he hadn't told Zhang Qian about his departure. I plan to move to another city to live. But some secrets need to be spoken, or else a person will suffocate. So he chose to tell Jiang Mian. Is Zhang Qian going with you? No, Lin Xiangnan shook his head. He has a good life here, there's no need for him to drift with me. When do you leave? The bus at 3 in the afternoon. That's soon, just 2 hours left. You'll go back to get my luggage later. He'll go with you. Okay. Though they had only known each other for a short time, they felt like old friends. On the way back, Jiang Mian listened quietly as Lin Xiangnan told his story. He said his parents had died in an accident when he was young, and he had to live with his uncle's family. But his aunt was a harsh woman who disliked him and would scold him openly and covertly. The sense of security missing during his growth unexpectedly came to him when he started wearing women's clothing. From then on, his mind underwent a strange change. He wanted to become a woman, so he grew his hair long, wore women's clothes, and secretly worked odd jobs to buy candy. In others' eyes, he chose to live like an outcast. And his aunt, who hated him, now despised him even more. Jiang Mian stood downstairs and could hear the middle-aged woman's furious curses. Get lost. You freak. You're neither man nor woman, disgusting. A monster like you, why don't you just die? It wasn't Jiang Mian's place to meddle in others' family affairs, so she quietly waited for Lin Xiangnan to come downstairs. Sorry, Lin Xiangnan pretended not to care. I kept you waiting, Sister Jiang Wan. Not at all. Have you packed everything? Yes. His luggage was just a simple suitcase. Glancing back, he said, she always curses harshly, but I know their life isn't easy, either having to support me a burden. I can't forget the kindness of being raised. At least they gave me a place to shelter from the rain when I was young. For that alone, I won't hate her. As he spoke, an empty bottle was thrown from upstairs, landing not far from Lin Xiangnan, accompanied by his aunt's roar, "Freak. Get out of here. Watch out, you'll get hit by a car and die. Let's go." Lin Xiangnan took one last look at the place he had lived for nearly 10 years before finally turning away. The stream of foul curses from his aunt behind him he no longer heeded. Those disgusting, filthy, rotten people and things had once blocked his path, but as long as he stepped over them, he would find that those things were utterly insignificant, unable to hinder his steps at all. Jiang Mian saw him off at the station. Reality wasn't like a movie plot as Zhang Qian didn't suddenly appear. Have you decided where to go? Not yet, I'll take it step by step. That's fine. Though the destination is important, don't miss the scenery along the way. Waving goodbye to Lin Xiangnan, watching his retreating figure, Jiang Mian suddenly recalled that saying. The world is vast, why rose, and walked away, and thus found peace. If one compares a person to a speck of dust in the vast universe, then Lin Xiangnan's departure should be the most insignificant of trivial matters. As the weather grew colder, the final exams of each course arrived as scheduled. Jiang Mian could not understand why there were still final exams in university, and even if there were, why couldn't they be concentrated into a single block? Why must they have 1 or 2 exams per week? Their major had 6 exams spread over 4 weeks. When the last exam ended, the first snow of the year fell within the university city. Weather was truly a fascinating thing. Just last night, it was only a scene of cold wind, but upon waking in the morning, everything outside was a vast expanse of silver. As a child raised in the South, such a snow scene was a rare sight. Faced with Jiang Mian's excited expression, the other 3 in the dormitory seemed quite accustomed to it. It must be mentioned that apart from Jiang Mian, the other 3 were children from the north. Chen Yu packed his things while saying, in my hometown such snowfall is actually considered light. Feng Jun gestured as well. It's similar in my hometown. When the snow falls heavily, the thickness can reach this high. Compared to Jiang Mian's envious expression, they showed little interest. As the exams were over, the school issued a notice ordering all students to leave the campus within 2 days. The dormitory gates would be locked the day after tomorrow. Yubai's home was in this city. With just one phone call, a driver could come to pick him up in a minivan. But he still packed his luggage early, a very simple backpack. After all, with the wealth of this young master, he could easily buy a house anywhere he wanted to. Anything related to money was effortless for him. Yubai said goodbye to the others, promising to meet again when spring came next year. Although they were still naive college students, they had learned to speak like adults, exchanging words of comfort like, "Take care on the road," and "Let me know you're safe at home." When his eyes passed over Jiang Mian, Hyubai merely nodded at him, not mentioning the matter of Jiang Wan again. Jiang Mian smiled at him and said, "Take care on the road. You too." Polite and courteous, yet carrying a distance that was unlike that between roommates. Jiang Mian thought to himself he should have let it go. Because Hyubai had left early, only Jiang Mian, Chunyu, and Feng Jun were left in the dormitory. Chunyu and Feng Jun had bought train tickets for the afternoon, while Jiang Mian's was for the next morning. As the end of the semester approached, other dormitories were conserving electricity, counting the days left before leaving. However, their dormitory had the young master he as a benefactor. While others paid for electricity monthly, Hyubai directly covered the dormitory's electricity fees for a whole year. Even on these cold days with the air conditioner running all day, the electricity never once cut off. Because of this, the three of them had secretly discussed before just how much electricity Hyubai had paid. The warmth in the dormitory was thick, making them all drowsy. Finally, Chunyu decisively proposed, "Let's go eat together." Originally, this dormitory dinner should have included Hyubai, but he had decided to leave early, so he missed out on this meal. The three didn't go far. They found a small restaurant near the campus. At the table, Feng Jun originally wanted to order some alcohol. A meal without a little drink just didn't feel right. But Chunyu refused, and Jiang Mian said he didn't drink, so in the end Feng Jun had to give up. While they were eating, other customers came in. Seeing them brush off the snowflakes on their heads, it was clear that it had started snowing again outside. The atmosphere in the restaurant was lively. Feng Jun's face was flushed from eating, and Jiang Mian and Chunyu were also slightly sweating. "I really envy young master, he who can make a simple phone call and have his family driver come pick him up. Unlike us," Feng Jun said with a melancholy expression. "It's snowing again outside, and it's already inconvenient to carry big bags home. Now we have to brave the snow to catch the train. Different people, different fates. You haven't even drunk, and you're already getting tipsy over a few dishes." Chunyu glanced at him slightly. "Besides, transportation is so developed now, you don't have to run to the station on your own 2 feet. What are you fussing about?" "I'm not fussing," Feng Jun said with righteous indignation. "I was just casually expressing my feelings." "Then you might as well express your feelings about your grades." Jiang Mian took a sip of his drink and started gossiping with Chunyu. "This guy sat next to me during the exam yesterday. Less than 10 minutes after the exam started, he was already asleep on the desk. His paper was spotless, as if he was afraid of wasting his pen ink." Chunyu nodded. "I saw that. He really should be concerned about his grades and pray that the professional course teacher will be lenient, otherwise he'll have to retake the exam. You guys don't know this." Feng Jun chuckled. When the class first started, the teacher said that attendance and summary assignments account for 60 of the final grade. "I didn't write much on the exam paper, but I never missed a single attendance." Jiang Mian asked, "Aren't you busy every day taking girls up the ranks? Then what about your summary assignments?" Chunyu interjected, "He copied mine." Speechless, Jiang Mian gave him a thumbs up. "Say no more. I must toast Brother Chun and thank him for all his care this semester." Feng Jun raised a glass of drink, his words impassioned. One might think he was a company chairman at an annual meeting. Seeing his frivolous behavior, Jiang Mian quietly leaned toward Chunyu. "What exactly are you hoping to gain?" "I hope he can behave himself and not cause me any trouble. Otherwise, if the counselor calls me in for a talk, he'll make sure only 3 breathing creatures remain in our dorm. Brother Chunyu are mighty." After the meal, Chunyu and Feng Jun set off for home. With nothing to do in the evening, Jiang Mian did a thorough cleaning of the dormitory. Although there would be a winter break and the dormitory would accumulate plenty of dust, it was still good to tidy up. Soon during the cleaning, Jiang Mian discovered the first surprise. Actually, it wasn't much of a surprise. In the corner under his desk, he found a book, borrowed from the library last semester. When it was time to return it, it had inexplicably disappeared, and he was worried that the longer he delayed, the higher the overdue fees would be. Unable to find it, he ultimately had to pay to buy the book. Certain laws indeed don't lie. Something you can't find now will surely appear in some unexpected place in the future. Now it had appeared. Wiping the dust off the cover, Jiang Mian saw that there was still a label on the back for easy identification. Since he had already paid to make it his own, he could now tear off the label. The dormitory wasn't large, but inspired by finding that book, Jiang Mian tried to pay more attention to the corners and edges. After a flurry of work, time passed quickly. Because of the snow, the sky outside darkened earlier. The next morning, after confirming everything was in order, Jiang Mian took his luggage and went out. After locking the door, he took a photo and posted it on his social media feed. With the caption, "See you next year." Jiang Mian's hometown was a small town in the south renowned for its picturesque scenery and nourishing landscapes. To lead the locals toward prosperity through hard work, the government had transformed the town into a tourist attraction. As the high-speed train drew closer to home, Jiang Mian could see through the window the snowy, desolate scenery gradually receding. Since his hometown enjoyed spring-like weather year-round, when sunlight pierced through the clouds and met Jiang Mian's eyes, he knew home was near. Opening his social media feed, he saw that his post had already garnered many likes, including from Hyubai and the other two. Scrolling down, he saw that they, like his other friends, had left comments such as safe travels. To accommodate the influx of tourists, the town, despite having a high-speed rail connection, boasted a variety of transportation modes due to its limited land area. There were waterways for boat rides, tricycles for navigating the narrow streets, and rickshaws that appeared on special occasions. The key to prosperity lay in diligence, and fortunately the townsfolk were hard-working and capable. Exiting the station, Jiang Mian spotted his father's pickup truck parked by the roadside. Jiang Xingye was about to call his son to ask about his arrival, but as he looked up, he saw Jiang Mian's smiling face outside the window. "Dad. Hey, why are you here so soon? I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer." Jiang Mian walked around to the other side, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat. "I saw our car as soon as I came out of the station. Your mother and I almost got the time wrong. Good thing we came early, or you'd have had to find your own way back." Jiang Xingye didn't want to admit that he had actually forgotten the time, but he also refused to accept his wife's remark that he was getting forgetful with age. After some thought, he decided to come to the station early and wait. "The town is small enough that I could just hail a tricycle to get home," Jiang Mian reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm grown up now. I won't get lost. Remember when you were little and so cute that the uncles and aunties would tempt you with candy? You almost got into someone else's car." Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. "I've told you many times they didn't trick me with candy. They snatched my candy and wouldn't give it back, so I chased after them. Why did they still remember these things, and why did they always get the details wrong? And did they really think he was such a glutton?" His father didn't argue, just chuckled. Since he had picked up his son, it was time to head home. Patting the family pickup truck, Jiang Mian asked, "Are we going to pick pomelos later?" "Yeah, the rain has been good this year, so the pomelos in the orchard will be sweet," Jiang Xingye said, lighting a cigarette. "Your third granduncle ordered a few dozen caddies. We'll pick some and deliver them to him." The third uncle his father referred to wasn't a blood relative. The town was small and neighbors were as close as kin, with every household getting along harmoniously. A close neighbor was better than a distant relative who, after living together for so long, they were indeed closer than real relatives. Jiang Mian counted on his fingers. Although his family had no real relatives in this town, they sure addressed many people as uncle or granduncle. After delivering pomelos to third granduncle, he figured other uncles and granduncles would also ask for some. Fortunately, they never let his family suffer a loss, always paying for what they took. The Jiang family had an orchard halfway up the mountain growing pomelos and peaches that ripened in different seasons. The orchard wasn't large, and its yield only added a bit to the family's income. Since the land had been passed down from ancestors, no matter how tough things got, Jiang's father was determined to hold on to it. Though many advised him to sell the orchard and buy a shop in town, he always declined with a smile. Jiang Mian sometimes thought his father must have his own reasons. What was passed down from ancestors might not be precious antiques, but this orchard carried the memories of several generations. Disappearance wasn't frightening, forgetting was. When the townspeople saw that orchard, they would inevitably realize, this is the Jiang family's orchard. Perhaps that was the meaning of the orchard's existence. Jiang Mian was first taken home by his father, where his mother had already prepared a meal. His father unloaded his luggage from the car, then turned around and headed to the orchard without entering the house. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shout, "Mom, what delicious food are you making? It smells amazing. I knew you were coming home, so I stewed a free-range chicken. Come and taste it." Jiang's mother was a simple, kind-hearted woman, overjoyed to see her son return. The town's landscape was especially nourishing. Though she was older now, with a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she still retained her charm and had a rosy complexion. The chicken was still simmering in the clay pot. Worried that Jiang Mian might be hungry after the long journey, she wiped her hands clean and ladled out some broth for him. "Try the soup first. I just added some herbs. The chicken needs a bit more time." He didn't need to guess. The herbs must have come from Uncle One, who ran the Chinese medicine shop next door. Although the town had a large hospital, the nourishing environment meant that the locals rarely suffered from serious illnesses. Following the ancestral belief in living off the land, many people preferred the restorative effects of traditional Chinese medicine. Having grown up as close neighbors, Jiang Mian was familiar with these things. He guessed the chicken soup contained angelica and goji berries. While it simmered over a low flame, Jiang Mian took his luggage upstairs and began to unpack. Lying on the bed, breathing in the familiar scents, he sighed, thinking that nothing felt better than being home. He wondered whether he should take a nice relaxing shower first before enjoying the delicious soup. Suddenly his mother called from downstairs, "Mian Mian, come down and eat. The chicken soup is ready." "Coming," Jiang Mian replied. After bustling around for a while, he found himself sweating a bit. The climate in the south was indeed warmer, especially in his hometown. Even during the new year, no one wore very thick clothes. Taking off his heavy coat, Jiang Mian changed into a lighter outfit and went downstairs. The clay pot retained heat well, and the chicken had been stewed until it was tender. A gentle poke with chopsticks was enough to separate the meat from the bones. A layer of oil floated on the surface of the soup along with plump goji berries. With a gentle stir, the aromas of the seasonings and herbs blended together. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, it was just as he remembered, the taste of home. After finishing the meal, Jiang Mian wandered around the neighborhood. On the way, he encountered many familiar faces exchanging smiles and casual greetings. Perhaps it was the town's innate ability to soothe the mind and body, but after returning home and taking a shower, Jiang Mian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Outside, the sunlight shone brightly, tinged with a warm orange hue. His father hadn't returned yet, and his mother was also not at home. Perhaps it was because the sleep had been too comfortable, or perhaps because he didn't know what to do after getting up. Jiang Mian decided to be lazy, tossing and turning in bed while playing on his phone. It wasn't until the sun began to set and his mother came back that he finally stretched, yawned, and got out of bed. The lives of the townsfolk were mostly routine. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, he couldn't tell which household was cooking, but the aroma of food drifting through the air was unmistakably enticing. On the rooftop across the way, a large ginger cat was lazily dozing, its tail swaying gently. The afterglow of the setting sun seemed to gild the entire town in gold. "How beautiful," Jiang Mian murmured, leaning on the windowsill. The breeze blowing in from outside also set the wind chimes hanging in his room to tinkling. The sound of a small truck grew louder as it approached, then the engine died in the yard. It was his father, Jiang. With a clatter of footsteps, Jiang Mian ran downstairs. His father was washing his face at the tap in the yard while his mother stood by, handing him a towel. After a day of hard work, his father's face was flushed red from the sun. Even after washing, the redness showed no sign of fading. "Didn't go out to play this afternoon?" his father asked, wiping his face dry before returning the towel to his wife. "No, I felt sleepy after my shower and took a nap." Jiang Mian then asked his mother, "Mom, what's for dinner?" Though it was already winter, the seasonal fruits, melons, and river fish in the town were still delicious. Before his mother could answer, his father chuckled and teased, "Your mom said you almost ate a whole chicken at lunch. After sleeping all afternoon without moving, how can you be hungry again so soon?" Jiang Mian replied with a straight face, "Sleeping also consumes energy." His father laughed out loud, "You rascal." His mother watched the father-son bonding with a smile and said, "We're not eating at home tonight. Your great-uncle heard you were back and invited us over for dinner. That means great-uncle must have found some delicious things in the mountains or the river again." In Jiang Mian's memory, his great-uncle was nearly 60, but still vigorous and full of spirit. In his youth, he was bold and daring, always venturing into the rivers and mountains. He had once mistakenly eaten some unknown wild mushrooms which caused him to foam at the mouth and nearly become paralyzed. Luckily, he was taken to the hospital in time. Though his life was saved, his wild nature remained, much to his wife's exasperation. The two of them had bickered from their youth into middle age, and now they were approaching their twilight years. Although they argued loudly every few days, they had never once discussed divorce. In fact, their feelings seemed to grow stronger with each quarrel. Perhaps the people in this town were too reserved in their emotions, never expressing themselves directly. They conveyed their feelings through small matters, whether through bickering or through actions. They only wanted to make one thing clear to the other: "I truly love you." His mother spoke again. "I ran into your great-aunt this afternoon. She told me Susu misses you very much." Great-uncle's surname was Meng, and the Susu his mother referred to was his daughter born in his later years, Meng Su. "Let me tell you, that daughter of his is just like he was when he was young. Wild without limits," his father said, rinsing his mouth. "Old Meng told me before that this little girl doesn't study well, and even skipped school to go to the city for some event. Something or other. It's just one of those games those kids like, wearing colorful clothes and dressing up as characters from cartoons." Jiang Mian couldn't help but chime in, "Cosplay." "Oh right," his father immediately said. "That's the thing you mentioned, cosplay. It's normal for kids to have hobbies and be playful, but I just can't understand why these kids nowadays like this stuff." When old Meng and his wife saw the photos from that comic convention, they were almost furious. They couldn't understand what those kids were dressing up as, waving swords and sticks around, and some of the outfits were so revealing they might as well have been wearing nothing. Old Meng even showed me those photos. There was one guy bare-chested wearing a wild boar mask who at least had the decency to cover his face because he was embarrassed. If it were me, I'd have sent that pervert straight to the police station. A wild boar mask. Could it be that one from Demon Slayer? The corner of Jiang Mian's mouth twitched. Little sister Susu was playing at such a high level now. "I heard about this from Susu's mom too," his mother sighed. "Old Meng went through so much to have this daughter, he can't bear to scold or hit her. As long as she's safe and sound, he lets her have her way." Turning to Jiang Mian, she said, "You get along well with Susu. Your great-aunt wants you to help out. To make her study hard and stop playing cosplay." "Not exactly. They just want Susu to balance work and play. She can have her fun, but she shouldn't neglect her studies." His mother explained, "You know, your great-uncle and aunt aren't very educated. They don't know how to communicate with children. They hope Susu can be like her brother, like you. Get into a good university, see the world outside. It's always good for a girl to broaden her horizons. She can't stay cooped up in this small town forever. Since you kids have common ground and Susu is close to you, if you talk to her nicely, she's sure to listen." Jiang Mian, suddenly entrusted with this heavy responsibility, was speechless. His father, however, took issue with this. What's wrong with the small town? What's so bad about staying here for a lifetime? The outside world isn't as simple as you all make it out to be. She's a naive girl. If she goes to a big city, what if she gets cheated? If you ask me, it's better for her to stay here and live a peaceful life. His mother shot him a look. Someone else wants to educate their daughter. Why are you getting so worked up? Mind your own business. Then she tattled to Jiang Mian, good thing you're not a girl. Otherwise, when you went off to university, your dad would be at home worrying every day. Oh dear. I wonder if anyone is bullying my precious daughter. Oh dear. I wonder which brat is going to steal my daughter away. Oh dear. I wonder if my precious daughter is eating well at school. His father's face reddened. That's old Ming, not me. Stop talking nonsense to the kid. The moment this topic was brought up, Jiang Mian felt a little uneasy. A face seemed to flash through his mind. To be precise, it was he who had led someone else's boy astray. The two households were not far apart, merely a few steps away. Worried that the grandaunt might prepare a lavish feast to entertain them, and would struggle to manage alone, Jiang's mother, seeing that Jiang's father had returned early, decided to go over and lend a hand. They packed some pomelos into a basket and set off, closing the door behind them. In this small town, social circles were narrow, and people were often referred to as so-and-so's father or mother, using their children as a convenient way to identify one another. Thus the locals knew the Jiang family for only two things: their orchard and Jiang Mian. On the way to the granduncle's house, they inevitably ran into acquaintances. Greetings flowed like, "Oh, my Mian Mian seems to have grown taller. Mian Mian gets more beautiful each time. How did your parents manage that? Having fun at university, Mian Mian? When do you graduate?" In the eyes of these elders, he was still a child. He simply answered whatever they asked, leaving the other topics for his parents to handle. By the time they reached the granduncle's house, Jiang Mian's face was nearly stiff from smiling. The aunts and uncles were so enthusiastic that he could barely keep up. Once inside the granduncle's home, more pleasantries ensued. Remarks like, "You came, but why bring gifts? And it's all because Mian Mian is so thoughtful. He heard the orchard's pomelos were ripe and insisted we bring some for you to taste, granduncle." Jiang Mian, inexplicably thrust into the role of the filial one, could only endure the granduncle's affectionate gaze, while smiling and saying, "Since it's already brought, please don't stand on ceremony, granduncle. Truly a university student now. Your words and actions are different." The grandaunt emerged from the kitchen, a cup of tea in hand, which she offered to Jiang Mian. "Wait a bit longer, I'm already cooking. Since you're back today, your granduncle caught some fish and shrimp from the river." Jiang Mian smiled sweetly. "Then I must be sure to savor your cooking, grandaunt." "Oh my, such a good child." The grandaunt grew fonder of him with each glance. Jiang's mother rolled up her sleeves. "Annie, let me help too." With the kitchen bustling, Jiang's father and the granduncle sat in the courtyard smoking and chatting idly. Jiang Mian looked around, but didn't spot Meng Su. He called toward the kitchen, "Grandaunt, where's Susu?" "Probably out playing. She'll be back for dinner." Turning to Jiang's mother, she grumbled, "She's in high school, but still acts like a wild girl. Gone all afternoon without coming home." Jiang's mother chuckled, "She's still a child. Let her play if she wants." The grandaunt felt aggrieved. "She doesn't stay home now. When she gets married, she probably won't even bother to visit." "Look at you going off topic again. Susu is still young, still in school, and you're already talking about marriage." Jiang's mother couldn't help shaking her head. "If you ask me, you're lucky. Mian Mian is a blessed child, good-looking, obedient, and sensible." The grandaunt sighed before shaking her head again. "My youngest is beyond control, spoiled rotten by her father." Listening to her complaints, Jiang's mother joked, "You're always fussing about the youngest. What about your eldest?" "Don't even get me started on that one." Speaking of her eldest son, the grandaunt launched into another tirade. "That rascal must be dating someone out there. He called a few days ago saying he won't come home for New Year's this year. He's going on a trip somewhere up north to ski. Skiing in the dead of winter. Isn't that just idle nonsense?" At that, the grandaunt sighed again. The eldest was obedient as a child, but now he's rebellious. The youngest is even worse. Not a single one gives me peace. I must have owed them in a past life. Sure enough, the moment the dishes were set on the table, Meng Su returned. As she entered and saw Jiang Mian, she burst with joy. "Mian Mian, when did you get back?" "I arrived home just today." The grandaunt poked her daughter's head with a finger. "Show some respect. Call him brother Mian Mian." "Nye." Meng Su stuck out her tongue. I like calling him Mian Mian. Besides, he's only 3 years older than me. Why should I call him brother?" "You little imp, I won't bother with you. Your father has spoiled you rotten." The granduncle, caught in the crossfire, smiled and said, Come, everyone sit down. Don't be shy, Mian Mian. Eat plenty of river fish. They're good for your health and brain. I caught a lot just for you." Meng Su helped bring out the dishes and retorted, "Dad, you don't know this, but fish have a memory of only 7 seconds. How can eating them boost your brain? You might end up dumber." "What nonsense are you spouting, child?" The grandaunt wanted to smack her. "The older you get, the more unruly you become, saying whatever comes to mind." Then she urged the Jiang family, "Everyone eat up. Don't listen to her nonsense. Half the town eats fish, and no one's turned into a fool." Meng Su hummed, "I read it in a book." "Then the book also says students should study hard and improve daily. Have you done that?" Fearing her mother would start nagging about the comic convention again, Meng Su wisely backed down, took her seat, and picked up her bowl. Uncle Jiang, Annie Jiang, don't be shy. Eat up, Mian Mian. Hurry and finish. Come play with me later. The grandaunt wanted to pry open her head to see what she was thinking. All day it's just playing. The teacher said in the group chat that your monthly exams are coming up and you still won't study, just running wild everywhere. Meng Su stuck out her tongue and wolfed down her rice. The grandaunt wanted to say more, but with the Jiang family present she held back. After dinner, Meng Su pulled Jiang Mian into her room and shut the door, her own little sanctuary. Flopping onto the bed, she sighed in relief. Good thing you were here today, or I'd have been lectured by Mom the whole meal. Jiang Mian smiled reassuringly. That's because grandaunt worries about you. I'm grown up now. What's there to worry about? Meng Su pulled a sour face. She's always nagging me about this and that. It's so annoying. My brother had the right idea. He chose to work far away after graduation. I heard he's not coming home for New Year's this year. He's off living the good life, while I'm stuck here enduring torture. Meng Jing, you dog, how could you do this to me? It's so unfair. Seeing her getting carried away, Jiang Mian warned, if you shout any louder you'll bring your mom in here. All right. Meng Su quickly covered her mouth. The room quieted down, and Jiang Mian finally took a good look around. Just as Jiang's mother had said, the little girl was really into cosplay. The walls were plastered with anime character posters and hung with several cosplay outfits. On the desk nearby were several photos, all of her posing at comic conventions. Mian Mian, are you dating anyone at university? Jiang Mian was absorbed in looking around when the question caught him off guard. Huh? Me? No, I'm not dating. Then no one's chasing you. Jiang Mian shook his head. I'm not sure. So among those who like you, are there more boys or girls? Wait, what? Jiang Mian almost didn't process it. What kind of question is that? Meng Su had somehow put on a pair of glasses and pushed them up in a scholarly manner. No more questions. Just answer me. Jiang Mian's mouth twitched. Are you obsessed with cosplay, or what? Sighed. Meng Su sighed. Mian Mian, you're so good looking. You probably attract more boys, right? Jiang Mian didn't want to touch that topic. This. I'm not really sure. But the next second Meng Su suddenly stood up and leaned in close, startling him. What's wrong? Mian Mian, she said in a worldly tone. You have to protect yourself out there. Even if boys want to pursue you, stay reserved and take your time choosing. A boy's youth is precious. Remember, pick someone handsome and rich. Even if you can't get his heart, get his money. Well, he could actually think of someone like that. No, no, no. How could he have such dangerous thoughts? Get out of his head now. How do you know so much? Wait, no. Jiang Mian quickly shook his head. How do you know about boy stuff? Have you forgotten? Meng Su flipped her hair casually. I'm a Fujoshi, and I've been wondering for a long time. Will Mian Mian ever meet his Prince Charming? Jiang Mian. Thanks a lot. The topic was far too dangerous, so Jiang Mian quickly changed the subject. How did you suddenly get into cosplays? Meng Su was caught off guard. I just wanted to try something new, and it turned out pretty fun. Really? Jiang Mian casually pointed at a cosplay outfit on the wall. This outfit is nice. What character is it? That? It's a succubus. SUC. Cubus. The look on Jiang Mian's face was predictable. Yeah, but my chest isn't big enough. What a waste of the fake tattoo I had on my belly. Stop. Don't listen. Jiang Mian felt his ears were about to rot. Before he could cover them, Meng Su went straight for the kill. If I had a 36D figure, I'd buy high heels and cosplay a mature seductress. It felt like a blow to the heart, as Jiang Mian clutched his chest in pain. Was he destined to never escape 36D in this life? During his stay in his hometown, Jiang Mian continued to live a leisurely life. Far from the bustling metropolis, the fresh air of the small town soothed his body and mind. Since he was at home, he dared not sleep in too casually, as he understood the principle that distance creates beauty. To avoid provoking his mother's ire, he would inevitably wake up at dawn amidst the clamor of street vendors. When he had free time, he would lend a hand in the family orchard, riding along in his father's small truck. Being a tourist destination, the town never lacked visitors throughout the year. The pomelos harvested from the orchard could be sold as local specialties at a stall. As the saying goes, the unique waters and soil nurture unique people. It must be said that the fruits from their orchard were exceptionally delicious. After tasting the pomelo, Jiang Mian was full of praise. Unfortunately, his father lacked business acumen, and the orchard's limited yield prevented wholesale sales. Thus, they could only share some with neighbors and set up a simple roadside stall to sell the rest. With nothing else to do, Jiang Mian took charge of the stall. Though it was winter, the town's temperature rose instead of falling, with the blazing sun hanging overhead. After several days of exposure, Jiang Mian felt his vision blurring. He borrowed a straw hat from Uncle Wen next door, who had woven it himself. Uncle Wen usually wore this hat when picking herbs in the mountains. He claimed that as he aged, his head could no longer withstand wind or cold. Although the town never saw snow, the rainy season was long, requiring caution. Yet such advice seemed distant to Jiang Mian. After nearly 10 days of selling, he had sold few pomelos. Since the fruits came from his family's orchard, which his father couldn't tend to comprehensively, their appearance naturally lagged behind artificially cultivated ones. Though Jiang Mian could shamelessly tout them as local specialties, tourists weren't fools. After a glance they'd walk away. Those patient enough to taste the sweetness might buy a few. Selling pomelos was like fishing with a straight hook. Only the willing would bite. But Jiang Mian wasn't greedy, he'd sell as many as he could. After all, his father had promised the proceeds as his pocket money. One day as he tended his stall, many passers-by came and went, but few stopped. He enjoyed the peace scrolling through his social media feed. Many photos featured snow foam. June posted a video of a snowball fight with younger relatives, and Shinyu helped his mother freeze cabbages in a snow-covered yard. Then there was Hiyubai, fully geared in winter attire, posing for skiing photos on the mountain. The joys and sorrows of humans were not shared, he just found others too noisy. In comparison, Jiang Mian understood why people resented the rich. He felt he now resented not only the wealthy, but also those who could have snowball fights at home. With the straw hat's brim shielding his view, he saw a shadow pass by his stall and stop. Sir, would you like to buy some pomelos? They're from my family's orchard. Though not pretty, the flesh is sweet. The price isn't high, why not take a few more? Initially intending a casual greeting, a glance revealed the person wore branded shoes. Don't ask how he knew. Thanks to his roommate, Hiyubai, a rich second generation, had learned how extravagantly the wealthy lived. A pair of unassuming sneakers could cost tens of thousands. Damn. Had only planned to ask for a casual purchase, but seeing those shoes he changed his tune. Buy more. His envy burned red. Yet not all tourists were rich, he couldn't tell real from fake. So he looked up to gauge the person's face. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. Hiyubai, little lamb. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Enough with the unison. Jiang Mian seized the moment. Aren't you skiing? Why are you here? Was the sun so strong it scattered his vision? Had he misread the name? He pulled out his phone, reopened his feed, and found the post. The name was Hiyubai, no mistake. The post was from yesterday. He was dumbfounded. I was skiing yesterday, but it got boring, so I flew here to play, Hiyubai said, bending to pick up a pomelo. Skiing. Boring. So he flew here to play. Jiang Mian felt his chest ache again. The rich could indeed make words so devastating. Unaware of Jiang Mian's turmoil, Hiyubai asked, why are you selling pomelos here? Life forces me to, Jiang Mian sighed deliberately. I'm not a rich second generation who flies around because skiing is boring. Hiyubai raised an eyebrow. Are you being sarcastic? I wouldn't dare. Jiang Mian shook his head. What if you master he get angry and buy up my whole stall? A light laugh escaped Hiyubai. Fine, tell me the price. Since we're roommates, I'll give you a friend price. Jiang Mian held up a finger. 100 per pomelo. Hiyubai almost laughed. I may have money, but I'm not stupid. He picked up a pomelo. This isn't as big as my hand, and you want 100. Shallow. You're so shallow, you know. Jiang Mian argued. What's the use of judging by appearance? You have to taste the flesh. It's especially sweet. Worth every cent. Is it a? Jiang Mian nodded solemnly. Then why is there a sign here saying $3.50 a pound? Hiyubai pointed to the cardboard sign with the price and marker. But Jiang Mian, unembarrassed, tossed the sign away, muttering. Who put this here? Almost made me lose money. Hiyubai found it amusing. Little lamb, do you know what you are now? My. A big bad wolf, trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. I kind of like that metaphor. Thick-skinned through and through. Seeing Jiang Mian's sly grin, Hiyubai shook his head with a smile, then pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. The amount. 3,000 yuan. Good heavens. How many pomelos would he have to sell to earn that? Indeed, money suits the mundane. As a mundane person, Jiang Mian was overjoyed. His expression turned sycophantic. Master, he just give your orders. If this humble servant can do it, you'll be satisfied. Really? Truer than gold. Then bring Jiang Wan before me. Damn. Am I the kind of person who would betray others for money? You are. I can add another 0. Then let me pack the pomelos for you first. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of money. Better change the subject. Knowing his evasion, Hiyubai didn't insist. No rush on the pomelos. It's my first time here, show me around first. A tour guide. That I know. As long as it wasn't about Jiang Wan. Jiang Mian was enthusiastic. Since the government encouraged everyone to seek prosperity, stalls could be seen everywhere in the small town. As long as they didn't obstruct traffic, the urban management officers wouldn't bother. Jiang Mian had set up a small stall, and fortunately, he had the foresight not to bring too many pomelos. Now he could easily pack them into his bamboo basket and carry them away. Have you eaten? Jiang Mian asked while busying himself. No, Hiyubai replied, crouching down to help. I'm tired of airport food. Running into you here is perfect. I get to try some local cuisine. Damn. What a heart-wrenching thing to say. Airports were money pits with food stalls starting at $100 a pop, yet this guy could claim to be sick of it. How infuriating. Resentment of the rich. He wished he could resent the rich every single moment. Hiyubai glanced over and caught Jiang Mian's disdainful expression. He suddenly said, cursing me in your head again. How could I? You, master, he are handsome and wealthy. You might not even fancy our town's food. Jiang Mian denied it verbally, but his face practically screamed sarcasm. Little lamb, Hiyubai said with a smile in his eyes, have you never flown on a plane? So what if I haven't? Jiang Mian retorted defiantly. I can take the high-speed rail to school from here. The main reason was that flying required a transfer to the outskirts of the city, meaning he'd have to cross half the city just to catch a plane. Why bother when the high-speed rail sufficed? Besides, his mother didn't want him to fly, claiming it was unsafe up in the sky. If he ever did, she'd be worried sick all day. Hyubai raised his hand in denial. I wasn't mocking you. I just wanted to explain something. Explain what? Hyubai cleared his throat with an air of importance. I always fly business class. As a VP, I get free buffet access. So I don't need to spend extra on food. That's it. Yes, that's it. Damn, Jiang Mian fumed. You were definitely showing off your wealth on purpose. How you finally admit you're jealous of the rich. Don't accuse me falsely. I'm a person who values frugality as a virtue, Jiang Mian argued. I just think you're too extravagant. Being rich is impressive, but economy class is practical too. Mom, I do think I'm too wasteful, Hyubai said, reaching out to him. Then give it back. Give what back? The 3,000 yuan from earlier, Hyubai said, feigning thoughtfulness. I suddenly feel these pomelos are too expensive. I could save the money and eat a half-full meal at a 5-star restaurant. How can you renege like that? And he'd rather spend the money at a 5-star restaurant than buy his pomelos. What happened to dormitory brotherhood? Jiang Mian clutched his phone, his face full of indignation. Well, I have to thank you, Master Jiang, for your enlightening words that instantly opened my eyes. Hyubai's smile was infuriating. No way. Jiang Mian snatched the pomelo from his hand, tossed it into the basket, and hoisting the basket onto his back, turned to run. But Hyubai, with his long arms and legs, grabbed the basket, leaving Jiang Mian running in place. Let go. No, keep running. How could he be so childish? Jiang Mian wondered if Hyubai was deliberately applying pressure as the basket felt impossibly heavy. After a long stalemate, Jiang Mian was exhausted from running. I give up. And beat. He'll refund the money. He was about to pull out his phone to transfer the money when suddenly the weight on his shoulder lightened. Hyubai simply lifted the basket and slung it onto his own back. Just kidding, he said with a raised brow and a light laugh. I'm hungry. Let's go. Where should these pomelos go? First, let's take them home. Jiang Mian rubbed his sore shoulder, silently cursing the childish young master. Hyubai was taller than him, and standing in front of him, Jiang Mian had to look up slightly to see his face. Unaccustomed to the loose straps of the basket, Hyubai had to grip the shoulder part with his right hand to steady it. Jiang Mian could clearly see the veins bulging slightly on the back of his hand from the force of the grip. What are you staring at? Hurry up and lead the way. Hyubai turned back to look at him, noticing Jiang Mian staring at his right hand. What's wrong with my hand? Here, Jiang Mian pointed at the bulging veins. I was wondering if a needle would make blood spurt out. Hyubai was speechless. Then, unable to resist, he pinched Jiang Mian's cheek. Lead the way now. Can't you just talk normally? Why do you all like pinching my face? Jiang Mian protested, rubbing the pinched spot. The feel is quite nice. Hyubai savored the softness and texture at his fingertips, giving a fair assessment. So I should thank you. If you want him listening. Get lost. The two returned to Jiang Mian's home. As expected, both his parents were out. Jiang Mian helped Hyubai set down the basket. I knew my parents wouldn't be home. You're out of luck. You won't get to taste my mom's cooking. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Hyubai took off the basket and brushed the dust off his hands. When do you plan to leave? There wasn't much food left at home, but he could at least pour a glass of water for the honored guest master. Seeing the blue Doraemon cup Jiang Mian handed him, Hyubai hesitated. Don't worry, it's a new cup. I have a whole set at home, Jiang Mian teased. I didn't expect you, Master to be just like the CEO in those novels, having a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Hyubai frowned. What novels? Nothing, Jiang Mian urged. Drink up. You can't expect me to hold it forever, can you? This straight man wouldn't understand CEO novels, and those CEOs probably didn't know why they were called CEOs. This place was a world apart from the north, hot and humid. After walking and chatting, Hyubai was genuinely thirsty. Since the cup was clean, he relented, said thanks, and took it. There wasn't much water in the cup, so he downed it in one gulp. Watching this vigorous display, Jiang Mian was reminded of a news story about a man who pretended to be sick to flirt with a nurse at a hospital only to be called out by an elderly doctor. Young man, you're strong enough to kill an ox. After drinking, Hyubai wiped his mouth and looked at Jiang Mian with confusion. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Jiang Mian smiled enigmatically. He couldn't exactly compliment Master He on being strong enough to kill an ox, could he? Locking the courtyard gate, Jiang Mian led Hyubai to the town. Since the other wanted authentic local food, Jiang Mian didn't take him to restaurants, but instead went to a noodle shop. As soon as they entered, Jiang Mian called out to the busy old man at the stove. Grandpa Nyo, I brought a friend to have your noodles. Grandpa Nyo was over 1.7 meters tall, thin, like many elderly men, with hair a mix of white and gray. Nearly 80 years old, but running the noodle shop seemed to keep him full of energy. By the stove, he was still sharp-eyed and deft, expertly scooping noodles and rice noodles through hot water, then plating them with seasonings and garnishes. Hearing Jiang Mian call him, he looked up and smiled. I won't entertain you, Mian. Find a seat, anywhere. He Yubai followed Jiang Mian's lead and politely said, "Hello, Grandpa Nyo." Good. Grandpa Nyo said, his face full of kindness. "You're both good kids. Come sit anywhere. They'll make noodles for you now." The noodle shop was like a sparrow, small but complete. Due to its age, the furnishings like Grandpa Nyo bore the marks of time, but what remained was an endlessly sweet aftertaste. Jiang Mian and He Yubai found a seat by the wall. It wasn't mealtime, so there were only 2 or 3 customers in the shop. Grandpa Nyo was quick. Soon, he brought over 2 bowls of noodles. Setting them on the table, he joked as he looked at them. Mian really knows how to pick friends. You're good-looking yourself, and you found such a handsome friend too. He Yubai was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Mian deliberately said, Grandpa, don't praise him, or he'll get cocky. Grandpa Nyo chuckled. If I were that handsome when I was young, I'd definitely be proud. After chatting and laughing for a while, Grandpa Nyo said to Jiang Mian, after the new year, you'll be another year older, Mian. I want to wish you success in your studies and good health. I don't expect you to make a fortune, but may everything go smoothly for you. You too, Grandpa, Jiang Mian said with a beaming smile. I also wish you peace, joy, and a long life. I don't want you to work too hard. Just always be happy. These 2 lines were spoken in dialect which He Yubai couldn't understand, but he could tell from the happy smiles on their faces. This was the romance of the small town expressed in a language passed down through generations, a unique blessing from the elder to the younger. As they spoke, more customers entered. Old Nyo excused himself to attend to them, urging the pair to eat slowly. Do try it, young master, he. Jiang Mian pulled 2 pairs of chopsticks from the container and handed one to him. Grandpa Nyo's noodles are delicious. I've been eating them since I was a child, though I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste. As she spoke, Jiang Mian used her chopsticks to mix the noodles and condiments in her bowl. The reddish substance, whether chili sauce or a mixed dressing, transformed the noodles in her bowl under her vigorous stirring. The noodles seemed to don new attire with cucumber shreds and minced meat all coated in the red oil. It looked incredibly appetizing, and perhaps due to her earlier argument with He Yubai, she felt her stomach growl. Gazing at the noodles in her bowl, Jiang Mian found herself swallowing involuntarily, bending close as she inhaled the familiar fragrance. So aromatic. He Yubai had traveled extensively both domestically and abroad, sampling many local delicacies, but always in upscale restaurants. This was his first time dining in such a small establishment. It reminded him of those late nights after cram school when it was nearly dawn. On the way home, through the car window, he'd see the bustling barbecue joints, groups of bare-chested men enjoying skewers and draft beer. In his mind, these roadside barbecue stalls were synonymous with unhealthy and unclean. Due to strict household rules, despite often catching the aroma while passing by, he had never once tasted them. Perhaps it was also due to his cleanliness obsession. Seeing the environment of those stalls, he found it hard to bring himself to eat. So when he saw those men eating with such blissful expressions, he genuinely couldn't understand. Was this stuff really that delicious? Seeing He Yubai frozen in place, Jiang Mian lifted a bundle of noodles to her mouth. Eat. What are you waiting for? The next second, she slapped her forehead. I get it. Young master, he is used to being served by servants at home. I didn't consider that. Suppressing her own hunger, Jiang Mian reluctantly set down her bowl. She picked up He Yubai's bowl, stirred it for him, then stood and leaned over to feed him. Open wide, young master. Saya, what was this? Was she feeding a child? He Yubai's face darkened. He seriously wondered if Jiang Mian had been watching too many of those absurd online videos. Seeing the noodles offered to him, he turned his head away. Put that down first. The whole scene felt bizarre, especially with other customers watching. He Yubai felt his composure cracking. Just open your mouth when I tell you. Stop dawdling. Feeling her kindness rebuffed, Jiang Mian grew irritated. She had deigned to serve this young master, yet he was so finicky. And holding this position was really tiring. But then she reconsidered. Could He Yubai's household be even more twisted? Did they expect servants to kneel while serving? I can't do that. The thought escaped her lips before she could stop it. Can't do what? He Yubai frowned, but seeing Jiang Mian still in that awkward pose, he spoke again. Just sit down. Old Nyo, having collected payment, turned around and saw the scene. What's wrong? Jiang Mian, can't your friend use chopsticks? Without thinking, Jiang Mian replied, he's a rich kid, probably only knows how to use a knife and fork for steak. Enough, Jiang Mian. He Yubai couldn't take it anymore. Just sit down. Alright, no need to be so fierce. Jiang Mian muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, He Yubai turned to old Nyo to explain. Grandpa Nyo, don't listen to him. I can use chopsticks. Oh, you can. That's good. I was about to get you a fork. He Yubai's face was a mask of exasperation. Through gritted teeth, he said to Jiang Mian, stop watching so much useless stuff. Yes, we have servants at home, but they have their duties. I have hands and feet, I don't need them to wait on me. On the contrary, he disliked servants touching his things without permission. Once a housekeeper, unaware of the separate washing machine for underwear and socks, decided to hand wash his briefs and socks, claiming the machine was unsanitary. When he found out, he was so furious that he had all those items thrown away regardless of whether they were clean. Since his clothes were all foreign brands, he sent someone to the duty-free shop that very day to buy replacements. Well, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Mian simply returned the bowl and began eating her own noodles, speaking with her mouth full. I try to be nice and feed you, and you snap at me. No wonder you're single and wifeless. How had he been harsh? Hyubai was baffled. If it were snowing in this small town, he'd be more wrong than doughy. And what did this have to do with him being single? Truly the ancestors' wisdom was correct. Only women and petty men are hard to deal with. Jiang Mian could be renamed Jiang the Petty. Jiang Mian wasn't that upset, but she still complained. I've never even served my own parents like this. You don't appreciate it, and you yell at me. No wonder you'll be single forever. Was she really going to make a big deal out of this? Hyubai rubbed his forehead in frustration. If it were Feng Jun or Yang He across from him acting so unreasonably, he would have kicked them out without a second thought. But it was Jiang Mian. Everyone who knew her well was right. She was truly beautiful. An ugly person throwing a tantrum was an eyesore, but a beautiful person doing the same was oddly charming. The difference was stark. Hyubai admitted he was just an ordinary man, and like anyone else he was susceptible to such charms. He was more patient with beautiful things or people, but it also depended on his mood. At least he was in a good mood now. Shifting his mindset, he chose to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just raised my voice a little. Jiang Mian was as pretty as a girl. He expected her to act like a spoiled young lady covering her ears and saying him not listening. He even sighed preparing to be more patient. But Jiang Mian just blinked and said I know. So you'd better eat your noodles quickly before they get cold and clump together. Hyubai was speechless. So what was this all about? How could she be so indifferent? It made his earlier assumptions seem unnecessary and even childish. But after her remark he felt even less like eating. Seeing him still unmoving, Jiang Mian couldn't help but ask what? Do rich people have to say grace before every meal? No, Hyubai hesitated then whispered, are you sure this is clean? I won't get an upset stomach will I? What are you thinking? Jiang Mian swallowed her noodles and sniffed. Grandpa Nyo has been running this place for years. I've eaten here since I was a kid, and I've never had a problem. If it were dirty this place would have closed down long ago. Her gaze was sharp as if daring him to doubt her. Given her insistence, Hyubai couldn't refuse. He tentatively picked up a bundle of noodles and brought it to his mouth. Jiang Mian smiled. Well, not bad, right? Grandpa Nyo never cheats his customers. He loads the noodles with plenty of seasoning and toppings, all for the flavor. Hyubai bit through the noodles and chewed. The aroma of the seasonings wrapped around the noodles spread through his mouth. The tongue, the ultimate taster, registered the flavor. He nodded. Not bad. It's quite tasty. I told you. Grandpa Nyo's skill is undeniable. Eat up. Encouraged by Jiang Mian's hospitality, Hyubai, not wanting to waste food, finished the entire bowl. And that very afternoon he got an upset stomach. After squatting in the restroom for an entire afternoon, Hyubai's complexion had turned pale. When he pushed the door open and stepped out, his legs were trembling slightly. Are you okay? Jiang Mian hurried over to support him. Not really. Hyubai replied, his steps unsteady as he leaned half on him. I feel like I'm about to collapse from dehydration. Jiang Mian clicked his tongue. Don't you rich folks feast on delicacies every day? Abalone lobster, even raw marinated sashimi, without a care for parasites. And now you're laid low by a bowl of noodles from Grandpa Nyo. I'm like this, can you at least hold off on the class resentment for now? Hyubai was shorter and slender, so Jiang Mian dared not shift his full weight onto him, afraid of crushing him. He had to steady himself with his own legs while explaining, before sashimi hits the table at least it's handled to ensure freshness and hygiene. What are you implying? That Grandpa's noodles aren't clean. If Hyubai weren't a patient, Jiang Mian would have dropped him right there. Catching the veiled thread in his tone, Hyubai quickly backtracked. It's not Grandpa's fault. It might be my own stomach issues. I think so too, Jiang Mian said, helping him walk slowly. Grandpa's place has plenty of outside customers, and none of them got sick. You're the first. He teased with a grin. Guess those internet memes aren't lying. If you're blessed with immense fortune, you're bound for a share of rotten luck too. Hyubai lacked the strength to be angry, but felt deeply aggrieved. You're so heartless. I'm in this state, and you're still laughing. Oh right, he almost forgot. This was the future tycoon young master. How could he mock him so casually? After all, everyone had their pride. All right, no more laughing. Jiang Mian felt like a doting dad soothing the child while worrying endlessly. Still he couldn't help adding. Hyubai, let me tell you something. Go ahead. A guy should work on his legs more. Look at you, can't even stand steady. A bit weak, huh? A tycoon couldn't be lacking. A tycoon should be able to go 7 rounds a night. That's because my legs are numb from squatting. What's that got to do with training? Hyubai's face darkened. And you've never tried, so how do you know I'm weak? Being called weak was something Hyubai couldn't accept, and his tone turned serious. Jiang Mian gave him a thumbs up. Only you could turn a hint into a full confession, making a kiddie ride into a high-speed train. That's fast. Hyubai was almost amused. It was his first time seeing Jiang Mian so glib. He had underestimated him. Little lamb, Hyubai called. Moi, did you deliberately put laxatives in my noodles? How could I? Jiang Mian defended himself with righteous indignation. If I were to add anything, it'd be pesticide. Hyubai was speechless, then gritted his teeth. Fine, you're ruthless. Watching him squirm, Jiang Mian laughed even harder. Truth be told, whether in family background, character, or upbringing, Hyubai was truly a wonderful partner. He recalled what Song Huaiji had told him, to covet what was genuinely there in the other person. Though it sounded cold, it was a sobering piece of advice. And Hyubai perfectly fit those criteria. As a future tycoon, who would have guessed he was still an innocent young man? Jiang Mian looked at Hyubai with genuine admiration, wondering who would be fortunate enough to win over young master he in the future. As a guest from afar, and Jiang Mian's classmate and roommate, Hyubai should have greeted his parents properly when they returned. But after a troubled afternoon, he had indeed become the frail one Jiang Mian had described. Fortunately, after a few cups of warm water, the diarrhea eased, though Hyubai's complexion remained poor. After hearing the story, Jiang Mian's mother scolded him playfully. "You silly boy, your classmate is so ill, and you didn't even buy him medicine." Jiang Mian defended himself. "He was in such a state, how could I leave? What if he fell into the toilet? I'd have to fish him out." He had assumed it was just a simple stomach upset that would pass after a few trips, but who knew young master he would be so unique. The more he spoke, the more absurd it got, and Hyubai's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, it was his first time at someone's home, and he had monopolized the restroom all afternoon. Quite embarrassing. "What nonsense are you talking about?" His silly son couldn't tell good from bad. His mother smacked Jiang Mian in frustration. "If you couldn't buy medicine, couldn't you find some at home? We have antidiarrheals at home." "How would I know? He was away at school all year, so how was he supposed to know where his mother kept the medicine?" "It's like this isn't even your home. You know nothing," she said, turning to look. "Wait here, I'll find it." "Annie, no need, don't bother. I'm not having trouble anymore." Hyubai felt guilty. The stomach issue was his own fault, and he couldn't impose on others. "You've been at it all afternoon, so of course it stopped. But doesn't your stomach hurt?" his mother said. "I saw you clutching it. You must have cramps. Let me find some painkillers." Hyubai's heart warmed. His instinctive gesture had been noticed by Jiang Mian's mother. "Thank you, auntie." Since she insisted, he couldn't refuse. "No need to thank me. It's nothing." Jiang Mian's mother adored well-behaved children, especially this handsome young man. As she went upstairs, only the three men remained. Jiang Mian's father, as the elder, liked to break the silence with small talk. "Xiaohe, what does your family do?" "My parents are in business." Hyubai answered vaguely. He had been to classmates' homes before and faced similar questions from their parents. Back then he hadn't grasped social nuances and answered in detail. But when the adults learned of his family's wealth, though they said nothing, their expressions shifted unnaturally. Hyubai learned to read the room. The human heart shouldn't be tested, so now he kept it simple to avoid seeming boastful. "Business is good. I have no head for it," Jiang Mian's father said with a smile. "So what kind of business does your family do?" Hyubai paused. He had thought the answer was enough, but Jiang Mian's father pressed further, leaving him at a loss. Jiang Mian came to his rescue. "Dad, his family runs a company. A big one." He emphasized big company, and Jiang Mian's father nodded thoughtfully. "A big company. That's not something you can explain in a few words. Indeed, there's always someone better. Going to a big city for school is good. It broadens your horizons and shows you how excellent others can be." His father's tone was wistful, indirectly praising Hyubai. While they chatted, Jiang Mian's mother came back downstairs. "Strange, I couldn't find the painkillers." Jiang Mian seized the chance to tease. "Mom, you're one to talk. You couldn't find them either." "Let's lip go," she ordered. "Run to Uncle Wen's shop next door and buy some." "Okay." Jiang Mian complied. Spending more time at home, he felt his mother was starting to tire of him. Soon he returned with Uncle Wen in tow. Hearing that Jiang Mian's classmate had diarrhea and wanted painkillers, Uncle Wen knew that medicine could be toxic if misused. Uncle Wen came along to explain this to Jiang Mian's mother. After examining Hyubai and asking a few questions, he concluded, "It's not food poisoning. It's due to acclimatization. No need for painkillers. They'll go back and brew a bowl of herbal medicine and he'll be fine." Even Hyubai was taken aback by this revelation. Having traveled the world since childhood, this was the first time he learned that he could suffer from diarrhea due to acclimatization. Truly, reality could be stranger than fiction. At dinner, with no appetite due to his stomach discomfort, Jiang's mother could only serve him a bowl of warm soup to soothe his digestive system and alleviate the pain. After the meal, Uncle Wenbo had finished brewing the traditional Chinese medicine. The modern era was far more convenient. No need to shout across doors and streets, disturbing the peace. A simple voice message on WeChat sufficed. Jiang Mian wiped his mouth with a napkin and went out to fetch the medicine for Hyubai. In a white porcelain bowl lay nearly full pitch-black medicinal broth, its depth unfathomable. Jiang Mian's face was scrunched up all the way back. The pungent aroma of Chinese herbs was overwhelmingly strong. The He family had professional in-house physicians, and Hyubai had only ever taken Western medicine since childhood. Though he had heard of traditional Chinese medicine, this was his first encounter with it. The scent, which seemed to pierce straight through his crown chakra, nearly made his eyes widen in shock. Jiang Mian placed the bowl on the table. "Drink it quickly. Uncle Wenbo specially let it cool down a bit, so it's not too hot." Hyubai hesitated. "Do I have to drink the entire bowl?" "Of course," Jiang Mian nodded. "This is actually a small amount. You have no idea. When I was a kid, every time I caught a cold my mom would have Uncle Wenbo brew me Chinese medicine. A bowl this big, Jiang Mian gestured, and I had to drink it 3 or 4 times a day for several days straight. Recalling those doses of Chinese medicine, Jiang Mian felt quite proud of his own endurance. He Yubai's expression soured further as he hesitated. Can't I just drink less? Watching his reluctance, Jiang Mian suddenly caught on. Master, you're not afraid of taking medicine, are you? It's not fear, Yubai's eyes showed resistance. I just can't stand the smell. He would rather take some painkillers now. Just the scent of the Chinese medicine alone seemed to alleviate his stomach pain. What's there to be unable to stand? Let me help you. The thought that the omnipotent master he was afraid of drinking Chinese medicine felt like discovering a new continent to Jiang Mian, his mood turning mischievous. Do it like this, Jiang Mian demonstrated. He'll pinch your nose with one hand so you can't smell it, then you tilt your head back and open your mouth. With my other hand, he'll lift the bowl and pour it straight down. No, no, no. Yubai shook his head, his face full of rejection. Don't be scared, Jiang Mian coaxed. Big Lang, come drink your medicine. If you're going to say that line, then I really have to suspect you secretly added pesticide to it on the way back. Jiang Mian's eyes crinkled with laughter. Take a guess. No. Then drink up quickly. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Yubai turned his head away, unwilling even to look at the bowl of Chinese medicine. Seeing him acting like a child, Jiang Mian had no choice but to seek help from his mother. Turning toward the kitchen where his mother was washing dishes, he called out, Mom, Yubai. Hearing that Jiang Mian was about to tattle, Yubai panicked and shot him a glare. Jiang Mian paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he whispered, drink it or not. Yubai truly didn't want to, but after a few seconds of no response, Jiang Mian opened his mouth to continue his complaint. He'll drink. Yubai finally conceded, the words squeezed out through gritted teeth. Then drink it while it's hot. If it cools down, the potency will diminish, and he'll have to fetch you another bowl. Jiang Mian's smile was sly as he urged, not forgetting a subtle threat. Under the threat of an extra bowl, Yubai dared not delay. He lifted the bowl and downed it in one go, not daring to pause lest a slow swallow make him taste the medicine's bitter, choking flavor. After finishing as if in defiance, Yubai deliberately tipped the bowl upside down to prove he had drunk it all. Not bad, not bad. What a good boy, Baobei. Jiang Mian clapped, theatrically speaking in a deliberately cutesy voice, as if coaxing a child. Yubai's face darkened. I just drank that. Don't make me throw it all up. From the kitchen came Jiang's mother's voice. Mian Mian, what did you call me for? Nothing, Jiang Mian replied. Just that Yubai has finished his medicine and should head back to the hotel. Did you book a hotel? Even as he said this, Jiang Mian wasn't sure. After speaking to his mother, he turned to ask Yubai. Yes, I had my dad's assistant book it before I came. Jiang Mian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course, he was a rich second generation with someone to handle his every need. He was worrying over nothing. Going back to the hotel? Are you staying alone? Jiang's mother walked out of the kitchen, drying her hands. Yubai nodded. Yes, I'm traveling alone. That won't do, staying in a hotel by yourself. She had initially thought it was just a bad stomach, but learning it was due to acclimatization, she considered it no small matter. You're not acclimated, and you're feeling unwell. Staying alone in a hotel is too risky. What if you get a fever or headache in the middle of the night? Jiang's mother declared directly. Why don't you just stay at our place for now? You can share a room with Mian Mian and sleep in his bed. Wait, what? They were discussing things nicely, and now she wanted to keep him here. Jiang Mian was stunned. His bed was only 1.5 meters wide. With a big guy like Yubai in it, he'd have to sleep on the floor. Jiang Mian really wanted to take a good look at his mom. Was she really his biological mother? Yubai's face showed awkwardness. He had never stayed over at anyone's house before. He could only find an excuse to decline. The hotel is already booked, and the money's been spent. It would be a waste not to go. Can't you get a refund? Yubai wasn't sure if a refund was possible, but to avoid being kept, he shook his head. It was an online transfer. Can't be refunded. Then how about this? Jiang's mother thought for a moment, then pointed at Jiang Mian. Tonight you go with Xiao He to the hotel, and sleep there, and look after him. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Me. Of course it's you. Who else? Jiang's mother said matter-of-factly. He's sick, and you're his roommate. You live together at school anyway. What's one night of taking care of him? Besides, the hotel beds are big enough. Jiang Mian wanted to argue. This master, he was strong enough to kill an ox. He didn't need any care. But Jiang's mother had the final say, and the matter was settled. Packing his toiletries and clothes, Jiang Mian was sent off by his mom. Not long after they left, Grandpa Nyo came by. Upon hearing that Yubai had spent the whole afternoon with diarrhea after eating his pulled noodles, Grandpa Nyo was genuinely frightened. But unable to find the young man, he only remembered that he was Miamian's friend, so he rushed to the Jiang family to inquire. Having made pulled noodles for nearly a lifetime, if he caused trouble for someone in his old age, he would truly be a sinner. Fortunately, after Jiang's mother explained everything clearly, Grandpa Nyo was finally relieved. The small town's night was as lively as its day, the lights from the streets on both sides of the lake reflecting on the water, making it shimmer even more brilliantly. Hiyubai asked his assistant for the hotel's location, then inquired Jiang Mian, where the place was only for the latter, to simply shake his head in ignorance. You live here, and you still don't know where these hotels are? Hiyubai found it somewhat incredulous. Who said that just because someone lives somewhere they have to know every building around? Jiang Mian defended himself. Although our town isn't big, it's been constantly developed as a tourist area, and these developers have only been messing around for the past few years. Jiang Mian finally came clean. If you ask me about some old shops or streets, then I know where they are, but who bothers to remember the name of a hotel? I have a home to go back to, why would I need to remember it? Young master, you'd better just use the navigation. With that, Jiang Mian had already pulled out his phone and opened the navigation app. After the two of them searched for the route and started navigating, head north, drive 300 meters, then turn left. Head west, drive to the traffic light intersection, then turn left. Good heavens, even the navigation routes were different. Hiyubai couldn't help but grumble. It's probably quite easy to get lost wandering around your town, right? That's hard to say. Jiang Mian finally didn't argue back. After all, there are too many alleyways and small paths in the town. If outsiders want to take shortcuts, they have to pray those paths don't lead to dead ends. In a big city, even navigation can lead you astray, let alone in this small town. What if you go through a small path and find a dead end on the other side? How about we each follow our own navigation, Jiang Mian suggested, and meet up at the entrance of the destination hotel. Great suggestion. Next time don't suggest it again. He hadn't checked the navigation before, but now he realized the place was 4 or 5 kilometers away. Walk there on foot. Were they crazy? Even if his legs weren't cramping from diarrhea today, there was no way Hiyubai would walk there. As if the money he carried was just for show. Seeing them standing helplessly by the roadside, a tricycle driver, who picked up passengers at night, pulled over. Handsome fellas need a ride. The tricycle was an electric model with a canopy to shield from wind and rain, but the seats looked terribly cramped. Hiyubai frowned slightly. He actually preferred to hail a taxi, and was about to decline when Jiang Mian had already asked, "Can you get to this hotel?" He held up his phone to the driver, who squinted to see the address and nodded repeatedly. "I know this hotel well. Lots of tourists who come here book rooms there." Since it was doable, Jiang Mian started bargaining on the fare. The driver named a straight price, 35. "Uncle, don't try to fool me," Jiang Mian argued. "It's just this short distance and you want 35? Are you ripping us off on purpose? What nonsense are you talking, kid?" The driver got anxious. "We've always charged this price. The Market Supervision Bureau can vouch for it. We'd never rip off tourists like you. Doing that would ruin our reputation, and if no customers come in the future, how would we make a living?" Jiang Mian was about to say he was a local and couldn't be fooled, but Hiyubai stopped him. "Driver, you go on. We won't take the ride." "Then why did you waste my time arguing for so long if you weren't going to ride? You're messing with my business." The driver barely held back from rolling his eyes. But before he could leave, Jiang Mian stopped him again. "Wait, don't go. We do want to ride." Now the driver was confused too. "So are you riding or not?" "We are." "No, we're not." After they both shouted at the same time, they looked at each other in bewilderment. "All right, you two are amusing. Let's see you argue it out first, and then he'll know whose orders to follow." "Are you stupid?" Jiang Mian whispered to Hiyubai. "Why not take it?" With the driver watching them, Hiyubai couldn't voice his true thoughts, so he sidestepped the issue. "The space is too small. It'd be too cramped for the two of us. So, let's just take a taxi." "A taxi?" Jiang Mian's eyes widened. "Young master, please open your eyes and look around. What taxi can you hail in this little place of ours? I saw on the app that we can." "Can what?" Jiang Mian frowned. "Can we hail a taxi? On these congested streets, do you believe that even if a taxi is just a few hundred meters away, you could wait half an hour for it?" That exaggerated. Hiyubai had never experienced such a thing, so naturally, he didn't know how bizarre it could be. So taking this kind of electric tricycle is the most cost-effective. No traffic jams on the road, and if there's an emergency, you can even cut through a small alley. Jiang Mian analyzed with great logic. Seeing the tall young man still hesitant, the driver urged, "Have you two decided yet? I've got other passengers to pick up." "We've decided. We'll take it." But even as they agreed to ride, Jiang Mian still wanted to haggle over the price. "How about 30? 35 really isn't taking advantage of you two." The driver thought they'd just hop on and head drive off, but this handsome young guy was really dead set on bargaining. He was getting exasperated, but Jiang Mian wouldn't budge. 25. Damn, the price was going even lower. The driver was truly fed up. "It's 35, take it or leave it," he said coldly, feeling these two young men were just messing with him. "Fine, since you won't come down, we won't take it then." Jiang Mian, seeing the driver wouldn't relent, feigned regret and declined. Then he said to Hiyubai, "The roads here are too congested. Hailing a taxi is really inconvenient. Let's go to the main road ahead and get one." With that, he grabbed Hiyubai's arm and walked off. Hiyubai was completely baffled. So were they taking it or not? Jiang Mian took small steps, silently counting in his head. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far before the driver rode his tricycle back over to negotiate. "Handsome, how about this? Let's both compromise. 33 deal." Jiang Mian didn't even turn his head, replying flatly, 25. Forget it then. At 25, I'd lose money on the electricity just for this trip. The driver waved his hand in refusal. Seeing this, Jiang Mian said nothing more and continued walking, pulling Hyubai along. Are we really going to hail a taxi? I'm just messing with him. Wait a bit longer, he'll definitely catch up. Hyubai. Jiang Mian walked unhurriedly. Haggling required patience, as long as he could outlast the other party, he would be the victor. Besides, there were plenty of tricycle drivers in town. If this one didn't work out, he could haggle with the next. He understood, after all, that young master, he came from a wealthy family and was pampered. The cost of a taxi was less than a drop in the bucket to him. But he was a native of this town, did he not know whether the driver was inflating the price? He had initially offered 30 because he knew the fair price, otherwise he would have ruthlessly cut it down to 20. As Jiang Mian predicted, they had only walked a short distance when the driver caught up again. But his tone still clung to pride. Fine. 30 it is. I'm really impressed by you, young man. What a sharp tongue you have. But since you two look likable, just make a bit less. Great, thanks, uncle. The streetlight shone in Jiang Mian's bright crescent-shaped eyes, curved in a smile like a little fox whose scheme had succeeded. Something seemed to flash through Hyubai's mind. He felt he had seen that expression somewhere before. It seemed like Jiang Wan. Master, what are you dazing off for? Get in the car quickly. Jiang Mian's voice urged him from the side. By the time Hyubai came to his senses, Jiang Mian had already climbed onto the tricycle and taken a seat. The driver truly felt that he had encountered two peculiar young men tonight. Oh, okay, Hyubai said, swinging his long leg over and squeezing onto the vehicle. It had to be said, were Master He's eyes equipped with a ruler. Jiang Mian had thought that although the seat looked a bit small, it wouldn't be that cramped. But after Hyubai sat down, he realized it. Oh my goodness, it was really cramped. Couldn't this tricycle be a bit bigger? But he was small in strength and stature and couldn't outmuscle the other. He could only pat Hyubai's shoulder and say, "Can you change your position? I'm about to be squeezed out." The available space at the back of the tricycle was already limited, and sitting back to front was not ideal. Since Jiang Mian was on his left, Hyubai, upon hearing this, shifted his body to the left and placed his left hand on the backrest behind Jiang Mian. With his long arms and legs, Hyubai felt like an adult squeezed into a baby stroller on this tricycle. His body couldn't move freely, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But seeing Jiang Mian's distressed expression, Hyubai found it somewhat amusing. You chose this yourself. No matter how cramped it is, you'll have to endure it for now. Jiang Mian clicked his tongue. This is a small electric tricycle, so don't go too fast, or we might tip over. But after saying that, he felt it was too unlucky and quickly spat a few times. Ba. I'm on a ride, I shouldn't spout such unlucky talk about overturning. Unfortunately, there was no wood on the vehicle, or he would have knocked on it a few times. Hyubai. Truly a foolish college student, naive and easy to fool. If words could really bring disaster, then every human in the world would be a prophet. The surrounding streets were too noisy, and the driver up front couldn't hear their conversation, clearly only catching the word overturning. Don't worry, you two handsome young men. I've been driving this tricycle for over a decade. Absolutely steady, no chance of overturning. The driver slightly turned his head, keeping an eye on the road ahead, while loudly assuring them. Truly a middle-aged man who never admits defeat. In the bustling market with crowds coming and going, private cars were barely moving at all. Seeing this, Hyubai finally understood why Jiang Mian hadn't let him take a taxi. So many people, one wave after another, like chives. Even if the car drivers honked their horns, the vehicles hadn't advanced a single step. Close call, they would have been trapped in the crowd. At this moment, the small tricycle proved its worth. Thanks to its small size, the driver deftly maneuvered through the crowd, weaving in and out, and even on narrow roads it moved with ease. Though the driver was having a great time, it was really torturous for Jiang Mian and Hyubai in the back. Because it was so cramped, after changing positions, it looked as if Hyubai was embracing Jiang Mian. Suddenly, on a sharp left turn, Hyubai lost his balance and lunged toward Jiang Mian. At the next intersection, a sharp right turn sent Jiang Mian tumbling toward Hyubai, crashing into his chest. Shit! What was that sensation? Both hard and soft. After being crushed and pouncing on Hyubai several times, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shout, "Driver! You'd better slow down. We're not in a hurry." Not in a hurry. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The driver said with a hint of reproach. I thought you were in a rush to get back to the hotel. Ooh, I nearly drove this tricycle until sparks flew. Jiang Mian. Wait, why did that sound so strange? After slowing down, they reached a main road. The road suddenly widened, and there were no more sudden brakes or jerky swings like in a bumper car. At this point, the driver started a conversation. Where are you two handsome young men from? It seemed to be a common trait of drivers everywhere. They like to chat with passengers. I'm a local and my friend is from the north. After all, Hyubai was a CEO, such trivial topics were better left to the younger one. The north is a good place, but it's a pity the snow in winter is so heavy and thick. It's freezing. It's much better here with comfortable and warm weather all year round. After the driver's lament, he slowly realized. You're a local. Yeah, Jiang Mian said, puzzled. Is there a problem? You're a local, and you don't know how to get to that hotel. I saw how good you were at bargaining and saving money. You might as well ride a bike from home and take your friend there. Hyubai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Mian, who glared back. I don't know where that hotel is. The navigation routes we used were different. A local like you still needs navigation. You could walk there with your eyes closed. The driver's words seemed so unquestionable. Jiang Mian could only reply in silence. Nonsense. You've been driving here for over a decade. Oh, of course your sense of direction is better than his. Jiang Mian knew that the humiliation of a local not knowing local landmarks would come sooner or later. He was about to explain, but Hyubai stepped in to smooth things over. Driver, you don't know, but he has no sense of direction. He doesn't even know many places in the small town. No wonder, young man. How come you have such a poor memory? The driver's tone held a hint of pity. Jiang Mian shot him a sharp look. Stop kicking me, went him down. Just telling the truth, Hyubai whispered childishly. Why didn't you ride a bike to take me? This seat is killing me. Jiang Mian gritted his teeth and whispered back. I don't have a bike at home. Even if he did, he couldn't possibly carry Hyubai on it. Just imagining the scene. Hyubai's long legs dangling on either side of the back seat, while he pedaled furiously with his short legs. Make this esteemed young master stoop to riding a bike. The mere thought was terrifying. Once they were on the main road, the hotel was not far away. Jiang Mian suddenly remembered something and grinned slyly. Master, I just saved you some money, don't you think? You want the 5 yuan I saved? Jiang Mian. Great. I was just joking, but I didn't expect to expose your stingy nature. Jiang Mian said with exaggerated pain, acting as if he was deeply wounded. Hyubai found it amusing and pinched his left ear with his left hand, applying a little pressure. Don't be so ungrateful. I've been swindled out of several thousand by you today. That's a business transaction. Do you even believe that yourself? I do. Jiang Mian was almost putting his hands on his hips to show his righteousness. After a bit of bickering, they arrived at the destination. Jiang Mian, having been jostled around on the road, was desperate to pee. He jumped off the vehicle nimbly. You go check in first. Oh, I need to go to the restroom. I can't hold it anymore. But he ran off so fast that he didn't even notice his phone had fallen on the seat. Hyubai picked up the phone and shouted after him. You dropped your phone. But Jiang Mian had already sprinted to the hotel entrance in a few strides, completely deaf to his shouts. Helpless Hyubai had to keep it for him. After scanning the QR code to pay and getting off the tricycle, Hyubai turned his attention to Jiang Mian's phone. He glanced at it a few times, and then thought this phone looked strangely familiar. After Jiang Mian finished washing his hands and emerged from the restroom, Hyubai was nowhere to be seen in the hotel lobby. Could he have left already? Had he not waited for him? Worried that the other man might be waiting, he had come out without even using the hairdryer. But now, with no sign of him and his hands still damp, he simply shook them dry as he walked toward the front desk. Hello, I'd like to ask, has a handsome man surnamed? He already taken his room key and left. The receptionist was a round-faced young woman who, upon seeing a boy as good-looking as Jiang Mian, couldn't help softening her tone. I'm sorry, but we're not allowed to disclose guest information. I'm not some criminal or debt collector, Jiang Mian explained. He's my friend. I just went to the restroom, and when I came out he was gone. The receptionist blinked twice, thinking to herself. Indeed, with looks like yours, you're probably the one who'd get bullied by bad guys. Damn it. All those steamy novels she'd been sneak reading at work were making her imagination run wild now that she saw this boy in front of her. She felt like she was growing a whole new brain. Her mind was full of nothing but unmentionable thoughts. Since he's your friend, you can call him to come pick you up. Hotel policy really doesn't allow us to disclose guest information. Despite her professional smile and composed demeanor, her heart was churning like a storm. Friend. Late at night. At a hotel. Was it what she thought it was? Oh, damn it. Her newly grown brain wasn't enough. Oh right, I almost forgot my phone. Jiang Mian thanked her, inwardly marveling at how responsible the hotel was. But after patting his pockets for a while, he still couldn't find his phone. Jiang Mian's eyes went wide. What the hell? Where's my phone? He checked his pockets again and rushed back to the restroom, but after searching back and forth there was still no sign of it. Seeing his anxiety, the receptionist kindly suggested, I saw you running in from outside in a hurry earlier. Maybe it fell outside. Jiang Mian's mind exploded. If it had fallen outside, that would be fine, but if it had fallen in that driver's car, he was doomed. With a hurried, thank you, Jiang Mian turned and pushed open the hotel door to run back outside. He prayed fervently that it hadn't fallen in the car. These days you never know a person's heart. If the driver was reasonable, he might return it, but he'd probably have to pay a few hundred yuan as a reward. If the driver was unreasonable, the phone would be turned off, and he'd probably never get it back. And it wasn't an iPhone. It didn't have a built-in tracking system. Even if he called the police, it would take a lot of effort. Damn it. He must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out tonight. He should have just stayed home. While praying, Jiang Mian carefully scanned the path he had come from. When he looked up, he saw Hyubai still standing not far away. He was about to feel relieved when he noticed the tricycle driver was long gone, and his mood plummeted again. Oh my god. His emotions were swinging so wildly that he felt like he was going to have a heart attack at such a young age. But when he looked closer, he saw that Hyubai was holding what looked like his phone. In an instant his mood soared with joy again, and the heart attack could wait. You scared me, Jiang Mian sighed in relief. So you found my phone. He walked up to Hyubai and reached out to take it. But the other man moved his hand away, making him miss. Jiang Mian. He thought Hyubai was playing some childish game again, and was about to tell him to stop. But the other man suddenly turned his head, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze. Why does this phone look so much like Jiang Wan's? The moment he heard those words, Jiang Mian's left hand clenched tightly against his left pants pocket, suppressing the shock in his heart so that not a trace showed on his face. But inside it felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding. Damn it. Had Hyubai found him out? Was he going to be exposed because of a phone? Wait. Jiang Mian snapped back to reality. It was just a phone. There was still room to maneuver. Calm down. He had to stay calm. Hyubai's tone was 7 parts interrogation and 3 parts confusion, and he was about to say more. But Jiang Mian snatched the phone from his hand. Jiang Wan, is she all you can think about? Is there no one else? Jiang Mian's tone was clearly annoyed. There are only so many phone brands. Isn't it normal that I have the same model as this Jiang Wan, or whoever? He pointed at the iPhone in Hyubai's hand, and said seriously, what, just because you the young master can use an iPhone no one else is allowed to? Hyubai was almost stunned by his rapid-fire rebuttal. I just said it casually. Why are you so angry? His scrutinizing gaze had now turned into irrational in his left eye and unreasonable in his right. Jiang Mian. When something was out of the ordinary, there was bound to be trouble. He quickly tried to calm himself down. Hyubai wasn't stupid. Playing mind games with him was pointless, and avoiding the issue would only make him more suspicious. So to protect his cover, Jiang Mian took a quiet, deep breath and decided to take a risky gamble. Since young master, he was so fixated on this Jiang Wan, he would have to exploit that. After hearing Hyubai's words, Jiang Mian deliberately lowered his head in a show of guilt, having already planned his speech in his mind. Now he just had to act it out step by step. Since we're on the subject, Hyubai, I owe you an apology. Jiang Mian's tone was tinged with regret. I must have had water in my brain to bring in a woman I met online to help you. I really. He couldn't bring himself to say the last 3 words, am a complete idiot. It was so hard for him, having to insult himself just to tell a lie. He was probably the most aggrieved person in the world. Why did you ask her for help? Because Jiang Mian steeled himself with a death or glory attitude. If the mission was a success, the reward she got would be split 50-50 with me. He the ultimate sucker. So not only had he been tricked by a girl, but his good roommate was also an accomplice. He had sold him out for a 50-50 split. Hyubai's emotions were so tangled in that moment that he didn't know what to say. It was supposed to be a business deal, but she had to go and play with feelings. What a lying, cheating fraudster. Jiang Mian kept his head low, his tone full of blame and righteous indignation. After all, he was cursing himself, so he decided to go easy on the words. Then he waited silently for the other man to speak, because the quiet air was quite torturous. After a long while, he finally heard Hyubai let out a soft sigh, and then felt a warm touch on his left ear. Oh, Hyubai was pinching his ear. Alright, I'm not angry. Really? Jiang Mian looked up, testing him cautiously. After all, having the truth exposed like this, shouldn't a future tycoon feel it was a great humiliation? How could he just tolerate it? But Hyubai actually did. What a good man. This time, he wanted to give young master he a thumbs up. Really? Hyubai nodded, but then pinched his cheek and raised an eyebrow. Besides, if you don't know the whole story, don't go slandering a girl. It was my choice to like her. And you played your part in this too, so don't shift all the blame. Jiang Mian. Hearing that tone of settling scores, he knew Hyubai had been faking it all along. He felt it was so hard for him, having to insult himself just to lie. With such bad luck, even drinking cold water would get stuck in his teeth. He was furious. Why was this a risky move? Because Jiang Mian was deliberately changing the subject, being unreasonable, even making a fuss. In any case, he couldn't let Hyubai continue dwelling on Jiang Wan. Since the CEO cared so much about face, he would intentionally expose the truth. Since Hyubai was so fond of Jiang Wan, he would deliberately speak ill of her. Based on his guess, he believed Hyubai wouldn't let him get away with it. Fortunately, his guess was correct. Hyubai's attention was indeed diverted. Jiang Mian's words rang true. Though no 2 snowflakes were identical, 2 identical phones could certainly exist. I'm sorry, Hyubai said, rubbing his temples. I might have been overthinking. Whenever Jiang Wan was involved, he seemed to fall into an emotional whirlpool. So can we go in now? Jiang Mian pointed at the hotel entrance. He wasn't born into wealth, and though he had initially been reluctant to follow his mother's instructions to look after Hyubai at the hotel, he now found himself here. Now that he was at the hotel, the frugal blood in his veins surged. Every extra hour spent here meant getting more value for the money already paid. Yet the 2 of them stood outside like fools, bickering and staring at each other. The hotel room had a bed, chairs, and a sofa. Why not sit inside instead of standing out here? Thinking of the time and money wasted, Jiang Mian could barely contain himself. If Hyubai didn't move soon, he would just drag the man inside. Let's go. The topic of Jiang Wan was thus brushed aside. Hyubai turned and strode toward the hotel entrance, leaving Jiang Mian to follow behind, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had underestimated Hyubai. This young master was as sharp as a needle, and not the slightest clue escaped his notice. Should he just switch phones? But Jiang Mian quickly dismissed the idea. It would cost money and arouse Hiyubai's suspicion. The identical phones could be explained as a coincidence, but suddenly changing one would draw attention. What if it made Hiyubai uneasy? That would seem deliberate. After much deliberation, Jiang Mian gave up. After all, the safest place was the most dangerous, so the most dangerous minefield should also be the safest, right? When he came to his senses, Hiyubai was already handing his ID to the receptionist. "Are you both checking in?" she asked with a smile. Hiyubai nodded. "Together. Then I'll need both your IDs. One won't do. It was just protocol. Even if one person checked in with their ID and the other entered later, no one would notice. After all, with so many guests checking in daily, how could the receptionist remember every face? But since this handsome man had said so, if the other young man didn't have his ID, there was nothing she could do. The cameras were rolling, and without both IDs registered, she couldn't assign the room. Yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Could it really be what she was thinking? "Your ID," Hiyubai said, turning to Jiang Mian. "I'm not sure if I brought it." Before he could finish, Jiang Mian pulled his ID from his pocket. Jiang Mian was speechless. His mother had prepared well, knowing they'd need IDs for the hotel. He handed it over, and the receptionist's hand trembled slightly as she took it. No way, no way. Was this really a scene from a romance novel come to life? She almost screamed. With trembling hands, she swiped their IDs, sneaking glances at them both. One tall, one short. The dynamic was clear. One handsome, one lovely. The dynamic was unmistakable. And this mister, he was simply stunning. Even his ID photo was breathtakingly handsome, with sharp features and blazing eyes. Was this the real-life version of a CEO and his delicate wife? Tears of joy nearly streamed from her mouth. She had initially wondered if Jiang Mian had brought his ID. If not, this hotel trip might have been a spontaneous abduction by the handsome mister. He forced love. She was all for it. If he had it, then this trip was likely consensual. A cold, aloof CEO, tenderly embracing his delicate wife. Holy crap. She was even more for it. But since she was on duty, she had to maintain her professional composure. Otherwise, thinking of the vivid censored scenes from those novels, she'd probably faint from a nosebleed right there. The floor had just been mopped, and Jiang Mian didn't notice the wet surface. After collecting his ID and putting it away, he took a step forward, and his soul slipped. Just as he was about to fall, Hiyubai caught him with lightning speed. Careful. It happened so fast that Hiyubai simply wrapped his right arm around Jiang Mian's chest. But to the receptionist, her eyes widened instantly. He caught him. He actually caught him. The CEO had embraced his delicate, dizzy little sweetheart. Oh my God, she was going to die. Such an exhilarating scene, and she got to witness it in real life. She wanted to scream and call all her fellow romance novel fans to witness this moment of pure bliss. This had to be a beautiful love story, not some sordid transaction. If they went through that door today, she would lock it tight and swallow the key. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Mian glanced around casually. Then he noticed the receptionist making a cheering gesture, her lips mouthing the words, "Go for it." Jiang Mian was baffled. Once they reached the room, he swiped the card, the lights flickered on, and the entire interior came into view. Holy crap. Jiang Mian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Did your dad's assistant book you a presidential suite? Money really did make the world go round. The difference between wealth and poverty, grandeur and simplicity, was clear to the naked eye. As the circuits powered up, the curtains automatically drew back, as if responding to a signal. Damn, was this fully automated? Jiang Mian was utterly stunned, but before he could recover, the sound of trickling water came from the bathroom. He rushed in to find. Holy crap. The bathtub was automatically filling with hot water. Jiang Mian was blown away. Was this the superpower of the wealthy? Despite Jiang Mian's astonishment, Hiyubai looked unfazed. You've never stayed in one before. Hearing that casual tone, Jiang Mian clenched his fists. Damn it. His anti-wealth blood was surging again. So what if I haven't? Think you're something special. Jiang Mian snorted, then flopped onto the bed like a boneless heap. He was dying to test how soft the presidential suite's bed really was. His body sank into the mattress, which was so plush it bounced him slightly. When he landed again, he felt as if he were enveloped in clouds, soft and tender. Jiang Mian let out a contented sigh. I've decided, I'm going to die on this bed. I'm not leaving, not going anywhere. The soft bedding made him instantly drowsy, and just as his eyes were about to close, Hiyubai frowned and yanked him up. Don't dirty the bed. Take a shower first. Jiang Mian was stunned. Damn, he was being rejected. The next morning, having maintained an early rising habit since returning home coupled with a full bladder, Jiang Mian awoke in a daze. The moment he opened his eyes, his mind inconveniently went blank for a while as he stared at the unfamiliar surroundings. Jiang Mian posed the triple question, who am I? Where am I? What is this place? He tried to sit up only to find himself immobilized, unable to move an inch. Was he encountering a ghostly wall in broad daylight? Startled by this absurd thought, Jiang Mian instantly snapped awake. Turning his head, he saw Hiyubai's face right beside him, far too close. He remembered. On orders from his mother, Miss Jiang He had come to the hotel to accompany He Bai for the night. Yet throughout the night he himself had slept like a log. Recalling this, Jiang Mian felt a pang of shame. The deeply sleeping young master, he with his eyes closed, seemed to shed some of his aristocratic aura, gaining a touch of gentle refinement. Apart from the time he transformed into Jiang Wan and deliberately teased and taunted him, this was the first time he had been this close to He Bai. Upon closer inspection, he noticed not only was the other's skin flawless, but even his pores were nearly invisible. His brow line appeared cold and firm, and because his attempted movement seemed to have disturbed him, He Bai couldn't help but frown slightly, his thin lips pressing together. This was vastly different from the young master he usually saw, like a completely defenseless big boy. Oh no. Jiang Mian suddenly snapped back to reality as he thought. This wasn't the time to admire He Bai's sleeping face. He needed to get up and use the bathroom. His bladder was about to burst. He struggled to get up again, which only provoked strong dissatisfaction from He Bai. With eyes still closed, the latter spoke in a hoarse voice, "Don't mess around." Those simple 2 words carried a hint of threat. Who wanted to cause a fuss? Jiang Mian was utterly speechless, thinking to himself, what was with this guy pretending to have a CEO's morning temper? Real CEOs were supposed to be made of iron, pulling all-nighters and evolving past the need for sleep. And he was still lazing in bed. What kind of CEO was he? Jiang Mian felt his own temper flaring up, an angry temper. "I need to pee. I'm about to die here." Jiang Mian struggled to get up. But after He Bai spoke, Jiang Mian felt the sense of restraint on him seemed to intensify. Wondering what was going on, he then looked down and was almost furious. Good grief, what kind of genius was this young master? One blanket wasn't enough, he had somehow gotten another one. He could understand the northern habit of preferring separate bedding. But sleeping was one thing, but wrapping himself in one blanket was fine, yet he also clung to Jiang Mian like a koala hugging a tree, using both arms and legs. Jiang Mian felt like he was being wrapped up like a zongzi. No wonder he hadn't slept soundly all night, feeling like he couldn't breathe and unable to turn over. But the bed was just too comfortable, so comfortable, he couldn't bear to open his eyes. If it weren't for being woken by his bladder early in the morning, he wouldn't have known he was suffering such torture. This bastard had lied to him. Last night before sleeping they had asked each other about bad sleeping habits. Things like snoring, grinding teeth, or talking in sleep. He Bai had even claimed that their dorm mates all had good sleeping habits. Get lost. Where was the good in this? Not only was he wrapped up like a zongzi, but the slightest movement made Jiang Mian feel his bones were stiffening, aching all over. Yet this scoundrel was still sleeping obliviously beside him. At this moment Jiang Mian's hands were trapped in the blanket, or else he would have already swung them at He Bai's punchable face. With his physical abilities restricted, Jiang Mian could only clear his throat and take a deep breath. He Bai. This roar full of anger exploded right beside He Bai's ear. What's wrong? He Bai's eyes snapped open, and he sat up abruptly. Seeing Jiang Mian glaring at him with wide eyes, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What's gotten into you so early in the morning? Let's sleep a bit more. Before Jiang Mian could even speak, He Bai lay back down again. The sense of restraint that had vanished for a few seconds instantly returned. Jiang Mian felt like cursing. Get off me right now. I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to wet the bed. He Bai's ears endured another assault, finally forcing him to sober up a bit. Then he rolled over to the side, no longer pressing down on the blanket wrapped around Jiang Mian. Freed at last, Jiang Mian didn't want to waste time hitting him. He hurriedly got up and rushed into the bathroom. After relieving himself, he finally felt released. Good. Jiang Mian let out a long sigh, having thought his bladder was about to burst. When he came out of the bathroom, Jiang Mian saw that He Bai had somehow rolled back and was pressing down on the spot where he had just been sleeping. This sight made his just suppressed anger surge right back up. He rushed over, grabbed a pillow from the headboard, and slammed it onto He Bai. It's all your fault. All you. You held me all night. I couldn't sleep at all. It's more exhausting than running 1,000 meters in gym class. This commotion naturally woke He Bai up. Stop it. A sharp shout startled Jiang Mian. He Bai sat up from the bed, rubbing his aching temples. What the hell is wrong with you so early in the morning? You've already been to the bathroom, can't you calm down? His brow was deeply furrowed, his expression unpleasant. No one would be happy being woken up like this. Scolded like this, Jiang Mian felt aggrieved. What do you mean I'm crazy? Look at what you did. What did I do? He Bai kept telling himself that this guy was little lamb. He couldn't lose his temper, or else he would have thrown him out the window long ago. That blanket. Jiang Mian pointed at the blanket that had wrapped him like a zongzi. And you have the nerve to say you sleep well. Not only did you wrap me up, you tied me up with your arms and legs all night. I thought I was being haunted by a ghost. I was miserable all night. The angrier Jiang Mian got, the more his confidence returned. And you dare to yell at me. If anyone should be upset, it's me. You're upset. He Bai was now fully awake. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, he was almost amused by this little fool. Come on, let me help you recall what happened last night. Turning back the clock to after they both showered last night, Jiang Mian watched Hyubai emerge with a towel wrapped around his lower body, holding a dry towel to dry his hair. He had seen the other's chest and abdominal muscles several times before, and Jiang Mian felt he could now face them with equanimity. Thinking Jiang Mian was waiting for him, Hyubai reminded, "If you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep. Don't wait for me. That wouldn't be right. The hotel is on your dime, and my mom told me to take care of you. It would be embarrassing to fall asleep first." Despite his words, Jiang Mian's body was honest. He immediately flopped onto the soft bed and stretched comfortably. Seeing this, Hyubai just smiled and said nothing. His wet hair was already half dry. Next, he would apply some hair oil and blow-dry it slowly with low heat and low air. This was a hair care technique he learned from his personal stylist, which prevented damage to the hair while blow-drying. Just as he was about to turn back to the bathroom to dry his hair, Jiang Mian, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up and asked, "Young master, do you have any bad sleeping habits?" "Bad habits? You like grinding teeth, snoring, or talking in your sleep?" "No," Hyubai shook his head. "We're dorm mates after all. We've lived together for so long, and I've noticed everyone has good habits." Hearing this, Jiang Mian recalled, "That's true. A few times when I stayed up late in the dorm, I never heard any of you snore or talk in your sleep." Jiang Mian couldn't help but exclaim, "Our dorm is truly the most harmonious divine dorm." He now suspected that even though Feng Jun was noisy, he never snored, ground his teeth, or talked in his sleep. Otherwise, Chun Yu would have thrown him out the window long ago. Confirming that everyone's sleeping habits were okay, Jiang Mian lay back down on the comfortable bed and drifted off to sleep to the hypnotic hum of the hairdryer. When Hyubai came out of the bathroom and lifted the covers to sleep, he found Jiang Mian lying spread-eagled on the bed like an octopus, looking utterly satisfied and sleeping obliviously. Hyubai. This scene amused Hyubai, though Jiang Mian was right. He didn't snore, grind his teeth, or talk in his sleep. He simply, without realizing it, turned into an octopus, claiming the entire bed. It seemed he'd have to book another room. Hyubai picked up the bedside phone and called the front desk to state his request. But he was told, "Sorry, there are no rooms available." So what could he do? He'd have to move Jiang Mian back into place. Yet finding the other's sleeping posture amusing, Hyubai first took a photo with his phone before taking action. Then, tossing his phone aside, Hyubai began to exert himself, rearranging Jiang Mian's octopus-like limbs back into a proper position, at least, so he wouldn't take up his sleeping space. Fortunately, despite all the fuss, Jiang Mian didn't wake up. He just smacked his lips a few times, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Finally able to sleep, Hyubai turned off the light and lay down on the bed. After an afternoon of diarrhea and being kept by the overly enthusiastic Mrs. Jiang, he had been forcing himself to stay alert. Now, with his whole body relaxed, drowsiness washed over him. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by the urge to urinate. Checking his phone, it was exactly 1:30 a.m. He must have drunk too much water today. During dinner, Mrs. Jiang kept serving him soup, seeing he felt unwell and had no appetite. After dinner, Jiang Mian had brought him a large bowl of herbal medicine, which he downed in one gulp. Now, being woken by the need to pee in the middle of the night was within Hyubai's expectations. He prepared to get up, but as he moved, he felt something pressing down on him. He turned on the light and lifted the blanket, only to be left speechless. As Jiang Mian slept, his body had shifted diagonally, his legs gradually invading Hyubai's space. That was one thing, but his feet had somehow turned into a pair of chopsticks, clamping down on Hyubai's thigh from above and below. Hyubai was speechless. Was he a dish? He pushed Jiang Mian's legs away, got up to relieve himself in the bathroom. After returning, he dutifully straightened Jiang Mian's sleeping posture before going back to sleep. But in the latter half of the night, Jiang Mian suddenly rolled over again. First a leg pressed onto Hyubai through the blanket, then an arm swung down violently, smacking into his chest. That sudden blow nearly knocked the breath out of Hyubai. When he was jolted awake and saw it was only 4 a.m., he held his forehead, questioning his life choices. Looking at Jiang Mian's sleeping position, he knew he wouldn't sleep well tonight. Thank goodness there was a blanket between them, otherwise that leg press from Jiang Mian might have cost him his future progeny. Left with no choice, Hyubai called the front desk again, asking them to send another blanket. Forced awake twice in one night, Hyubai felt he could fall asleep on the sofa while waiting for the blanket. Meanwhile, that heartless Jiang Mian slept soundly and comfortably, undisturbed by any noise. Fortunately, the attendant didn't keep Hyubai waiting long and soon brought the blanket. Hyubai had planned to spread 2 blankets so they could sleep separately without disturbing each other. But no sooner had he lain down and was about to fall asleep than Jiang Mian kicked off his blanket and planted a foot on his butt. Even a clay figurine has some temper. Young master, he had finally had enough. He yanked Jiang Mian's blanket, wrapped him up like a zongzi, then hugged the whole bundle and flopped back onto the bed to continue sleeping. Perfect. Now there was no more trouble. Throughout all this, Jiang Mian slept like a log. Fast forward to the present, Jiang Mian listened to Hyubai's account, utterly dumbfounded. How could I sleep like that? You probably have some sleepwalking habit, that's why you wrap me up like a zongzi. Before he could finish, Yubai grabbed his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and showed him the photo of the octopus. Jiang Mian was at a loss for words, but he still tried to stubbornly resist. Who knows if you deliberately posed me like that for the photo, and then... Again, before he could finish, Yubai took the phone, tapped a few times, and showed him photos of his chopstick legs and blanket-kicking behavior. This time Jiang Mian had nothing left to say. Sorry, it's my fault. Why didn't you book another room? He looked a bit embarrassed since the evidence was irrefutable. He couldn't deny it any longer, and quietly changed the subject. No rooms available. A hotel this big, how could there be no rooms? As Jiang Mian spoke, he realized. Among the tourists from all over the world visiting the small town, there were likely many hidden wealthy businessmen. Since they were all rich, they naturally preferred the best food, goods, and accommodation. Even his father's assistant knew to book a presidential suite for Yubai, let alone those people. Plus the hotel had only a few presidential suites. Even though scarcity increased value driven by such profits, some were still willing to pay for the rooms. Thinking it over, if he made young master, he book a standard or ordinary room. Hiss. The thought was terrifying. Jiang Mian deeply realized he was a sinner, a big bad guy who had taken over another's nest. I'm sorry. Jiang Mian pouted, threw himself onto the bed, and hugged Yubai's thigh through the blanket. Young master, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I really. So heart-wrenching. Yesterday, to avoid revealing his identity, he had to insult himself indirectly, and today, he had to do it again. What heavenly law had he violated? Why did all sorts of bad luck keep finding him? So hard. Stuttering, without finishing, Yubai didn't press him further. Forget it. Since we found out early, we can fix it early. Jiang Mian. As expected of young master, he had a sharp tongue. Seeing Yubai massaging his temples, he knew the other hadn't slept well last night. Putting himself in his shoes, if someone had tormented him all night like that, he would have wanted to kill them by now. Filled with guilt, Jiang Mian had to find a way to make amends. Young master, how about I give you a massage? Yubai wanted to refuse, but when he turned his head, he saw Jiang Mian's face full of the expression, please, this is the compensation I thought of. The words on the tip of his tongue changed. Fine. Should I lie on my back or stomach? On your stomach, Jiang Mian suggested. He'll massage your shoulders and push your back. You can close your eyes and sleep a bit more. Yubai had no objection. He obediently lay on his stomach and closed his eyes. Jiang Mian got on the bed, straddling Yubai's body on either side over the blanket. Even through the blanket, he could still feel the soft, springy firmness beneath him. He couldn't help but laugh. Yubai, I didn't know you had such a perky butt. Caught off guard by the teasing, Yubai's face flushed, and he could only pretend to be displeased. Shut up. If you're going to massage, hurry up. Jiang Mian giggled, but kept his hands moving. Though his technique wasn't great, it did help Yubai relax a bit. He closed his eyes silently, thinking. Good thing Jiang Mian told him to lie on his stomach. He hadn't known the other would straddle him to massage. If he could sit on his butt like that, if he had chosen to lie on his back, he might have ended up sitting on. Yubai felt a shiver run down his spine, a mix of anticipation and dread flickering in his mind. The thought was interrupted by Jiang Mian's gentle hands working on his shoulders. Yubai closed his eyes, luxuriating in Jiang Mian's half-hour massage. By the time the other man stretched, his very expression glowing with renewed vitality, Jiang Mian was exhausted, his arms and fingers aching. Don't ask, and head rather not speak. Originally, head intended to offer a perfunctory 10-minute rub, but master, he had taken it far too seriously. The moment Jiang Mian's hands paused, Yubai raised an eyebrow and questioned him. That's it. His implication was unmistakable, as if he were demanding right in Jiang Mian's face. So you tormented me all night, and you think a 10-minute massage is sufficient compensation? Jiang Mian was speechless. How could that be? I was just thinking of switching to a different spot. Go on then. Hearing Yubai's commanding tone, Jiang Mian silently mouthed curses behind his back, wishing he could gesticulate wildly and finish him off. But the next second, not started yet, came Yubai's query. Jiang Mian could only force a smile and reply, right away. Those 4 words were gritted out through clenched teeth. And so it went. Every time he paused or slackened, Yubai's questioning arrived right on cue. Furious, Jiang Mian couldn't help but increase the pressure, hoping to inflict enough pain to make Yubai retreat. But the result ran counter to his intentions. After this intensified massage, Yubai found his body even more relaxed. Instead, he complained, you should have used this force from the start. For those first 10 minutes, I thought you'd skipped breakfast and were famished. Turns out you had strength after all. Jiang Mian was left speechless. Damn it. He had truly shot himself in the foot. How he hated it. Head tried to get back at the other man, but only ended up with sorer arms and fingers. After half an hour of uncomplaining toil, Yubai was brimming with energy, while he alone wished he could collapse onto the bed and sleep in. Yubai sprang from the bed full of vitality and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Truly a fastidious young master, bathing so many times a day. Jiang Mian grumbled inwardly, silently cursing him. Hoping he'd wash his skin too much and become sensitive, or shampoo too often and lose his hair. Thus over 10 minutes later, Yubai emerged from the bathroom completely refreshed. Seeing Jiang Mian still lying in bed, he went over and pulled him up. Don't sleep. We're going to your place soon. Jiang Mian reluctantly lay back down. What for? To thank Auntie Jiang, Hyubai said, already dressing. For being so concerned about me yesterday. He pondered whether to buy some fruit, some tonics, or both. As the old saying goes, one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. Though the He family was immensely wealthy, Hyubai had spent little time with his parents since childhood. His father was busy with work and social engagements, his mother with flower arranging, tea tasting, or circling around clothes, bags, and jewelry with her friends. It's no exaggeration to say that in over 20 years of life, Hyubai had spent more time with the household servants and butler than with his own parents. He indeed possessed what many ordinary people could never have, and had reached heights most could scarcely touch. In others' words, he was a child born in Rome, born at the finish line. Yet the lack of familial affection remained an irreparable regret in his childhood memories. Forced into early maturity, no one could ever glimpse the profound loneliness within his heart, a place his parents had never truly entered. But on that simple, ordinary afternoon yesterday, he met Mother Jiang and finally understood what familial love felt like. Gentle and silent, that was perhaps maternal love. It was a care he had never seen in his own parents, who only cared about his grades, how his tutoring went, and who would even miss his annual parent-teacher meetings. Their coldness felt like a business transaction, merely aiming to mold a satisfactory product. But Mother Jiang was different. She was the most ordinary of countless mothers, yet such a plain and common elder could keenly notice his discomfort, softly urge him to eat more, and meticulously find a medicine or call Uncle One to help check and decoct it. He recalled how Jiang Mian always resented his family's wealth, and Hyubai found it amusing. He actually envied Jiang Mian's family more. The Jiangs weren't rich, but Uncle Jiang was a wonderful man, approachable, without the airs of an elder or the cunning of a merchant, and could even joke with the younger generation. As for Auntie Jiang, she needed no introduction. After interacting with her yesterday, Hyubai felt his heart warmed thoroughly. Unaccustomed to her warmth, he had nearly let his low emotional intelligence and clumsy words disappoint her kindness. He simply envied such a family atmosphere where children and parents could discuss things harmoniously. Why only thank my mom? Jiang Mian's face soured. I've been following you all along, taking care of you, as my mom said. Why not thank me? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became. He raised his hands, displaying them as if battered and weary. I just massaged you for half an hour in vain. My hands. Hyubai squinted slightly. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I said. But before Jiang Mian could finish, Hyubai held up his phone, kindly swiping the screen with his finger. Photos of an octopus pose of legs like chopsticks clamping someone of utter lack of sleeping dignity. Jiang Mian was speechless. Hyubai inquired kindly. Need me to refresh your memory? Actually, you've misunderstood me. Since he couldn't face this loss, he had to sidestep it. Jiang Mian sat up in bed, earnestly explaining or excusing himself. I was trying to tell you, by this time my parents have already finished breakfast and gone out. There's no point going now. We might as well have breakfast at the hotel first. This reason was half true. Jiang Mian didn't want to lose face, but he also craved a taste of the presidential suite's breakfast, rumored to be delivered to the room on a cart. At that moment, his resentment of the wealthy was cast aside. He only wanted to savor this breakfast as soon as possible. Hyubai wanted to say, hotel breakfast is just so-so, I'm tired of it. But seeing the eager light in Jiang Mian's eyes, he swallowed his words. What others delighted in, he had long grown weary of, yet conversely what he cherished might be what others took for granted. For instance, familial love. Really want to eat? Jiang Mian nodded like a pecking chicken. Then have it sent over. Hyubai picked up the landline and called, clearly requesting 2 breakfasts delivered to the room. The hotel dared not refuse a presidential suite guest's request, especially for just 2 breakfasts. Even if he asked for more, it would be fine. Soon the doorbell rang. The service staff had arrived with a small cart. Hyubai opened the door, said thanks, and took the cart, wheeling it in. Jiang Mian looked closely. The breakfast seemed to have been heated before delivery, with wisps of steam still rising. So exquisitely prepared that Jiang Mian couldn't name several items, recognizing only 2 portions of pasta, a few croissants, sesame-sprinkled pan-fried buns, cream puffs, egg, hot dogs, plus 2 servings of post-meal fruit and milk. A riot of colors. Truly the VIP treatment of a presidential suite. Such high class. Hyubai urged him, go wash up quickly, then eat the breakfast while it's hot. Jiang Mian reluctantly refused. But I don't want to wash up now, I just want to eat. Are you sure? Hyubai pointed at his hands. After just massaging me, you're sure you don't want to wash your hands before eating? What's there to wash? I trust you, master, he must be clean. Jiang Mian smiled with narrowed eyes. Even without hands you can feed me, can't you? It's just 1 chopstick's work. Then he obediently opened his mouth. I'm not in the habit of feeding others. Eat yourself. Hyubai finished speaking and speared a piece of yellow peach to taste. Jiang Mian snorted, cold and heartless. Just joking with you. Fine, I'll eat myself. Seeing Hyubai eat with refined elegance, he refused to fall behind, jumping off the bed and dashing to the table. While eating, he mumbled indistinctly. When you want to feed me later, huh? There won't be a chance. Don't regret it then. Though not clearly spoken, Hyubai understood, and merely curled his lips faintly. I never regret. The young master he had indeed forgotten. Saying a word once spoken is hard to take back, just as he didn't know that sometimes the slap of fate comes swiftly. Of course that's a story for later. Jiang Mian originally intended to emulate Hyubai, savoring his breakfast with refined elegance and slow deliberate bites. However, after attempting it, he realized that such a demeanor was simply too pretentious. Indeed, temperament is something that must be cultivated from childhood. He, a latecomer, trying to imitate on the fly, simply couldn't be bothered with the effort. After finishing breakfast, Hyubai sat at the table gracefully, wiping his mouth with a napkin. In contrast, Jiang Mian, as if possessed by a gluttonous spirit, immediately collapsed onto the bed after eating, patting his slightly distended belly. He seemed somewhat unsatisfied, muttering, having a small stomach isn't such a good thing either. There's so much delicious food left, and I simply can't eat anymore. Having said that, he let out a loud burp as if no one else were around. In that moment, all notions of decorum and propriety were utterly discarded. The consequence of overeating was that Jiang Mian's thoughts nearly turned porcine. He couldn't help but wonder what was so bad about being a pig. To eat one's fill, and then sleep to sleep one's fill, and then eat. Such a divine existence was precisely what humans should enjoy. The room was very quiet. Hyubai took out his phone, tapping the screen with a serious expression, attending to some unknown business. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, having consumed a fair amount of starch and fructose on an empty stomach, felt his insulin rising and was beginning to drift into drowsiness. The moment he entered the realm of dreams, he was abruptly yanked up by Hyubai. It felt as though the surroundings spun before his eyes, and when they stopped, Hyubai's face was right in front of him. What is it? Jiang Mian yawned sleepily and stretched comfortably. Yet his eyelids remained half-closed and he appeared utterly languid, as if he wouldn't need to move a muscle. A mere gust of wind would be enough to topple him. Seeing him like this, Hyubai shook his head with a wry smile and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Hey, don't sleep. We should head to your place. What exactly do we need to go to my place for? Jiang Mian's face scrunched up almost entirely, and he whined with a hint of petulance. Didn't I already tell you? My parents aren't home. What's the point of going? You said yesterday you were a good tour guide. Now you want to back out. Hyubai clicked his tongue. Can't you just let me take it easy for a bit? Jiang Mian yawned again. Earlier, before you woke up, you insisted on sleeping more. Now that I want to sleep, you won't let me. Flopping back onto the bed, Jiang Mian muttered, so hypocritical. Who's to blame? Leaning on his long legs, Hyubai didn't even bother to brace his knees on the bed. Instead, he bent down slightly and reached out with both hands to pinch Jiang Mian's cheeks. Isn't it your fault for keeping me up all night? Now you want to sleep soundly? No way. With his cheeks pinched, Jiang Mian mumbled indistinctly, Master, you're so petty. Hyubai leaned in closer. What did you say? His tone carried a veiled threat. Abba. Sensing danger, Jiang Mian chose to close his eyes and play the fool. You like saying abba, do you? Hyubai chuckled lightly. After saying this, Jiang Mian felt the hands on his face move away. He thought Master he had given up, but who could have guessed? The next second, Hyubai grabbed his waist and began tickling his sensitive spots. Ha ha ha. Help. Ha ha ha. Let go. Let go. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mian writhed on the bed like Baisujan after drinking Realgar wine, his voice cracking from laughter. Yet Hyubai's hands didn't stop. Instead, he said with interest, weren't you fond of abba? Go on. I won't say it. I won't say it anymore, ha ha ha. Let go quick, ha ha ha. Do you know you were wrong? Moi. Wrong, I know I was wrong, ha ha ha. Hyubai deliberately asked, what were you wrong about? I shouldn't have lazed in bed, I should go home with you, ha ha ha. This wasn't something Jiang Mian had thought about, but since the other asked, he just went along with it. But who would have thought Hyubai would say wrong answer? Double the punishment. What part was wrong? Hyubai ignored him, tickling not only his waist, but also his armpits. The tickling was so intense that Jiang Mian writhed on the bed like a loach sprinkled with salt, rolling back and forth until his cheeks ached from laughter. After a good while of torment, once he deemed the punishment sufficient, Hyubai finally let go. At that moment, Jiang Mian was like a fish stranded on the shore, half dead and utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Hyubai leisurely went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he returned, he looked down at Jiang Mian from a height. Your mistake is that when faced with a question, you should answer properly instead of brushing it off with abba nonsense. Understood? Jiang Mian. I get it, your grandpa. This bastard just wanted to mess with him on purpose. Jiang Mian glared at him defiantly, his mind filled with the filthiest curses. As for why he didn't dare voice them, it was because he didn't dare. Ignoring Jiang Mian's utterly ineffectual threatening glare, Hyubai turned around to clean up the leftover breakfast from the table. Get dressed quickly. We're leaving right away. Leave your head. Jiang Mian shook his little fist behind. Hyubai's back. I'd love to give you a beating. Alas, these thoughts remained just thoughts. Even if he had the will, he lacked the strength to overpower the other. Just as he was about to obediently change clothes, a sudden jolt of mischief and malice surged within him. Staring at Hyubai's back, Jiang Mian revealed a mysterious smile. You little punk, if I can't take you heat and ill, just have to ambush you. With this thought, Jiang Mian immediately got up from the bed, stood upright, and looked for a spot to launch his tickle attack. Once he locked onto a target, he was about to spread his arms and charge forward. But unexpectedly, his forward charge led to his downfall. Starting too abruptly, his right foot slammed directly into the edge of the bed. It was made of wood. The pain signal, though delayed, arrived nonetheless. The triumphant expression on Jiang Mian's face instantly contorted in agony. My foot. He lifted his right foot due to the pain, leaving his left foot as the sole support, which couldn't maintain his balance. Jiang Mian was on the verge of falling forward. Fortunately, Hyubai heard his cry of pain and immediately turned around. Facing this sudden situation, he caught him in time. Jiang Mian fell into Hyubai's embrace. The other's chest muscles were soft, but they still hurt his cheek upon impact. What happened to your foot? Jiang Mian shook his trembling right foot. I hit it on the edge of the bed. Hyubai probed. Can you stand steady? No, it hurts. It seemed that trying to be a good person was futile. The moment a hint of mischief arose in his mind, he suffered such misfortune. But now that he had already paid such a painful price, he was determined to tickle Hyubai's sensitive spots today. Jiang Mian's heart was ablaze, and his gaze turned resolute. Since he was already in Hyubai's arms, it was the perfect opportunity to tickle him. Without further ado, Jiang Mian was about to make his move. But the next second, Hyubai pushed him out of his embrace, slid his hands under his armpits, and lifted him by the arms. Jiang Mian. With his injured right foot, he had to press the sole of his right foot against the knee of his left leg. Meanwhile, his arms were spread wide in the air, making him look like a golden rooster standing on one leg. What was this about? Unaware of his thoughts, Hyubai looked down to examine his right foot and frowned slightly. It's quite a bad bump. It looks like it's going to bruise. Wait. Jiang Mian was a bit speechless. Although the collision was painful, master, you have to look at him as if he were terminally ill. Can you stand on your own or sit down? Hyubai asked. Jiang Mian looked at his current posture and tactfully replied, that seems a bit difficult. Then Hyubai gave him a push, sending him tumbling onto the bed. You'd better lie down for now. They'll call the front desk to have them send some ointment. Forced to lie on the bed, Jiang Mian. So does love fade away. This big jerk. The ointment for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis was no longer available, so the front desk sent a bottle of safflower oil for treating falls and bruises instead. The effect should be more or less the same. Since it was a part-time winter job, the delivery person couldn't help but try to sneak a peek into the room while handing over the oil. This college student with clear, foolish eyes couldn't help but fantasize could these two guests have fought over how delicious the hotel breakfast was. But seeing that it was a presidential suite, that shouldn't be the case. Then again, he thought perhaps the peculiar hobbies of the wealthy were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hyubai took the oil from the other's hand, completely unaware of the absurd thoughts running through the delivery person's mind. The medicine is here. Let me rub it in for you. Since it was a brand new bottle, after unscrewing the cap, a piece of tinfoil was stuck to the opening as a seal. Hyubai tore off the tinfoil and turned around to find a trash can to dispose of it. Jiang Mian, who had sat up on the bed, happened not to notice this. Seeing Hyubai with his back turned again, he decided it was time to settle old and new scores together. Humans are creatures of obsession. Just like Jiang Mian, having vowed to tickle the other's sensitive spots, no matter what difficulties or setbacks he encountered, he was determined to do it. With this thought, Jiang Mian's heart blazed once more. Ignoring the pain in his right foot, he stood up and stealthily crept closer. Just as his hands were about to reach Hyubai's waist, the latter suddenly turned around, holding the bottle of safflower oil. Since Jiang Mian was close, he collided directly with it, and a splash of safflower oil spilled onto the front of his shirt. Hyubai. Jiang Mian. Shocked face. Why does this always happen? Why? Because of this commotion, Jiang Mian felt like crying. Was the heavens against him? Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Hyubai looked at Jiang Mian's chest soaked with medicinal oil, somewhat startled, but more confused. Jiang Mian helplessly forced a foolish smile. He couldn't exactly confess that he was up to no good, could he? Hyubai. Drenched in the medicinal oil, Jiang Mian now resembled a walking bottle of red-flowered oil. He didn't even need to move for the scent to waft far. With the room's windows shut, the enclosed space was filled with the pungent aroma of the oil, almost intoxicating. Hyubai felt as though he might faint from the smell. He hurried to open the window for ventilation, then turned to look at Jiang Mian. The look in his eyes startled Jiang Mian, who quickly shielded his chest with both hands. Wait, you're not thinking of throwing me out too, are you? Boys perhaps were a blend of mischief and childishness. Seeing the slight panic on Jiang Mian's face, Hyubai felt a surge of playful malice and smiled faintly. Guess my head. Though Jiang Mian knew Hyubai wouldn't do anything illegal, he couldn't rule out some twisted and perverse method to torment him. After 2 days of misfortune, Jiang Mian decided that once he got home, he would dig out the almanac and carry it with him from then on. Hiyubai approached slowly, his hands already on Jiang Mian's shoulders, making him almost scream help. But the next second, Hiyubai simply pressed him into a chair. Huh. Jiang Mian had already imagined being thrown out the window, or having his clothes torn off in a rush. This fastidious young master, if not for being on a trip and forced to make do, would probably filter even the oxygen he breathed at home. Now drenched in the smell of red-flowered oil, Jiang Mian had long caught the other's frowning and disdainful expressions. He had imagined being stripped bare, but things didn't unfold as he expected. Huh, what? Hiyubai crouched before him. Besides throwing you out the window, what other villainous thoughts have you harbored about me, eh? No. Nothing. Jiang Mian, still out of it, continued to grin foolishly. Nothing. Hiyubai poured a bit of red-flowered oil into his palm, rubbed his hands together to warm it, and then began massaging Jiang Mian's injured foot. Since there's nothing, why were you shouting so loudly earlier? Even yelling for help? Jiang Mian was speechless, blaming the CEO novels he had read for leading his thoughts astray. But this young master, he seemed well-bred without the various bad habits of the CEOs in those old romance novels. Either they'd frown at the slightest disagreement, threaten to kill over cleanliness issues, throw tantrums when in a bad mood, treat women like objects by throwing money around, strutting about like peacocks attracting the socialites. But in reality, they were just overgrown childish brats hiding the most despicable deeds under the guise of love. Causing such an awkward misunderstanding, Jiang Mian inwardly scorned those unrealistic old CEO novels. Cursing me again in your mind? Hiyubai's sudden question snapped Jiang Mian back to reality. No way. How could you think that of me? It's so heartbreaking. If sincerity were a lethal move, then Jiang Mian's theatrical acting was plain silly. Hiyubai, while rubbing his foot, mimicked his tone with even more exaggeration. No way. How could you think that of me? It's so heartbreaking. Jiang Mian. His ears. He needed to wash his ears. Seeing Hiyubai swaying his head while imitating him, Jiang Mian found it both an eyesore and an earful. Fortunately, Hiyubai didn't dwell on the trivial matter and concluded with one sentence: a petty person thinks others are as petty as himself. Jiang Mian. Damn, he had a point, and Jiang Mian couldn't refute it. Hiyubai's technique was unknown, but it was gentle yet swift. After just a few minutes of massage, Jiang Mian felt no more pain. Alright. Hiyubai got up to wash his hands in the bathroom. Now go home and change your clothes. Okay. After a morning of hard work, he ended up the one at a disadvantage. Jiang Mian had resigned himself to fate. Going home was fine. Perhaps this hotel was just unlucky for him. Oh, everything had gone wrong since he checked in. He lowered his head and sniffed the front of his shirt. Oh my god. That heady smell of red-flowered oil hit him right in the face. It seemed like too much essence had been added, numbing his sense of smell after a while. He couldn't wait any longer. While Hiyubai was washing his hands, Jiang Mian quickly put on his shoes and socks. When Hiyubai came out, he didn't see Jiang Mian by the bed. Turning around, Jiang Mian was already at the door, waving at him. Come on. What are you dawdling for? Hiyubai. Who was it that had dawdled all morning? Now that his clothes smelled, he was eager to go home and change. Transformed into a walking bottle of red-flowered oil, he not only overwhelmed the other people in the elevator, but also made several people in the lobby frown and cover their noses. How embarrassing. The hotel cleaning ladies would surely curse him out in their minds. For no reason, he had increased their workload. Standing at the hotel entrance, Hiyubai seemed to be teasing him. Take a cab or ride the tricycle again. The tricycle? Oh, it's easier to avoid traffic during the day. Though he answered calmly, Jiang Mian was rolling his eyes inwardly. A cab? Would a cab driver let him in smelling of red-flowered oil? He was just asking pointless questions. Just like last night, they took the tricycle back and forth again. This fully ventilated mode of transport had its advantages. In the back seat, though Hiyubai sat close to Jiang Mian, the passing wind blew away the smell of red-flowered oil. When they reached the doorstep, Jiang Mian jumped off the tricycle, eager to shower and change clothes. But the next second a voice came. Oh. Mian. Jiang Mian looked toward the voice, his face lighting up with surprise. Brother Meng Jing, when did you get back? The person before him was none other than Meng Su's elder brother Meng Jing. He was the eldest son who, according to Auntie, had gradually grown rebellious as he aged. Hiyubai silently paid for the items, while taking a moment to appraise the newcomer. Slightly shorter in stature, he sported a clean and neat crew cut. His features were strong and well-defined, his complexion even, and his eyes large and bright. Came back last night. What about you? Meng Jing was not exactly a childhood playmate of Jiang Mian. Being a few years older, they had never quite hit it off. Moreover, Meng Jing had been the leader of the children in his youth, with many little kids recognizing him as their big brother and following him around eagerly. Jiang Mian was among them. From childhood to adulthood, due to the close relationship between their families, Meng Jing had always looked after him with an affection akin to an older brother protecting his younger sibling. He would bring him candy and snacks, take him to play in the mountain town, and when Jiang Mian was bullied, he would stand up like a hero to seek justice. Lost in these memories, Jiang Mian's thoughts drifted. He recalled being dragged into an alley by a group of troublesome kids, all from the same school, with Meng Jing only 2 grades ahead. Later Meng Jing somehow learned of this. One day after school, as those bullies walked home together, he followed silently. When they passed that alley, he suddenly lunged, forcing them all into it. From his backpack, he pulled out a wooden stick he had prepared and delivered a merciless beating to the group. Since Meng Jing was still a child, his strength was limited. The bullies looked battered and bruised, but they were not seriously injured. Except for the ringleader, whom Meng Jing had knocked out a few teeth. The boy knelt on the ground, wailing loudly, with an unidentifiable mix of saliva and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meng Jing inexplicably gained fame from that incident. Word spread to the school, and he became known as the top bully. The rumors grew increasingly absurd. Before that, however, the parents of the beaten children had come knocking. The police found it difficult to intervene, as Meng Jing was young and the injuries were minor. From every angle, the case did not meet the threshold for filing charges, so they could only mediate privately. Predictably, after the police gave these reasons, the parents were furious. They claimed to seek private mediation, but they all stormed over to Uncle's house to cause a scene. Since they were in the wrong to begin with, Meng Jing was punished by Uncle to kneel for a day and had to offer apologies to the parents. When Uncle demanded that Meng Jing apologize, he refused, coldly rebuking the parents. "Pa, you crooked lot with your rotten roots. You spawned those ill-mannered little beasts. It's only because I'm small and weak that I didn't kill them all." Those words nearly choked the parents with rage. Uncle's face darkened as he reached for his belt. Jiang Mian remembered that scene well, and he tried to stop Uncle from using violence, while he himself rushed over to embrace Meng Jing, crying and pleading with Uncle not to hit him. Seeing this, Uncle was caught in a dilemma, unable to punish him. The parents, unwilling to let it go, became even more aggressive, demanding compensation. "Why should we pay you?" From childhood, the TV shows and cartoons they watched had instilled in them the belief that good triumphs over evil. But Meng Jing had sought justice for him. He was a hero. So why should they have to pay these overbearing, foul-mouthed people? Jiang Mian's anger boiled over. With a surge of courage he didn't know he retorted and lifted his clothes, revealing the bruises on his arms and body, still mottled purple and blue. Jiang Mian's parents had come to help the Meng family, but they were shocked to see their son's injuries. His mother immediately lost her composure, rushing over to examine him. Though the bruises were old and healing, tears streamed down her face as she demanded to know what had happened. Perhaps it was the unfair treatment of Meng Jing or the pent-up anger within him, but despite his small frame, Jiang Mian stood tall and sternly recounted the bullying he had endured. In those early years, bullying among classmates was often dismissed as malicious teasing. The term bullying had not yet been coined. The bullies who inflicted pain under the guise of jokes suffered no consequences and grew up without restraint, leaving the victims to lick their wounds, spending a lifetime healing a broken heart. Even after Jiang Mian presented this evidence, the parents shamelessly insisted it was just childish play, that boys' roughhousing was normal. Upon hearing that, Jiang Mian's mother snapped. She lunged at the woman who had spoken, grabbing her hair and slapping her twice. "Normal, my ass. Bring out your son, and he'll give him a taste of this joke." Women may be gentle, but mothers are fierce. Behind every unruly child, there are often unruly parents. These parents who condoned their children's violence were in some ways even more detestable. Jiang Mian's mother's sudden outburst plunged the scene into chaos. The parents who had come to mediate became the first to strike, while Uncle and Auntie joined in to tilt the balance. The scene erupted so suddenly that Jiang Mian was frozen in shock at his mother's ferocity. Meng Jing got up, told him to stay back, and then plunged into the fray. "Don't you dare bully Uncle and Auntie Jiang." Using his small size, he slipped through the crowd like a slippery eel. When the parents weren't looking, he would pinch their thighs, kick their backsides, or if a hand came close, he would bite down hard. In an instant, the yard was in an uproar, filled with cries of pain. In the early days, the townsfolk were simple and fierce. Since the police couldn't handle certain matters, many chose to resolve things their own way. Eventually, the commotion grew so loud that neighbors, fearing for their safety, called the police. At the police station, the officers were astounded. "So let me get this straight. Your kid's bullied, his kid got beaten up by the victim's brother, and then you parents went to demand compensation only to get beaten yourselves. Is that right?" The bruised parents nodded eagerly. "Yes. Yes, my foot." The officer was exasperated. "Logically, this is your fault. How dare you ask for compensation? But we got beaten too. Whose fault is that? You barged in shamelessly demanding money. Getting beaten was your own doing. Think about it. Your kids ganged up on one person. But it was just kids playing around. Boys aren't that fragile. Then let me give you a beating and see how tough you are. You have time to demand compensation, but not to teach your kids properly. Indeed, in remote areas, people can be stubborn." The officer realized that reasoning with them was futile. It was a classic case of a scholar meeting a soldier. Reason falls on deaf ears. Later, Jiang Mian had no idea what happened at the police station. He only learned about it when brother Meng Jing returned and told him. As he recounted the story, he mimicked the officer scolding the parents, leaving Jiang Mian grinning so wide his mouth nearly reached his ears. After this incident, 3 of the bullies who had tormented Jiang Mian transferred schools directly. They had no choice. Not only had the matter escalated to the police station where they received a stern reprimand, but also Jiang Mian's mother, still fuming, stormed into the school a few days later and berated the negligent homeroom teachers and administrators. Initially, they thought Jiang Mian's mother was overreacting, dismissing it as childish horseplay. But when they saw Jiang Mian's injuries and the hospital report, they fell silent. In the end, the 3 families, feeling disgraced in the small town, packed up and moved away shortly after. As for the remaining 2, since their families had lived in the town for generations, they had no choice but to endure the stigma and stay. Later, the school contacted Jiang Mian's mother, suggesting that the bullying had caused psychological harm to the child and advising her to transfer Jiang Mian to another school. Jiang Mian was unaware of this, as the homeroom teacher had never spoken to him about it. He learned of it later from his father. His mother flatly rejected the proposal. Why should my child transfer schools? The ones at fault are others. Why should he bear the consequences? Her tone was resolute. Since her child had done nothing wrong, why should he run away? If he fled once now, he would flee countless times in the future, and what would that make him but a coward? She then launched a scathing critique of the school's attempt to quell the scandal in such a manner defiling the very essence of an institution meant to educate. All in all, the representative sent to propose the transfer was driven away in disgrace by Jiang Mian's mother. At the time, Jiang Mian couldn't help but wonder, was his mother really not well educated? How could she utter such a powerful and stirring speech? And time proved that her approach was indeed correct. She made Jiang Mian grow stronger on the path of life, instead of choosing to retreat in weakness. After that, it was somewhat serendipitous. When the story spread, it deterred other students from bullying Jiang Mian. After all, he not only had a fierce mother, but also a school bully of a brother. During that time, there were also many amusing incidents. Boys who wanted to curry favor with Meng Jing and become his followers would seek out Jiang Mian, buying him snacks and lending him their prized game consoles, all in the hope that Jiang Mian would put in a good word for them with Meng Jing. What are you grinning about? As Jiang Mian was lost in happy memories, Meng Jing pinched his cheek and raised an eyebrow. Coming back to reality, Jiang Mian still smiled. I was thinking about when I was bullied as a kid and you stood up for me, brother Meng Jing. Those were distant memories. At his reminder, Meng Jing recalled them too and laughed while ruffling his hair. I was pretty wild back then, and I got spanked by your great aunt a lot. Hey. Jiang Mian dodged his hand, laughing. I'm grown up now, brother Meng Jing, stop messing my hair. Oh, you're rejecting me now. Meng Jing snorted. Who was it that followed me around like a little tail, sticking to me wherever I went, and said sweetly, brother Meng Jing? Jiang Mian pretended not to hear. That definitely wasn't me. Still pretending. Meng Jing reached out to mess his hair again. But seeing He Yubai standing nearby, he restrained his playful impulse and asked, and this is This is my classmate He Yubai, Jiang Mian quickly introduced. He just arrived in town yesterday. He's here on vacation. Then he turned to He Yubai. This is the son of my great uncle, a brother I grew up with, Meng Jing. Hello. Pleasure to meet you. The two shook hands, but their eyes still appraised each other. Meng Jing, being forthright and preferring to speak his mind, released He Yubai's hand and asked Jiang Mian with a grin, Mian, tell me, is he really just your classmate? To be precise, he's my classmate and roommate. Jiang Mian, not one for subtlety, answered directly. Classmate and roommate. And he came all the way here for a vacation. Meng Jing pretended to stroke his chin in thought, then asked He Yubai, are you our Miamian's boyfriend? Afraid of being nauseated by the smell of red flower oil on the way, Jiang Mian had grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the hotel. Now that the wind had died down, the scent of red flower oil wafted up again. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip, but at those words he sprayed it out and burst into a fit of coughing. He Yubai was also stunned by the question. Seeing Jiang Mian coughing beside him, he didn't know whether to help him catch his breath or answer the question first. Well, don't worry, I'm the tightest lipped guy around. I won't spill a word. As he spoke, Meng Jing made a zipping motion across his mouth. He squinted with a smile. This classmate has good taste, falling for our Mian. Having finally stopped coughing, Jiang Mian stepped forward and pushed away Meng Jing's slightly lecherous face. Brother Meng Jing, stop talking nonsense. My classmate is straight. Pushed away, Meng Jing still tried to defend himself, but straight guys can also like cute boys in dresses. The word dress instantly triggered Jiang Mian's memory of Jiang Wan. He hurriedly covered Meng Jing's mouth. What dress? Screw you. He'll never wear one. These siblings were both insane, one crazier than the other. Jiang Mian imagined himself in his great-aunt's shoes and suddenly understood her feelings. Seeing his persistence, Meng Jing turned to ask He Yubai, are you sure you don't like our Jiang Mian? He Yubai felt awkward and cleared his throat before saying, my sexual orientation is normal. Jiang Mian thought, isn't that bloody obvious? How could it be abnormal? This wasn't some fanfiction world full of bent CEOs and high-ranking officials forced into romance. I see, Meng Jing said, looking disappointed. I guess I overthought it. What? Jiang Mian squinted. Could it be that Brother Meng Jing's taste has changed and you now like cute boys in dresses? How could that be? Meng Jing said seriously, if I like anyone it's cute girls in skirts. Jiang Mian snorted, pervert. That's not perversion. It's man's nature. Then sniffing the scent of red flower oil on Jiang Mian, Meng Jing leaned in. Are you hurt? He reached out to pull at Jiang Mian's clothes. In broad daylight, Jiang Mian couldn't bear that. While defending his dignity, he yelled, stop. I'm not hurt. But Meng Jing still treated him like a child. If you're not hurt, why do you smell of red flower oil? The embarrassing scene from the hotel flooded back, but seeing Meng Jing's expression that said, you'd better have a good explanation, Jiang Mian knew he couldn't bluff his way out. He whispered, I accidentally spilled red flower oil on myself in the hotel. You were in the hotel? And spilled red flower oil? On yourself? Accidentally. What should have been a simple sentence somehow became a series of shocks. Meng Jing's mouth twitched. I've heard of dripping candle wax, but this is the first time I've heard of red flower oil being part of a kinky play. You young people really indulge. Jiang Mian. His ears. They were contaminated. I'm going to take a shower and change. Leaving that behind, Jiang Mian rushed away. He Yubai wanted to follow, but Meng Jing stopped him. He Yubai, are you sure you don't like our Mian Mian? He Yubai's face was full of the expression, help me, how am I supposed to answer this? Don't be nervous, Meng Jing smiled gently. I have photos of Mian Mian in a dress when he was little. Do you want to see them? He Yubai politely declined. No need, I don't have that kind of hobby. Everyone has done foolish things in childhood, but the thought of looking at childhood photos of Jiang Mian wearing a skirt felt incredibly perverse. Watching the other enter the Jiang residence, Meng Jing felt a sense of regret. Why couldn't he find a like-minded person? Of course, he wasn't a pervert who fantasized about Jiang Mian as a girl. It was just that his own sister and the imagined sister differed greatly, forcing him to shift his target. Other people's sisters when in elementary school would still chase after their brothers, acting spoiled, asking for hugs, and calling out brother. His sister Meng Su, however, was a peculiar one. Not only did she fail to fulfill his various sister-complex fantasies, but she also called him a damn pervert. In elementary school, she declared she had a crush on a girl in class, and vowed to marry her when she grew up. This caused his Dao heart to shatter completely. Fortunately, there was still Jiang Mian. Not only was Jiang Mian beautiful since childhood, but he was also exceptionally obedient. Every time he chased after him calling out, brother, it felt like his heart would melt. Later, to further indulge his little hobby, he secretly used his saved allowance to buy a small skirt for Jiang Mian. The moment Mian Mian put it on, Meng Jing felt he was dead. This was exactly the sister in his mind. Brother Meng Jing, I'm a boy, why did you buy me a skirt? Little Jiang Mian asked at that time. But the single brother Meng Jing made Meng Jing's heart melt. As for the boy, the skirt, all of it could be set aside. He hugged Jiang Mian like a cat, nuzzling and kissing, getting close to the sister of his fantasies. It was truly one word, bliss. So when he saw Jiang Mian bringing a boy home, Meng Jing instantly slipped into his role. His good sister had actually brought a boyfriend back. In short, he was completely shocked. After careful inquiry on the surface, Meng Jing thought, oh, so this classmate, he doesn't like our Mian Mian, that's fine. But deep down, damn, our Mian Mian is so cute and beautiful, how can you not like him? Who do you think you are? Are your eyes on top of your head? Originally, he wanted to invite the other to look at photos of Jiang Mian in a skirt, hoping he would be sensible. Despite Meng Jing's faint smile on the surface inside, he was thinking, you little brat, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Our Miamian's temperament and face. How dare you casually reject him? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. What are you acting so arrogant about? If you don't need your eyes, donate them. In summary, Meng Jing concluded in his heart, he Yubai is ungrateful, insensitive to romance. Ungrateful. And he secretly vowed that this kid had better always be so tough. If one day he went back on his word, if he dared to step through this door, he would kick him out directly. Over 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian came out of the shower. Because his previous clothes had been stained with medicinal oil, he was busy showering and didn't bother to find new clothes, so he simply put on the pajamas from the bed. Seeing Jiang Mian come out of the room, he Yubai glanced at his pajamas and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? A suitable hairstyle can greatly enhance a guy's appearance, so Jiang Mian also had slightly longer hair. But compared to someone with sharp features like he Yubai, a carefully styled hairstyle adds more charisma, and the contrast before and after a shower is more obvious. Alternatively, someone with strong features like Meng Jing, whether letting his hair grow long or cutting it into a crew cut, wouldn't affect his looks much, perhaps just a shift between rough and tough. But Jiang Mian was the opposite. Due to his soft features and this fluffy short hair, he had a vibe similar to the neighboring little Sakura boy. It was a cloudy day. Looking far into the distance, there was not a trace of blue, and the clouds drifted high, unlikely to rain. Jiang Mian stood in the yard, drying his wet hair with a dry towel. The pajamas seemed to be bought too large. When worn by Jiang Mian, they hung loosely. Under the loose trouser legs, his fair and rosy ankles were visible. Jiang Mian was very thin. That was the first thought that came to he Yubai's mind upon seeing this scene. Despite having big eyes and a face still carrying childish plumpness, his body seemed to grow independently of his face. But after observing for a moment, he thought that rather than saying Jiang Mian was thin, it was more accurate to say his bone structure was too small. Because he didn't put on flesh, his skin was fair but lean. Although he was already a college student, from his appearance, he still looked like a wet behind Thier's young boy. After Jiang Mian asked that question and received no response from Hyubai, he didn't bother anymore, assuming he was just spacing out, inadvertently thinking of something amusing. Since he had his back to the other, Jiang Mian was earnestly drying his hair and didn't notice when Hyubai had walked up behind him. When he felt a pressure on his shoulder, Jiang Mian jumped in fright. "Oh my god. You walk without making a sound." Hyubai quickly withdrew his hand. "You scared me. You're the one who scared me." Jiang Mian was so exasperated he wanted to roll his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it. You're like a ghost walking without a sound, and then you come up and touch my shoulder. Good thing I don't have a heart condition, or I'd be on the ground waiting for you to feed me heart pills." If he didn't know that the other was a pampered young master who might lack certain social common sense, Jiang Mian would have wanted to pry open his head and see the structure inside. After waiting a while, without Hyubai's reply, Jiang Mian lost interest in drying his hair, turned around, and asked him, "What is it?" "Nothing," Hyubai said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "I just think your pajamas are quite cute and suit you. Oh, my mom bought them for me. She said there was a store having a big promotion clearance sale. She thought the quality was decent, so she bought a few sets for the whole family." Jiang Mian shook his hair, as if not noticing the implication in Hyubai's words. The damp strands were a bit heavy, and when he shook his head they hit his forehead and eyelids, feeling both painful and itchy. Not only in their dorm, but also in the class, everyone called Jiang Mian by the nickname Little Lamb. The pajamas he was wearing now were beige with a pattern of sheep. Little Lamb, wearing Little Lamb pajamas. Rather than being irrelevant, it was absolutely perfect. Over there, Jiang Mian suddenly lowered his head, using his left hand to comb the hair from the back of his head forward, while his right hand held a towel to wipe the hidden moisture between the strands. But Hyubai, upon seeing this, somehow felt compelled to step forward and reached out his right hand to touch the nape of Jiang Mian's neck. Although Jiang Mian wasn't startled this time, he still flinched as if electrocuted. "What are you doing? Your neck is so thin it feels like it would snap with a little force." Jiang Mian was speechless for a moment before squeezing out a few words through his teeth. "You're sick." The scene was utterly bizarre. Even without looking back, Jiang Mian felt a chill crawl up his scalp. No way. The unique tyrant boss genes lurking within Hyubai were starting to awaken. Judging by the way he was touching his own neck, was it a Yandere bloodlust or violent destruction? He wanted to move, but the next second Hyubai called out, "Don't move." Jiang Mian was so startled, he dared not stir. Oh, come on. Could someone explain how a simple case of acclimatization could trigger a genetic mutation? They remained frozen like that for a while as Hyubai pinched, kneaded, and rubbed the back of Jiang Mian's neck. Enduring it, Jiang Mian sighed inwardly. This was the hallmark of a tyrant boss's genes, all techniques designed to torment. Unable to guess what the other was up to, Jiang Mian silently bore it, muttering a reminder, "Remember, you have a cleanliness obsession. Since you've already touched me with your hands, don't you dare bite later." Hyubai. So he'd been imagined as some kind of pervert again. The moment Jiang Mian finished speaking, Hyubai let go and casually remarked, "Though just as thin, there's no fur. The feel is off." Jiang Mian. "Screw you. You nearly scared me into a heart attack, and you're standing there sighing about the wrong texture." He now regretted holding a towel instead of a hammer. He really wanted to whirl around and give him 2 solid whacks. "My apologies." Jiang Mian turned with a fake smile, anger simmering in his eyes. The left one said, "Go to the right one, hell." To express his fury more vividly, Jiang Mian didn't forget to flip him off. An international gesture. Everyone understood. His good mood ruined, he wanted to go blow dry his hair and change clothes, but Hyubai grabbed him. "That's not what I meant. Let me explain." "Explain what?" Jiang Mian snorted. "Explain that you, young master, he have a peculiar fetish and are a furry." Hyubai didn't know what furry meant, but he retorted in a very straight male way, "No, I still prefer the hairless kind." "Hairy or hairless?" Jiang Mian hated that he understood instantly. Seeing he wasn't leaving, Hyubai slowly explained, "Sorry. When you were leaning down, I remembered a kitten I had as a child. From behind it looked small and thin. Whenever I saw it eating with its head down, I couldn't help but pet it." Alright, that reason was acceptable. At least the pet Hyubai kept wasn't that strange. He just imagined Jiang Mian as a cat. Not like people who kept lizards, snakes, crocodiles, skunks, or the like. "What happened later to that cat of yours?" Jiang Mian asked. "It had been abandoned by its mother, pitifully huddled by the roadside. After 3 days with no one caring for it, I brought it home when I passed by in the car. I called a vet, fed it medicine and water little by little until it was out of danger." Later, Hyubai's expression dimmed, it grew up, became lively. One day a servant forgot to close the door, and somehow it ran out and never came back. Maybe it yearned for the freedom outside. After saying this, Hyubai smiled. "I see." Jiang Mian sighed too. "When I was little, my family kept 2 big black dogs. They had long, thin legs like police dogs chained in our yard. Every time I came home, they'd happily leap at me. But later dog thieves poisoned them and took them away. I never even saw them again. At that, Jiang Mian angrily cursed the dog thieves several times. Memory is a strange thing. Not dwelling on it doesn't mean forgetting. Like the two black dogs of Jiang Mian's family, or the cat He Yubai had found. Seeing his indignation, He Yubai merely curled his lips and smiled without speaking. Actually, he had just lied. The cat hadn't slipped away on its own. He never even saw it grow up. After a month of secretly keeping it, his father found out. According to his father, as the eldest son of the He family, he should learn to strengthen himself, stand on his own, and fulfill his desires. Not keep company with weak things, cultivating a useless character. Then he ordered the butler to have the cat taken away. On the day it was sent off, He Yubai hid by his bedroom window, watching the cat carrier being loaded into the car trunk as it drove away. Young as he was, his hands clutched the curtain tightly, but in the end he lacked the courage to stop it. Even now that he has grown up, the heir apparent to the family, able to indulge his desires freely, he has never kept another pet. The childhood void left a missing piece in his heart. Adults always impose their will on children, thinking they are too young to understand and will forget in a few days. But children never forget. They remember for a lifetime. Even if he could stand on his own, so what? Even if he was full of desires, the He family business was vast. Yet he still couldn't keep the one he loved. The two stood in the courtyard, neither speaking, as if mourning something or recalling something. Meng Jing returned home, grabbed a fishing net and a creel, and came back to find the yard steeped in a strange atmosphere. "What are you two doing?" His sudden voice startled the lost pair. He Yubai turned away, and Jiang Mian coughed. "Brother Meng Jing, is something up?" After reminiscing about the past with He Yubai, they shared an odd sense of mutual sympathy. "I'm going to catch fish in the river. You two want to come?" Meng Jing waved the tools. The river he mentioned was the same one where Uncle often fished. It was at the end of the city's waterway, and with abundant rain over the years the waterline had risen. The bank they used to walk on was probably submerged now. Jiang Mian was reluctant. "But it's almost lunchtime." "Oh." Hearing Jiang Mian's tone, Meng Jing shook his head mournfully. "Mian, you've changed. Before, no matter where I went, you'd tag along, saying, 'Even if brother Meng Jing flies to the sky, I'll fly with you.' Now you don't even want to hang out with me. I still have photos of you in a little skirt from when you were little. You were so cute then." All right. Stop right there." Jiang Mian quickly interrupted. I'll go, okay." He couldn't believe those photos were still saved. Mian was indeed more obedient than that brat Meng Su. Meng Jing felt relieved, then turned to He Yubai. "He Yubai, can you fish? Want to come along?" "Young master, he going fishing." The image was too beautiful to imagine. Given his family background, he probably hadn't even seen a fish alive before savoring its flesh. Seeing He Yubai's utterly bewildered expression, Meng Jing asked, "You don't know how to fish?" He Yubai pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "Should I know how?" Meng Jing was speechless, and so was Jiang Mian. Well, that effectively killed the conversation. Jiang Mian stepped in to mediate. "My classmate is just a rich second-generation heir. If he wanted to eat fish, he'd have a chef cook it and serve it to him on a platter. Why would he need to catch it himself?" The disparity between rich and poor. This was the very embodiment of that gap. Before Jiang Mian's reminder, Meng Jing's first impression of He Yubai was that this young man seemed quite refined. He was tall with fair skin, yet his every move didn't seem effeminate. On the contrary, it hinted at an air of nobility. Although Meng Jing often mocked himself as a country bumpkin from a small town who hadn't seen much of the world and had grown increasingly rebellious with age, he had still managed to get into a university through his own efforts. Crossing into different platforms broadened one's horizons and perspective. With an elevation in knowledge, the spirit would also become enriched. A university was like a microcosm of society, gathering people of all kinds. Due to their different family backgrounds, invisible constraints had long divided them into distinct social strata. What Meng Jing saw in the outside world were the nouveau riche who still couldn't shed their vulgarity. And then there were those who thought themselves extraordinary masters of rhetoric, but dwarfs in action. True nobility was characterized by a free-spirited nature, neither complacent in immense wealth nor crushed by loss. What was called nobility was probably the confidence derived from status and family background. Perhaps it was Jiang Mian's imprecise introduction that had labeled He Yubai as a rich second generation. Nowadays, that label had become synonymous with a derogatory term. Although in Meng Jing's view He Yubai didn't have the many bad habits of other rich heirs, because of this label, he couldn't muster much goodwill towards him. Especially when he saw that He Yubai seemed to have no mouth of his own and needed Jiang Mian to step in and smooth things over. This caused the rich second-generation heir surnamed He to drop even further in his estimation. What's so hard about fishing? We have tools to help now, or it's not like we have to scoop them up with our bare hands like cavemen. Though Meng Jing wore a smile on his face, he was sneering coldly in his heart. What a pampered young master. I don't believe fishing will cost you an arm and a leg. You don't know how to fish, huh? Then I'm going to make you do it. His sibling protective instincts were in full swing, and he even silently criticized Jiang Mian's poor judgment. Although finding someone rich was good, a man should be upright and strong. What was with this delicate and pampered image? With that thought, Meng Jing considerately added, "It's okay if you don't know how. I'm here, I guarantee you'll teach you." A question mark slowly formed over He Yubai's forehead. He couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Mian, as if asking with his eyes, "What's this all about?" Jiang Mian signaled back, "How should I know?" It was no wonder Annie would worry herself sick over these two children. Brother Meng Jing had grown up to be more and more inexplicable. Especially now. He always liked to bring up that photo of him in a dress from childhood. Who didn't do stupid things when they were young? Jiang Mian gritted his teeth inwardly. He had once seen the other as a good brother only to find had been treated like a fool. Being tricked into wearing girls' clothes as a child wasn't a big deal. But having that photo brought out when he was older was utterly humiliating. He had his dignity. And Brother Meng Jing always harped on about cross-dressing and little skirts. The memories of cross-dressing as Jiang Wan came flooding back, and the embarrassment made Jiang Mian want to turn into a screaming chicken on the spot. Seeing them exchanging glances, Meng Jing maintained a cold expression and suddenly spoke up, "Classmate, here you going or not?" He Yubai couldn't help but look at Jiang Mian again. "I'm asking you, why do you keep looking at Mian Mian?" Meng Jing mentally noted another demerit, no backbone. Can't make a decision. Thumbs down. He Yubai wasn't stupid. Seeing the other insist on this matter repeatedly, he finally caught on. The other's intention was clearly to make him go. But he was puzzled. Why did he have to be brought along to fish, and why did he have to be taught? Was this some tradition of the small town, a custom all outsiders had to follow? "Are you going?" He Yubai asked Jiang Mian. Of course Mian Mian is going," Meng Jing cut in to answer for him. "Every time we went fishing as kids, he would wait by the shore with the creel, just waiting for me to come back with the catch." Recalling the scenes of them going fishing together as children, a look of longing involuntarily spread across Meng Jing's face. "I remember how Mian Mian loved to follow me around back then. Every time I surfaced from the river and showed off the fish in my net, he would jump for joy on the bank and shout, 'Brother Meng Jing is so amazing.'" All right, Jiang Mian quickly stopped him. He'll go, okay." He was utterly mortified. Was Brother Meng Jing's major in college performance art? And since when was his childhood voice so syrupy? Hearing Meng Jing mimic his childhood voice in a high-pitched tone, Jiang Mian really wanted to pinch his own philtrum to keep from fainting from anger. With the leverage in the other's hands, he had no choice but to comply. "Then he'll go too." Seeing Jiang Mian agree, He Yubai nodded in turn. He had just checked the time, it wasn't lunchtime yet, and Uncle Jiang and Annie Jiang wouldn't be back for a while. Moreover, because Jiang Mian had spilled the safflower oil on himself and rushed home in a panic to shower and change, he hadn't even prepared a thank you gift. Since Brother Meng Jing had invited them to go fishing, it reminded He Yubai of the saying, "The gift itself may be light, but the sentiment is deep." Although he could afford expensive gifts, he thought the simple nature of the two elders might be intimidated by them. He had long heard that the small town here was a place of outstanding people. If he caught a few fish with his own ability as a gift, fish was nutritious, and perhaps they would find it easier to accept. Thinking this, He Yubai actually began to look forward to the fishing trip. Unnoticed by him, Meng Jing gave a soft snort, too little too late. "You only go because Mian Mian is going. If Mian Mian weren't going, would you not go either?" Meng Jing mentally gave him another demerit, no sense of responsibility. No backbone. Likes to sit on the fence. He felt that this classmate, he probably had no other virtues besides being rich. At that moment, Meng Jing couldn't help but feel relieved that this guy was straight and Mian Mian wasn't a girl, so there wouldn't be any of those spicy sparks between them. If Mian Mian were a girl with that beautiful appearance, this guy would probably use his decent family background and looks to disguise himself as a sweet-talking beast in human clothing. Good thing. Meng Jing consoled himself like this, unaware that one day the very situation he dreaded most would suddenly unfold right before his eyes. Meng Jing's initial plan hadn't actually included bringing Jiang Mian and He Yubai along. It was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Originally, he had intended to take his tools and stroll leisurely to the riverbank. Now with 2 extra people, they would need to rely on some form of transportation. After they agreed to go, Meng Jing returned home and rode out his father's 3-wheeled cart, the kind used for hauling goods. This earned him a scolding from his mother. Even after he had driven the cart a fair distance away, he could still hear her shouting from behind. "You're always running off every day? Be careful on that bike. If you wreck this tricycle, your father will break your legs." "Don't worry," Meng Jing yelled back. "The old man can't catch me." After shouting this cheeky retort, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. If his father were there, he'd probably have slapped the back of his head by now. He drove the tricycle to Jiang Mian's doorstep. The two were already waiting there. After changing clothes, Jiang Mian and He Yubai stood together. Because of their respective appearances, they seemed somewhat not a good match. Not a match at all. Meng Jing shook his head repeatedly to banish the terrifying thought from his mind. To be honest, He Yubai had never ridden in a tricycle like this before. Seeing the contraption, he couldn't help but voice his doubt. Are we really going on this? Meng Jing sat in the driver's seat, sneering inwardly. If you're too good for it, you can run there. The tricycle is more convenient. It can carry people and stuff. As she spoke, Jiang Mian steadied the cart, swung her leg over, and climbed aboard. You've never ridden one. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized it was a foolish question. For the esteemed young master, any outing likely began with a luxury car. Imagining a tricycle like this parked in the He family garage. Sorry, Jiang Mian herself found the sight too unbearable to behold. Hyubai had traveled over rough roads and luxury cars before, but this was his first time on a tricycle, and he discovered it could be so shaky. It wasn't the bumpy road causing the vibration. It was the vehicle itself. Once it started moving, it involuntarily shook his entire body along with it. Riding in such a shaky cart for the first time, Hyubai was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Across from him, Jiang Mian seemed perfectly at ease. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't you find it shaky?" "It's okay, all tricycles are like this," Jiang Mian replied, looking at him. "Are you feeling sick and about to throw up?" "No," Hyubai shook his head. "It's just a bit shaky, making me dizzy." He wasn't so delicate that he couldn't endure it. Although the tricycle was shaky to ride in, it was fully open and airy. When he felt dizzy, he could just stretch his neck and let the wind blow on his face. The wind scattered their conversation in the back seat, and Meng Jing, driving up front, didn't hear a word. Otherwise, he would have mentally given Hyubai another bad mark and written can't handle even a little discomfort. What kind of man is that? Following the waterways, pedestrians and vehicles grew increasingly scarce. After all, tourists from out of town only wanted to experience the local customs. As for fishing along the riverbank, that was solely the domain of the local anglers. However, to fish in peace, those seasoned veterans always chose remote and rugged sections of the riverbank. Because the spacious riverbanks were already occupied by those with no sense of decency, who preferred to splash into the water at the slightest provocation. With them causing such a commotion, who could fish in peace? Watching those naked men thrashing about in the river, trying to catch fish, many of the anglers wore expressions of utter disdain, silently praying these people wouldn't swim into their fishing spots. Meng Jing, who had no sense of decency himself, jumped off the cart with his fishing gear the moment they arrived, stripping off his clothes with lightning speed. Then, as usual, he dashed into the river with his net. This spectacle left Hyubai dumbfounded. Pointing in the direction Meng Jing had gone, he asked Jiang Mian this. "You have to undress to fish." "It depends on the person," Jiang Mian explained after a moment's thought. "Brother Meng Jing and the others are used to going into the river like this. If you don't want to, you can just roll up your pants and try your luck on the bank." She then handed him a long-handled net and cheered him on. "Good luck, Hyubai." Before he could even roll up his pants, Meng Jing surfaced from the river again, wiped the water from his face, and shouted to the shore, "What are you dawdling for, classmate? Just take off your clothes and get in." The words "I don't want to go in the river" lingered on Hyubai's tongue, but he felt it would be inappropriate to say them, so he substituted another sentence, "I can't swim." The other party had kindly brought him to fish, but this method of fishing was truly hard for him to accept. Although he could swim, he really didn't want to go into this river. But to avoid making the other person overthink, he could only make up some excuse about his shortcomings. Meng Jing floating in the water. He had so many curses right now, he didn't know if he should let them out. His desire to fish vanished completely. Meng Jing waded back to shore, his underwear already soaked and clinging to his body. "Not being able to swim is no problem, I can teach you," Meng Jing said, acting like a big brother, wiping the dripping water from his face as he spoke. Hyubai. He had exhausted every possible way to say no, so why was this big brother so persistent? He racked his brain, but couldn't think of any other excuse to refuse. If he didn't say anything, he'd have to get into the river. If he did say something, he felt it would be too much of a slap in the other's face. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Jiang Mian spoke up at the opportune moment. "Brother Meng Jing, just let him off the hook. He just took some herbal medicine from Uncle One for being unacclimated to the environment yesterday, and now you want him to go fishing in the river. Aren't you afraid of making my classmate even sicker?" Hearing this, Meng Jing finally sized up Hyubai, deliberately drawing out his words. "Oh, so classmate, you're unacclimated to the environment." Hyubai. Was this guy being sarcastic at him? He was utterly confused. This brother Meng, it should be their first meeting, right? He shouldn't have offended the other party, should he? Even if he was slow on the uptake, Hyubai could now sense that the other party seemed to harbor some kind of hostility towards him. But why? From the moment he appeared, he had been talking about childhood memories with Jiang Mian, and then very naturally insisted on bringing him fishing, wanting to teach him this and that. He looked at Jiang Mian beside him. Could the problem lie with this little lamb? Hyubai remembered that when they first met, Meng Jing had inexplicably asked him if he was the little lamb's boyfriend. At the time, he thought it was just a joke because Jiang Mian was so beautiful, or that the other party was just overly open and familiar. But thinking about it now, it was quite terrifying. Especially after getting a negative answer, the way the other party looked at him seemed strangely off. Holy crap! Hyubai was startled. Could it be that brother Meng likes the little lamb? And mistaking him for having something with the little lamb, he sees me as a rival. Realizing the reason, Hyubai felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Frankly speaking, the little lamb and this brother Meng were childhood friends, innocent and close. Moreover, with the widespread openness of public thought nowadays, matters between men were more readily accepted. But the moment Hyubai thought that Meng Jing might have feelings for Jiang Mian, and that the little lamb might not refuse him either, a wave of discomfort surged within him, an inexplicable urge to be angry. Yet he couldn't understand what was wrong with himself. After all, he was no one to Jiang Mian, nor could he make decisions for him. If Jiang Mian truly wished to be with someone, he had no standing to refuse. The more he thought, the more agitated Hyubai became. Ignoring Meng Jing and Jiang Mian, he grabbed the long-handled net Jiang Mian had handed him, took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and headed toward the river. "I want strip and go into the river. I'll just try my luck by the bank," he said without looking back. Hyubai muttered to himself, thinking that since the two of them seemed to have hit it off, he might as well do a good deed and stop being a third while leaving them some alone time. Meng Jing still wanted to insist on teaching him to swim, but seeing the other walk away without turning back, he felt a lump in his chest that wouldn't go up or down. Turning to Jiang Mian, he asked, was he traumatized by drowning as a child? Why did his expression change so drastically at the mere mention of teaching him to swim? "Maybe he thinks the river water in the wild is dirty and full of bacteria," Jiang Mian explained. Given how wealthy his family is, building a swimming pool at home would be a trivial matter. "Dirty?" Meng Jing sniffed himself. "I just swam a lap and don't smell bad. We used to bathe in this river every day when we were kids." Jiang Mian corrected him. "You did not." Though he didn't share Hyubai's obsession with cleanliness, he was still particular about hygiene. As a child, he had always trailed behind Meng Jing, the neighborhood leader, running after him with a bunch of carefree kids. Every unknown corner of the town became a place for their adventures. Catching fish in the river, picking fruit on the mountains. They were boundless with energy, using their short legs to explore and satisfy their curiosity. Of course, among them some kids did things that seemed competitive and normal back then, but now felt utterly foolish. On weekends, they always liked to walk along the river from downstream to upstream. Then a few would stand by the upstream bank, drop their pants, and urinate into the river. A bunch of little kids would compete over who could pee the farthest, as if that gave them a sense of superiority. Of course, Jiang Mian never joined in such foolishness. Young as he was, he found it utterly ridiculous. And what was even more absurd was that after they finished and compared, they'd go back to the middle stream to catch fish. Back then, watching them strip naked and plunge into the river, a vague thought stirred in Jiang Mian's mind, but he couldn't articulate it. Now, recalling these memories, he felt like rolling his eyes at Meng Jing. Peeing upstream, and then bathing and fishing downstream. Didn't they smell like urine? Now that the town had developed, what flowed into the river was far more than just urine. It was probably full of all kinds of chemicals. Yet brother Meng Jing could still lie through his teeth. Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered to argue. Seeing Hyubai seriously trying his luck by the river, he quickly tried to send Meng Jing away. "Brother Meng, why don't you go catch some fish? Let me tell you, my classmate is really lucky. Don't let him net a fish before you've caught even one." "Stop bragging," Meng Jing scoffed. "Fish may not have great memories, but they're not stupid enough to swim right to the shore and get caught in his net. Just wait. He'll go catch a few right now and show you my skills." Ignoring the discomfort of his wet underwear clinging to him, Meng Jing dashed into the river with a splash. He was completely submerged in the water. Jiang Mian shook his head with a faint smile. The ever-innocent neighborhood leader. So easy to fool. Seeing Meng Jing reminded Jiang Mian of Zhou Ziyu. Their personalities were so alike. If Zhou Ziyu were here and heard Meng Jing's boastful tone, his competitive spirit would probably be unstirred. With no one else around, even the air grew quieter. Jiang Mian didn't get out of the car. Instead, he leaned back against the seat. The clouds weren't leisurely but formed a vast, unbroken expanse, and he gazed up at them in silence. As the breeze stirred, the clouds slowly drifted from their original positions, and a few bird calls suddenly rang out from the nearby bushes. Fortunately, Meng Jing was quieter when fishing, otherwise his startled reactions would have scattered the birds long ago. After dozing off for a while with his head tilted back, he suddenly heard a plop, like someone falling into the river. Jiang Mian smiled with his eyes closed, thinking, who could be so foolish as to trip in the river? But as he smiled the next second, he snapped his eyes open, sat up straight, and looked toward the riverbank. As expected, what met his eyes was Hyubai sprawled in the river. Oh heavens! He had actually witnessed the great Hyubai making a fool of himself. But his excitement lasted only a moment before he suddenly remembered. Well, this wasn't really surprising after all. Hyubai had lost his composure many times in front of Jiang Mian. Back then, seeing the other's reddened eyes, his mind had been filled with twisted thoughts of bullying him even more. Ugh, forget it. This wasn't the time for such thoughts. Hyubai had fallen, and into the river. At first, to save Hyubai's face, he pretended not to see. But their eyes accidentally met, and he reacted with lightning speed. He turned his head. He looked away. But the next second, Hyubai's voice still reached him. "Little lamb, come help me. I think I twisted my ankle." Jiang Mian had no choice but to get out of the car and rush to Hyubai's side. "Which foot?" Hyubai looked up and raised an eyebrow. "Not hiding anymore." "Jiang Mian. You saw it, so why did you have to say it?" Jiang Mian screamed inwardly. Didn't he have any dignity left? Fortunately, Hyubai didn't expect an answer and directly responded to his earlier question. I wasn't paying attention and stepped on a slippery stone. I think it's my right ankle. Can you get up on your own? Hiyubai tried, but couldn't muster the strength, so he shook his head. No. Since the weather wasn't too hot, Hiyubai wore casual clothes, a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. Now that he had fallen into the river, his pants were almost completely soaked. His shirt was also wet, clinging to his body, and the white fabric was translucent, revealing the contours of his abdominal muscles. Seeing Hiyubai like this, Jiang Mian felt he could no longer control his thoughts. The images forming in his mind were a disgrace to the great Hiyubai. Fortunately, he wasn't drunk this time, so he still had enough sense to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask Hiyubai if, assuming the He family wouldn't go bankrupt, he'd be willing to play the role of a merman with abs in an aquarium. Hiyubai shook his hand, finally snapping Jiang Mian back to reality. What are you spacing out for? Hiyubai frowned. I can't get up. Oh, I need you to help me up. All right. Jiang Mian nodded hastily. He draped Hiyubai's left arm over his own neck, and with a slight effort, and the other's cooperation, he pulled him up from the water. As he helped Hiyubai back toward the tricycle, the latter suddenly asked, You didn't respond when I called. Oh, what were you thinking about? How could he ever say out loud that he was wondering if Hiyubai could work as a mermaid at the aquarium? Jiang Mian chose to keep his mouth shut, merely shaking his head and sighing, Nothing much. I was just thinking how delicate you master he are. Yesterday you had Chinese medicine for the climate, and today you mysteriously sprained your ankle and need a bone setter. Fortunately, Hiyubai had only sprained his right foot and still had some strength. With Jiang Mian's support, he slowly climbed onto the tricycle. After tossing the other's shoes and socks onto the vehicle, Jiang Mian also got on. Worried that Hiyubai might have injured a bone, he wanted to get him back quickly. The keys had been carelessly tossed by Meng Jing onto his discarded clothes. Jiang Mian was about to inform him when he looked up and saw Meng Jing emerge from the water. Unfortunately, he was far away, and before he knew it, the other had already swum a great distance. Helpless Jiang Mian could only shout across the void, Brother Meng Jing. My classmate sprained his ankle. We'll take him back first. He'll come pick you up later. He wasn't sure if his voice carried, but he saw Meng Jing wave at him, seemingly in agreement. Without further hesitation, he inserted the key into the lock, revved the engine, and made a turn to leave. Just as he was about to drive off, Jiang Mian called out, He'll be back after dropping my classmate off. Keep fishing here for now. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Meng Jing waving more frantically. But he was too far away, and Jiang Mian couldn't make out what he was saying. He simply responded vaguely, Don't worry. It's just a sprained ankle. I'm taking him to Uncle One now to get it set. See you later. With that, Jiang Mian had already ridden the tricycle carrying Hiyubai and sped away in a flurry. By the time Meng Jing rushed ashore in a panic, he was so furious he jumped up on the spot. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I haven't even gotten on the bike yet. But the only response he got was the tricycle's fading silhouette. In truth, he had caught a fish in the river, but after swimming too vigorously, water had gotten into his ears. He surfaced to shake the water out, and when he saw Jiang Mian shouting at him, he couldn't hear a word. He thought Jiang Mian was asking if had caught any fish, so he excitedly waved back, wanting to show off the fish in his net. But those two, for some inexplicable reason, got on the bike and were about to leave. He didn't even have time to clear his ears. He frantically waved at Jiang Mian, signaling for them to wait. In the end, he was too late running up. Those two were so disloyal. Meng Jing wiped the water from his face, seething with anger inside. Even if this was Jiang Mian's deliberate revenge prank, did he have to take his clothes too? How was he supposed to get back now? His phone was still in his pants pocket. There was no way he could walk back along the street in his underwear carrying a fishing net. Good heavens. It would be better to just kill him. Even if he had thick skin, he couldn't bear to appear on the street like this, becoming the target of everyone's stares. Just as Meng Jing was in utter despair, a motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of him. The rider flipped up his helmet visor and exclaimed in surprise, Whoa. Brother Meng, why are you naked here? Putting on a performance art show? After recognizing who it was, Meng Jing cursed with a laugh, Get lost, you. I brought Mian and his friend here to fish, but this kid was mad at me and took off with both the bike and my clothes. Since it was an acquaintance, things were easier. Meng Jing sniffled and shook off the water from his body. Here, shall give me a ride, won't you? You can't bear to see me run back naked like this, can you? Well, what well? Seeing him hesitate, Meng Jing slapped him on the helmet. What's the big deal about giving me a ride? You dare to hesitate. Believe me, you'll strip this bike of yours right now. Wu Ershao was speechless. Brother Meng, you only went to college up north for a bit. Why does your speech now reek of scallions? What scallions stink? I think you're just asking for a beating. With that, he slapped Wu Ershao again, nearly knocking off his helmet. Hold on. Wu Ershao hurriedly steadied his helmet and explained, Look, I'm in a rush. I've got to go up the mountain for something later. What for? A customer at my brother's restaurant ordered wild mushrooms. He told me to go up the mountain and pick some on the way. Do you know which mushrooms are poisonous and which aren't? I do. After saying this, Wu Ershao felt a bit guilty. In truth, he didn't really know. But business at the restaurant was good, and his brother couldn't get away. Seeing that he was free, his brother had simply sent him to help, even thoughtfully, sending him photos to show which ones were safe and which were toxic. You're lying. Meng Jing's finger nearly poked him in the eye. "You are the worst liar. Your eyes always go shifty when you're lying." Stop with the eye in you." Meng Jing patted his shoulder, then swung his leg over to sit on the back of the motorcycle. "I want ride for free. You need to pick mushrooms right. I know which ones are safe and which are poisonous. He'll pick them with you." "No, brother Meng, what I meant was you should shake the water off your underwear first. I just replaced the seat cover with real leather a few days ago. I don't soak it with your wet ass and ruin it." "Screw the seat. Just drive." If he weren't in need of a favor, Meng Jing would have slapped him again. Seeing that his persuasion was futile, Wu Erxiao had no choice but to start the motorcycle and drive off with him. Over there, Meng Jing rode in Wu Erxiao's car as they drove up the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian pedaled a tricycle carrying He Yubai directly to the entrance of Uncle Wen's shop. Before the tricycle even came to a full stop, Jiang Mian was already shouting at the top of his lungs, "Uncle Wen, are you there? My friend sprained his ankle." On the back seat, He Yubai's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. He was mostly too embarrassed. Although there weren't many passers-by, Jiang Mian's shout drew the gazes of quite a few people toward him. Jiang Mian jumped off the tricycle while still shouting, but before entering the shop, he glanced back at the back seat. He Yubai was slightly lowering his head. After being windblown, his water-soaked clothes no longer clung to his body, but oddly they added a touch of frailty to him, as if he were recovering from an illness. He was exceptionally, pitifully endearing. As expected of the noble and refined young master, if anyone else had fallen into the water and taken a tumble, they'd be covered in filth and utterly despised. But here he was, even in his disheveled state. His handsome features made him look absolutely captivating at first glance. If he were to become a male model with that bruised and broken aura like had been ravaged, those wealthy women would probably fight over him. The genes of the rich are truly exceptional. After his musings, Jiang Mian felt he wasn't so bad himself. After a moment of pride, he turned to enter the shop, but Uncle Wen had already put on his glasses and walked out, Mian who sprained their ankle. The two nearly collided at the doorway, but Jiang Mian stopped just in time and led Uncle Wen to the tricycle. "It's my friend here. Yesterday he was suffering from acclimatization, and I asked you to brew a bowl of Chinese medicine. Do you remember?" Uncle Wen gave him a reproachful look. "Of course I remember. I may be old, but am not senile yet." Yes. Uncle Wen, you're the best. I was just testing you." Jiang Mian chuckled. In truth, he knew that although Uncle Wen loved to joke with them, he was young at heart. It was fine to joke about anything else, but when it came to topics about his age, he would always seriously defend himself. In short, he wanted to prove that while he might be old, his skills hadn't diminished. They were still top-notch. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. Truly, the older one gets, the more childish they become. No wonder they say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Upon seeing Uncle Wen, He Yubai gave a slight nod. "Uncle Wen, I'm sorry to trouble you again." "No trouble at all. It's just a sprained ankle. What's the big deal?" Uncle Wen said dismissively. After learning it was the right ankle, he reached out and felt He Yubai's ankle. He pressed on several spots. "Does it hurt?" As he applied pressure, He Yubai frowned slightly a little. Seeing his normal expression, Uncle Wen understood. "No problem. It's just a slight bone misalignment pulling on the tendon. Wait here." Uncle Wen turned and went back into the shop, emerging with a small white porcelain bottle. When he uncorked it, a strong, peculiar medicinal odor wafted out. He Yubai frowned, but out of respect for Uncle Wen, he didn't cover his nose directly lest he cause offense. But Jiang Mian didn't care about that. He covered his nose, frowning deeply. "Uncle Wen, what is this stuff? It smells like medicine, but why is it so stinky?" "This is a treasure." Uncle Wen chuckled. "I made this medicated oil myself from herbs. When you have a sprain, fracture, or rheumatism flare-up, just rub this on and massage it. It'll feel amazing." Even after hearing that, Jiang Mian still kept his nose covered. Uncle Wen had always had this hobby. When the town wasn't yet developed into a tourist spot, the mountains were abundant with vegetation. Driven by his passion for Chinese medicine, he would roam the mountains with a basket on his back, collecting herbs, then return home to experiment with medical texts. With interest as his teacher, he self-studied for over a decade and managed to build up his Chinese medicine shop. Although he lacked official certification and his skill level was uncertain, relying on his self-taught knowledge, Uncle Wen had long served as a barefoot doctor in the town, practicing medicine for many years. Whether reliable or not, the townsfolk had relied on him for treatment all these years. Over a decade had passed, and they were still alive and kicking. But before Uncle Wen explained, Jiang Mian had thought the medicated oil might contain the 5 poisons. Though the 5 poisons would probably smell even worse, the medicated oil in that small bottle was no less offensive. Uncle Wen poured some oil into his palm, and the moment it came out, the stench intensified. Even with his nose covered and breathing sparingly, Jiang Mian nearly threw up. In contrast, He Yubai's face had turned pale from the stench, but the young master was still enduring it. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Mian remarked, "He Yubai, if it's too smelly, you can cover your nose. If you pass out from the stench, I won't have the strength to carry you out of the car." This made He Yubai's face flush even more, but he could only retort, "Shut up. Fine, this young master had too many quirks." Jiang Mian covered his nose as he watched Uncle Wen spread the medicated oil in his palm, and then massage He Yubai's ankle. As he worked, Uncle Wen explained, first it'll work on the strained tendons. Once that's done, setting the bone won't hurt. Okay, He Yubai nodded gently. At this moment, he was alternating between holding his breath and taking shallow breaths. After a minute or two of massage, Uncle Wen straightened his back and stretched his stiff body slightly. Then, as if noticing something odd, he stared at a certain spot. What are those people doing over there? Where? Jiang Mian and He Yubai, distracted, looked in the direction Uncle Wen indicated. Just then, before He Yubai could react, Uncle Wen's hands shot out, grabbing his right ankle. With a pull, a release, a twist, and a click, the misaligned bone snapped back into place. Done. Holy crap. Jiang Mian couldn't help but blurt out. Had he just seen things? It looked like Uncle Wen's hands had moved so fast they left afterimages. He Yubai was also bewildered. Uncle Wen pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands and recorked the small bottle. Your bone is set. You can get down and try moving it around a bit. Yesterday, a bowl of Chinese medicine cured his acclimatization. Today, a bit of medicated oil and massage set his bone and healed his ankle. Even though the He family had private doctors on 24-hour standby, Uncle Wen's methods of treatment were beyond He Yubai's understanding. Back home, the private doctor would waste a lot of time taking x-rays and giving painkillers, then choose a treatment plan after the results came in. So there is always a sky above the sky, and there is always a person beyond a person. Was this really what it meant? He tried moving his right foot and found that it really didn't hurt anymore. Seeing He Yubai wanted to get off the tricycle, Jiang Mian quickly went over to support him. After stepping down, He Yubai walked a few steps back and forth, his expression even more astonished. It's really healed. His reaction pleased Uncle Wen, who turned away with a proud air. Of course. Uncle Wen, how much for the medical fee? They'll pay you. He Yubai started to speak, but when he pulled out his water-damaged phone from his pocket, his words trailed off. This. Uncle Wen waved dismissively. No charge for setting bones for the younger generation. Looking at the now useless phone, He Yubai asked Jiang Mian for his phone and called his home landline, which was answered by the butler. Although Jiang Mian didn't know who was on the other end, he could guess from what He Yubai said. So after He Yubai hung up, he asked, puzzled, there's a phone repair shop in town. Why not just get it fixed? Wouldn't it be too much trouble to have a new one sent over? If the phone is broken, just replace it. Repairing is too much trouble. Fine. He could never see eye to eye with this young master. Thinking this, Jiang Mian teased, you want them to deliver it tomorrow. Even if they drive now, it wouldn't be that fast, unless they come by plane. He was about to laugh heartily, but He Yubai looked surprised. How did you know I asked them to send it by private jet? Did you hear me, Jiang Mian? How did I know? I really want to fight you rich folks.